Chapter 4402 Ship-killing weapon. All of the theories that Vase came up with could not achieve the same impact as seeing the results in reality. For a long time, the astounding effects of the Amaranto's final attack still lingered in his mind. For a transphasic laser beam to be able to penetrate so many asteroids at once was an outcome that could truly change the entire game. This was in line with his prediction, but the test result was so visually shocking to Vase that he reacted as if he was completely overtaken by surprise. The truth was that he doubted his own calculations. Surely the extrapolated data couldn't be that ridiculously high, right? Perhaps the Phase King might exhibit more and more difficulty in applying his abilities to a weapon that was much larger and more massive than a handheld luminaire crystal pistol. The reality was that the vastly increased scale of the instrument of doom didn't seem to matter all that much. The Phase King still had plenty of strength and control left to affect a weapon of this magnitude. Is this truly real? Gloriana asked, as if she too found it difficult to accept the result in reality. You're not dreaming, honey. The active intervention of the Phase King took a luminaire crystal cannon that was already oriented towards extreme firepower and gave it wings. As Vase and his wife studied the sensor data on the asteroids affected by the Amaranto's latest attack, they found that the results largely matched their expectations. Much of the power of the laser beam passed right through the rock substances in the way. This was the power of phase water being manipulated by an ancient and extremely proficient fish whale king. While the Phase King's powerful efforts allowed the transphasic resonance-empowered laser beam to strike the 16th asteroid in a row, the actual damage inflicted on all of the space rocks was not as great anymore. Of course, this was just relatively speaking. Assuming that the damage of the laser beam spread equally across all 16 asteroids, which was not entirely the case in reality, then each rock absorbed damage equal to a strike with a damage index of just 125 points. That was not only worse than the base damage output of the Instrument of Doom, but the energy was also dispersed along the entire trajectory of the laser beam when it was drilling through solid matter. The visual inspections confirmed the math. Instead of the big and clean holes they witnessed before, the latest attack instead produced messy, blackened portions of rock that had melted rather than vaporized. A stronger material such as second-class armor plating probably would have maintained at least some of its integrity. The power of the Phase King hasn't actually increased the absolute damage of the Instrument of Doom to a significant degree. Gloriana remarked, there are situations where it is not that useful to employ transphasic attacks. If attacking the exterior of a target is just as useful as attacking the interior, then Venerable Stark will waste much less resources by employing more normal attacks. Vase nodded in agreement. The Instrument of Doom was never designed to be employed against cannon fodder. It is a contingency weapon that should be reserved against enemy warships or other powerful threats. That is because this weapon is our only option to damage the deeper and more vital internal systems of those kinds of threats. This was the advantage that he was trying to create for his clan. The Instrument of Doom's greatest power was not its damage index of over 2,000 or something, but it was instead its ability to spear through 15 useless asteroids before passing on at least some of its damage to the 16th asteroid that could stand for a more vital component. For example, it was extremely hard for a single ranged mech to take down a fleet carrier like the Wild Torch. The massive kilometers-long vessel was designed in a way that her exterior was made up of thick and fairly sturdy hull plating. An incoming laser beam could damage this massive, dense and heavy exterior layer all day and still not come close enough to crippling the ship, let alone reduce her performance in any way. The laser beam could only truly begin to degrade the Wild Torch's performance if it was able to go through the dense and thick outer layer, either by relying on brute force or by taking advantage of the power of phase water. Once a laser beam got through, it would probably end up in an outer compartment where relatively ordinary work was being done. In the case of the Wild Torch, this most certainly corresponded to her carrier-related duties. The laser beam would probably strike a few mechs, repair machines or even valuable workshop machines before running out of steam. Though the damage inflicted by such an attack most definitely harmed the Larkinsons, the integrity of the Wild Torch was still mostly intact aside from gaining a deep hole. A powerful ranged mech could still attack the Wild Torch 100 times like this and still be rendered helpless as the fleet carrier merrily flew away, though looking a lot more like Swiss cheese of course. There were at least several ways to put down a capital ship for good. One was to shoot it so many times that her entire structure started to fall apart. This was highly inefficient, but it was usually the only solution available to mechs when fighting against enemies that were much larger and more massive than themselves. Another way was to employ a weapon that was so overwhelmingly powerful that it could efficiently cripple or blow up a vessel like the Wild Torch. This was a solution that was usually reserved for warships because only they possessed the caliber of weapons that could unleash so much raw power. An ace mech like the Mars also possessed the equivalent firepower of a warship, so it was within the realm of possibility for Patriarch Reginald Cross to cripple the entire expeditionary fleet if he went rogue one day. The third way was to employ a bit more finesse and take advantage of a ridiculous blessed transphasic weapon like the Instrument of Doom. Given the result that it had just produced, Vase quickly tried to estimate whether the Amaranto armed with this weapon was capable of crippling the Wild Torch with a single blow. He called up the simplified design of the capital ship and turned the projected ship around a few times until he found a good angle. If the Amaranto can aim its Instrument of Doom at the Wild Torch from this angle, the subsequent laser beam will strike the external hull plating at a flat angle, allowing the energies to pass through while retaining as much of its damage potential as possible. It will probably punch through a couple of small outer compartments as well, but the bulkheads in the way are too thin to bleed away too much energy. Once the laser beam reaches the interior, it will probably pass through a lot of empty space as the hangar bays inside are largely hollow and empty. There is a lot of vertical clearance in these halls as they sometimes need to accommodate mechs or other gear that are taller than average. After passing through a lot of air, it will likely punch through more important compartments. These are the places where more important ship processes take place, such as recycling air to keep it breathable for humans or coordinating field operations. If the laser beam is able to make it this far, it will eventually hit the citadel of the Wild Torch. A citadel is basically a box within a combat vessel that acts as an inner layer of armor. The reason for its existence is because it is meant to protect the truly vital processes that are responsible for running the vessel. The citadel typically stops the vast majority of attacks that were able to penetrate the outer hull. There were many different naval design philosophies. Some starships did not feature any citadels. This was usually the case for cheaper and smaller civilian vessels. This also explained why they crumbled so easily when attacked by a single mech. Other starships only possessed a rather superficial citadel. The inner layer still provided a measure of protection, but it may be the case that the ship designers cheaped out on it in favor of strengthening the exterior as much as possible. Then there were starships where the designers did not cut any corners, as was the case with a ship as good as the Wild Torch. In this case, penetrating the citadel was considerably more difficult than overcoming the exterior hull. It was as if the citadel inside represented the core of the capital ship while everything outside of it was just window dressing. Though this was an oversimplified description, it was enough to illustrate the immense challenges of inflicting real damage onto such a vessel. However, as long as a laser beam was able to pass through this difficult obstacle, it did not need much power to drastically reduce a capital ship's performance. Even a damage index of just 0.1 was enough to kill a lot of people and destroy a lot of valuable ship parts. For example, the laser beam could strike a power generator, causing the ship to have much less energy to spare. The laser beam could strike one of the FTL drives, which meant that the Wild Torch was one step closer to getting stranded in the star system. The laser beam could also knock out all sorts of other vital elements such as the CIC, the data vaults and other crucial systems. The Instrument of Doom is a true ship-killing weapon. Vase concluded. He never thought that any mech in the fleet other than the Mars was capable of knocking out starships with relative ease. Vase still recognized that the Amaranto still could not come close enough to match the firepower of the Mars. The latter possessed an even absurdly higher base power, as the Cross clan had put in a vastly greater amount of money and resources into its development. The amplification factor of an ace pilot was at least an order of magnitude greater than that of a high-tier expert pilot. Even so, the addition of the Phase King gave the Amaranto such an enormous boost that its attack broke past the boundaries of a high-tier expert mech. If my evaluation is correct, the Amaranto has gained the equivalent firepower of a quasi-ace mech. Gloriana summed up the result. Vase peered at the numbers but also looked beyond the obvious. That may be true, but the Amaranto and its pilot doesn't have the fortitude and endurance of a quasi-ace mech. When he studied the feed that displayed the cockpit, he could clearly observe that Venerable Stark had become a lot more winded. It took a lot of willpower and concentration for her to cope with the descent of the Phase King's formidable might. Not only that, but the Instrument of Doom had just discharged a transphasic attack of much greater consequence. Even if the changes produced by the Phase King amounted to a much more efficient and sophisticated use of phase water, the relatively primitive luminaire crystal cannon was never designed to support so many complex and difficult operations of this nature. Gloriana quickly became concerned about the state of the weapon. The instrument of doom can't fire too many shots like this on a continuous basis. Some of its parts are already showing signs of stress. I can easily foresee that they will wear out at an accelerated rate, which means that this weapon will require time in the workshop after a battle in order to restore it to peak condition. In other words, this powerful weapon was also finicky. Most products with high performance tended to require high maintenance, but the instrument of doom was especially affected by this relation. Vase brushed this inconvenience aside. I would rather have a disabled weapon than end up incurring a more substantial loss. This weapon will help us save the lives of many clansmen and prevent the downfall of numerous expert mechs and starships. That is why I designed this experimental weapon in the first place. Its limitations are serious, but sometimes all you need to defeat a powerful opponent is to launch an overpowering attack at the right place at the right time. A new era had begun for the Larkinson clan. Vase pitied his future enemies who thought that his clan could only count on battle formations and the Mars to overcome difficult challenges. Chapter 4403 Balance between man and machine. The successful trial of the instrument of doom presented a fundamental change in the application and use of mechs. Of course, Vase was not naive to think he was the first mech designer to break the limit of mechs. This was far from the first time that a mech weapon was able to burst out with power that was far in excess of its size, technical design and material composition. Vase had read articles in the past where other, more brilliant mech designers were able to transform junk into treasure through even greater feats of brilliance. The age of mechs had persisted for over 4 centuries and the amount of mech designers working in the industry was too many to count. There were always a handful of inspired inventors among them who had succeeded in developing groundbreaking tech. Vase believed his work was different, though. The reason why he thought this way was because of several reasons. Theoretically, he could turn anything into blessed equipment. The only requirement was to match a design spirit with the right sympathetic material. He could only work with relatively expensive phase water for the time being, but he was hopeful that he would find a different pairing that was based upon cheaper material. For example, if Vase was able to match Vulcan with ordinary iron, then he could easily transform any mech or product into a blessed product without paying any extra. The overall implications of his new invention was that it enabled mechs to make leapfrog challenges. A standard mech might gain the power to threaten an expert mech. An expert mech might gain the power to threaten an ace mech. It was not impossible for a bunch of mechs to defeat a formidable warship by outputting damage that was far more potent than what their technical specifications could produce. This technology can change the entire mech landscape. Vase exclaimed. He was boasting a bit. The truth was that the blessed equipment concept suffered from a massive weakness that severely constrained their mass adoption. The additional power channeled by the Grey Lotus and the Instrument of Doom did not emerge out of nowhere. The law of conservation of energy still remained valid as far as Vase knew. This meant that if either of those powerful guns suddenly became a lot more powerful, then there had to be another source that paid the price. In this case, the design spirits footed the bill for every blessed attack. Vase understood their situation quite clearly. Most of his design spirits had grown considerably over the years, but many of them were still at the start of their journeys. They still had a long way to go to form a divine core and evolve into a post-divinity entity. From what little clues that Vase had obtained from the system, it was only when a spiritual entity became a so-called true god that they ostensibly broke away from the confines of the law of conservation of energy. In other words, true gods were likely capable of producing an endless amount of energy. This was how mythical existences such as god pilots were able to materialize any material, no matter how rare, by exerting their supreme willpower. While this likely meant that true gods could only produce so much matter or energy at a time, this still meant that they could support the usage of many more pieces of blessed equipment. Vase could already envision a future where elite envoys wielded terrible power. These chosen mech pilots became strong not by virtue of their own development, but because they were chosen by a higher power to act as their representative in the cosmos. At first, Vase felt repelled by this possible vision of the future. Mech pilots ought to rely on themselves and seek to break their limits in order to attain greater strength. Rather than surrendering themselves to other true gods, they should step on the path to godhood just like many other strong-willed mech pilots. It sounded as if Vase had inadvertently created an alternate path to wielding power, one that was easier and less demanding than trying to become a god pilot. Maybe it is possible to pursue both paths for a time, but there is ultimately a limit to how much you can borrow from another source. Advancing to the rank of God pilot remained the ultimate pursuit for many mech pilots, but that didn't mean that blessed equipment had no place. Far too few mech pilots possessed all of the qualifications necessary to make it to the end. There were pilots that had taken the wrong turn, incurred too many injuries or exhausted all of their potential. There were also warriors who had lost their heart in battle and wanted to focus on other pursuits such as spending time with family or growing a new company. Whatever the case, these mech pilots had a need for greater strength as well, and these were the people who he could serve with his blessed products. If this is the case, then I shouldn't be making this stuff for my best and brightest expert pilots. Vase murmured as he rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. I should be handing them out to mech pilots who I don't care about or have no hope of advancing too far, such as Commander Melkor. In this case, it was fine for Vase to hand Venerable Stark a weapon that relied on an external source to produce greater power. The vengeful woman would leave sooner or later, so why should Vase invest too much in her personal development? In contrast, Vase needed to be a lot more careful about granting unearned power to hopefuls such as Venerable Tusa and Venerable Joshua. Giving them gear that caused them to rely too much on the power of a design spirit and not enough on pushing their own limits would cripple their growth in the long term. Vase thought about all of the difficulties his expert pilots experienced during the Battle of Pima Prime and noted that each of them had stepped up when it mattered. The data clearly supported this idea, as the resonance strengths of all of the Larkinson expert pilots had jumped by a significant margin immediately afterwards. Not only that, but his expert pilots continued to grow at a considerably faster rate than in the past, showing that they were still reaping the benefits from passing their life and death challenges. Vase had thought about this issue before, but the emergence of blessed weapons caused this matter to become a lot more relevant. Are my expert mechs becoming too strong for their own good? He wondered. This was a valid question and one that could significantly impact the future of his clan. Advanced technology tended to make mech pilots overly reliant on their machines. This was not the most optimal outcome, as the power of mechs was based on the strength of both the machine and the man. The two needed to be within a reasonable distance in order to foster the growth and evolution of the latter. If the machine continued to bear all of the burdens, how could the man ever get the exercise he needed to grow stronger muscles? There is already a good example of what will happen if the man has given up on developing his own strength and foisted every responsibility on the machine. The Common Fleet Alliance is the epitome of this philosophy. This was exactly what Vase did not want to pursue. The aim of the Mech Trade Association and anyone who supported its cause was to match technological development with human development. According to this philosophy, Vase should seek to limit and restrain the use of incredibly powerful blessed weapons as much as possible. Their specifications were so high that they could turn many difficult battles into trivial affairs, thereby robbing many mech pilots of the opportunity to grow under pressure. This is also an important reason why the breakthroughs aren't as prevalent among first-class mech pilots. The mechers as well as other first-raters enjoyed much better lives and had access to much more powerful mechs. Though these high and mighty individuals also had their own fair share of problems, the sheer amount of conveniences they enjoyed along with the powerful tech at their disposal led to lower rates of breakthrough. Sure, the first-raters tried to compensate for this by utilizing their formidable tech and knowledge base to stimulate their mech pilots through special training programs and so on, but there were limits to everything. If I'm not careful enough, my clan will be following in the same footsteps. This was not an outcome he desired. Perhaps he could employ his own brand of tech such as the Transcendence Glow to counteract this downward trend, but Vase preferred not to rely on one flawed solution to solve another flawed solution. He shook his head. This is way too abstract for me. I shouldn't be too high-minded about how I should utilize my work. My clan urgently needs strength. With all kinds of powerful enemies spread across the new frontier, Vase did not feel reassured with the means he possessed at the moment. He and his clan would be a lot better off if he developed a bunch of blessed weapons that the Larkinson expert mechs could pull out in case they bumped into an overpowering opponent such as a phase whale. Between death and stalled human development, Vase would rather choose the latter over the former any day. Besides, Vase was never one to follow the rules. He did not take all of the existing assumptions too seriously. There has to be a way for mech pilots to continue their progression while also relying on the help of blessed equipment. He recalled his design philosophy, which centered around the concept of mutual growth. The fundamental premise of his work was that he believed that mech pilots do not have to rely on themselves to win their battles and grow stronger throughout the process. It was okay for them to partner up with their living mechs and work together for a better future. The addition of blessed equipment did not have to sabotage human development as long as Vase found a way to incorporate his new invention in the framework of his design philosophy. He just couldn't figure it out as of yet. He needed to think more deeply and form a proper model of a relationship between a mech pilot and a design spirit. This was a matter that he had never spent much thought on in the past. I can't leave it like this anymore. Vase shook his head. If I want to advance to senior, I need to come up with a better answer than, I don't know, or, forget about it. Mech designers who are too afraid to address difficult problems do not have what it takes to realize their design philosophies. Master mech designers earned a lot of admiration from Vase and other people because they truly mastered their own specialty in every possible dimension. They could provide answers to almost every problem at their level and could even begin to explore the greater mysteries that far transcended mundane reality. Vase had a long way to go before he could decipher any of those greater truths. He first needed to resolve all of the lower-level problems, and that would inevitably take a lot of time and effort. Ultimately, Vase gained more out of this experimental weapon project than he thought. Though the successful realization of the blessed equipment concept did not directly progress his design philosophy, he felt more aware and certain of what he needed to do in order to take this crucial leap. His eyes burned with ambition. The Dullahan project will become even more exceptional than I originally planned. Just as he was about to wrap up the current project and turn his attention back to his ongoing expert mech design projects, the expected call from the MTA finally arrived. Vase had to move to a special ship which carried the Dark Break module, which was connected to a secure MTA communication network. Though neither Vase nor his contacts trusted it completely, it was at least a much better option than talking over the public galactic net, which was as leaky as a sieve. Chapter 4404 Gentle reminder: Vase expected to receive a confidential call from Master Dravidian or another representative of the transhumanist faction. After all, he had corresponded the most with the transhumanists in the past few years. Much of his work regarding the Transcendence Glow and other spiritual projects was of paramount importance to the mechers whose goal was to enable human ascension. However, the physical projection that showed up did not come in the form of a familiar-looking gray-haired man wearing a brightly colored tech suit over a lab coat. Vase instead came face to face with an entirely new figure. He quickly scanned the appearance of the new man. At first, the projected individual did not look like a mech designer. His head was prominently bald and he wore an excellent tailored business suit. The only unusual part about his appearance was that he wore a purple patterned cape over his shoulders. Vase was sure that if the newcomer turned around, he would be able to see unknown heraldry on the cape. Despite this unusual feature, the man did not exude the demeanor of an aristocrat or a priest. Vase could clearly sense from the projected vision that he had met another master mech designer, one that likely stood at the same height as Master Dravidian. Though the new master carried himself with the similar air of a leader within the association, he did not show any disdain towards Vase. It was the opposite. The high-ranking mecher conveyed respect and appreciation through his body language and his expression. This caused Vase to gain a better impression of the man and allowed him to relax a bit. The ensuing conversation should not be too troublesome. The man eventually introduced himself. I am Master Viro Goldstein. I am a friend of the polymath and I manage a number of her affairs within the survivalist faction. I believe you should already be aware of the reason for my call. Vase nodded without any pretension. I do. To be honest, I was expecting a call from the transhumanists. We are aware of your increasing cooperation with the transhumanist faction, but your most recent work is of much greater interest to us. I would like to explain more, but our current means of communication leaves much to be desired. I understand. What do you want to talk about then, Master? We can still discuss other matters aside from going into greater detail of your latest technological accomplishment. One piece of news that I have been asked to convey is that Mr. Jovi Armelon should soon be able to contact you again. Vase grew a little more excited at this mention. I haven't seen or heard from my friend in a while. I have only been able to talk with him over the comm on an infrequent basis. Master Goldstein nodded. Mr. Armelon is a promising seed that has demonstrated both competence and a willingness to challenge the unknown in more ways than one. We have subjected him to a strict regime in order to prevent him from wasting his potential. He should be done with his current program in the near future. If he is able to live up to our expectations, then he will be able to upgrade his status and gain considerable autonomy over his own schedule. Though Vase was happy to hear that Jovi was doing well within the association, it was a bit strange for a master mech designer who was presumably a big shot among the mechers to convey this news in person. It was as absurd as employing a galactic mech counselor to deliver a parcel to a random person in the Red Ocean. The only way Master Goldstein's actions made sense was if the survivalists valued Vase and Jovi to a much greater extent than before. Vase gained more confidence at the realization that his standing among the survivalists had risen yet again. That did not mean it was a good idea to start acting presumptuously in front of one of the direct subordinates of the polymath, though. He quickly reined in his messy thoughts and tried to maintain his professional demeanor. Thank you for informing me of Jovi's current conditions. I consider him to be a friend and I would like it if I am able to regain proper contact with him again. Master Goldstein smiled. That is good to hear, but let us move on to more substantive business. We have quietly observed your progress in your work since you have entered the Red Ocean. We are generally satisfied with your productivity, your diligence, your contributions and your sincerity in cooperation with our Mech Trade Association. We admire your passion towards mechs and your drive to advance your own vision of them, but we are also concerned with your more extreme tendencies. Mech designers such as myself are usually capable of producing many brilliant innovations by pursuing ideas that more prudent colleagues have dismissed. Vase mildly retorted, I do not disagree with you, but everything must have a sense of proportion. You, Mr. Larkinson, do not seem to know the meaning of the word. This has become especially obvious now that you have left the stable environment of the Davut system and have gone on expeditions that mech designers usually do not take part in, especially ones as successful and high profile as you. We have observed that there is a much higher prevalence of radical actions and decisions when you subject yourself to greater turbulence. Well, that was what Vase pretty much figured out about himself as well. The only difference was that Vase saw this as a positive development while Master Goldstein made it sound as if this was an expression of insanity. Vase did not feel ashamed at his approach. He felt no need to deny or repudiate his strategy. Davut has provided my family and I with a comfortable living environment. He admitted, however, I know myself well enough that I do not have the talent or personality to do my best in a quiet and stagnant locale. Perhaps I may be able to work towards senior and master over time by coasting along, but that has never been my end goal. Master Goldstein grew less stern after hearing this answer. Ambition is good. We will not fault you for your decisions as long as you are aware of the risks and have a clear purpose in mind. The fact that you have produced excellent results makes your actions more tolerable. In other words, the survivalists were inclined to let Vase do whatever he wanted as long as he was successful in his endeavors. Their response would probably be a lot different if Vase badly screwed up during his adventures. The unspoken context of Master Goldstein's message was that the survivalists did not want him to suffer an accident. At the very least, Vase could still make a lot of contributions to the MTA. It was intolerable for him to cut his miraculous career short before he managed to realize his design philosophy and passed on his teachings to the rest of the mech industry. Both of them were smart people, so there was no need to discuss this kind of topic in the open. As Vase grew older and wiser, he was beginning to resemble those old and wise statesmen to an increasing degree. Hanging around with people such as Calabast and Sheddarin Pernis allowed him to acquire more and more of their tricks and depth of thinking. Though Master Goldstein was still far above his level of cognition, Vase at least reached a level where he wouldn't embarrass himself in this sort of exchange. The two began to talk a bit more substantively about his recent work. Though neither Vase nor Master Goldstein could go into detail about the specific details due to the lack of trust in the confidentiality of the communication channel, they did not need to convey too many words to express their meaning. Master Goldstein had already done his homework and was fully up to date with the research that Vase had handed over to the MTA. Sometimes the two didn't even need to open their mouths to convey a meaning to each other. It was not a surprise that someone as old and brilliant as Master Goldstein to be able to do so, but the highly experienced mech designer was surprised that a relatively young journeyman had reached this level so quickly. In fact, Vase was already accustomed to communicating through non-verbal means. He interacted with many design spirits on a regular basis. Many of them did not communicate through words but instead through emotions or more esoteric spiritual cues. Vase had to become good at deciphering the more obscure forms of communication from inhuman design spirits such as the Titania and the Phase King. I am pleasantly surprised at the restraint and forethought of your attitude towards the propagation of your tech. Master Goldstein said in an appreciative tone. You are correct to hold back and wait for our judgment. You are far from the only mech designer that has developed radical new design solutions, but the mech industry and our greater society is not always ready to adopt them. The purpose of instituting the system of mech generations is to control and regulate the pace of technological progress. Too much innovation at once is not always beneficial. In your case, it may take at least 2 or 3 mech generations before your more consequential inventions are eligible for propagation. That did not deviate too much from Vess's own expectations. I can still apply my own work to my own clan or network, right? He asked. This was what mattered the most to Vase. His greatest motivation for coming up with inventions such as blessed weapons was to give his clan an insurmountable edge against rivals and opponents. If Master Goldstein told him that he wasn't even allowed to equip his own clansmen with blessed weapons, then Vase would seriously question the wisdom of continuing to associate with the survivalist faction. Fortunately, the man did not make it difficult for Vase. An innovator such as yourself is allowed to spread his work to his own organization. That is the prevailing custom within our industry. The MTA master reiterated. We see no reason to deviate from the rules in your case, but that only applies so long as you handle your work in a responsible manner. Try to stay within reasonable boundaries and be certain that your more explosive products will not be of any use to others if they happen to fall into the wrong hands. Vase was already familiar with this demand. The polymath had already warned him before. I have already taken the necessary precautions. I have added multiple safeguards to my latest toy so that it will never perform as well as it did in our clan. Master Goldstein nodded in satisfaction. You must continue to remain thorough in safeguarding your tech. It is already detrimental enough if your work falls into the hands of other human groups, but they are not significant to us. What we are truly concerned about is the possibility that advanced alien races such as the Pwelmers may obtain new human tech in advance. That was indeed an extremely serious possibility. I heard the indigenous alien races have been making a lot of progress in closing the technological gap. It is true, Goldstein admitted with a frown. Traders among humanity have contributed much towards this unwelcome development, but the aliens have become increasingly more proactive in their attempts to steal samples of our advanced technology so that they can study their weaknesses and deduce their working principles. The Pwelmer race has become particularly obsessed with mastering our high technologies. One of the purposes for contacting you is to remind you to strengthen your protection measures so that we will not find imitations of your work in alien hands one day. I can assure you that our corrective measures will be swift and fierce if it becomes clear that you have voluntarily or involuntarily colluded with aliens. I will be sure to pay more attention to this possible risk. Chapter 4405 Needing a favor. Master Goldstein eventually ended the call. Mr. Jovi Armelon will likely visit you in person after he has completed his intensive program. You will be able to hold a much more thorough discussion about your work and your future once you are able to talk to him face to face. Until then, please control your enthusiasm. The more you show off your inventions, the greater the possibility of attracting alien scrutiny. Although the Pwelmer race primarily pays attention to first-class organizations, the aliens will notice your work sooner or later. It is best for both of us if they become aware when it is too late for them to prevent their own extinction. That was as clear of a message as any. Vase dutifully nodded. Understood, Master. I do not plan to spread my latest tech too much. I only developed it with my expert mechs in mind. It is not economical to apply my new work to other mechs. Master Goldstein looked satisfied. There is no problem in that case. We will be in touch. When the dark break module finally became inactive again, Vase paused for a minute before silently leaving the secure communication chamber. Upon his return trip to the Spirit of Bentime, he thought about the possibility that aliens might be able to harness his work. At first, he didn't even believe that such a possibility existed. Vase was a mech designer as well as a spiritual engineer. None of the major alien races seemed to have anything to do with these professions. However, Vase could only base his judgment on the knowledge that he obtained. Who knew whether there was anything more to the indigenous aliens that the Big Two had withheld from the rest of the public? There were plenty of brilliant aliens throughout history that had been capable of accomplishing feats that other races had never managed to replicate. Spiritual sorcery and spiritual engineering were hardly exclusive to the human race. Back in the old galaxy, Vase encountered several pieces of evidence that numerous extinct alien races used to harness the power of spirituality in the past. It was not crazy for him to guess that there was at least one alien race in the Red Ocean was able to tap into this power. He recalled that not all of the major alien races that were native Red Ocean had appeared on a wider scale at this time. Their territories and strongholds were mostly located far away from the current frontlines of humanity's invasion of the dwarf galaxy. It was conceivable that the more obscure alien civilizations would finally fight against the humans once their interests came under threat. I can't allow aliens to threaten my good name. What if the phase whales or another powerful alien race turned out to be spiritually gifted? What if that allowed these extraordinary aliens to understand and imitate living mechs and other powerful applications? No matter how unlikely these possibilities sounded, Vase needed to make extra certain that no dirty alien would be able to use his tech without permission. Fortunately, it should not be difficult to maintain this guarantee. He just needed to make sure to strengthen his existing safeguards in his various products. Due to his paranoia, he already developed a habit of encrypting his spiritual engineering products. No matter whether they were literally or figuratively alive, someone who possessed the ability to perceive and interact with spiritual energy should not be able to unravel his work without triggering numerous different safeguards. They're not foolproof, though. Someone with sufficient ability might be able to unlock my encryption and learn valuable secrets one day. This was especially the case when the principles of much of his work were not all that complicated. The only tricky part that would probably stop most thieves in their tracks was that it was impossible to replicate his work in full without the ability to create new life. The absence of people who possessed his unique combination of skills and talents should buy him enough time to work towards realizing his design philosophy. Once he became a master, it was no longer crucial for him to retain a monopoly on living mechs and many of his other applications. In fact, given what Vase knew and suspected about star designers, it might even be beneficial to his own development if a lot of copycats followed in his footsteps. Well, none of this is relevant at the moment. For now, I need to step up my efforts in protecting my intellectual property. Vase returned to his routine once he arrived at his flagship. The results produced by the Instrument of Doom during the testing session were so shocking that Vase and Gloriana couldn't help but spend more days on analyzing the data. They improved their understanding of blessed weapons and used what they learned to draft more blessed weapons for a number of their other expert mechs. Vase wasn't in a hurry to develop them, though. The completion of the Instrument of Doom has met our most urgent demand for more firepower. He told his wife, the addition of another blessed weapon or two won't increase our effective combat power as drastically as before. His wife looked confused. I thought you felt that our clan was horribly inadequate after the disappointing performance of some of our expert mechs during the Battle of Pima Prime. You wanted to address some of the shortcomings that we have identified by upgunning our champions. Why have you suddenly changed your tune? He changed his tune because his talk with Master Goldstein made him realize that haste might not always be a virtue. The master mech designer, hailing from the survivalist faction, explicitly told him that the indigenous alien races were actively trying to steal advanced human technologies. Vase had taken the time to browse the galactic net for any mention of this, and he found plenty of mentions about increased alien raids. The major alien races had grown bolder over time. Before, most of them were reeling from the successive blows inflicted by the thunderous offensives of the Big Two. Nowadays, the indigenous alien empires not only managed to work together and slow the bleeding, but also gained a far greater understanding of their human opponents. The aggressive Quelmers were especially keen on stealing intact samples of human high technology. There had been many more sightings of their smaller but faster raiding fleets in the border regions of the upper zones. From the perspective of both humanity and the indigenous aliens, the relatively small but incredibly resource-rich upper zones were the only regions in the Red Ocean worth fighting for. Every lesser zone was basically a backwater at best or a wasteland at worst in their eyes. This was because the sparser and lower quality resources available in the middle zones and lower zones could not adequately support the buildup and upkeep of a powerful first-class force. However, this did not mean that the Quelmers or other powerful aliens avoided the lesser zones. Cutting through a lesser zone might allow a fleet to take a shortcut from one upper zone to another upper zone. A powerful fleet such as the remnants of the pioneering fleet led by Parian Yoral Tavik might be on the run and urgently needed to find safe harbor that was away from hostile first-class competitors. Whatever the case, Vase did not want his clan to perform too ostentatiously and attract too much attention from powerful alien or human groups. We should go for quality instead of quantity. Vase provided his wife with an excuse. The main downside of blessed weapons is that it relies on a limited pool of resources to fuel its power. If we want to avoid overburdening the Phase King, then we should try to adopt a more deliberate and thoughtful approach. We should also be working harder to find other sympathetic materials that can allow us to put our other design spirits to good use. It is too much of a waste to allow them to sit around and do nothing. His wife didn't have much of an objection to his proposal. If this is the case, then we can also go back to spending more time on our original design projects. The Doulahan project, the Ghost project, the Green Axe project and the Bloodripper project are already running behind schedule due to our lack of participation. The expert pilots that are waiting for us to deliver on our promises won't be pleased if they have to wait additional months to receive their much-anticipated machines. The two therefore proceeded to put their subsequent weapon design projects on a lower priority so that they could make up for lost time in their main design projects. Vase found it a little jarring to go from designing a crazy experimental weapon project to more elaborate and deliberate mech design projects. He had to adapt to a different approach, timeframe and mentality, and that slowed him down at first. This was far from his first rodeo though, so he quickly found his groove and began to make substantive progress in each of his projects. He mostly invested his time in the Doulahan project and the Ghost project. Both of them were innovative and possessed design aspects that Vase had never worked on before. Vase found the Ghost project to be a particularly interesting design challenge. It was the first expert stealth mech that he had ever worked upon. Since no one in the design department possessed a considerable amount of knowledge on advanced stealth systems except for himself, Vase could not lean on his colleagues to delegate important work or rely on their expertise. Vase had to design the fundamental elements of the Ghost project from the ground up by himself. This was a considerable challenge when he could not fall back on prior experience or access to existing expert stealth mechs. To be honest, Vase felt a bit lost at first. He possessed experience in participating in numerous different expert mech design projects. He also possessed a formidable amount of system-granted knowledge, stealth and cloaking systems. The problem was that Vase couldn't immediately figure out a way to merge the two so that he could form a proper mech design that harmoniously blended these two elements. I need to study existing designs of expert stealth mechs, Vase concluded. That was easier said than done. The galactic net contained a lot of messy information, but the designs he stumbled upon were either incomplete, deliberately flawed or outdated by at least 3 mech generations. The latter weren't actually that bad, though. Vase learned many fundamental lessons after studying the aged mech designs, but he needed to understand how the current generation of expert stealth mechs applied some of the latest advances in this field to defeat highly effective sensor systems. His wife noticed his struggles and offered an easy solution. The Hex army should be able to provide a few designs if you need them. Gloriana offered. Normally, the designs of stealth mechs and especially those at the expert mech level are supposed to be highly classified information, but I am certain the Hexers are willing to do us a favor. After all, we are the creators of the Valkyrie Redeemer and the Maiden of Adversity. The Hexers are eager to receive the next powerful Hexer mech design from us. Given the credibility and reputation that we have built up, the Hexers aren't afraid that you will leave your debts unpaid. That was a deliberate image that Vase cultivated in order to attract business partners and avoid turning away customers. The advantage of developing a good reputation was that it opened many doors that would have remained closed if he was still a nobody, or worse, a scumbag. The disadvantage of doing this was that it took a lot of work and effort to retain his credibility. Vase knew that if he issued this request to the Hexers, he must definitely pay back the favor one way or another. Let me think about it, honey. Chapter 4406 Motivated subordinate. Vase eventually declined to follow up on Gloriana's suggestion. While he believed that the Hexers would definitely be willing to offer him a glimpse of their current expert mech designs, he was not sure whether it was worth the price. It went far beyond owing a favor to the Hexers. What Vase was truly afraid of was that he would copy and take over too many of the design solutions developed by Hexers and adapted to different circumstances. If Vase wanted to do right by the Ghost project, then he needed to design it so that it could optimally serve its purpose in the Larkinson clan rather than under the umbrella of an intelligence agency of the Hex Federation. He thought it might be better if he worked on the Ghost project from a fresh perspective that was relatively free from any existing biases or preconceived notions. In any case, his understanding on the mechanisms of outdated expert stealth mechs already made him feel a lot more confident about designing the Ghost project. He just needed to figure out a way to apply the latest tech to his complicated design. In particular, he wanted to make the outer layer transphasic so that the Ghost project could actually take a few hits and come out unscathed. You're making a mistake, Vase. Gloriana told him in a disappointed tone. You always insist on trying to reinvent the wheel in your own style. While I can respect your determination to develop an application from the ground up, you will just end up with a wheel that is inferior to the latest generation of wheels. Instead of wasting far more time than necessary in designing an expert stealth mech that is quirky at best, it is much more efficient to start from studying the best of what the Hex Federation has to offer so that you will begin at a higher starting point. Vase sighed. I can understand your logic, but you are leaving out a lot of variables that I find important. I won't explain it to you all, but according to my own logic, it is not a bad idea for me to forego your offer. Quote. You'll regret it, Vase. Let us see. I might surprise you, honey. Don't call me honey. Vase did what he said and proceeded to go his own way. As the expeditionary fleet continued to hop from star system to star system, oftentimes staying for a time in order to explore and survey different planets and asteroids, the Larkinson journeymen continued to become engrossed in their design work. Both the older and the newer cohorts of journeymen were hitting their stride. While it became increasingly more obvious to everyone that Miles Tovar, Merrill O'Brien and Cormont Hempkamp weren't as productive as the ones that had been designing mechs in the Larkinson clan for many more years, the gap wasn't insurmountably big. Vase and the rest had already taken the differences into account and made sure to assign lighter and more manageable responsibilities to them. This quickly allowed them to find a comfortable place within the design department. In fact, as journeymen, the three were anything but fragile children who needed the help of a babysitter to do anything complicated. They were true mech designers who had already moved beyond the mortal limitations of ordinary professionals. Miles and Merrill had both joined the Larkinson clan when it was still a third-class organization, which meant they were already at home in the design department. They only had trouble with transitioning from a subordinate assisting role to a leading contributing role. The increase in responsibilities was massive, but by working alongside more experienced mech designers such as Kedis and Gloriana, they were never left to fend for themselves. What surprised Vase quite a bit was that Cormont Hempkamp adapted to his responsibilities faster by virtue of his prior work experiences. Mr. Hempkamp not only proved to be a competent project leader, but he was also able to quickly bind the newly recruited neural interface specialists into a coordinated design team. The newcomers were sorely needed to replace the standard neural interface models of the Larkinson clan's existing mech models with customized versions. Though the difficulty of most of these jobs was not that much as long as Mr. Hempkamp designed a neural interface for a base model, the amount of work that needed to be done was massive. Vase expected the design team to start off shaky considering that each of them had only joined the Larkinson clan only recently, but when Vase paid a visit to their design lab, he was greeted by the sight of a smooth operation. Every assistant mech designer was diligently working on planned assignments without any fuss or confusion. Nobody looked lost and it was rare for any of the neural interface specialists to be doing any redundant work. This was not the picture that Vase expected to see from a design team led by a journeyman who had a history of insubordination and reckless experimentation. I am not incapable of learning from my mistakes, the dark-skinned mech designer told a skeptical-looking Vase. I am cognizant of all of the chances that I have blown when I worked for previous employers. After joining your clan, I became truly taken in by the warmth and trust that I have received from you and your fellow Larkinsons. I have made the determination not to ruin my opportunity to work in the best possible place I can work with. I have even cut short my breaks and off days in order to meet your expectations. That caused Vase to look concerned. Don't work too hard on my account. I know people like us can easily get pulled into our work to the point where we neglect everything else around us, but I don't want you to maintain an unsustainable schedule. You are still human, Mr. Hempkamp. The other mech designer dismissively shook his head. I understand my own limits well enough, sir. I am determined to show what I can do for the clan. It helps enormously that I get to run my schedule and manage my design team exactly the way I like. The main reason I fell out with my previous employers is because they constantly hindered or interfered with my work. I have not experienced any of these grievances from you and your wife up until this point. I want to thank you for the trust you have put into me by not only meeting your expectations, but exceeding them. A part of me also wants to prove my former employers wrong for dismissing me from their companies. Vase blinked. Was he such a great leader after all? From what it sounded like, Mr. Hempkamp sounded as if he was eager to put 120% of himself in his work. After asking a few more questions, Vase became reassured by the neural interface specialist's motivation and attitude. Of course, it was not a trivial matter to design new neural interfaces. Each new creation had to be tested out in reality, and that meant subjecting actual human mech pilots to an untested and potentially dangerous product. Though Mr. Hempkamp promised to be careful and try his best to minimize accidents, Vase wanted to make sure that the man did not go rogue like he did in the past. I don't want you to stifle your creativity. I know what it is like for imaginative mech designers such as myself to be compelled to rein in our work because of the need to abide by artificial limits. You can do anything you want as long as you abide by the ground rules that we have originally set. Actions have consequences and you will only have yourself to blame if you walk too close to the river, do you understand? Mr. Hempkamp nodded in understanding. I am clear about that, sir, but, Vase frowned. What is the matter, Cormont? I have become enormously inspired by your living mechs. Ever since I joined your clan, I have been introduced to mechs that are able to think and maybe even act by themselves on an entirely different level. I can't help but develop new ideas to take advantage of these new conditions. I have been working on developing a new kind of neural interface that might make it easier for mech pilots to cooperate with living mechs. Can you give me any details? I can, but you won't be able to understand my detailed theories without a deep foundation in neurology and man-machine interfacing technology. I can only tell you that I am doing my best to find a way to make a neural interface forge a more profound connection with the living quality of a living mech. I've become incredibly inspired by the design networks that you and your wife have created, and I think it may be possible to reproduce their advantages in conventional neural interfaces. That, indeed, sounded complicated. Okay, then let me change my question. How much of a risk does it pose to mech pilots? Well, I cannot give you an accurate estimate of that, but it should not be low. Hempkamp admitted. Vase figured as much. He might not understand neural interface technology as well as a genuine specialist, but he still received an introduction into the field. Every lesson and every textbook he came in touch with repeatedly emphasized that developing new neural interfaces was no different from playing with the lives of mech pilots. A good result might give customers a slight edge in combat, but a single mistake could take away their dreams and hopes. A neural interface developer must constantly question his work every step of the way. Seeing that Hempkamp was ready to dive headfirst into the unknown, Vase felt as if he was dealing with a potential time bomb. There was no way a mech designer with so much passion would abandon such an interesting research project. Hempkamp would definitely work on trying to deepen the relation between living mechs and neural interfaces no matter the risk. All Vase could do was to increase supervision and hope that Hempkamp knew how to control himself. When you joined our clan, you pledged an oath. The most fundamental principle that you must abide by as a member of the clan is to never do harm to your fellow brothers and sisters. I remember, sir. It is not my intention to put my fellow clansmen in danger. The purpose of my work is to facilitate their jobs and help them utilize their mechs to a better degree. I am trying to save their lives. Vase observed the other man closely and came away satisfied. As long as Hempkamp's heart was in the right place, the neural interface specialist should be able to exert enough control over himself. All right, I will hold you to that. Vase replied with a smile. I am quite interested in this potential new solution that you have mentioned. How do you expect this interaction to add anything to the piloting experience? After all, a standard neural interface can already establish a man-machine connection that runs quite deep. The mech and mech pilot are literally connected to each other. That is true, sir, but a normal man-machine connection is not as deep as most people think. We have enough technology to allow the integration between man and machine to go deeper, but we do not have the means to lower the risks to an acceptable degree. I believe the unique properties of living mechs can give us an alternative that enables deeper connections while also foregoing most of the dangers. Vase looked surprised. He knew just enough about neural interfaces to know how ludicrous this statement sounded. How would you do that? Won't a deeper connection inevitably increase the danger to the mech pilot? How can you avoid this from happening? This is where my theories get complicated. You see, if the living mech can serve as a partial stand-in for the pilot, Chapter 4407 Battlefield Stalker. In the end, Vase vaguely understood the gist of Mr. Hempkamp's theoretical model, but he had no idea at all how to accomplish it on a technological level. He had no choice but to trust the optimistic neural interface specialist's plan and hope it would work out. It might take years for Hempkamp to achieve a breakthrough in his research, but once he managed to get over the most difficult threshold, the results should definitely be promising. In contrast to Hempkamp's ambitious layout, Miles and Merrill did not embark on any wild ideas. The main reason for that was because they were still at the earliest stage of a journeyman mech designer. Although they had managed to formulate the initial forms of their design philosophies, they still had a long way to go before they could design mechs at a satisfactory level. Neither of us have any good design applications at the moment, Miles Tovard told Vase during a meeting. As far as my own specialty goes, Juliet is much better at designing flight systems and integrating them into mechs. While my own focus is different, it is impossible for me to outperform a mech designer that has advanced to journeyman a lot earlier. Juliet not only enjoyed a considerable head start, but also possessed considerably greater talent than Miles. If nothing out of the ordinary happened, the latter would never be able to close the gap. Miles was clever enough to understand this reality. Perhaps a more ambitious, confident or unwilling individual would try to fight against this fate, but the former member of the Tovar family was an erudite rather than a brave. Meryl should have had a brighter future as she was younger. However, her low profile along with her lack of enterprising spirit meant that her progress shouldn't be too fast either. As Vase kept asking questions about their ideas and ambitions, he became disappointed by the lack of energy in their replies. It is understandable for the two of you to take a backseat and allow our more experienced mech designers to take the lead, but don't forget that you must pay attention to your own development. I don't want to raise any useless people in the design department. Miles felt the need to defend his position. We understand that, sir. We do not intend to stay back forever. It is just that the projects we are working on are too important to the clan. Our skills are not up to par, so many of our contributions will only drag down the quality and performance of our upcoming mech designs. I intend to spend a few years polishing my skills and learning from better mech designers such as you before I am willing to take on greater responsibilities. Vase furrowed his brows. What about you, Meryl? I intend to do the same. The woman softly replied. My learning needs are greater than average, so I must invest much more of my time on studying textbooks. Only when I have broadened and deepened my knowledge base can I begin to operate properly. He understood what she meant. Meryl O'Brien was the only rational mech designer in the design department. She possessed the rare ability to imitate other design philosophies, and she even demonstrated her progress in imitating Vess's work. Of course, her imitation works were still too shallow to be of use to the Larkinson clan, so she needed to invest a lot of time and effort to shore up this aspect. In addition to realizing her advantages as a rational mech designer, Meryl also had to work on her own design philosophy. Her focus on mechanical systems meant that she needed to spend a lot of time on studying advanced textbooks related to mechanics. On top of that, she had to design a lot of mechs with a focus on designing more efficient mechanical layouts. Meryl would have probably been able to keep pace with the likes of Keddies or Juliet if she focused her available time and energy on just one of these pursuits. However, the fact that she chose to do double duty meant that her progress in both pursuits would inevitably proceed at a slower pace. If Meryl had an opportunity to advance to senior when she became 75 years old, then now she might not be able to achieve this breakthrough until she was 125 years old or higher. This was a massive gap in time and would most definitely cause her to fall behind the majority of her peers in the Larkinson clan. Vase needed to remind himself that people like Miles and Meryl weren't bad at their jobs. Their rate of progression was fairly normal within the mech industry. It wasn't always the case that those who broke through early and displayed brilliant talent were guaranteed to realize their design philosophies. There were too many stories about tortoises outspeeding hares. The main reason why the mech industry tended to pay more attention to hares was because they were generally more promising, but that didn't mean that other mech designers were all worthless. Vase could only wait in the long run to see whether Miles and Meryl would be able to succeed despite their slower pace. Their lifespans were finite and they only had so many years to realize their ambitions. I hope the two of you will remain productive and don't neglect your assignments while you are working in the design department. He eventually said, do you have any questions or encountered any issues in your projects? Miles raised his hand. Yes, I don't entirely feel comfortable working on the Ghost project. I can understand your intention of putting me under your wing and allowing me to leverage my specialty to a mech that suits my work, but as I have mentioned earlier, I do not entirely feel competent enough to undertake this responsibility. My wife and I believe in you. Vase told the man. You have worked in our clan since the beginning. We know what you are capable of and we possess a good understanding of your limits. The work assignments that we have prepared for you are supposed to be difficult, but not to the point of overwhelming you. I don't intend you to play a nominal role in this design project. I expect you to provide material help in finding the right low-profile flight system and integrate it properly into our upcoming expert stealth mech. Miles did not look confident. Those are daunting tasks, sir. First, flight systems developed for stealth mechs and at the expert mech level no less are rare and difficult to understand. I am having a hard time communicating with the development companies that are familiar to our clan because of this reason. Second, I do not understand stealth technology well enough to understand what is needed to integrate a special flight system to a stealth mech and ensure that it will not leak out any emissions when active. Neither of these problems should be insurmountable to you. Vase replied, the first issue that you have mentioned can be remedied easily enough by taking a crash course. If you can't find the necessary information in our extensive internal library, then come to me and I will obtain the necessary textbooks from an external channel. As for the second issue, there is no need for you to bear all of the burdens by yourself. I will be taking care of all of the stealth tech stuff. The main reason I want you to be involved is because you can provide material help in making it easier for the Ghost Project to remain stealthy while moving quickly. One of the greatest challenges to designing the Ghost Project or any flight-capable stealth mech for that matter was to retain its invisibility while on the move. It was fairly easy for a stealth mech or stealth vessel to sneak up to an enemy when it was coasting along in space on a ballistic course, but the situations in reality didn't always work out that way. There were many times where stealth mechs needed to take a turn, navigate through a winding tunnel or take a detour in order to avoid a closely monitored zone. This was where stealth mechs tended to slip up the most. Every mech weighed a lot of tons. In order for such a large and heavy machine to navigate properly in space, they needed to be equipped with flight systems that were powerful enough to push them in different directions. This was not a trivial exertion. If a single human in a mobile space suit attempted to change the course of a drifting mech by pushing against its frame, it would take a lot of time to gradually change the angle of flight of the machine. This was obviously impractical in the field, so stealth mechs needed to exert far more power in order to maneuver in space. That was where the dilemma came into play. Every mech designer working on a stealth mech project had to make a difficult choice. The mech designer could opt to prioritize stealth over mobility. The stealth mechs that followed this approach were excellent at infiltration, but were too slow to make enough contributions in battle. The reason why this was the case was because the slower stealth mechs did not have as many chances to screw up and show any imperfections while they were active. It became exponentially more difficult to hide their traces as long as they kept moving faster. This was why there was also another category of stealth mechs that put a much greater emphasis on mobility. Such stealth mechs were much more practical in active battle situations, but their chances of infiltrating enemy positions outside of battle were too low since it was harder to blend into a calm environment. However, stealth mechs actually didn't need to hide themselves flawlessly when they operated on an active battlefield. No matter whether they fought in space or on land, a typical battlefield was filled with lots of messy emissions such as energy beams and jamming signals. As long as a stealth mech did not release any strong emissions that were obviously inconsistent with all of the background energies, it could readily sneak up to an enemy mech formation unnoticed and assassinate a key machine. Once the stealth mech had done the deed, it would probably expose its traces, but as long as it was able to maintain its stealth systems, it could quickly retreat and move to safety before its position was bombarded by a furious volley of counterattacks. Generally, stealth mechs either leaned in one or the other direction. There were many confident and ambitious mech designers that tried to have it both ways, but few of them truly succeeded. Most stealth mech designs that tried to take the middle approach ended up too mediocre to outperform competing products. Vase was not arrogant enough to believe a bunch of journeymen could break this paradigm. Given the needs of his clan, he had firmly decided to position the Ghost Project as a battlefield prowler. He wanted Venerable Zimro Belson to become good at assassinating enemy expert mechs or equivalent opponents. This was why it was crucial to ensure that the Ghost Project scored well enough in terms of mobility. Most powerful enemies that the Ghost Project would be tasked with eliminating tended to be fast and powerful. It would be a dream for the Ghost Project to assassinate targets such as the Tensars if it could not even close the gap. Vase patted Miles' shoulder. Don't give up before we have properly started. I am counting on you to do your part in turning the Ghost Project into a battlefield stalker. I am confident enough in my ability to make it stealthy enough, but I need your help in ensuring that it possesses the mobility to be at the right place at the right time. I will try, sir. Chapter 4408 Gemini Family. Though Miles Tovar needed a little more handholding than Vase anticipated, it was not a big deal. The Ghost project gradually entered the right track as Vase and Miles regularly worked together to select and plan out the integration of numerous advanced mech systems. The role of advanced technology was indispensable for this design project, so Vase was willing to pay a lot of money and phase water to obtain a cutting-edge stealth system and low-profile flight system from an advanced development company. It is best if we purchase both of these key elements from the same developer. Miles told Vase. That is because the developer can attune the flight system to the stealth system from the start. We will experience much greater design problems if we attempt to mix and match separate systems from different developers. You're right, let us try and find the right combination from the right development company. The problem was that there weren't many development companies that were large and capable enough to support the development of advanced stealth systems. The market for these products was too small and limited, which meant that the price was inevitably high. Even if the Larkinson clan was willing to spend lavishly, Vase did not like getting ripped off, so he could only look beyond the limited offerings available in Davut. They eventually found a relatively good combination of mech systems when they shopped around at a major development company called Arkan and Bolt. Arkan and Bolt was a relatively major player in the tech development market and was based in the Magyar Middle Zone, which was far away from Davut to avoid any possible conflicts of interest. What Vase liked about Arkan and Bolt was that it had a lot of product lines and developed many different mech parts. The company was not only highly professional, but also accustomed to making its products work together. Arkan and Bolt has a good reputation in the industry. Miles mentioned, there has never been a case where the secrets of its stealth systems has been leaked to the enemies of a client. That we know of, Vase emphasized. That may be true, but since Arkan and Bolt deliberately markets itself as a trustworthy company, it should not be willing to risk its credibility for short-term gains. The negotiations with Arkan and Bolt went well. The company was highly professional, so while there wasn't much room for changes, the terms were relatively fair and transparent. Soon enough, the Larkinson clan signed a contract where Arkan and Bolt would develop customized versions of its products for the Ghost project. It was crucially important for the stealth system developed for the Larkinson clan to be unique from the ones provided to other customers of Arkan and Bolt. If the differences between all of these products weren't too big, then figuring out how to overcome the efforts of one of them would simultaneously unravel the others as well. The biggest downside was that Arkan and Bolt needed months of development time in order to prepare the customized products for the Ghost project. This meant that Vase, Miles and anyone else involved in the project could not make much substantial progress. Vase did not mind this problem as he could easily shift his attention to other design projects. As he began to spend his time working on other upcoming mechs such as the Dullahan project and the I project, he suddenly received an interesting piece of news from Calabast. Normally, the two held regular meetings in order for Vase to remain up to date on any major developments related to intelligence. For Calabast to contact him out of the blue and during a time where he was in the middle of a design session no less was highly unusual. Vase pulled himself out of his design mentality before accepting the call. A projection of the spymaster appeared. Calabast was sitting behind her desk while Arnold rested on her lap. The woman pampered her pet as usual by massaging his back with her hand. "What's up, Calabast? We have stumbled upon an opportunity that may be of interest to us." Calabast answered as she immediately addressed the topic. One of the many pioneering fleets roaming the border region has discovered a secret alien asteroid base that has apparently existed for centuries if not millennia. It is supposedly a thieves' den that has long provided safe harbor to smugglers and pirates. Now this sounded interesting. What race does this pirate station belong to? Vase asked. Is piracy even common among the indigenous aliens? What is the fighting power of this secret stronghold? Calabast raised her palm to stop Vase from asking more questions. I can't provide you with any detailed answers. The information that we have received is extremely limited. If we want to know more, then we need to join the upcoming raid on the pirate station. Vase frowned. It sounds like there is a greater story behind this. Please start from the beginning. Very well. This story started when a pioneering fleet belonging to a group called the Gemini family somehow discovered this hidden alien asteroid base. As an old and established pirate haunt, the indigenous aliens that operated it for a long time had done an excellent job at blending it in the middle of an immense asteroid belt. We do not know how the Gemini family succeeded in finding it when other pioneering fleets transiting through the star system presumably failed to detect any clues, but I digress. What is important is that the Geminis have found a juicy alien target that has not yet been spoiled. This was a massive find. These days, Any region of space where humans had begun to explore on a wide scale turned into a disaster region. Entire continents became uprooted when greedy pioneers engaged in destructive mining. A lot of primitive aliens living on life-bearing planets were wiped out in totality so that the pioneers could earn MTA merits. With so many pioneers working to extract any possible source of easy profits from the border region, it was hard for a single cohesive alien force or stronghold to remain intact all this time. How the Geminis have managed to discover the alien pirate base is not important. Calabast told Vase. What we need to think about is what the Gemini family has done next. You see, after scouting the defenses of the alien base, the initial discoverers eventually found that their strength is not sufficient enough to defeat the defenders. The only way for them to launch a successful assault is to bring in other help. Lots of help. This is why the Geminis have discreetly contacted an unknown number of other pioneers that are close enough to take part in a combined assault. Vase understood what was going on now. The Gemini family wanted to swallow up the long-standing alien pirate base but didn't have the numbers to succeed. The Geminis would have no doubt preferred to sit on the news and wait until it had grown strong enough to defeat the hidden pirate base. However, the longer the Gemini family refused to take action, the greater the chance that another pioneer might discover the alien asteroid base. At that point, the Gemini family might end up obtaining nothing as one of their rivals went ahead and launched a decisive attack. Speed was of the essence here. The Geminis probably didn't have the time to slowly form a united coalition of different pioneering groups, so they could only contact strangers who were in the vicinity in order to quickly gather a respectable attack force. Vase grew suspicious. We have never had any contact with this Gemini family as far as I'm aware of. Do we have any existing relations with this group? No, Calabast replied with certainty. The Gemini family is a pioneering group that originally came from the galactic heartland. Once the Geminis entered the Red Ocean, they moved to the Krakatoa Middle Zone and colonized the Hoster system. The new colony is situated well away from Davut and Karlok, so it hasn't fallen into their spheres of influence. I see. While that sounds reassuring enough, please look into the Gemini family further to make sure they do not have any reasons for taking us down. Our agents are already on it. We will be able to provide you with a more extensive intelligence report on the Gemini family by the end of the day. Calabast promised. Can you tell me what the Gemini family is like? What kind of people are we dealing with here? Are they aggressive in nature? This time, the spymaster hesitated. It looked as if she had difficulty in formulating her words. Vase narrowed his eyes. What's wrong? There's one important aspect about the Gemini family that you need to know. This ancient and traditional family maintains an unusual cultural custom that has evoked a great amount of disgust and rejection in many people. There are a lot of weird and eccentric groups in human space. If man-hating people like the Hexers are able to build a state, then it should be easy for all kinds of other cultures to take root. That is true, but this case is different from that of the Hexers. No matter what you can say about them, the Hexers at least maintain a semblance of traditional marriage norms. The Geminis on the other hand have entirely subverted it so that they can put their own notions into practice. Don't tease me, Calabast. Say it already. What is wrong with this bunch of people? The spymaster no longer dragged it out. The Gemini family maintains a universal custom of marrying brothers to sisters. Every adult member of this family is married to a sibling. I see what you mean. Humanity had come a long way since the days they were hunting mammoths and gathering berries to feed their bellies. Even back then, the ancient cavemen knew better than to marry close relatives together. Over the ages, humanity not only exploded in population, but also became more sophisticated as a race. The practice of incest should have long been swept into the dustbin of history. What the Gemini family did sounded nothing less than regression. I don't understand, Vase said. How are the Geminis able to maintain this practice without degenerating into a collection of inbred idiots? Does every member of the family play along with this unnatural custom? It's not as dangerous as it looks if you think about it, Vase. You see, the Gemini family consists entirely of designer babies. Every addition to the family is planned instead of left to chance. When a mother births a pair of twins, the offspring are both designer babies formed out of a combination of genes that minimize or rule out the possibility of genetic defects. In this way, the Gemini family has been able to survive and even thrive for many generations while remaining remarkably united. That sounds absurd. Only a crazy person would come up with such a disgusting approach to family planning. Calabast did not look as judgmental. Your response is normal, but it isn't necessarily warranted. After all, the traditional objection to marrying brothers to sisters is that the children and grandchildren will become physically less fit. In genetics, inbreeding problems are produced by the ailments that have formed from the expression of recessive genes. There used to be no way to prevent this from happening, but human technology has developed so much that we can precisely understand the effects of individual genes and alter them to our liking. Inbreeding is not a problem anymore. Technically, this was true. In an age where people like Vase could order a designer baby where a team of geneticists could precisely program a baby's eye color or cognitive talents, it was trivial to prevent adverse recessive genes from emerging. What this meant in practice was that any siblings, not just the Geminis, could marry each other and produce offspring without any worries. Vase began to imagine what it would be like if Gloriana and Brutus or Aurelian and Marvane married each and started having kids. He shuddered at the images produced by his imagination. Biotechnology or not, the family customs of the Gemini family was just too unnatural. Chapter 4409 Unorthodox Family Planning. You're not pulling another prank on me, are you? Vase suspiciously asked. Please tell me that the Gemini family doesn't exist. Please tell me that there isn't an entire group out there where brothers and sisters happily form new couples while producing twin siblings that grow up to form the next generation of couples. Calabas chuckled as she kept stroking Arnold's back. I am being serious, Vase. You can look it up on the galactic net if you need confirmation. Humanity is incredibly diverse and space is big enough to offer room for all kinds of peoples and ideologies. I can tell you that the Gemini family is not the only organization that has institutionalized inbreeding. As I have already said, technology has broken down the rationale for many taboos a long time ago. The main reason why most humans still cling on to them is because society is lagging behind. Though her initial reaction to the Gemini family was not that much better, her training and her experiences quickly allowed her to move past her instinctive feelings of disgust and rejection. Vase apparently had more trouble with trying to adapt to this strange family custom. There was still a significant difference between making it feasible for close relatives to produce viable children and turning it into an acceptable social practice. In the end, Vase let out a deep sigh and decided to adopt a tolerant attitude towards it. He was already accustomed to doing so with loathsome groups like the Hexers or difficult personalities. His attitude towards different cultures had always been to ignore any detrimental aspects. He would rather focus on the points that could produce a basis of cooperation. This had always worked out well for him. Over the years, much of his success was due to how he managed to bind different individuals and groups together. From securing the loyalty of alien-designed spirits that had little in common with humans to obtaining the loyalty of weird and different outfits such as the Sword Maidens and the Penitent Sisters, Vase had definitely become good at forming heterogeneous relationships. There was no reason why Vase should make an exception for the Gemini family. Clearly it was doing well if it was powerful enough to colonize its own planet in the new frontier. As long as Vase aside the messy cultural differences and kept his focus on economic interests, there shouldn't be a problem to find common ground with the Gemini family. Do you know how many pioneers the Geminis have invited to their party? No, but I do not believe there will be too many participants. Calabas replied, the Gemini family cannot control the situation if there are too many strongmen in one location. Do you know whether the Geminis contacted us for a specific reason, or did they just send out invitations to any pioneers that are in the vicinity? The Gemini family has invited our entire alliance to take part in a raid because we are close and because we possess enough strength as we have abundantly demonstrated during the Battle of Pima Prime. The demand for strong mech forces is an important indication about the opposition that the Geminis expect to face. While we presume that the alien asteroid base is situated on the Krakatoa side of the border, don't forget that the Zelmer Upper Zone is right next door. The main areas of activity of the alien pirate forces should have been the trade routes utilized by the major alien races. Vase sat up straighter in his chair. Wait, what, are you telling me these pirates are strong enough that they dare to attack first-class alien fleets? Trade ships, Vase. While we have not obtained any details about the pirate forces rooted in this asteroid base, there is still an enormous difference between attacking a cargo ship and attacking a military warship or equivalent vessel. Besides, the division between classes is an artificial human construct. The indigenous aliens aren't as rigid, so it is not unusual for second-class ships to mix together with first-class ships. That did not reassure Vase so much. I hope that the Gemini family and whoever else is willing to take part in this operation will first try to scout and determine the actual strength of these alien pirate forces. I may be reckless at times, but even I know better than to launch a blind raid on an enemy stronghold that has a history of challenging strong opponents. You can ask all of those questions to the Geminis if our alliance agrees to take part in this operation. They would not have invited us to join the raid or even think about attacking the asteroid base themselves if the alien opposition is too insurmountable. From what we can gather, the alien warships and defenses may be strong enough to require the intervention of ace mechs, but it shouldn't require too many of them. It is important to note that the Gemini family is also capable of fielding ace mechs. The Geminis have multiple ace pilots. Calabast grinned. They do. The Gemini Saints are one of the most remarkable pairs of ace pilots in human space. Vase already had a bad feeling about this. You mean, Saint Sandro Gemini is the twin brother of Saint Kaya Gemini. Simultaneously, Saint Sandro is also married to Saint Kaya. Both of them have produced multiple pairs of twins who have subsequently married each other and produced children themselves. The Gemini Saints are currently great-grandparents at this time. Imagine the amount of twin couples that they have spawned over their 150 years of life. Calabast spoke those words as if she took pleasure in inducing discomfort in Vase. To be honest, Vase almost felt sick after hearing how extensively the Gemini family practiced its unorthodox style of family planning. He couldn't imagine what it would be like to study the Gemini family tree. At least they don't have a habit of marrying their parents to their children or something, right? You don't have to worry about that particular cultural custom. The spymaster reassured him. The Geminis care about families more than most. They would never distort marriage to such a degree. It goes against their ideology. That sounded extremely weird considering that the Geminis have no problem turning twin siblings into married couples, but oh well. Vase tried to do his best to push all of this strange but ultimately not so relevant marriage customs aside and focused on more important information. If the Gemini family has two ace mechs at its disposal, will both of them be deployed in battle? That is likely the case. Calabast said, we have collected enough intelligence to know that the Gemini pioneering fleet is accompanied by the both of Gemini Saints. In fact, Saint Sandra Gemini and Saint Kaya Gemini are never too far apart. They have grown up together from the moment their embryos have been planted in the womb of their mother and they fought every battle as a destiny team. Destiny team, Vase questioned as he sensed an unusual meaning in this phrase. That is what they call the rare but incredibly symbolic pairing between a twin brother and sister that have both become mech pilots. This is quite a rare occurrence within the Gemini family as the chances of both twins developing the right genetic aptitudes are fairly small. It was like trying to win the lottery twice. Winning once was already remarkable enough, but winning it again was a lot more improbable. While the Gemini family might have tried their best to treat their twins as equally as possible, there were so many variables that determined the development of genetic aptitudes that even identical twins were not guaranteed to become potentates at the same time. I take it that there aren't a lot of destiny couples within the Gemini family. Calabast nodded. That is correct, but each one is precious beyond belief. They enjoy a high status among the Geminis and they are known to be a lot more effective in battle. Each destiny couple has developed excellent teamwork and can cover each other in a battle to a near-perfect degree. Compared to the Tensars that we fought against in the previous battle, the teamwork that the destiny couples are capable of are on another level. It was not difficult for Vase to believe in this claim. He could not imagine how close an emotional and maybe spiritual bond these twin pairings had developed after living intimately alongside each other for so many years. What about the Gemini Saints? They are the apex of what destiny couples can produce. The leader of the Black Cats said, Saint Sandro and Saint Kaya have fought together in numerous battles over the past century. They not only managed to survive these difficulties together, but advanced to the rank of expert pilot and ace pilot in lockstep. Their story is quite remarkable and makes for good reading material so long as you can overcome the fact that they are an incestuous couple. I am sure their biography has become a bestseller. Vase mildly said, that's an understatement. He had actually grown extremely interested in meeting the Gemini family and observing their couples up close. His intuition told him that their unorthodox family planning may have produced wonderful effects that were deeper and more profound than was visible on the surface. After a bit of thought, he decided that it might be worthwhile to explore this invitation. He clasped his fingers together. Let me just say that I am open to cooperating with the Geminis. I'm not sure whether the Glory Seekers are willing to go along with this surprise offer, but I bet the Cross clan will strongly be in favor of taking part in this operation. Patriarch Reginald Cross is spoiling for another fight, and it will be extremely interesting for him to fight alongside several other friendly ace mechs. Our clan is still waiting for a response from our allies, but I do not think it will be long before we can issue a reply to the Gemini family. We currently do not have enough details to determine whether it is safe enough for us to attack the alien asteroid base, so the Geminis must provide us with more information before we can think about committing to this attack. If the Geminis are smart enough, they will not leave us in suspension. The deployment of not just one, but multiple pioneering fleets protected by ace mechs was a massive endeavor. An enormous fight would ensue at an intensity that might exceed that of the Battle of Pima Prime. While the amount of mechs involved may be a lot less, the weight of firepower and the amount of heavy combat assets may be far greater. In the face of a fight between ace mechs and alien warships, ordinary mechs would probably be relegated to cannon fodder. While mechs could still play a lot of useful roles in a possible assault against an alien asteroid base, quantity alone was not sufficient to carry a fight. Only warships or assets equivalent to them could play the leading role in such an engagement. If the Larkinson clan received this offer a month before, then Vase would not have been inclined to accept it. The lack of heavy firepower was a severe shortcoming, and battle formations alone were not enough to deal against warships, especially when distance was a big issue. Fortunately, his clan had received an upgrade. The Instrument of Doom should come in handy. Vase grinned. It was the perfect siege weapon. It had been able to penetrate through 16 relatively small asteroids in a row during its initial test. Whatever asteroid base the alien pirates were hiding in was probably a lot bigger and denser. It would most definitely be reinforced by all kinds of thick alloy plating and may even be covered by transphasic energy shields or similar. Even so, as long as the Instrument of Doom struck hard and often enough, any formidable defensive measures would crumble against the Phase King's might. Chapter 4410 Power Dynamics. The leaders of the Golden Skull Alliance held a short meeting in order to discuss the matter of responding to the Gemini family's invitation. Vase, Marshal Ariadne Woden and Master Benedict Cortez held a quick virtual meeting to discuss their stance on the matter. Properly speaking, Patriarch Reginald Cross should be the person attending this meeting on behalf of his clan, but the ace pilot had become more aloof towards any chores he considered mundane. He found it much better and more convenient to push forth a proper thinker such as Master Benedict to handle the more administrative and political affairs. That was probably one of the smarter decisions that Patriarch Reginald had made. The three leaders immediately went to business as soon as they entered the virtual conference room. Each of them already spent a bit of time on learning more about the Gemini family. Their understanding of this successful pioneering group might not be as thorough as they liked, but they learned enough to make a preliminary judgment. The offer should be sincere. Master Benedict began. We judge that this offer is unlikely to be a trap, simply because the Gemini saints would never allow for such duplicity. All of the sources that we have references so far have painted them in an upright and honorable light. The Gemini family has also maintained a relatively clean track record. Their greatest strength is their focus towards family, though some might argue that it is their greatest weakness as well. That was an understatement. The Gemini family resembled a warped version of the Larkinson clan. Vase saw many parallels of his own clan in that of this twisted family. Both groups were quirky and eccentric. Both groups preferred to remain independent. Both groups tried to uphold a good reputation. Both groups valued honor and integrity. Both groups put a great emphasis on developing their mech pilots. Yet for all of their similarities, they were nothing alike in many other matters. For example, the Larkinson clan was primarily oriented towards mech design and selling mechs. The Gemini family followed a more traditional route and invested much of its resources into building up a planetary colony, though it also happened to do well in the biotech industry. It did not surprise anyone that the Gemini family actually ran a highly successful human genetics company. Although the Gemini family was ultimately not the same as the Larkinson family, Vase could still take advantage of the many similarities to read the other pioneering group. He rubbed his smooth-shaven chin. It is clear that the Gemini family really wants to break open and plunder the alien asteroid base. There has to be enough spoils in there to make it worthwhile to assault defenses that are strong enough to be able to repel two ace mechs. While I am sure that the Geminis will attempt to form a profit-sharing agreement with the pioneering groups that have accepted their invitation, I can't help but feel there may be a tricky angle to this operation. Marshal Ariadne Woden did not view the Gemini family in a good light. I also have my suspicions about the Geminis. They are unlikely to plot against us, but they will not have as much scruples in trying to exploit us. Given the opposition that we might face, there is a great chance that we will suffer considerably more damage than we can make up with our share of spoils. We need to ask for assurances that we will eventually be better off than we were before, and even then there is still a chance that the Geminis may have hidden a greater secret. Though the leader of the Glory Seekers utilized reasonable words, Vase could tell that the woman did not bother to hide her inward disgust at the Gemini family. Hexers and Geminis possessed radically different views about family. The two groups would probably not be able to get along well if they were put together in the same room. Fortunately, a bit of the Larkinson clan had rubbed off on the Glory Seekers, so Marshal Ariadne was able to exert enough control over herself to be open to the idea of cooperation. Clinging too hard to morality and ideology had a tendency to get people killed in a place like the Red Ocean. Only power and interests could help the pioneers survive this unforgiving early period. I think it is best to remind ourselves that we are not obliged to help the Gemini family raid this supposed alien pirate den. Master Benedict astutely said, there are far more opportunities to plunder alien riches in other star systems and regions, and we don't necessarily have to share in order to do so. Working together alongside powerful strangers introduces many complications that we may not be ready to handle. Vase looked intrigued. Does that mean your cross clan is disinclined to explore the Gemini family's offer? The master mech designer looked resigned. If I had a choice, then I would have voted to stay our course and follow our original plan. Patriarch Reginald has other ideas. Since Patriarch Reginald possessed the biggest fist in the Golden Skull Alliance, it was extremely difficult for anyone to go against his wishes. Everyone in the virtual conference room exchanged knowing glances. They all knew that if the only ace pilot of the expeditionary fleet was dead set on fighting alongside the Gemini Saints, there was little they could do to change his course. It was best if the Golden Skull Alliance could obtain additional concessions from the Gemini family in exchange for providing muscle for this major operation. To be honest, I am not that opposed to teaming up with the Geminis, but it has to be worth it. Vase decisively said, I have many concerns about this raid, one of which is how every participant is supposed to split the spoils. Although I don't think we may get betrayed, I am acutely aware that if we have won the battle, it will be relatively easier for other participating pioneering groups to bully us into accepting the less desirable spoils. If we want to ensure that we won't suffer any setbacks during this crucial time, then we better hope that our possible teammates will be manageable. Marshal Ariadne snorted. Hope is fleeting when you consider the Gemini family has 2 ace mechs at its disposal. Not only that, but the Gemini Saints have literally grown up and become stronger together. Their teamwork should be so impeccably good that their synergy must have reached an unspeakable height. Fighting against the 2 of them may have the same effect as fighting against 3 more ordinary ace mechs. This is most definitely their greatest source of leverage and their primary means to keep the rest of us in line. The power dynamic of the coalition that the Gemini family attempted to build was an important source of uncertainty. The Golden Skull Alliance had little idea on what sort of combined force the Geminis wanted to gather for their upcoming operation. All sorts of mixed groups could gather together in a single place. The Geminis would have their hands full in trying to prevent quarrels and make sure that everyone performed earnestly on the battlefield. Vase did not really look forward to combining forces with not so trustworthy pioneering groups. At least the parties he was familiar with, such as the Cross clan and the Hexers, had proven themselves worthy of trust after fighting alongside his clan during many difficult battles. The bond they forged during these trying times went beyond transactions and moved into genuine friendship territory. There was no way to forge anything close to such an intimate bond after meeting a bunch of strangers for the first time. It was already a certainty that the other invited pioneers would bring their own ace pilots as well, or else they simply wouldn't be worth much in an offensive operation of this scope. The 3 leaders continued to exchange their thoughts and explore each other's willingness to go along with the Gemini family. I'm open to participating in it as long as the price is right. Vase announced. Marshal Ariadne Woden sighed. Our glory seekers are not greedy for alien treasures, but we will accompany you and Madame Gloriana everywhere you go. If you believe this operation is of benefit to you, then we will be there to protect you against the dangers that your own clansmen cannot handle themselves. As for Master Benedict, his answer had already been said before this meeting had even started. Patriarch Reginald is not an ace pilot that is content with hiding his edge. He thinks that long-term stagnancy will only dull it instead. As long as the Gemini family's operation is not a trap or a deliberate attempt to damage our interests, Reginald will not want to miss the opportunity to fight alongside his peers. Now that they set the stance of the Golden Skull Alliance, Vase pulled out of the virtual setting and transmitted a message to Minister Sheddarin Pernus to proceed with opening up a dialogue with the Gemini family. Jobs like these were best left to the professionals, and Sheddarin Pernus was by far the most qualified diplomat in the entire Golden Skull Alliance. It did not surprise Vase that the talks proceeded at a rapid pace. Minister Sheddarin apparently only needed less than 2 hours to form a preliminary agreement with his Gemini counterpart. As Vase puzzled over the design of the Dullahan project, he was interrupted by another priority call. "So what do you have, Sheddarin? The Gemini family has been fairly accommodating to our needs," Sheddarin immediately reported. "While we have yet to obtain too many details about the target the Geminis intend to hit, they have been much more forthcoming about providing the assurances that we have requested." That sounded hopeful. Vase looked intrigued. "You've talked with the Geminis for a while. What is your overall impression of them? What is their attitude towards us? Do they see us as expendable mercenaries, or do they value our strength?" These were difficult questions to answer given that Minister Sheddarin only established limited contact with the Gemini family. The older man had to take a moment to collect his thoughts. "I cannot say this with any certainty, but my impression of the other party is that we may be able to play an important part in their battle plan. The discussion we held leads me to believe that the Geminis have studied our public battle footage extensively and have taken notice of the lethality of our battle formations. It did not take much guessing what the Geminis wanted from the Larkinson clan. They want us to employ our infamous death battle formations to bypass the defenses of a heavily fortified asteroid base and snuff out all alien life huddling inside. Is that correct?" "That is my judgment as well, sir. They also wish to borrow the firepower of an incredibly destructive ace hybrid mech in the form of the Mars. The Gemini family has already confirmed to us that the alien pirate base is home to many warships, although most of them are fairly small and not as intimidating as they sound. The Mars with its Arceus system is well suited to cripple or break open the defenses of the weaker warships in quick succession. This was exactly the kind of stage where the Mars could perform at its peak. The Ace hybrid mech possessed the firepower to pummel warships and the mobility to take advantage of the cover of nearby asteroids. Do the alien defenders also make use of small craft that are more appropriate for ordinary mechs to fight against?" Vase asked. "That depends on the composition of alien races and groups," Sheddarin replied. "There are aliens that make use of them, and they are likely more prevalent among pirate fleets due to their lower costs and logistical requirements. Our mechs will have plenty to do if we decide to take part in this operation." Vase had always been curious to see how his mechs fared against alien small craft. Such a confrontation would represent a true clash of civilizations. Chapter 4411 Disapproval. After the Golden Skull Alliance and the Gemini family managed to hit it off to an extent, the former agreed to travel to the location of the latter. Fortunately, the distance was manageable and it would only take around a week to arrive in the same star system. Other groups that had expressed enough interest in working together with the Gemini family were on their way as well. The representative of the Geminis had already informed the Larkinsons that at least 4 other pioneering fleets had answered the call. More may join the party as well, but it became increasingly less likely that the Geminis would accept any further invitations after enough time had passed. The family that started this initiative did not wish to stall for too long. The more time passed by, the greater the chances that third parties might come and interfere. The Geminis had already shown a lot of patience by waiting long enough for the invitees to rendezvous at their position. When Gloriana received word that the expeditionary fleet was about to take part in another massive raid operation, she did not hold back her concerns. "Are you crazy, Vase?" She confronted him with a hiss while their children were sitting on the deck while playing with their new toys. "We already suffered substantial losses in a battle that we had concluded only a few months earlier. What makes you think we are ready to fight against even stronger opponents?" Vase did not look concerned. He waved his hand as if to dismiss her fears. "The Gemini family wouldn't have the guts to organize a coalition fleet if our chances of beating the alien defenses are too slim. Besides, we can always cut and run if the situation is beginning to look wrong. Our black cats are working hard to collect more intelligence and we will constantly keep our guard up. We should at least meet with the Geminis and sound them out before we make our final judgment." "The Gemini family can't be trusted," Gloriana exclaimed. Her raised voice attracted the attention of their children. "Their ideas about families and marriage are horrifying. Sisters should never be compelled to marry their brothers, especially when they are twins. For the Gemini family to force this upon their offspring not once, but throughout its whole organization as a sign that it is completely rotten from top to bottom. I wouldn't trust a single promise from their inbred mouths. Vase grew annoyed. You are judging a book by its cover, honey. Have you ever met or talked to the Geminis yet? I do not want you to malign our potential allies for a potentially lucrative offensive operation before we have met them properly. You are letting your biases and prejudices get the better of your logic. There are solid benefits to cooperating with the Geminis, and I do not want you to spoil this opportunity because you are too intolerant to accept their exotic cultural practices. His wife let out a breath in exasperation. Don't you know how disgusting that is? You are actually thinking about fighting alongside incestual perverts. Look, I don't care what they do in the bedroom, but I do not want any of the Geminis to get close to our clan and begin infecting our children with their unnatural views. What's wrong, Mama? Aurelia innocently asked. Gloriana quickly turned and directed a loving smile at her daughter. Nothing is wrong, my dear. Your dum-dum of a father is just thinking about befriending the wrong crowd. There are many awful people in human space that you should never meet, and the Gemini family is one of them. The people of this family are not like us at all. They aren't even human, to be honest. They are all unnatural spawn that need to be fed into the incinerator wholesale. While Vase did not exactly feel comfortable with the Gemini family either, he did not want his wife to spew poison into the minds of their children. You are going too far, Gloriana. You may avoid the Geminis if you don't like their practices, but don't make enemies with them just because their culture offends your sensibilities. You don't hear me talking about how much I dislike the Hexers to the point where I want to kill off all of the women who think that men should be driven to extinction. In my eyes, Hexers and Geminis are not that different. They are both pariah groups that cling to their own separate cultures. The Hexers are nothing like the Geminis. You are slandering my mother and all of my relatives with your unwarranted comparison. Calm down, Gloriana. What did I tell you about raising your voice in front of our children? As the couple continued to argue against each other, they seemed to have forgotten the fact that their son and daughters had long stopped paying attention to their toys. Mama and Papa are shouting again, Andraste whispered as she dropped her Dark Witch Prestige Edition Mech figurine. It will be fine, Aurelia said as she took on the role of the responsible big sister. Mama and Papa always argue against each other. They always make up with each other after they have nothing left to shout. They will stop sooner if we start to cry or ask fussy. Let's do that then, sister. Aurelia raised her arm to keep Andraste down. No, don't. Why not? Aurelia kept observing her parents with unusually insightful eyes. Because sometimes our mother and father need to vent at each other. It is not good for them to bottle up their frustrations and defer their outbursts. Both of her younger siblings looked confused. I don't want this, Marvane whined. My friends tell me that their mamas and papas never fight like this. Why are ours different? They are different because they are strong. If you want to become as strong as Papa in the future, then you need to shout as loudly as him, little brother. Oh, the children eventually tired of the ongoing shouting match and decided to move to one of their bedrooms so that they could jump onto a bed and play with their other toys. Just as the oldest daughter predicted, Vase and Gloriana eventually ran out of words to say. Neither of them were demented enough to repeat their earlier arguments. They were mech designers after all. They were too smart to waste their time on such an unproductive activity. They would rather spend their time working on their mech design projects. Okay, Vase. Gloriana placed her hands on her hips. Since I can't dissuade you and the rest from reconsidering your decision to work with the Gemini family, then I at least want you to limit our cooperation with this group as much as possible. We have better things to do than to hold a cultural exchange with people who marry their own siblings and have children who they have already decided to form family units of their own. I will not accept any attempt to import their detestable views on family to our clan. Vase held her shoulders and looked into her eyes. That won't happen, I can promise you that. None of our clansmen are crazy enough to think that the Geminis are worth imitating, and I have no desire to replicate their customs. We have our own principles. You should have more confidence in our own way of life. Our clan might not be as old as the Gemini family, but our values are just as strong, isn't that right, Goldie? Nya. The golden cat materialized in the air and exuded a warm glow that was quintessentially Larkinson. Vase plucked the adorable ancestral spirit from the air and massaged her chin and cheeks. Goldie is the guardian of our culture and our way of life. He explained to his wife. She plays an extensive role in our clan and can do more than you think. Our glowing kitty over here is our best guardian against any influences that desire to corrupt our clansmen. I don't think the Geminis will proactively attempt to convert us to their ways, but even if they do, it will never work. Showing off Goldie was the right move. His wife calmed down and became a lot more reassured as she felt the power and the reassuring nature of the heart of the Larkinson network. When Vase originally came up with the golden cat, he infused it with all of his ideals related to family in her spiritual makeup. The implications of this move were far-reaching. The rate of people in the Larkinson clan that got married and started having kids was considerably higher than average. Goldie could therefore be regarded as an instrument that encouraged the Larkinsons to follow the way of life that Vase had originally proscribed. This was not entirely fixed, though. Goldie, like other spiritual entities, possessed the capacity to grow and change over time. Though she still looked as slender and adorable as ever, she had not only grown stronger since her birth, but she had also become a lot smarter and wiser. Even Vase didn't know how clever she was or what kind of ambitions she had developed during this time. However, Vase always believed that Goldie would continue to do what was best for him and the Larkinsons. After Goldie received enough pets, she flipped her tail and removed her manifestation. What could Gloriana say against all of this? It was impossible for her to argue against the spirit that not only represented the Larkinsons, but also bound them all together. I will be keeping my eye on the Geminis, Vase. I will be there the moment they step out of line. That won't happen, honey. The expeditionary fleet continued on its journey until they finally arrived in another obscure star system that didn't even have a proper name. The local red dwarf star was so weak and unimpressive that there was only a single terrestrial planet in orbit. 3 different fleets were already present in the star system. The biggest one in the center most definitely belonged to the Gemini family. Their iconic purple and blue color scheme echoed the duality of many of their couples. 2 other fleets had arrived earlier from different directions and were already making their way to the orbit of the sole planet in the star system. The Larkinsons already managed to identify them. One of the fleets belonged to the Adelaide Mercenary Company. The Adelaides initially made their fortune in the mercenary sector, but had long outgrown their humble beginnings as soldiers of fortune. They still kept their original name and continued to engage in the mercenary business to a limited degree, but with an ace pilot in their ranks they had also become involved in other activities. From what Vase had learned, the Adelaide Mercenary Company was all right, he supposed. Mercenaries were never completely clean, but this particular group was considerably more upright than usual. If they weren't, it would have been a lot less likely for them to produce an ace pilot from their own ranks. The other fleet belonged to a formidable research institution called the Lehrer Institution. The Lehrer Foundation was a behemoth. Its primary focus laid in research and development, with a particular emphasis on robotics, automation and heavy-duty industrial machinery. While the Lehrer Foundation was strong to build up multiple powerful mech forces, most of them were assigned to protect the powerful group's many assets. The Lehrer Expeditionary Fleet was the exception. It was tasked with exploring the Red Ocean to collect interesting samples and data that could further the main Foundation's extensive research activities. In other words, the Lehrer fleet that accepted the Gemini family's invitation only represented a fraction of the parent group's total strength. These guys are a bit of a mixed bag. Vase ultimately judged. Mercenaries and research assistants did not sound like the kind of warriors that Vase would like to fight by his side, but beggars couldn't be choosers. Since both pioneering groups were good enough to produce ace pilots within their ranks, then their combat approaches shouldn't be too bad. Let's see how trustworthy they are when I can meet them in reality. Chapter 4412 Twin Refuge. It took a bit of time for the remaining 2 invited pioneering fleets to arrive in the star system where the Gemini family held court. Each of the 4 fleets parked well away from each other. They clearly did not trust each other well enough to move close enough to give the ace mechs hailing from the other parties to launch any surprise attacks. In order to make sure that an ace mech did not secretly try to take them by surprise, every fleet deployed an extensive sensor and scouting network that monitored the surrounding spaces for unusual warp travel activity. The chances that any one of the gathered groups would go on the attack against each other was slim, but it was better to be safe than sorry. The Gemini family soon requested every group to send over representatives to discuss their proposed cooperation in person. The Golden Skull Alliance dispatched Vase, Marshal Ariadne Woden and Master Benedict Cortez among other people. Patriarch Reginald Cross initially wanted to come as well, but he played an essential role in protecting the expeditionary fleet. Now that so many ace pilots had gathered in a single star system, it became more important than ever for these powerful warriors to guard against each other. Besides, the Geminis may be eager to cooperate with their guests, but they weren't stupid enough to allow a powerful ace mech to approach their fleet, especially at this early stage. The ace pilots of all of the groups would have to wait a while longer before they could meet together. The shuttles and escort mechs approaching the Gemini fleet were heading towards the flagship situated in the center. "What an unusual design," Vase said in an admiring tone. "These Geminis truly love to double everything up. The twin refuge looks as if a ship designer has mashed one fleet carrier hull against another identical hull." The result was a broad capital ship that vaguely resembled a double-barreled gun. Though the twin refuge was a lot slower and more massive than many other fleet carriers, she was able to hold 1,500 mechs in total. This was an impressive capacity that even made Vase envious for a while. There aren't a lot of shipyards in the Red Ocean that are able and willing to construct hulls as large as this. Vase sighed as he stroked Lucky's back. "I can't imagine how much it cost the Gemini family to commission such a large and massive fleet carrier." "Meow," Lucky helpfully replied as he closed his eyes. It did not take long for the delegations to arrive next to the twin refuge. An extensive series of security procedures needed to happen first before the Geminis allowed the guests to come on board their flagship. All of this was routine and agreed upon beforehand, so Vase and everyone else patiently waited for the Geminis to clear them and pass them through. To be honest, all of these precautions were a bit overdone. None of the arrivals were insane enough to mess with a fleet that was guarded by two overprotective ace pilots. Vase could already feel their overpowering presences from several kilometers away. Even though the famed or infamous Gemini saints were not in the cockpits of their ace mechs, their saint kingdom still existed and formed a shell around their bodies. They were just a lot weaker due to the lack of amplification from a compatible ace mech. That doesn't mean they are ineffective, though. A domain field can still produce unnatural phenomena even if the ace pilot is away from an ace mech. What kind of changes they could make to reality heavily depended on the nature of the pilot in question. Patriarch Reginald, for example, found it a lot easier to dominate the minds of strangers and command them to agree to all sorts of unfavorable concessions. Vase couldn't exactly determine what the Gemini saints could do, but he could already get a glimpse of their domains from this distance. He concentrated his mind and tried his best to get a sense of the two most powerful individuals in the Gemini family. "Well, I already suspected that they would be this close, but I never realized it could go this far." Vase had already speculated that unusual family practices of the Gemini family inevitably caused the twins who grew up and eventually married each other to develop a bond that was far closer and much more extensive than ordinary couples. If one or both of the individuals in question happened to be spiritually active, then there was a great chance that they would unconsciously form a weak spiritual bond that faintly allowed them to understand the conditions of their significant others. Of course, most people never realized what happened because they couldn't properly see, sense or develop this remarkable bond. The Gemini saints were different. Not only were they far closer to each other than the vast majority of other couples in human space, they were also extraordinarily powerful enough to actively strengthen their spiritual connection into a strong and unbreakable bond. This not only allowed them to deeply understand their partner's condition at any time, but Vase speculated that they may also be able to share each other's strengths. Vase was reminded by the way that Commander Kusela Ingvar was able to lend her strength to her brother Imon Ingvar. It was highly probable that Saint Sandro Gemini and Saint Kaya Gemini could not only lend their resources to each other, but perhaps they may have taken their cooperation a step further. Vase had the feeling that both intimate ace pilots had invented methods that enabled them to display exceptional forms of synergy with each other. Even when they were at rest, the powerful willpower of the Gemini saints passively attracted each other. They harmonized and synergized with each other in patterns that were frankly beautiful to him. He had never witnessed such a deep and total trust and familiarity in any other group of people. His imagination momentarily went wild as he began to come up with all kinds of powerful spiritual applications that could take advantage of this powerful twin bond. The Gemini family is probably filled with pairings that have developed similar bonds. I can probably draw out the potential of their mech pilots as long as I design the right mechs. Vase just knew in his heart that he could design mechs that could generate unsurpassed synergy if he wanted to. The rare qualities of the Gemini family and especially its notable destiny teams were rough gems that were begging to be cut. He retracted his senses and closed his eyes. Let's not get ahead of myself. I can offer to design a mech for the Geminis if I can get along with them. If not, then I should just move on and work on other designs. I already have plenty of projects on my plate. The shuttle eventually entered one of the hangar bays of the Twin Refuge. The flagship of the Gemini family was so enormous that it was able to receive its guests in separate hangar bays. This allowed the hosts to control the influx of people and prevent any scuffles from taking place in less than ideal conditions. Vase looked around and took in the environment. The Geminis were evidently fans of softer and more pastel colors. Many sharp edges and angles had been softened and rounded out in an attempt to reduce their aggressive appearance. It made the hangar bay and presumably the rest of the interior of the Twin Refuge look like an industrial daycare facility rather than a military vessel. At least their mechs still looked good enough. Vase muttered. Since the Gemini family was large and powerful enough to colonize its own planet and field its own ace mechs, it most definitely had its own mech company. Unlike the Living Mech Corporation, Gemini Mechs was not that big of a player in the local mech industry. It didn't really try that hard to build up a market presence, opting instead to serve the needs of the Gemini family. The reason for that was because anything related to the Gemini family tended to arouse a huge degree of disgust and revulsion from ordinary people. Strange, that, the Hexers also suffer from the same problem. The Gemini family shouldn't be too short of money, though. Any group that had 2 ace pilots on its retainer was most definitely a force to be reckoned with in the new frontier. Aside from that, Gemini genetics was a much bigger economic component of the family. Though Vase had never heard of it and the Larkinson clan had never paid for its services, Gemini Genetics was apparently an up-and-coming genetics company that specialized in developing affordable but effective designer babies for people who want their children to gain advantages from birth. As much as the practices of the Geminis worked against them, it was different in this case. The genetics company that had originally been founded to perpetuate their practices seemed to gain a positive boost due to its successful track record in keeping the Geminis sane and healthy for so long. In any case, the Geminis themselves were clearly a lot more pleasant to look at than their rather safe and inspiring mech models. Many twins and couples not only grew up and slept together, but they also studied the same courses and performed the same jobs. It was rather odd to see the sheer amount of Geminis performing the exact same jobs as their twins and spouses. Everything comes in twos. 2 mech technicians serviced the same part of the same mechs. 2 engineers performed routine maintenance on a power duct underneath the deck of the hangar bay. 2 mech pilots were gaming out their exclusive battle tactics that they intended to employ at the right moments in the upcoming operation. Every couple looked remarkably similar to each other. Though they undoubtedly possessed the distinct features that were characteristic to males and females, they often exhibited the same hair color, the same eye color, the same facial structure, the same musculature levels and more. Fortunately, the Geminis still put at least some effort into distinguishing the twin couples from each other. Every pairing featured a different set of external features that should at least prevent Vase from mistaking one pairing for another pairing. They all looked incredibly beautiful or handsome. Their genes gave them an inherent outward beauty that could easily be enhanced through the clever use of makeup. Gloriana would have called them perfect if not for the ugly fact that the pairings were all products of incest, if only in spirit. As it was, Vase developed the strange impression that he had entered a ship that was populated by perfected organic sculptures rather than real human beings. Together with the nearly identical uniform patterns, they all looked a bit unreal and uncanny. It was as if the Geminis were playing an elaborate game to outsiders. Vase knew that wasn't the case, though. These Geminis rarely had good interactions with other groups of people, so they turned inwards instead and only cared about the opinions of their fellow people. They seemed to be good at following orders though, as they did their best to hide their vigilance and animosity towards a foreigner like Vase. It was regrettable that they couldn't hide the emotions in their minds. The hatred and rejection bottled up inside their heads were palpable at times. Vase quietly developed a sympathy for the Geminis. These people had probably endured a lot of discrimination, ostracization and even outright abuse from other humans. Gloriana's initial reaction towards the Gemini family was the rule rather than the exception. Did the Geminis deserve all of the backlash for persisting in their unnatural practices? Vase couldn't say. He preferred not to think too much about the ethics of indoctrinating twin brothers to marry their twin sisters from the moment of their birth. Chapter 4413 Potential Comrades. As the Geminis led Vase and his small entourage deeper into the interior of the Twin Refuge, both sides carefully scoped each other out during this interval. Just as Vase was learning more about the Geminis by touring different sections of the voluminous flagship, the crew members along the way also paid a lot of attention to the strangers. Vase, Minister Sheddarin and the handful of other Larkinsons tried to maintain a professional demeanor. Sheddarin had already briefed everyone on the importance of behaving as impeccably as possible. Nothing good would come about if they ever openly expressed their disgust or contempt at their hosts. In fact, one of the biggest reasons why the delegation from the Larkinsons was so small was because there weren't many of them that could control their reactions. The Larkinsons didn't want to leave anything to chance, so it was better to bring only the absolute minimum necessary to meet the Geminis for the first time. After 20 minutes of scenic touring, the group eventually entered a large and luxurious ceremonial hall that was themed in an interesting way. Most ceremonial halls of this kind tended to show the history and the splendor of their owners. Here, Vase could see a lot of animated murals that were all exquisite pieces of art by themselves. The dramatized depictions of the founders of the Gemini family and the many twists and turns they had taken since the beginning looked both beautiful and tragic. This group of eccentric people had known suffering and tragedy from the beginning. Instead of succumbing to all of the stigma and rejection that they received, the Geminis endured all of the pressure and continued to fight for every scrap of dignity and power that they could obtain. Vase admired their tenacity and their unflinching belief in their own cultural practices, even if they weren't really. Okay, no wonder the Geminis eventually became strong enough to produce two powerful ace pilots. The emergence of the Gemini Saints completely changed the fortunes of the Gemini family and allowed it to receive a lot of breathing room for the first time. With few people daring to provoke two ace pilots at once, the Geminis could finally begin to command respect from others, if only reluctantly. Nowadays, the Geminis were thriving. They retained the stubbornness and unity that enabled them to endure more difficult times, but also gained the absolute strength needed to step up and elevate their family to a major power. Vase quite liked the trajectory they followed. The successes and failures they experienced matched with the theories that guided him to lead his clan into riskier waters. In some ways, the Gemini family served as a model for the Larkinson clan. Perhaps one day the Larkinsons would also be able to produce two ace pilots from their ranks of powerful expert pilots. As Vase continued to study the murals and other symbolic monuments of the Geminis, he found it a bit strange that there weren't any members of the family in the hall at this time. Other delegations had arrived first instead. The different groups who originated from different pioneering fleets all beheld each other. They exhibited both curiosity and cautious vigilance towards their potential coalition partners. Vase nodded respectfully to the delegates of the Adelaide Mercenary Company. They stood apart from the rest due to their acquired combativeness. It was easy to figure them out. Each of Adelaide's were warriors who had shed blood and witnessed death in battle. Their experiences marked their minds and spirits in ways that only those who lived through the same sort of traumas could recognize from each other. The Adelaides for their part silently reciprocated the friendly gesture. They also recognized that the Larkinsons were of the same kind. It was rather disappointing to see that the other delegations did not include as many soldiers or warriors in their parties. Vase briefly studied the other delegations as well. Some of the people sent by the Lehrer Foundation possessed a much quieter and more contemplative demeanor. Vase instantly equated them to the researchers working for various development companies. The Lehrers possessed the same air of academic scholarship and passion for research. It was as if the Lehrers much preferred to spend their time in their labs rather than a diplomatic outing. Most of the delegates of the Santana group possessed a more proactive demeanor. They also dressed and carried themselves as successful businessmen who knew exactly how to squeeze as much short-term profits out of a company even as they hollowed out its foundation and piled it with mountains of debt. This did not surprise Vase as the Santana group was essentially a financial conglomerate. It was originally an investment company that slowly bought shares in different companies and acquired a lot of real estate during economic downturns when they were sold in a hurry. All of these assets needed protection, and what better way to do so than to buy out security companies so that they could guard all of those expensive assets for a cheaper price. This was how the Santana Group gradually built up an increasingly stronger and more expansive Mech army. Good management along with plenty of violent competition with other rivals in the business enabled its Mech pilots to grow so well that one of them even became a saint. This was quite a rare occurrence among financial investment groups, but obviously the Santana Group had done something right. Vase found it rather odd that a financial group would not only form a pioneering fleet and dispatch it towards the riskier parts of the new frontier, but also send out their valuable ace pilot along for the expedition. This was not a characteristic decision for a financial conglomerate. The Santana Group risked losing what may be the most valuable asset in their portfolio if an accident ever befell their precious saint. There was probably more to the story than what Vase knew of the Santana group, but it wasn't really a priority for him to get to the bottom of this story. If everything went well, they would all just cooperate a single time before going their separate ways again. There was no compelling reason for them to keep each other company after they got what they wanted from the asteroid base raid. The final group of delegates came from the Bujay family. Vase wasn't able to pin them down as easily as they consisted of a mix of different types. Unlike the other pioneering groups, the Bujay family was actually based in a more distant middle zone, at least as far as the intelligence showed. Vase had no idea why the Bujay family left their familiar haunt in the distant Greenwich Middle Zone and came all the way to the Krakatoa Middle Zone, but perhaps they were nomadic like the Larkinson clan. The Bujay family delegates attracted plenty of attention due to their colorful and flowing clothing style and their tribal air. There was a sense of unity and kinship in them that Vase could respect, but they also conveyed an implicit rejection towards those that weren't a part of their family. The Bujays would have never bothered to gather here if not for the Gemini family's invitations. A few more minutes passed by until the double doors at the other side of the hall finally slid open. Two resplendently dressed twins, married of course, floated forward as they clasped their hands. It immediately became clear that the newly arrived man and woman held a lot of authority. Vase already recognized the middle-aged looking figures as the joint leaders of the Gemini family. One of the biggest reasons why Patriarch Kobal Gemini and Matriarch Senna Gemini were able to gain their positions was because their parents were the famed Gemini saints. As such, Kobal and Senna Gemini not only had the right to speak, please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel on behalf of the Gemini family, but they also served as the voice of its ace pilots. Every member of every delegation immediately became more attentive. None of them exhibited any ugly expressions that might betray what they really thought about the Geminis and their unusual family practices. Compared to the potential to earn a massive amount of valuable loot, who cared what their main combat partner did under the bedsheets? Just as with the delegation from the Golden Skull Alliance, none of the people dispatched by the other invited groups were average. Every one of them possessed enough maturity and self-control to maintain a respectful and even eager posture towards the Geminis. Patriarch Kobal minutely nodded in satisfaction. Upon the moment when we have decided to gather help to assault the alien asteroid base that we have recently discovered, we have studied all of the available pioneering organizations carefully. We initially put hundreds of different groups like yours on our list, but we have steadily whittled down our selection until we were left with 15 choices. We are pleased to see that 5 of you have not only expressed interest, but also took concrete action by meeting us in this star system. Our Gemini family understands that you are not yet satisfied with the shallow amount of information that we were willing to share with you. Matriarch Senna Gemini continued as she squeezed the hand of her brother who was also her husband. We are ready to provide you with additional details that will hopefully convince you that we can make immense gains as long as you join us on our endeavor. A large projection formed in the middle of the hall that showed an abstract model of the supposed alien asteroid base. This is a representation of our target. We have purposefully removed many features which may give clues to where it might be located. Patriarch Kobal said, as you can see, the asteroid where it is based is dozens of kilometers long and is rife with tunnels, local strongholds and so on. It is a complex maze and city in itself. The reason why its interior has developed in this manner is because there is no single owner of this base. It is all carved up into many different territories held by different alien pirate groups. Vase and many others found it difficult to imagine that so many different alien forces from so many different races could get along with each other in a single site. Does this place have a name? Someone from the Bujay family inquired. One of the more prevalent alien races has taken to calling it the Palace of Shame when translated into standard language. Quote. That was certainly a unique way to name a den of thieves. Matriarch Senna Gemini offered further clarification. It is a gathering of some of the worst criminals and outcasts of the local alien races that used to live in the surrounding regions before humanity displaced them all. Though all of these aliens are different, most of them share the concept of shame and the stigma against rule-breaking behavior. Only the desperate among the indigenous aliens will take up piracy as a career. This is why their pirate base is referred to as the Palace of Shame. It is a pirate base made strong through the plunder of many riches. It is also a place of exile where the worst individuals of their respective races have taken up residence. There was definitely a greater story behind this so-called Palace of Shame. Even if the words did not represent the original meaning due to flaws in translation, Vase did not believe this was just an average pirate resting point that gradually grew stronger over time. He also found it difficult to believe that the Palace of Shame lacked a strong, central authority. There was no way that so many different aliens with so many different racial and cultural customs could somehow get along with each other without starting up wars that could tear the entire asteroid base apart from the inside. The only problem was that the Geminis were the only source of real intelligence at the moment. They could not only control and massage the information they shared to the rest, but their understanding of the Palace of Shame might not even be all that accurate. Chapter 4414 The Palace of Shame. The abstract image of the so-called Palace of Shame might be lacking in details, but it showed a rather complete internal layout of its interior. Vase wondered how the Gemini family managed to obtain so much internal information. It shouldn't be possible for the Geminis to sneak human infiltrators past the palace's formidable defenses and map out the immensely extensive interior on foot. Even if an agent got through somehow, the pirates who should constantly be on guard against intrusion from their rivals must have the technology to detect hidden spies. It also shouldn't be possible for the Geminis to map out the entire asteroid base by scanning at it from long range. Any scans that were powerful enough to look past the thick exterior of the asteroid base and map out the insides to this extent should definitely be noticeable. From the moment any scout ship attempted to perform high-powered scans on the asteroid base, the local pirate forces would definitely behave as if they were stung by bees and retaliate with overwhelming violence. After all, no pirate wanted their secret hideout to be exposed and mapped out in its entirety. Once Vase ruled out these possibilities, he was left with one obvious answer. The Gemini family captured an alien individual or an alien starship that possessed a lot of details about the Palace of Shame. The identity of the captured subject shouldn't be minor either. Only an important element of the local alien pirate forces should contain this much information about a base of this size and complexity. No matter how the Geminis managed to obtain and extract all of this extremely sensitive intelligence, they possessed an overwhelming information advantage that put them far ahead of the other groups invited to the party. Combined with the fact that the Geminis was also led by two ace pilots of decent strength, they firmly grasped the initiative of this operation. Vase understood now why the family was confident enough to invite 5 fairly powerful pioneering fleets to take part in their offensive operation. As long as the Gemini family retained both an information and power advantage, there was no way it could lose. The Golden Skull Alliance, the Adelaide Mercenary Company, the Lara Foundation, the Santana Group and the Bouget family had little choice but to act as the Gemini family's extra muscle if they wanted to earn a share of the loot. The two leaders of the Gemini family evidently possessed enough confidence that their invited guests would agree to attack the alien asteroid base alongside their own forces, because they shared real information about what they might be facing. It is difficult to obtain current information about the composition of alien pirate groups that are either temporarily or permanently stationed at the Palace of Shame. Patriarch Kobal Gemini explained, "As you can imagine, pirates tend to be rather chaotic and inconsistent no matter whether they are human or alien. Many pirate fleets incur heavy damage that either breaks them apart or causes their remnants to be absorbed by rival fleets. What complicates the dynamic even further is the variable of race." Matriarch Senna Gemini elegantly waved her hand, causing a projection that displayed the busts of over 50 known alien races. Many of you may be familiar with how human pirate gangs operate on a shallow basis. One of the advantages of human pirates operating in the vast expanse of human space that we never think about is that we are all part of one race. Though we have created many other methods to divide and discriminate against each other, we are all human, and that unites us and enables us to work together even if we have little in common. That was true. Vase had to look no further than his own clan, where the Honorable Larkinsons somehow managed to band together with radically different groups of people such as faithful Ilvanan worshippers, indoctrinated slave soldiers, female sword Amazons, biotechnology advocates, extremely traditional swordsmen, reformed Hexer extremists, exiled diplomats and many more groups. Though the Larkinson clan managed to bind them together to a common identity through Goldie's Larkinson network, many of these weird and proud people would have never gotten close if they all consisted of different alien races. The language problem alone was a huge source of division. The differences in culture would definitely be a lot worse because of how much more alien societies diverged from each other. Even physiological differences could become a major source of division. Many alien races evolved in planetary environments with different gravities, different air mixtures and different heat and radiation tolerances. Trying to put them all together in a single starship or a space station for that matter was a nightmare to behold. Vase found it difficult to imagine that, The 50 alien races listed out by Matriarch Senna Gemini could all get along somehow. The Palace of Shame and its local pirate organizations are largely divided by race. The older woman confirmed his suspicions. Though we know that mixed groups that consist of dozens of members of different alien races exist, they are not as prevalent. The main groups that engage in piracy, smuggling, illegal production, black market operations and so on largely belong to one group or another. It makes everything easier for them, and they can also specialize in jobs that their races or civilization levels are best suited to perform. Patriarch Kobold took the word again. No one knows for certain how many different alien races are currently represented in the Palace of Shame. The 50 that we have shown to you are always present in various quantities, but the pirate base may very well be hosting hundreds more sentient aliens from other races. We believe that this number has skyrocketed in the last decade due to the massive initial success of the Big Two's invasion of the Red Ocean. Many alien empires that used to occupy territory in the regions around us have been swept away virtually overnight. The vast majority of the alien residents have been wiped out during the conquest, but many refugees and other escapees have managed to escape the slaughter. The people gathered in the ceremonial hall grew troubled. Does this mean that the Palace of Shame is filled with refugees? Kobold Gemini nodded. That is so, and not all of them are the poor civilian types who don't know how to fight. The Palace of Shame has a high attraction to the underbelly of alien societies. The amount of armed and able combatants that have settled in the asteroid base had risen to an explosive degree. Though we expect intense internal contradictions to have led to massive deaths, numerous years have already passed since the Big Two's warfleets have swept across the Krakatoa Middle Zone. The internal situation should have stabilized by this time. Great. The Palace of Shame is better staffed and more fortified than ever. A delegate from the Adelaide mercenary group openly muttered. I bet that plenty of former military forces have made their way over there. How many of their military warships are still intact and in working condition all this time? We intend to go over their naval assets later. The Gemini matriarch said. First, let me continue to give you an overview of the most important alien races. We are aware that the current list you see before you may be overwhelming. We will only highlight the most important races that you may stumble upon. The woman pointed at one of the projected entries. It grew in size while others shrunk and moved to the periphery. Additional data came into view which showed the gravity levels they were comfortable with, the kind of air they like to breathe and many other racial information. Let me start with the strongest though not the most numerous group. The Orvans are one of the few major races that are involved in the Palace of Shame. Though the Orvans are not as strong or prominent as the Nunsers, Quelmers, Vorabugs and so on, they possess their own advantages that have not only helped them maintain a strong position in the alien pirate community, but also bolster its tech and defenses to a higher level. That was indeed a major source of concern. The major alien races of the Red Ocean were the equivalent of first-rate states in human terms. This meant that the Orvans mastered a level of technology that could give the MTA and CFA a run for their money. Before everyone's fears grew too great, Matriarch Senna made a reassuring gesture. The Orvans should not be underestimated, but the exiled group that have taken root in the Palace of Shame are far from the most exemplary and well-equipped members of the Orvan race. Combined with the relative lack of high-quality materials, industrial infrastructure and so on, the pirate organization led by the Orvans have degenerated over time. They even had to cannibalize their smaller warships in order to ensure that their flagship keeps functioning. I take it the Orvan warship is the greatest naval threat that we must confront if we attack the Palace of Shame. Master Benedict noted. You presume correctly, Matriarch Senna Gemini affirmed. However, we cannot completely predict the reactions of every alien pirate group. Their attitudes, values and thought processes are literally inhuman. We can model their behavior based on what we generally know about their races and more specific intelligence about the pirate organizations in particular. But no one can truly say whether any pirate ship or unit will flee, self-destruct, fight to the death or simply wallow in indecision. This was another reminder to them all that they were not fighting against a homogeneous group of humans whose biological and cultural behavioral patterns were well known to the point where advanced modeling programs could predict their reactions to certain events with a high degree of accuracy. Were the Orvans exiled to this part of the Red Ocean brave or cowardly? Did they consider the Palace of Shame to be their only refuge or simply a temporary stopping point? Would the Orvans be willing to fight alongside pirate groups composed of different alien races? No one could provide a definite answer to these questions. Not even the Geminis had the courage to make any solid predictions. The people from the different delegations became more troubled. What the Geminis had mentioned did not bring them any closer to agreeing on committing to this bold and ambitious assault. Each of them expected the alien opposition to put up stiff resistance, but they assumed they would have the situation well in hand as long as they brought enough high-end firepower. However, none of them relished the prospect of fighting against even one first-class warship. Ace mechs or not, the power of a warship fielded by a major alien race of the Red Ocean could destroy any pioneering fleet if left unchecked. How many warships of this caliber were stationed at the asteroid base? What were their conditions? Was it possible to sabotage or disable them before the assault commenced? As every invited delegate began to worry about the many possible setbacks that might occur, a leader from the Santana group interrupted the presentation. Please excuse me, Patriarch Kobal, but before we are willing to listen any further, we need to determine whether there is any profit to be made from this attack. The business executive spoke. We will not commit our assets to an operation that will cost us much and leave us with disappointing spoils. Even if we have obtained more than enough to compensate for our losses, it is of little use if we no longer possess the strength to protect our gains. Both Kobal and Senna Gemini adopted an understanding expression. Neither of them displayed any impatience or annoyance at the interruption. We plan to address the topic of possible profits later on, but we can give you a quick summary of what you can expect to extract from the Palace of Shame and its many ships. Patriarch Kobal Gemini said, let us begin with the estimate of how much phase water the alien pirates have hoarded over the years. We estimate that all of the pirate groups put together are sitting on 600 to 800 kilograms of pure phase water. What? Chapter 4415 Divided Palace. Though Vase and the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance had already handled phase water in the hundreds of kilograms in the past, that did not mean that this substance had become devalued in their eyes. There was never enough phase water to go around. The special exotic material that dominated the Red Ocean during its entire existence was useful to every alien race as long as they possessed the ability to unlock even a fraction of its potential. Humans couldn't get enough of the stuff, let alone the many indigenous alien races that had long adapted their entire technology trees to better exploit the properties of phase water. It made sense that the indigenous alien pirate groups would be eager to plunder as much phase water as possible from the surrounding territories. What the delegates gathered in the ceremonial hall of the Twin Refuge didn't expect was that the aliens accumulated so much phase water without using it all up to strengthen their own equipment and warships. Even if the aliens regarded phase water as a holy material that needed to be revered as a gift from their gods, even they shouldn't be stupid enough to leave so much phase water unused. In the Red Ocean of today, many alien empires had been wiped out in their entirety and entire races ceased to exist. Humanity was an existential threat to any native occupant of the dwarf galaxy. The only way the survivors of the initial sweeps could survive in this dark and desolate period was to convert as many resources as possible into strength. Phase water could be used to build stronger warp drives that could help nomadic fleets stay out of the reach of their human pursuers. Phase water could be used to augment the most important portions of the hulls of warships, enabling them to survive blows that would have crippled their vital components. Phase water could also be used to amplify the penetration power of the enormous weapon systems of those very same warships, allowing them to pierce through the armor of the most indestructible opponents. Though humanity had already managed to develop a lot of powerful applications surrounding phase water, the native aliens of the Red Ocean definitely mastered phase water technology to a much more sophisticated degree. It was hard to believe that all of those aliens did not use up such an enormous stash already. Perhaps the coalition formed by the Gemini family might expend a huge amount of effort into taking over the Palace of Shame, only to find that its entire stock of phase water had already been drained. The two leaders of the Gemini family understood the skepticism from the delegates. Patriarch Kobal Gemini moved to reassure the people his family might have to depend upon to attack the alien asteroid base. If the Palace of Shame was wholly owned by a single strong pirate group, then it is unlikely that so much phase water is left unused. That is not the case. We have told you earlier that this pirate base is occupied by many different groups, many of whom are small and must constantly be on guard against their rivals. Their warships are smaller and weaker and their infrastructure is nowhere comparable to that of the Orvans. Matriarch Senna Gemini also chimed in. What has happened in the last decade also contributed to this unusual situation. The alien pirates based in the Palace of Shame shouldn't have been able to gather so much phase water in normal times, but the human invasion changed everything. Many alien organizations that used to be rooted in wealthy and developed planets had to evacuate in a hurry with the most valuable assets that they could carry. A large number of evacuation fleets left the star systems in the regions around us and tried their best to flee away from the advancing humans as possible. The alien pirates based in the Palace of Shame took advantage of this frenzy and feasted upon the vulnerable. Sina's husband and brother seamlessly continued. They not only plundered a large amount of phase water, but also obtained a massive amount of valuable exotics, technological libraries, cultural artifacts, and a large amount of intact pieces of alien technology. The pirates frankly plundered more valuables than they could digest, hence why the Palace of Shame has turned into an expansive treasure house where every individual pirate group has built its own vault. That was highly plausible. Though years had already gone by since the frenzy had passed, the Palace of Shame did not appear to possess the industrial infrastructure required to convert so many raw materials into processed goods. Patriarch Kobal Gemini affirmed this guess. The Palace of Shame may be many things, but it was never set up to function as an independent refuge or nation-state. In the past, the pirate den actually functioned as a trading hub that crossed racial lines. It was one of the few hubs in the region where any alien individual from any race could come and trade with anyone without regard for laws, taboos, diplomatic relations and so on. While the asteroid den does possess a considerable amount of production facilities, most of them are biased towards the repair and to a limited extent production of warships up to a certain scale. The local industries are lacking in too many other areas. A huge variety of industrial processes were needed to sustain an entire civilization. There were factories that were set up to refine specific ores into specific alloys. There were fuel refineries that converted raw substances into powerful fuels needed to keep enormous power generators running. There were also pharmaceutical plants that produced all manner of essential medicines and bioproducts necessary to sustain the physiological needs of different alien races. The asteroid that hosted the Palace of Shame couldn't fit so many industrial complexes. Even if it did, without extensive support of alien civilizations, many of the more advanced factories and shipyards simply couldn't be built due to lack of advanced technologies and expert knowledge. The two Gemini leaders elaborated a bit on how the criminal and marginalized nature of the Palace of Shame prevented it from becoming an industrial powerhouse. We speculate that the alien empires that used to occupy the neighboring territories have tolerated the Palace of Shame to an extent. Matriarch Senna Gemini explained, their leaders may have known about it, but they did not gather their fleets to annihilate this scourge in its entirety. The reason for that is because it serves a useful purpose and does not pose a real threat against the ruling classes. The alien officials and the pirate outcasts may have even formed secret relationships to better control the situation. As long as the Palace of Shame does not seek to loosen the collar on its neck, it is not an existential threat. These contracts no longer exist after the fall of all of the alien empires. Minister Sheddarin Pernis pointed out, the Palace of Shame is on its own now, and there should be no more oversight that could stop the local aliens from building more advanced industrial facilities. You are correct, but even the aliens are not capable of building so much advanced infrastructure in a short amount of time. They are also lacking in too many other areas, most notably the large number of highly educated scientists and engineers that can design, build and run these facilities. The Geminis brought up numerous pieces of proof that ultimately convinced the delegates that the alien pirate groups likely didn't possess the ability to use up all of that phase water so quickly. There are many alien pirate gangs that are too small and weak to work with phase water. However, they still managed to steal a few kilograms of phase water here and there after raiding many of the evacuation fleets that fled this area of the new frontier. Right now, phase water is more valuable as a form of hard currency that transcends racial differences. The more phase water in their possession, the more goods and services they can exchange from other rivals and competitors. The Geminis painted a pirate stronghold that had not only become unmoored by humanity's invasion of the Red Ocean, but also a place that had become overcrowded to the point where a lot of internal contradictions took place. The high level of division among the alien races and pirate groups meant that all of the stakeholders of the Palace of Shame could not unify their efforts and spend all of their resources in the most efficient and effective manner possible. Instead, they wasted much of their manpower, combat assets and resources into beating each other up. The grudges between the different aliens ran too deep and the rapid changes in the Red Ocean only intensified the contradictions. Does that mean that a concerted attack from humans such as us will cause the local aliens to fall apart and encourage them to go their separate ways? A delegate from the Bujay family asked. Patriarch Kobal Gemini gave an uncertain reply. That may be possible. It is conceivable that the weaker and most desperate pirate groups will flee at the first possible opportunity. We should prevent them from doing so because they will likely take away all of their most valuable spoils such as their phase water reserves. We can discuss our action plan later. For now, we are certain that the largest pirate groups such as the ones led by the Orvan race have too much of a stake in the Palace of Shame. They will put up serious resistance and will most definitely seek to hit back hard, especially because our forces are not as strong as that of the Big Two. Many people nodded in agreement. Many indigenous aliens developed a lot of respect and fear towards the warships and mechs of the Big Two. The human warfleets were too powerful and had access to all kinds of highly advanced technologies. The pioneers that came afterwards were nowhere near as strong. If the pirate groups based in the Palace of Shame found out that the attackers consisted of second-class pioneering fleets, then there was even less of a reason to shirk away from a fight. Do the aliens recognize the threat of an ace mech? Vase curiously asked. Matriarch Senna Gemini shook her head. We cannot answer that question. It depends on how much contact the aliens still have with their other compatriots. We know that the alien pirates have curtailed most of their external activities in order to prevent humans from locating the Palace of Shame. The pirate groups may have even gone as far as cutting off all contact with the outside galaxy. If that is the case, then the information they should possess about our race should be limited. There were too many unknowns for Ves's liking. Though he was attracted by the prospect of plundering a lot of phase water and a lot of valuable alien tech, was it truly worth it to confront a lot of strong and unfamiliar alien pirate forces? The Gemini still had a long way to go to convince all of the gathered pioneering forces to join the assault. I have a question. A delegate from the Lehrer Foundation spoke up. The vast majority of alien groups that used to reside in the Krakatoa Middle Zone and beyond have already fled this area years ago. As long as they have enough ships, they have almost always chosen to flee out of range of human pursuit. Why have these pirates chosen to stay behind? The woman carried herself as an academic, so she had probably thought much deeper about this situation than anyone else. The matter she brought up was important. It was too suspicious for so many selfish and criminal alien outlaws to stay behind in hostile human territory. Vase also began to think about what was so important about the Palace of Shame to all of these aliens. He became more and more suspicious towards the Geminis. They likely knew at least some of the truth of what made this hidden asteroid base so attractive to everyone. Chapter 4416 Profit Split. The Gemini leaders did not look surprised that someone eventually brought up this suspicious point. None of the pioneering groups that they tried to invite to this party were weak, stupid or naive. Each of them possessed long and extensive track records that proved their competence. They overcame many challenges, outsmarted numerous rivals and defeated strong opponents on the battlefield. Some of the organizations in question enjoyed long and storied histories that showed that they didn't easily make mistakes. If the Gemini family wanted to obtain their cooperation, then it had no choice but to expose at least a part of the truth about the Palace of Shame. Patriarch Kobel first elaborated on the composition of the aliens at the asteroid base. You should first know that many of the current residents of the Palace of Shame originally weren't pirates at all. They were refugees who boarded ships that for one reason or another did not join the Great Migration, but ventured to this asteroid base instead. Maybe their ships couldn't make the journey. Maybe the alien refugees were former soldiers who wanted to take revenge against the human invaders rather than run like cowards and condemn their souls to eternal damnation. That sounded plausible, but it was hardly enough. What of the Orvan exiles and other long-standing pirate groups? Why haven't they behaved like normal pirates and abandoned a site that would soon become surrounded by human alien colonies? The current information provided to them did not offer a satisfactory explanation. No matter what kind of weird culture and attitudes the aliens possessed, none of them should be suicidal to this degree. There had to be more about the Palace of Shame in this location that compelled so many capable alien pirates into staying behind. The two Gemini leaders exchanged glances with each other. Since the discussion had come to this point, they finally decided to reveal one of the reasons why they wanted to take the risk to break open the alien pirate base. The Palace of Shame is older than you think. Matriarch Senna Gemini revealed in a soft tone. We will not go into too much detail before you have given your answer on whether you are willing to become a part of our joint operation, but I can tell you that the Palace of Shame used to be built to serve another purpose before it was taken over by pirates and scoundrels. To be honest, we do not know for certain what the Palace of Shame contains that has convinced many powerful alien groups to stay behind and defend this site to their deaths. That did not sound entirely credible. Vase frowned. So the main motivation for your Gemini family to organize this offensive operation is to obtain possession of some sort of powerful ancient alien relic or sorts that you don't even know the details of. What if it is useless to anyone else? What if the aliens will just decide to destroy it before it can fall into the hands of humans? Patriarch Kobold Gemini gave a reassuring smile. While we do not know what the Palace of Shame truly holds, we have obtained scattered clues that refer to it in illusions and other vague alien descriptions. Only the highest-ranking alien leaders should know the full truth, but they have been remarkably thorough in minimizing the chances of exposure. No matter what it is, our Gemini family is determined to take it as our own. The fact that we are willing to commit our entire fleet along with our 2 ace mechs should be proof of our confidence that we shall succeed. Whatever the Palace of Shame was hiding most definitely turned the Geminis crazy. Vase could definitely believe that the Gemini family was convinced that this was a worthwhile endeavor, but what about the other invited groups? The delegates of the Santana group objected the most to this idea. It is not polite to demand us to fight against multiple powerful alien warships only to claim the greatest prize that the Palace of Shame has to offer by yourself. The leaders of the Gemini family did not give in. Our family is the one that has taken the initiative to let you take part in our joint operation. We will also be shouldering the greatest burden of defeating the opposition. There are still plenty of other spoils that you can take that will still allow you to earn a handsome profit. What if that is not the case? Then we can make other arrangements. Hey, don't brush aside the matter of this ancient alien relic so quickly. A leader from the Adelaide Mercenary Company spoke up. If whatever you are trying to take is some sort of superface water or a batch of powerful weapons, then we expect to receive a share of this bounty. None of the other spoils are enough to convince us to accept this job. We can easily go elsewhere and plunder phase water and alien tech elsewhere out in the vast frontier. We agree. We appreciate your offer, but the rewards are not proportionate to the risks. The groups began to haggle with the Geminis on the spot. No one was a fool. Even if the Gemini leaders did not mention this secret alien relic, it was doubtful whether the rest were still willing to assault such a strong alien stronghold. Seeing that the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Santana Group acted as if they would turn around leave as long as the Gemini family refused to budge on this issue, Matriarch Senna Gemini eventually raised her hand. We are willing to give you a modest share of the top prize if possible, but we will not surrender the majority of what we are owed. We would rather abort this operation and sell the intelligence we have gathered about the Palace of Shame to a more powerful pioneering group. That will leave you with no chance to enjoy any of the secrets that this alien asteroid base has kept hidden for multiple ages. The Geminis conveyed the meaning that it was not essential for them to attack the Palace of Shame. If they had to give up too many concessions, then even they weren't willing to work hard anymore. The two sides needed to find an acceptable compromise, but that was easier said than done. How much are you willing to give us, Matriarch? If the alien treasures are divisible, then we will lay claim to 80% of what can be taken out. The 5 of you can divide the remainder among yourselves. If the secret of the Palace of Shame cannot be taken away or split in such a manner, then we will compensate you appropriately with phase water or resources, 80%. That is outright theft. We should divide everything equally. A lot of tough bargaining took place. The Adelaides and the Santanas fought especially hard at this time as they were perhaps the greediest people in this gathering. Minister Sheddarin Pernus occasionally pitched in as well in order to make sure that the Golden Skull Alliance had a presence in the negotiations. In the end, the give-and-take session ended in a profit split that Vase had already predicted from the beginning. Very well. Patriarch Kobold Gemini spoke with a strained expression. We shall make do with 50% of the most valuable alien relics. The remainder of you can divide the other half amongst yourselves. If the alien treasure is not divisible, then we will claim it and compensate for it by giving up any claim on the remaining spoils. Neither side was happy with this split, but it was the best compromise they could reach at this time. The Gemini family gave the other 5 pioneering groups this opportunity to begin with, and also possessed the greatest combat power. The other pioneers were relatively weaker and knew nothing about the Palace of Shame before this meeting. Their ability to contribute to the upcoming operation was not as good, so it was already fair to give them 10% of the greatest spoils each. What of the remainder of the valuables that we can obtain from the Palace of Shame? A Santana delegate said, your Gemini family has already laid claim to half of the secret heritage of the alien base, but we will not agree to surrendering 50% of the phase water, salvage and other goods to you. It is impossible for us to earn a profit if that is the case. This set off another round of negotiations. Fortunately, everyone was already fairly familiar with each other's negotiating power, priorities and positions, so they did not take too long to determine a general profit split. For the remainder of the spoils, the Gemini family will make do with 1.5 shares while the remaining pioneering groups will receive 1 share each, modified by their actual contributions during the operations. This meant that if everyone fought equally, the Golden Skull Alliance, the Adelaide Mercenary Company, the Lara Foundation, the Santana Group and the Bouget family would all receive the exact same amount of spoils. The Gemini family was entitled to earn 50% more, but that was its prerogative as the initiator and leader of this operation. In practice, the proportion of goodies that every pioneering group received would rise or fall based on their relative contributions in battle. Those who fought harder, made more sacrifices and defeated more enemies would naturally earn a greater share of the spoils. In order to ensure that nobody would have any disputes about whose shares should be higher, the negotiators all agreed to adhere to a standard convention. Problems like these occurred many times throughout the history of human civilization. A lot of clever people had come together in order to hammer out detailed sets of rules and mathematical formulas that attempted to make the distribution of spoils as fair and equitable as possible. Though no profit-sharing model was truly perfect, the ones that had been utilized by countless human groups throughout the centuries were still pretty decent. Now that the pioneering groups managed to find common ground on the most important part of this operation, the mood in the ceremonial hall became considerably less tense. Though they were far from forming an agreement, it was only a matter of time before the invited groups committed to the operation. Several hours went by as the Gemini leaders continued to brief the delegates on how they planned to assault the Palace of Shame. As an old and formidable pirate base that had existed for an unknown amount of centuries, its defenses were anything but light. Not only did the pioneering forces had to overcome the defenses of the asteroid base itself, they also had to fight against the many pirate warships and other mobile combat assets. Patriarch Kobal Gemini projected images of the types of warships and other dangers they would face if they assaulted the alien stronghold. As you can see, the design and combat power of all of these alien pirate ships vary wildly, but the majority of them aren't as intimidating as the ones that the big two are struggling to defeat. Some of them are figurative rust buckets while others are the equivalent of medium-sized warships, though each of them are outdated. Each enemy ship must be disabled. Matriarch Senna Gemini emphasized, none should be allowed to escape because each of them might contain precious valuables such as phase water or even the secret alien relic that we are primarily trying to obtain. In order to prevent the alien pirates from making us attack the Palace of Shame in vain, we must encircle the surrounding space and form a blockade that is effective enough to stop any escape attempts. That was going to be difficult. The participants needed to form a careful deployment plan in order to ensure that such an encirclement would not show any obvious weak points. Chapter 4417 General Hermann Forain. An offensive operation of this magnitude was exceedingly complex. Even if the Gemini family already formed a basic battle plan in advance, the other pioneering groups definitely would not find that to be sufficient enough. Everyone had different strengths and weaknesses. Even the ace mechs that served as their trump cards all possessed drastically different capabilities depending on their mech archetypes as well as the traits of their ace pilots. No one wanted their mech forces to be treated as cannon fodder. At the same time, no one wanted to be squeezed out of easy opportunities to make more contributions. Due to the profit-sharing agreement that they established, every party wanted to perform well. The more enemies they defeated through their own efforts, the greater their share of the spoils. Eventually, the leaders, figureheads and diplomats no longer interfered in the planning of the operation. Instead, people such as General Verl and other military figures stepped forward in order to study the Gemini's battle plan and supplement it with their own input. The military officials soon moved to a different compartment where they could gain access to more intelligence and better facilities. This allowed the rest of the delegates to roam free and familiarize themselves with their temporary allies. As one of the youngest leaders attending this gathering, Vase stood out from the rest. The majority of the people brought by the other groups were at least twice his age. The gap in generations made it a little awkward for Vase to chat with the other dignitaries at first, but no one here was stupid. The patriarch of the Larkinson clan was a celebrated mech designer and made a lot of accomplishments throughout his relatively short career. No one had any reason to despise him, especially when none of them were direct competitors to each other. The Adelaide mercenary group approached him first. The majority of them consisted of mech officers who had all experienced a lot of combat. There was a sense of wildness and ferocity in their demeanor that Vase found familiar. The lead person stepped forward and clasped Vess's arm. I have heard much about you, Patriarch Larkinson. They say you're a fighting mech designer. Oh, I'm not as exaggerated as they say in those stories, hee hee. Vase chuckled in response. I have ended up in sticky situations numerous times when I was younger, but I have always let my soldiers do the fighting. The best I could have done is scramble for cover and hope my mechs can beat the crap out of enemy mechs. Ha, that still makes you better than virtually every other mech designer in the Red Ocean. The middle-aged man replied. None of those wussies and lab geeks have ever seen blood being spilled before their eyes. Even fewer have picked up a gun and shot down an enemy while looking him in the eyes. You may have left those incidents behind, but I can spot a killer from the other side of a star system. You're a much finer pioneer than those suits on the other side. The Adelaide leader clearly referred to the business executives that were part of the Santana Group's delegation. Aside from a few exceptions, the Santana Group's leadership was dominated by people who were more comfortable with fudging the numbers on a balance sheet than piloting a mech in battle. Vase did not underestimate the Santana Group, though. Organizations led by civilians could be just as successful as those led by military officers. In fact, the former was probably better in most cases as civilian leaders were more comprehensive decision-makers that could balance many different interests. Well, the good ones were like that at least. I wouldn't put down the Santanas if I were you. Vase responded in a mild tone. According to what I know, the Santana Xenoarchaeology Division fleet holds the greatest quantity of mechs among us. Their quality might not be the best, but it will be a lot easier for the Santanas to blockade the Palace of Shame. General Herman Forain snorted. Their glorified security guards might be decent enough in scaring away would-be raiders, but they are not fit for a massive base assault. Their mech pilots are too soft and inexperienced to keep their cool during the heat of battle. At least I have no reason to doubt your alliance's battle readiness. You and your buddies have earned an enormous amount of respect for us for showing what you were made of during the Battle of Pima Prime. Vase smiled. No one disliked being complimented. Thank you, General Forain. We did not intend to make a show out of it, but I am glad that our most recent battle performance has allowed us to earn your trust. I will caution you not to dismiss the battle effectiveness of the Santanas. They have gone through their fair share of battles as well, and their mech pilots are well trained. It takes a lot for them to produce an ace pilot from their ranks. I seriously doubt that. I have studied their past battles and they were almost always on the defensive. As for their ace pilot, they just lucked out in recruiting a highly talented mech pilot. General Herman Forain must have developed a strong bias against financial holding companies because he couldn't stop himself from disparaging the Santana Group. Fortunately, the leader of the Adelaide fleet respected the other pioneering groups more. The Bujay family is all right. The mercenary leader said. The Bujays don't really excel at anything, but they have built up a respectable mech force and have been tested enough times throughout their long and storied history. Their martial traditions are all unique. The Bujay family wasn't actually a particularly brilliant group. There were many other families that managed to reach greater heights in the same amount of time, but there were also a lot of other families that had met their end after suffering enormous defeats. In contrast, the Bujay family stood out for its heavy emphasis on the long term. The Bujays were generally conservative in nature and generally did not take a lot of risks. It is quite odd to see the Bujay family among us. Vase shared his own views on this pioneering organization. The Bujays were supposed to reside in the Greenwich Middle Zone, which is far away from here. Do you know why they have come all the way to our Krakatoa Middle Zone and decided to enter this turbulent border region? General Forain shrugged. I don't have a clue. However, look at their postures and look at the way they are talking with the others. They aren't entirely comfortable in their own skins. Whatever brought them all the way here is not entirely harmless. Maybe they provoked an enemy they shouldn't have. It isn't too important as long as they pull their own weight in the upcoming operation. Old and upright families like theirs care a lot about their reputation, so they shouldn't let us down. Vase and General Forain finally directed their attention to the delegates of the Lehrer Foundation. I don't know what to think about the Lehrers. Most of them are scientists who all look out of place outside a lab. Why are they even here in the border region? Research, naturally, Vase said in an understanding tone. While it is fine for them to stay holed up in a well-equipped research lab on a safe and boring planet, the truly passionate researchers will never wait for others to supply them with research materials. The truly ambitious scientists that depend on external input to further their work can make a lot more progress if they go out and find what they need in the field. He respected this attitude a lot. The mentality of the Lairers matched his own, though they worked in different fields. General Forain looked skeptical. I suppose it is fine if they want to lead a research team to the surface of an exotic planet, but I wouldn't trust any of them to lead a mech force. I don't believe the Lairer Foundation is stupid enough to let that happen. The Lairers of all people should know that important tasks should best be left to the professionals. Besides, their mech force should be pretty strong. Their mechs have incorporated a lot of advanced technology. The focus of the Lairer Foundation is not on mechs. Not really. The Adelaide leader shook his head. I would rely on the mechs of your alliance over that of the Lairer Foundation any time. Yours are not only rich in features, but also proved their worth against elite military mech units. Vase sensed an opportunity. Are you a customer of ours? No, I am afraid our mercenary company does not have that privilege. General Forain regrettably said, I am not in charge of mech procurement, so I have never paid much attention to the mech market. Adelaide is based in the Megare Middle Zone, so for a long time our procurers have been buying their mechs from the mech companies that are closer to our current home. It is only recently that we have heard of your Living Mech Corporation and its fantastic range of products. While some of our leadership is impressed with your work, we have already modernized our mech units a few years ago. The models that we currently employ are competitive in their own right, and we will only be throwing away a large amount of money if we replace mechs that we can still depend upon for at least a decade. That is an understandable approach. Vase gave his potential customer a reassuring smile. You don't need to hurry up and replace machines that still have a lot of life left in them. I respect all mechs, even the ones sold by my competitors. I am sure that your men have selected their models carefully. The other man's expression soured. Not carefully enough, seeing that the dummies in our procurement department completely overlooked strong and useful mech models such as the Ferocious Piranha, the Desolate Soldier and the Crystal Lord. I will definitely push our heads to take a good look at your mechs in the next procurement round. Vase and the man continued to chat about mechs for a time. Both of them were deep into mechs, so there was an endless amount of topics they could talk about. It didn't matter to Vase that Adelaide was nowhere ready to buy another batch of mechs. As long as General Forain became a hardcore fan of LMC mechs, he would definitely be able to push through his demands sooner or later. You don't have to think about acquiring our main combat mech lines just yet, but that doesn't mean our company has nothing to offer to you. Vase said, our auxiliary mech models can serve as force multipliers to your existing units. For example, we have our Buzzy Bee model that offers good ECM capabilities while also featuring a special communications method that is much more reliable than what you are using at the moment. General Forain frowned. I am aware of the ECM mechs that you are selling. I would love to purchase a batch of your mechs, but we are stuck in the middle of nowhere at the moment. That's not a problem. Pardon. Vase grinned. Have you taken a look at our flagship? Our fleet centers around a factory ship. We can fabricate any mech in our catalog. Feel free to place an order. We can deliver the mechs you want in a matter of days. Though the Adelaide officer looked awfully tempted, he did not possess enough authority to spend the mercenary company's money on a whim. I can't. Our company has strict rules and procedures. Your third fleet is about to launch an attack against a powerful alien asteroid base, right? I think it should be easy to convince whoever is in charge of this to draw out additional money to bolster the strength of your forces even further. It won't cost much, but it will definitely save the lives of your mercenary troops. Well, if you put it like that. Chapter 4418 The Deepest Love. Though Vase managed to hit it off remarkably well with General Herman Forain of the Adelaide Mercenary Company, he had less success in befriending the other pioneering groups. They simply had less in common. None of the other delegates were particularly impressed by the Larkinson clan and the Golden Skull Alliance. So what if Vase was a talented and accomplished mech designer? He was just a young and brash journeyman at the moment. So what if the Golden Skull Alliance smashed the sundered phalanx during the Battle of Pima Prime? The Hex Army did most of the fighting. The other pioneering organizations such as the Lairer Foundation and the Bouget family were not weak by any means. In fact, they were all stronger than the Larkinson clan because they retained their own ace pilots. As Vase tried to mingle with the other delegates, he found that he and his fellow allies suffered from one particular weakness. He sought out Minister Sheddarin Pernus and waited for the old diplomat to finish his polite chat with a dignitary from the Santana group. Sheddarin did not look surprised when Vase brought up this particular matter. When we attend gatherings like these, we are supposed to represent the Golden Skull Alliance, but in practice we represent just one of its partners. When you spoke with General Forain earlier, Did you stand up for the Golden Skull Alliance, or did you merely speak? Please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel from the position of the Larkinson clan. It's the latter. I thought so. That is your mistake, Vase. If we want to be taken more seriously by everyone, then we must avoid showing too much division and selfishness. Right now, you, Marshal Ariadne Odin and Master Benedict Cortez are all representing your respective sides. This is not conducive to forming an impression of a strong and united military alliance. Vase frowned deeply. Do we need to send just one of us next time? That might be better if we want to form a united front. No, that is not necessary. In fact, I believe that would be a mistake. Oh, please explain, Sheddarin. The Golden Skull Alliance does not have a clear leader. Everyone is more or less equal. Our clan used to have the greatest say at the start, but now the Cross clan is in a more dominant position due to Patriarch Reginald's breakthrough. Nevertheless, the Crossers do not have all of the say. Each of us essentially governs the alliance by consensus. The advantage is that none of us are marginalized. The disadvantage is that we cannot truly present a strong and united voice to foreigners. That sounds bad. Is that so, Vase? Sheddarin smirked. There are other advantages to our current state. Explaining them all is beyond the scope of this conversation, but let me just say that speaking with multiple different voices can sometimes be more useful than speaking with a single voice. I think I know what you mean. Well, if you don't think that there is anything wrong, I guess there is little harm in maintaining our current approach. As time continued to pass, the Geminis eventually invited the delegates to dinner. They all moved to a formal dining hall where the guests began to sample the unique cuisine of the Geminis. The foreign guests were able to meet more members of the family while they curiously tried out the dishes. Vase didn't know what the Geminis ate during normal days, but in this fancy dining setting, they brought out a lot of specialty dishes that possessed a clear theme. What is this? He asked in an uncertain tone. At first, Vase thought that he had received a grilled and stuffed frog. It was only a little later that he noticed that the animal looked like the amphibian version of a Siamese twin. A male Gemini who was seated close by gave Vase a friendly smile. That is one of our bifrogs. It is a genetically engineered frog species that our genetics company has especially created to symbolize the permanent union of our pairings. The man couldn't help but place his palm on that of his twin sister, who also happened to be his wife. Two who shared a great resemblance to each other, but the way they looked at each other was much more intimate than that of brother and sister. Shall we, sister? Let us demonstrate our love, my husband. They picked up their forks and knives and began to cut at the bifrog that had been served to them. The two Geminis mirrored the cuts they made and put their portions in their mouths at the same time. Instead of chewing their bites, they instead turned towards each other and began to lock lips. Vase and several other nearby guests froze in shock as they witnessed the Gemini pair carefully exchange and chew each other's portions. The entire stunt was ridiculous from the onset, but the fact that the pair in question were twins who grew up alongside each other from the start made it 10 times as outrageous. Though Vase momentarily felt the urge to vomit, he did his best to maintain tight control over his emotions and body language. He had become quite good at controlling himself, so he did not exhibit any behavior that might cause the surrounding Geminis to view him in a worse light. The other delegates also managed to control themselves. Each of their expressions remained firmly neutral, as if the ritual of jointly eating a bifrog was just a common occurrence in their eyes. Even General Hermann Forain, who normally expressed his feelings without too much restraint, conspicuously fell silent while looking down at his own meal. Vase could easily sense the varying degrees of disgust and revulsion radiating from their spirits, but their self-control was so good that he would have been fooled if he did not possess such sharp senses. This was not an unusual phenomenon in gatherings like these. Human civilization was simply too expansive and diverse, and the Red Ocean happened to bring people from all corners of the old galaxy into a relatively tiny volume of space. Clashes between different cultures, values and principles happened all the time. Too many pioneers went to war against each other because they disliked the way another group of people treated their underclass or interpreted the same religious scripture in a completely different manner. Perhaps these motives truly meant a lot to these people, but many of the pioneers who wasted their men, their mechs, their starships and much of wealth on ideological struggles ultimately invited ruin. The smarter pioneers possessed the ability to distinguish between worthwhile pursuits and wasteful pursuits. Those that engaged in the former only picked a fight where they stood to become stronger in the end. Those that engaged in the latter suffered a lot of casualties without being able to replenish what they lost. In a frontier that was devoid of order and security, pioneers with insufficient strength had no right to exist. This was why everyone who attended this banquet meticulously conducted themselves with utmost respect. It was not necessary for them to engage in facetious flattery, but at least they should not engage in any behavior that might cause offense and ruin their upcoming joint operation. The Gemini family was anything but done with their open displays of affection. As waves of serving bots continued to deliver exotic dish after exotic dish, the twin couple seemingly went out of their way to make a show of their family's atypical cultural norms. "Brother," a Gemini woman lovingly said as her brother fed a spoonful of thick and hearty pea soup in her mouth. At the same time, the sister did the same for her husband, which she grew up alongside with all her life. They then leaned in and began to engage in a long kiss while exchanging the contents in their mouths with each other. The moans and other signs indicated that plenty of tongue action was taking place. Vase and many other guests opened their eyes to how creatively the Geminis turned their meals into rituals of affection. On the surface, it looked as if the Geminis openly revealed their perverted tendencies. However, when Vase looked deeper, he understood that it was far more about creating shock value. Vase could sense the deep and unbreakable love that the couples held towards each other. Every single brother and sister not only adored each other as their siblings, but treated each other as soulmates who they were eternally bound to for the rest of their lives. None of the Geminis showed any unwillingness or rejection towards the matches that their family had arranged for them from the moment they were conceived. Through the unremitting indoctrination efforts of the Gemini family along with lots of clever gene manipulation, the Geminis not only lost their instinctual revulsion towards incest, but embraced it as the only form of love that they could ever accept. Every Gemini couple was happy and grateful to be able to share their most intimate moments with the brother or sister they knew best. Dinnertime turned into the most enjoyable moments of the day to them. The special meals they formulated weren't meant to be consumed alone. They were dishes that should be savored with their significant others. The Geminis affirmed and strengthened their affection towards each other through the mutual interaction engendered by their meals. It was all too easy for people to treat the simple act of eating their breakfast, lunch or dinner as a solitary moment to fill their stomachs, but the members of the Gemini family went beyond this point. The Geminis were feeding love to each other's hearts. The display was tender and loving. Vase wouldn't have any problem with this strange custom if not for the fact that the Geminis were too closely related to each other. The Geminis had to be well aware of how extensively they violated one of life's fundamental taboos. The most absurd aspect about this was that the Gemini family took pride in their choices. Vase did not sense any hesitation, remorse or even shame in the Geminis. They loved their brothers and sisters and wanted to make that known to the entire old galaxy as well as the new frontier if possible. It would have been even better if other humans began to accept and embrace their expression of love. Every member of the Gemini family played this game. Even the leaders of the family set an example for their subjects. As Patriarch Cobalt Gemini finished passing on the piece of lemon pie to his sister and spouse, he turned to face his audience with a smile. "Our Gemini family thanks you for your tolerance and understanding. Times like these make us glad that there are people that respect our freedom of choice. Please do not mistake our customs as frivolous acts that serve no other purpose than to indulge our fantasies. There is a purpose in everything we do. Everything we do is for love." His wife and sister picked up the thread. Love is eternal. Love is universal. Love is the source of strength that allows us to rise above everyone else. Our founders and ancestors believed that love is an indescribable force that can give us strength that is far beyond what ordinary machines and people can evoke. They fought against everyone that opposed them and forcibly started a family organization where they could prove their beliefs by producing offspring whose lives are filled with the greatest amount of love imaginable. By binding our twin children with both family love and romantic love, the bonds of affection that they have developed towards their closest relatives as well as fated life partners have become strong beyond any of you have ever witnessed. The patriarch and matriarch of the Gemini family proudly rose to their feet while raising their wine glasses. "Once we commence our joint operation, our soldiers will most certainly vanquish over the aliens and take their possessions as our own. I wish you all success and hope that our love has inspired you to borrow this force to infuse you with additional strength and purpose. Let us toast to the wonders of love. For love." Chapter 4419. The temporary coalition. The Gemini family firmly grasped the interests of the invited groups. The Golden Skull Alliance, the Adelaide Mercenary Company, the Lehrer Foundation, the Santana Group and the Bouget family all became increasingly more invested in the upcoming joint operation. It did not take long for the Geminis and the delegations to finalize a contract that precisely detailed all of the terms and conditions for their temporary coalition. At the same time, their military officials got together in order to expand and improve upon the initial attack plan developed by the Geminis. While there was nothing fundamentally wrong with the strategy adopted by the Gemini family, many steps could still be improved by relying on the unique strengths and circumstances of the individual coalition partners. Vase unconsciously jerked whenever an individual mentioned the word coalition in his vicinity. The Friday coalition pressed onto his life for so many years that the word in question had become tainted in his mind. He developed such an allergy towards this word that he proposed an alternative. Of course, no one outside of the Golden Skull Alliance seriously entertained his suggestion. To them, it didn't matter if their temporary collective was called a union, an alliance or a coalition. They just settled on the last term because it possessed an obvious temporary connotation. None of the coalition partners intended to team up with each other after they had topped the Palace of Shame. They had too little common ground with each other and there was no particular urgency in seeking safety in numbers. Some of the pioneering fleets that had committed to the operation were also detachments of larger organizations. The Adelaide Mercenary Company, Lehrer Foundation and the Santana Group were all headquartered in different places and had spread out their forces in order to pursue multiple goals at once. Vase dreamt that his Larkinson clan would grow to this point as well one day. Once his clan grew large enough to be able to send out multiple strong fleets in different directions, the Larkinsons would be playing an entirely different game. Due to the concerted efforts of the Geminis, many people became familiar with their family's customs and ideals. While the Geminis did not always succeed in gaining the support and approval of their guests, the people they had invited to break open the Palace of Shame no longer exhibited as many negative reactions as before. People still liked to talk about it, though. Their practices were just so strange and different that it was as if the Geminis were aliens. One of the people that started to think about the Gemini family's unusual family customs was Venerable Imon Ingvar. The expert pilot spent a lot of time with two different individuals, his expert Mech and his sister. One of the most enjoyable periods of his life nowadays was when it was time for dinner. The two Ingvar siblings were both busy with their own lives and no longer spent as much time together as before. Commander Casella Ingvar was especially swamped with work due to serving as the Legion commander of the Living Sentinels. Though Venerable Imon Ingvar tried his best to accompany his sister, he was not a part of the chain of command and did not really have any business meddling with the management of the Mech Legion. He could make much better use of his time by training his skills or deepening his familiarity with his expert Mech. This was why Casella forcefully kicked him away so that he could spend his time on more productive activities such as polishing his combat skills or tutoring other Mech pilots. Still, no matter what responsibilities Casella and Imon carried out these days, they always tried to synchronize their schedules so that they could gather together at least once a day. Breakfast or dinner became the most common periods for them to spend quality time together. It was either at the start or the end of their work days that they could put aside their work and share their thoughts and concerns with each other without any pretensions. As the pair of expert pilots quietly enjoyed their meals in a private room deep inside the Gorgonean, Imon curiously glanced at his sister who was seated on the other side of the dining table from time to time. Someone as sensitive as the Sentinel commander quickly noticed the scrutiny. "What is wrong, Imon? I've heard a lot of stories about the Gemini family." Imon started. "They are an odd folk, but they are also brave for practicing the ideas that everyone thinks is wrong. I admire their courage. It is difficult beyond belief to go against the grain and reverse a standard that is no longer of this time." Casella paused in her attempt to put a bite of pasta in her mouth. "No longer of this time. Yes, it is such an obvious idea that more people should have realized this truth a long time ago. We live in an era where the genes of our children no longer have to be formed by mixing a collection of random genes together. The biotech experts can precisely formulate a set of genes that is free from genetic defects. There is no reason that a child born from this scientific process is in any way inferior to a child born through the natural process. In fact, I would argue that the former is always better because a lot of smart people have worked carefully to mix together the right genes." Casella did not expect her brother to be so taken in by the Gemini family's ideology. "Many natural processes are no longer an important part of our lives," she said. "That doesn't mean that we should get rid of them all in order to pursue greater efficiency. The biggest reason why we are different from bots and aliens is because we are defined by our humanity. It defines the way we organize our families since the beginning of our race's history. For example, our society holds the expectation that every child should ideally be raised by two parents, no more and no less. Any challenge to his long-held notion is not only seen as an attack on a historical custom, but is also regarded as an attack on the foundation of what makes us human. Her brother grew confused. I'm not advocating for that at all. I love humanity. I'm human. I don't think that children should be raised by one parent or three parents either. I agree with you that there are still a lot of good reasons why this tradition should still be upheld. It is just that far too many humans still cling on to notions that used to make sense in the past but no longer have any reason to exist in the present day. Why can't we take a good look at all of the rules that have become redundant and sweep them in the dustbin of history? The Avatar commander did not hurry to respond. Instead, she slowly resumed eating while letting a few minutes go by. Her silence was palpable. Her willpower was unnaturally calm and composed, making it difficult for Imon to discern her stance on this topic. Casella eventually broke the silence. Brother, I advise you not to fall into the trap of the Gemini family. Sure, many traditions that humanity has long held dear have grown stale over the millennia, but it is these exact same traditions that have bound our race and civilization together for so long. The primary reason why the Geminis have never gained acceptance is not because they have proven us all wrong by trying to suspend a practice that is no longer strictly necessary, but because they are treating nature as a joke. Imon wanted to scratch his head. What's wrong with that? Humans like us rose up because we had the courage to address our natural weaknesses. We relied on technology to stop freezing in the cold and to break the gravity that has bound us to our ancestral home planet. We have become far greater than what our biological limitations has allowed us to become because we broke and eliminated the rules that held us back. Casella snorted at his words. And what does that have to do with the Geminis? Their ideas have made me realize that I was thinking too narrowly all of this time. Brothers and sisters used to receive a lot of stigma whenever they had the temerity to marry each other and start their own families. In truth, they earned it because the children born from such unions will always end up miserable due to their genetic ailments. However, we live in a completely different age from the times where this taboo was necessary. If a brother and a sister who love each other so much that they want to take their love a step further, why not let them do what they wish? They aren't harming anybody, especially if they follow the necessary procedures to produce healthy children. Imon, come on, sister. Don't bring up tradition and all of those other stuffy arguments to me. Our civilization has grown so enormous that there should be room for all kinds of people. The Gemini family's extensive growth and increasing prosperity shows that it is no longer necessary for people to follow the rules that society has imposed upon us all. As long as people form their group or join an existing one that is tolerant enough, they can do whatever they want. Casella frowned deeper as she put down her utensils. She wished that the Golden Skull Alliance had never come into contact with the Gemini family. Her brother used to be a lot more tolerable before he became infected by these odd notions. We are Larkinsons, Imon. The clan doesn't belong to us. Do not forget your identity. We are its servants. The Larkinson clan has formed their own ideals about family, and if you ask me, they are much more preferable to the subversion celebrated by the Gemini family. I will not tolerate any further discussion about this. It is fine for the Geminis to do what they want, but we do things differently. That pretty much ended Imon's attempts to convince his sister from taking a deeper look into the Gemini way of life. As the pair of siblings were just beginning to eat dessert, Imon finally gathered enough courage to bring up a slightly different topic. I have learned of an interesting new way to share a meal that I want to try out with you. Just for fun, of course. Oh, they say you can get closer to your brother or your sister if you take a bite but pass it to each other's mouths. They say it can deepen the bond of love and drive away alienation. That sounds useful, right? Since our cooperation on the battlefield depends so much on how extensively we love and trust each other, I think it would be useful to add this interesting ritual to our daily lives. What are you, Casella? I mean, there is plenty of objective proof that it works. I can think of no other means to productively increase our synergy and teamwork than to share our food with each other. We should at least try it out to see whether there is any truth to the claims. His sister did not respond immediately. Instead, she continued to eat her cake until she stopped halfway. The Avatar commander abruptly rose from her seat and marched over to her brother's side of the table. She leaned in so that her head was almost pressed up against the head of her sibling. Was Casella truly willing to try out this exotic custom? Just before Imon opened his mouth in anticipation of a kiss, Casella violently sprayed the half-chewed bits of cake into her brother's face. "Ah, that's disgusting," Imon complained as he tried to wipe off the mess. "You're the one that is disgusting. If you bring up this notion to me again, I will do something that will make you want to wear a codpiece for the rest of your life. Now scram, I don't want to see you for the rest of the day." Chapter 44. 20 Naughty Andraste. Casella and Imon Ingvar were hardly the only people who explored the strange ideals and practices of the Gemini family. Many other Larkinsons in the expeditionary fleet also began to get pulled into uncomfortable conversations. It was as if the upcoming assault on the Palace of Shame took a backseat to discussing the merits of breaking the taboo on intimate relationships between siblings. The discussion became so widespread that even the children started to overhear what the adults were talking about. For example, when Marvane was sitting in a playroom, one of his sisters hopped inside. "Marvane Tilda, there you are. What are you doing, little bro?" Marvane did not bother to turn around and look up. Instead, he continued to play with the animated Exo Beast plushies that continued to make all kinds of cute noises. "Prince Longfang here is about to defeat and dethrone King Snugglepants so that the Beast Kingdom will have a new leader," he exclaimed. Andraste stared at the orange and purple plushies and grew disinterested in them. None of these juvenile toys interested her that much anymore. She would rather play with cool and awesome mech toys like the Dark Witch mech figurine her parents had recently bought for her. Mechs were much cooler than alien beasts. "That's interesting. Say, little bro, do you want to try out something new? I just heard our mama talk about something really fun with Nanny Shannon." A small shudder ran through Marvane's juvenile body. He began to get a bad feeling about this, especially when her sister began to show a devious grin. The Beast Kingdom still needs to depose its old king. Can it wait, sister?" "Nah, I can't wait. Let's do it right now. I even brought candy." Marvane immediately perked up when he heard the word candy. He no longer paid attention to his Exo Beast plushies anymore. "What did you bring this time, sister?" "I saved up a few pieces of Uncle Garvey's gummy bears. Look, here's a strawberry-flavored one. It's your favorite." Andraste sweetly placed the gummy bear in question into Marvane's palm. The boy had no patience and immediately popped the candy into his mouth. His sister did the same with her own portion. Just as Marvane began to chew his strawberry-flavored gummy bear, Andraste grabbed his shoulders and leaned forward. "Wait, what are you doing, sister? Open your mouth for me, Marvane." But I haven't chewed my gummy bear yet." The boy objected. "Just do what your big sister asks." Marvane opened his mouth by reflex after hearing Andraste's commanding tone. The older of the two siblings grinned wider. Seeing that her brother was nice enough to cooperate, she no longer held herself back and began to lean closer so that she could try out the exotic Gemini family ritual for herself. Meow. Yet just before her lips touched the lips of her brother, a cat suddenly interspersed between the two siblings and pushed them away from each other. "Ow, ouch, Clixie, what are you doing?" "Meow oh oh." The Rubarthan sentinel cat acted as if she had just saved Andraste and Marvane from killing themselves. Andraste wasn't so deterred and tried to complete her naughty little plan. "Go away, Clixie. Why aren't you staying with my big sister? Move aside so that I can finish what I started with my lil bro." "Meow." Clixie hissed as she continually used her formidable strength to nudge and push Andraste's body away from her bewildered brother. I think we should listen to what Clixie has to say," Marvane said after he greedily chewed and swallowed the strawberry-flavored gummy bear. "Papa always said that we should listen to her if he and our mama aren't around." "Well, Mama never told us that. She said that humans like us should always be in charge. Clixie is just a pet." Marvane shook his head. "Clixie is family, and she's older than us. If she thinks that something is wrong, then we should stop." "No, I was so close. Damn you, Clixie." Meow meow. Though the interruption of an unwelcome cat had spoiled Andraste's plan, she did not give up so easily. She planned to wait until it was bedtime. Perhaps Andraste might be able to sneak into her brother's bed and restart her plan while Clixie was getting cuddled by Aurelia. Yet before she could think about her plan any further, a furious-looking mother barged into her room. "Andraste, explain yourself this instant." Oh. As someone who grew up under a demanding mother for numerous years, Andraste knew exactly how much trouble she was in right now. Gloriana rarely used this tone on her unless she truly broke the line. Fortunately, Not many children were as naughty and adventurous as Andraste. Time moved on. When the delegates finally returned to their respective ships, the coalition had formally taken shape. All of the pioneering fleets gathered in the Quiet Star system were scheduled to depart shortly afterwards. None of the groups needed to make any further preparations as they were already fairly combat-ready to begin with. The crews and soldiers just needed to spend a bit of time on making more specific preparations that could slightly further their chances of performing well in the upcoming operation. They still had plenty of time to do so while the fleets journeyed to their next destination. When Vase finally returned to his grand stateroom, he first approached his children and kissed each of them on the top of their heads. "I missed you, Aurelia. I missed you, Andraste. I missed you, Marvane." Though the Gemini family was filled with love and affection, Vase never truly felt at home while he was staying aboard the Twin Refuge. The sheer amount of twin brothers and sisters openly treated each other in ways that defied the family norms that the Larkinson family and the Bright Republic instilled into Vase when he was young. Though Vase had grown old enough to be able to question some of his biases, the Gemini family did not manage to convince him that it was okay for close siblings to start treating each other as lovers. This was a bridge that Vase simply couldn't cross. As Vase tried his best to wipe away some of the more expressive images from his memory, he noticed that his second child looked a little glum. "What's wrong, Andraste?" "Nothing," the red-haired girl grumbled in response. Though he sensed that not everything was all right at the moment, Andraste refused to say why she was feeling upset. "Vase," Gloriana spoke as she tapped her foot against the deck, "I hope you did not come back from the Gemini family's fleet with strange ideas in mind. I don't want you to corrupt our children with deviant notions on how they should treat each other. In fact, I don't want to spend any further time with this revolting group. Please tell me that our clan and alliance decided to decline the offer and move on. Please tell me that you have made the wiser decision this time." It sounds as if Gloriana still couldn't move past her strong dislike of the Gemini family. That would make the following discussion harder. I hate to break it to you, but the Golden Skull Alliance along with the other groups that have gathered here has decided to attack the alien asteroid base. The benefits are just too good to pass up, and we are confident that our forces can make short work of the pirate warships. What? It took a while for Gloriana to vent her feelings on this decision. Vase had already gestured for Lucky and Clixie to take the children elsewhere so that he could give his wife an update in private. After Gloriana completed her usual rant, both she and her husband sat down on a couch. "Tell me the details," she commanded. "What has convinced you to keep tolerating the Gemini family's antics and commit to this attack?" "The Geminis are all right," Vase said. "Wait, before you say anything, I don't agree with their personal views, but that isn't really relevant here. They have studied their target carefully and they have formed a good plan to assault the Palace of Shame." Vase subsequently outlined the attack plan and talked about the spoils that they expected to obtain. Aside from plundering a heap of phase water as well as an abundant sample of alien technology, he also emphasized the possibility of obtaining powerful alien relics that the Palace of Shame had hidden for centuries. Unlike the excitement welling up inside Ves's heart, his wife did not put much stock in this claim. "That's it, I can understand why you are attracted by the prospect of looting 100 kilograms of phase water, but you just told me that this valuable resource is spread among many scattered pirate groups. I seriously doubt whether you can gather them all when the pirates scatter in every direction." Vase smirked. But that's where you are wrong. We have enough forces to form an effective blockade. What if the enemy ships engage their warp drives? That's not a problem for the most part. The Palace of Shame is situated in the middle of a dense asteroid belt. Not only is this a good hiding place, but it also makes it a lot more difficult to engage in warp travel as there are too many asteroids in the way. The alien ships that are deep inside the belt need to navigate through all of the rocks in the way before they can safely leave the star system. What if some of the ships possess a more advanced warp drive that can ignore the obstacles in the way? We already prepared a solution for that as well. No vessel will be allowed to form a warp travel on our watch. We are truly serious about stopping every single ship and vessel that tries to flee from our encirclement. Everything they carry will eventually fall into our coalition's hands. Then what of the supposed secret alien relics that you are all trying to plunder from the Palace of Shame? Gloriana skeptically asked. Do you even know whether such valuables exists in the first place? No. You mean you don't know? Have the Geminis told you nothing? The Gemini family has shared what little intelligence they collected about it. They truly know nothing more. All they have is scattered clues that the Palace of Shame hides an ancient secret that is valuable enough to make all of those powerful pirates stay in place, even as many other aliens from the surrounding regions have departed human-occupied territories. Vase ultimately did not believe that the Orvans and all of the other aliens chose to stay deep in enemy territory because of irrational reasons. There were theories that all of those alien pirate groups stayed because they were religious fanatics, doomsday cultists, or simply afraid that the alien space police would come and execute them for escaping their prison. He didn't think that any of these reasons could convince so many different alien races with drastically different personality traits and cultures. There had to be a strong logical reason why all of those selfish criminals chose to remain so deep in a region that became increasingly more human. His wife wasn't as optimistic, though. In other words, you don't know anything. Great. Did you at least ask your intangible crystal ball whether this Palace of Shame truly contains any worthwhile relics? I did, but he did not give me an answer, which is nothing new. Vase replied, all that means is that we should handle this situation by relying on our own judgment. In my case, that means playing along with the Geminis. Do you trust these people? Vase smiled. They're definitely holding back relevant information, so they haven't been entirely forthcoming to us. On the other hand, they are all sincere about our chances of success and the spoils we can expect to gain. They are excited, Gloriana. They don't think the opposition can do anything to stop them from taking what they want, especially since we have gathered so many ace mechs. Some of the enemy warships may pack a notable punch, but I don't think those indigenous aliens have ever handled anything comparable to a machine piloted by a saint, let alone 7 of them at the same time. Chapter 4421 Mischievous Helena. Everyone began to gear up for another major battle. Unlike the last time, the Golden Skull Alliance did not receive much time to prepare for the upcoming asteroid base assault. Operation Saturday Market was marked by careful planning and extensive wargaming. It also helped a lot that the attacking Hexers and Golden Skullers received a huge amount of leaked intelligence, much of which exposed the entire defensive layout of the Pima Prime system. This time, the Golden Skull Alliance had to commence an attack against the mysterious Palace of Shame that was occupied by who knew how many aliens. Each of their pirate groups possessed a dazzling variety of warships, starfighters and other odd combat assets that had no human equivalent. The sheer diversity in aliens not only made it difficult to figure out their individual strengths, but also gave the strategists a lot of headaches when they tried to estimate the total combat power of the forces occupying the alien asteroid base. The lack of intelligence on the enemy they were about to fight made it difficult to formulate accurate battle scenarios in simulation programs such as the MSTS. All of the Larkinson mech pilots had to make do with practice sessions where they were pitted against a wide variety of known alien warships that humanity had encountered in the past. In any case, the tech base of the indigenous alien races always shared a common root. It seemed that whenever an alien race successfully joined the Red Ocean's galactic community without getting enslaved or destroyed in its entirety, its members quickly assimilated the most basic technologies that had become widely spread. This was why almost every technology-based race in the Red Ocean utilized warp drives that were almost identical in design and performance. Vase found this to be a rather interesting phenomenon, as the indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean were not as divided as they looked. At times, they resembled the human states that occupied the old galaxy. While they were definitely competing amongst themselves, they also became a part of a collective that allowed them to interact and cooperate with each other without letting race become a hindrance. The Palace of Shame was like that on a much smaller scale. It hosted a lot of different individuals from a lot of different alien races and somehow managed to keep them all from waging all-out war was remarkable. It spoke of a sense of unity across racial barriers that used to be fairly prevalent in the Milky Way galaxy before the Age of Conquest. Of course, once humanity rose up and began to roll over all of the ancient alien empires that used to dominate a lot of territories, there was no way for the human race to ever cooperate with other alien races. In any case, humanity's domineering behavior throughout the Age of Conquest and the Age of Mechs produced a lot of benefits, but also prevented it from getting exposed to complex multiracial situations. Neither the Larkinson clan nor anyone else in the temporary coalition had ever fought against anything like the occupants of the Palace of Shame. Vase felt a deep unease because of that. At the very least, the coalition possessed a general understanding of the Orvan race as well as many other races. However, the Geminis had scant information about the warships, defensive turrets and so on. It was already certain that the aliens would make use of a few weird and abnormal technological marvels that could significantly skew the results. In fact, One of the reasons why the Larkinson clan possessed an advantage against its competitors was because it made widespread use of Luminaire crystal technology. If the extinct Luminaire race was able to develop amazing crystal technology that was leagues more effective than conventional energy weapon technology, then what kind of crazy tech did the alien pirates depend upon to keep themselves alive? We can't underestimate the power of alien technology. Even the weaker ones have developed unique advantages that have given them an edge in an unforgiving dwarf galaxy. The Red Ocean was just as cutthroat as the Milky Way galaxy in the past. The weaker alien races that did not possess sufficient strength inevitably became extinct. Few alien races were benevolent enough to shelter the newcomers that evolved to a point where they could explore the stars for the first time. In that sense, the invasion of the Red Ocean by the human race hardly changed the status quo. The difference here was that it was the humans that had become the predator while every other indigenous alien race demoted into prey. Prey or not, these aliens still retain their fangs. This was especially the case for pirates and other low-lives. The ones residing in the Palace of Shame likely couldn't match up against the proper military equivalents of their races, but what the pirates lacked in legitimacy, they more than made up for it with cruelty. It had been a long time since Vase and his clan fought against pirates. Aside from the fish whales, the last major enemies they faced were professional human military mech forces. Vase knew how they worked, how they thought and how they fought. He could look at their mechs and decipher the approximate performance and preferred method of combat. Criminal elements were a lot more mixed. Sure, they were probably weaker on a general basis, but their lack of consistency also happened to be one of their greatest strengths. Vase would rather fight against an enemy he understood much better than to confront a complete unknown. He let out a sigh as he leaned back on his chair. Due to the impending offensive operation, he had paused every ongoing design project. The mech designers could get much more done by assisting the maintenance crews in tweaking and modifying the existing mechs. It might not make much of a difference, but it would at least give all of the lab nerds a bit more practical experience. Some of them hadn't even touched an actual mech for over a year. As Vase studied the current state of his healthy and vigorous prosperity tree, he sensed a powerful but gloomy presence appearing from behind. "Hiya, little brother." "Hey, Helena." The translucent form of his spiritual big sister circled around and seated herself atop his office desk. Vase was pretty certain that Helena could make her body pass right through the desk if she chose to, but she had put in extra effort and energy to make her spiritual manifestation at least partially corporeal. The ease and efficiency of her technique showed that she had improved her control by a small margin since her last visit. "Why are you here, Helena?" His spiritual sister furrowed her brows. "Don't be so defensive. I'm your sister, silly. I have the right to visit you anytime you want. Just be glad that I didn't drop by while you were taking a bath." "Helena, hee. The black-robed young lady giggled. "Just kidding. I'm not that crazy, I swear. By the way, those Geminis sure sound fun. They are probably the oddest living humans that I have ever encountered, but they are so adorable in how they have become so loyal to their significant others. Don't tell me you want to copy some of the customs of the Gemini family." Helena pretended to look scandalized. "Oh no, I wouldn't want to hurt Gloriana. She is already such a lovely woman for you. I still have a long way to go before I am ready to start my own relationship. Still, it doesn't hurt to explore my options. Do you happen to have a recommendation?" He threw a flat glare in her direction. "No, really," Helena smirked. "There are plenty of guys in your friend circle who might be worthwhile to spend my time with. Let me see. The solemn guardian is too dull and simple for my tastes. Ilvain is too old and creepy. The illustrious one has that mysterious side of his, but he is too far removed from humanity. Lufa is the most honest of the bunch, but he is so pure that he's no fun at all. As for the rest, they are just powerful beasts. Though it doesn't really matter what species they portray them as, I am not into that kind of a relationship." Vase really didn't want to hold this kind of conversation with his mischievous family member. Whether it was right to treat Helena as his sister in the first place was debatable, but since he acknowledged her as family, he did not intend to treat her as an unrelated spiritual product. "Since there is no one eligible available, then stop talking about your relationship issues. I'm sure that a handsome, friendly, funny and lovable man will enter your sight one day." Helena grinned and leaned forward. "Someone like Vulcan. Disgusting. Vulcan is not an eligible choice for you. He's your brother." "So what?" his sister challenged him as she twirled a lock of her hair. "Genes and such might be a concern to flesh and blood humans such as you, but they are completely inconsequential to someone who doesn't have them in the first place. Vulcan sounds like a pretty nice guy. He's not a strong or proven warrior god, but he can compensate for that by making a lot of presents for me. He is just the perfect breadwinner. My family only really needs a single fighter anyway. Vase tried his best to maintain his composure. He absolutely did not want to fall for this obvious bait. He came up with the perfect retort. Vulcan is a dwarf. Ah, that can be a problem, yes. Helena frowned, but quickly cheered up again. Well, we can work it out. I am very tolerant towards short gods, you know. Besides, I have a bit of a hexer streak in me, courtesy of the superior mother. It is incredibly common for hexer women to get married to boys that are much shorter than them. Sometimes there is an entire head's difference in length between the two, but the hexer couples manage to make it work anyway. That's besides the point, Helena. Vulcan is another version of myself. Since I am your brother, that makes Vulcan your brother as well. I already told you that this doesn't matter among my kind. Haven't you heard about the multitude of alien gods that got married despite the fact that they were brothers and sisters or even mothers and sons? Don't apply your meatbag rules to godlike entities like me and your incarnation. I can marry and have kids with whoever I want. If Vulcan is my choice, then I expect you to give me your blessing. Vase felt sick to his stomach. It was one thing if a group of strangers like the Geminis engaged in this kind of behavior. He could just smile and tolerate his odd new acquaintances. It was another thing entirely if Helena started to express the same desires. Vase regretted the decision to work together with the Gemini family even more. His sister would have never been corrupted if he and his expeditionary fleet stayed well away from the abnormal pioneering group. Though a part of Vase still felt that Helena was teasing Vase, he could not afford to take this matter too lightly. Look, if you want to date a nice design spirit, then I will make one for you. Are you happy now? You don't need to settle for sleazy spiritual entities, and you certainly don't need to turn to your own brother. Just give me a wish list and I will make the perfect boyfriend material for you myself. Helena looked genuinely interested in his offer. She thought about it carefully before she reluctantly shook her head. Nah, I'm good. Lovers can't be made. Any god you make will only come across as a well-programmed bot to me. Why go through all this trouble when there is already Vulcan? I wouldn't mind it if you modify him a bit, though. Stop it, please. I can't take it any longer. Chapter 4422 Shameful Retreat. As Vase dealt with his teasing sister, his wife also spoke with one of her siblings. Fortunately for Gloriana, Venerable Brutus didn't joke around. The Gemini family's customs were of no interest to the Hexers. While their views on the ideal family unit varied quite a bit, none of them would go as far as matching brothers together with sisters. Look, Terina, it's your Auntie Gloriana. Say hi. Hi, Auntie, Helly, my niece. Gloriana reached out to rub the physical projection of the adorable little girl that was resting on her father's lap. You are so cute. You remind me of my first daughter when she was just as small as you. I hope you'll grow just as lovely as Aurelia. Hee. After Brutus was done with showing off his children, he and his sister began to talk about more serious issues. Did Auntie Ariadne give you a briefing about our upcoming mission? She did. It will be a hard fight and one that is different from anything else we have ever fought against. Venerable Brutus shared his views. Our Mech forces will have to cope with many different challenges. It won't be easy to maintain an effective blockade. If the alien pirate groups are smart and united enough to form up and attempt a mass breakthrough in a single direction, then whoever is in the way must hold the line. Gloriana frowned. She understood her brother's concerns. Mechs weren't exactly great at forming walls, especially when they needed to cover too many angles. One of the reasons why the Gemini family did not hesitate to give up valuable concessions was because it was impossible to form a complete blockade by relying on its own forces alone. It didn't even matter if they brought 10 times as many mechs because their firepower was not good enough. The Larkinsons had already witnessed numerous instances of how a horde of mechs was completely incapable of posing a serious threat against a single well-armed warship. The disparity in scale was simply too great. If the Gemini family truly wanted to form an effective blockade that could stop even the largest pirate ships from pushing through, then it had to bring in additional ace mechs. Expert mechs weren't enough. Though they were still effective at destroying smaller warships, the large quantity of warships docked at the Palace of Shame meant that far too many enemy vessels would be able to slip away without encountering any serious hindrances. Only the next tier of mechs like the Mars possessed the firepower to drill through so many thick hulls and cripple their propulsion or power systems in quick succession. The 2 ace mechs of the Gemini family along with the 5 ace mechs brought by the remaining pioneering groups represented a huge amount of firepower. Each of them possessed the firepower of a medium-sized warship but were also much harder to destroy due to their insanely small profiles and incredible mobility. Combined with the reality-distorting powers of their ace pilots, these ace mechs possessed so much combat power that they could essentially destroy the rest of the coalition's mech forces without requiring any further assistance. Yet even that might not be enough to defeat the pirate forces attached to the Palace of Shame. Venerable Brutus noticed his sister's concerns and tried to reassure her. We hold all of the initiative, remember. The aliens shouldn't know about our attack intentions. We can still gather more intelligence and obtain a better estimate of the capabilities of our upcoming enemies. Once we launch an attack, we will be in a position to push our mechs forward if we hold the advantage or pull them back if the alien warships prove to be too strong for us to resist against. If the aliens are primarily concerned with defending the Palace of Shame, then they shouldn't stupidly chase after our retreating forces. Though Brutus was not a professional mech officer or a tactician by any means, he still received an excellent education courtesy of his high birth. He was more than capable enough to understand the overall tactical and strategic considerations. I suppose you are correct, Gloriana admitted. I cannot help but worry, though. These insane adventures that Vase always drags us into often seem to explode in our faces. There has to be a variable that we haven't properly accounted for. My guess is that it has to do with whatever secret relics or ruins that the Gemini family originally wanted to obtain. No ordinary alien would think of naming a pirate den the Palace of Shame. Are you sure about that, Gloriana? These aliens don't necessarily think like humans, and the words may have a different connotation in their original languages. His sister crossed her arms and shook her head. The word palace has a clear association with royalty or nobility, and I do not think it will be any different in an alien language. The concept of a hereditary ruling class is also fairly prevalent among the intelligent species back in the Milky Way galaxy. If we assume that the word palace is explicitly related to a ruling noble, then a site that can be called the Palace of Shame should presumably be a place of exile. Brutus said as his eyes widened in realization. Maybe, the Palace of Shame was originally set up to be a residence that was built to accommodate a defeated princess. Perhaps she took part in a struggle for the throne but lost against a more successful relative. The only way to deal with a defeated contender you don't want to kill but also do not want to be used as a puppet should be to exile the princess to a place that is far away. Banishment was a common means to gently get rid of a troublesome individual or group. It all makes sense, Gloriana said as she connected the threads together. The most suspicious points about the Palace of Shame are that the former alien empires had never tried to eliminate this criminal stronghold and that the members of the Orvan race are involved. Both of these facts can be explained if the exiled princess may have been an important figure among Orvans at one time. If this is the case, then the relics that we are after may be the belongings of this exiled dignitary. This story truly made a lot of sense. However, not every story was so neat and clear-cut in reality. Brutus might not be as smart as his younger sister, but he still knew enough about life to never put too much stock in so many assumptions. Let's not get too excited, Gloriana. You are basing your theory on unreliable information. The Geminis have given us a great deal of information, but how do they know it is true? How much have they withheld from us? We may be missing several crucial puzzle pieces that would have led you to a different conclusion. For example, the Palace of Shame is actually quite old. Maybe the events that you have described truly took place, but those involved have already died hundreds of years ago. The Orvans that have become a part of the power structure of the palace might not have any relations to this hypothetical banished princess. My theory shouldn't be too far off the mark, Gloriana confidently claimed. The details may be somewhat different in reality, but the premise should be the same. You should share your theory with Vase and the others if that is the case, though I think they would have probably come up with this theory already. Those dummies don't know anything. Gloriana dismissively waved her hand. The Larkinsons may be good in many different areas, but they do not understand nobility like us. I can still provide useful input. They continued to exchange their opinions about what they might expect to encounter at the Palace of Shame. However, the information they possessed was too limited for them to make too many solid conjectures. Instead of making unfounded guesses about their upcoming alien opponents, they were much more comfortable with talking about their own capabilities. Are you still satisfied with the Star Dancer Mark II? Gloriana asked with genuine concern. Nothing has changed as far as I know. It is still as good of an expert mech as ever. The only fault that I can mention to you is that it is excellent in mech duels but not so great in the kind of long-ranged slugging matches that typically take place in battles involving warships. My expert mech doesn't have the firepower to destroy large vessels as quickly as the Amaranto, especially after the latter received a new energy cannon. Gloriana grimaced. I should have pushed my husband harder to design a new blessed weapon for your expert mech as well. Now, our Golden Skull Alliance can only count on the Instrument of Doom and the Mars to fight against the largest and toughest alien warships. You should add the Everchanger to the list, Brutus said in a respectful tone. It is much clumsier when it is equipped with a mounted wargear loadout, but its raw power is undeniably stronger. I don't trust Vess's pet project as much. They are not as reliable as true mechs. Besides, don't count yourself out too quickly. You've become a mid-tier expert pilot by now, right? You can generate considerably stronger true resonance with your Star Dancer Mark II than before. Unless the aliens have anything comparable to high-ranking mechs, it is impossible for them to resist the divine might of your expert mech's attacks. I don't think my Star Dancer Mark II will be able to outdamage the Promethea despite having a younger and weaker expert pilot. Brutus retorted. Venerable Isabel Coden and her Promethea are both specialized in spreading mass destruction through engulfing their targets in flames. My inclinations aren't as destructive. I respect the dance and I have always preferred to tango with enemy champions. At this stage in my career, I cannot change who I am or how I fight. Brother, Venerable Brutus Woden shaped his piloting and fighting style in a time when the Red Ocean was still unknown and when the Hexadric hegemony was still in its heyday. The Friday Coalition was the big enemy that pressed over the heads of every Hexer. None of the Hexer mech pilots ever spared any thought about preparing to fight against massive alien warships. They only had eyes for Fredaman mechs. Though Brutus was rightfully proud of his dueling capabilities, there was hardly any need for finesse if the upcoming battle turned into a brutal series of artillery exchanges. I will fix this problem for you after this operation is over. Gloriana vowed. I will go to Vase and persuade him to give you a new weapon so that you can feel useful again in subsequent battles against alien warships. Her brother raised his hand. I am doing fine, sister. You don't need to intervene on my behalf. I am confident that the alien troops at the Palace of Shame must have powerful starfighters or other strange vehicles that are more suitable for me to handle. I will be able to prove the value of my Star Dancer Mark II at that point. Maybe you are right, but that does not mean I will leave your lack of firepower unaddressed. We don't need to equip your expert rifleman mech with a massive oversized cannon, but we should still be able to update your current weapon so that it can keep up with the times. If you say so, Gloriana. Your little sister is always right, the woman arrogantly claimed. Venerable Brutus smiled. To be honest, I am looking forward to the performance of the Handmaidens of Death. Their combat abilities are decent when fighting against hostile expert mechs, but their lethality should be far greater when fighting against starships. I predict that Operation Lighthouse will be the moment where they will truly become famous. Gloriana could see why her brother was confident about this. As long as the aliens did not have the ability to defend against extraordinary attacks, they should be exceptionally vulnerable to death energy attacks. Chapter 4423 Borean System. Several days passed before the Coalition fleet finally arrived at their destination star system. The sensor systems of many ships immediately became engulfed by a flood of chaotic energies. Fortunately, every pioneering group already learned about the local conditions in advance and hardened the sensor systems accordingly. Many of them had to be reinforced, recalibrated or even shut down entirely in order to avoid reducing their lifespans. We have dropped out of FTL travel at a greater distance from the center of the star system than usual. The cause of this is the excessive and unstable magnetic activity generated by one of the stars in this binary star system. Our effective observation range has dropped by at least 75%. The excessive electromagnetic interference is preventing us from observing many areas of the Borean system. A massive alien fleet could be hiding in our blind spots without our notice. The Borean system was anything but ordinary. If the local alien pirate groups wanted to hide and escape pursuit, they couldn't take refuge in any ordinary star system. There were many pockets of turbulent and abnormal space in the cosmos. One of the best sites for criminals to remain out of sight of their pursuers was to hide in regions with strange and abnormal environmental conditions such as the Nixian Gap. While the Borean system wasn't as dangerous or extreme as the Nixian Gap, it was still a difficult territory for anyone to maintain their footing. The reason for that was because it was a special binary star system with an unusual pair of stars. One of the stars was a relatively ordinary red giant star. It looked big, but its mass and luminosity wasn't that impressive. The other star was a lot more special, though. This was because it was a small, dense and heavy neutron star. Consisting entirely out of neutrons rather than more complex atoms, these stars were known to be extremely active in generating electromagnetic activity. Many of them spurted out powerful jets of energy in varying directions, while others maintained such strong magnetic fields that the crust of the star itself would quake. In other words, neutron stars were extremely unpleasant to be around, especially at closer ranges. If any visitors wanted to do anything useful in a star system that contained such a powerful object, then they had to conduct their activities in the outer system. Though the extreme magnetic fields and other electromagnetic activity were still fairly powerful at those ranges, they at least weakened to the extent that it was possible to build permanent bases as long as there was enough shielding. The massive interference generated by the neutron star still played a useful role in disrupting the effectiveness of many sensors, so any pursuit force that wanted to chase after a fleeing pirate fleet would quickly lose the trail, especially if their target dove into an enormous asteroid belt. "How are the conditions of our ships?" Vase asked as he observed the entry of the coalition fleet from the bridge of his flagship. "Do any of them report any malfunctions due to the hostile environment?" "We have received no such reports, sir. All of our starships are in working condition. Our crews are monitoring every essential system non-stop. We estimate that we may start receiving reports about malfunctions once we travel closer to the center of the star system. Please keep me informed. We need to know how much abuse our starships can take. Not all of them are as hardened against environmental damage as I wish." Once the starships of every fleet from every participating pioneering group had been accounted for, the Gemini fleet led the way forward. Even now, the Geminis did not extend complete trust towards its temporary allies. They still grasped the exact coordinates of the Palace of Shame. From what the Golden Skull Alliance and all of the other helpers had learned about this site, the secret asteroid base was actually extremely well hidden. Many generations of alien pirates had successively upgraded its anti-detection capabilities. Perhaps the variety of alien tech may have made the Palace of Shame's technological capabilities rather messy, but it was virtually impossible to find the right asteroid among countless other ones. Combined with the serious electromagnetic interference generated by the neutron star in the center of the star system, a fleet could scan the asteroid belt for thousands of years and still miss their target. The only way to track down the well-hidden pirate stronghold was to grab an insider or a memory device that possessed the coordinates. The Geminis most likely found out about the Palace of Shame through one of these methods, so no one doubted their ability to lead them to the right place. Of course, the Geminis did not make it easy for everyone. Their fleet followed a rather meandering route that made it a lot harder to pin down the destination by extrapolating the route of the leading fleet. Vase understood why the Geminis made such a precaution. They not only wanted to prevent their temporary coalition from moving on without them, but they also wanted to limit those that hadn't signed any deals from deciphering the coordinates. No one knew whether the temporary coalition was the only human force in the Borean system. The huge degree of electromagnetic interference meant that there was a possibility that other third parties might be hiding in the asteroid belt. Perhaps these other human pioneers had gathered a few clues about the Palace of Shame but lacked the means to pin down its coordinates. Maybe the pioneers had the same idea as the alien pirates and wanted to use the Borean system as a secret base of operations. Whatever the case, the Gemini family, the Golden Skull Alliance, the Adelaide Mercenary Company, the Lara Foundation and Bujay family may not be the only human powers in the star system. When Vase thought about this possibility, he felt conflicted. On one hand, it was best to rush to the Palace of Shame as fast as possible. This way, the temporary coalition would be able to take action and complete the mission objectives long before any third parties could come and get in his way. On the other hand, Vase wanted the coalition fleet to slow down and thoroughly scout the surroundings to rule out the possibility that there were opportunists waiting in the dark. He shook his head. "We can't delay too much. It is impossible to hide the fact that so many different starships from several major pioneering organizations traveled to the Borean system. If other pioneers become curious enough, they will soon come en masse and get in our way. Besides, the alien pirates rooted in the Palace of Shame shouldn't be blind and deaf. They must have established at least several extensive early warning networks throughout the Borean system in order to warn against incoming enemies. If Vase had to choose between speed or caution, he would choose the former in this particular situation. Acting quickly was better than acting late in a situation like this. With 7 ace mechs at their disposal, the Geminis and their teammates possessed ample firepower. It was a pity that Vase wasn't in charge of this operation. One of the terms of the contract was that the Gemini family dictated the route and pacing. Since the Geminis set a moderate pace, Vase could barely tolerate the additional days it would take for them to reach their final destination. I suppose that at least gives us a bit more time to prep our mechs and starships for combat. Vase muttered. He decided to make good use of his time by checking all of the important mechs in person. The expert mechs were all in good condition more or less. Many of the ones that incurred a lot of damage in the previous battle had been restored to the best of the Larkinson clan's abilities. One of the more serious problems was that multiple Larkinson expert mechs had lost pieces of unending alloy during the battle. Though the clan had done its best to retrieve all of the bits of metal that had gone flying, it was impossible to regain all of it in a limited amount of time. The only way to restore these older Larkinson expert mechs to their proper conditions was to draw from another source of unending alloy. This was why Vase personally authorized the cannibalization of much of the Shield of Samar to repair battered mechs such as the Riot and to a lesser extent the Everchanger. Just treated like an organ transplant, Vase planned to phase out the use of unending alloy in time. It became increasingly more difficult to maintain the expert mechs that relied heavily on these non-replenishable materials. He hoped to be able to find a proper substitute for this powerful material. He had already begun to explore a few ideas, but he was far from being able to produce his own alloy that was both tough and spiritually reactive. Vase briefly thought about the Palace of Shame. The Geminis had already told him that the messy pirate groups collected a lot of different materials over the years. There was a good possibility that he might encounter a material in their collections that might offer what he needed. In fact, I don't care if the new material is not as tough as unending alloy. As long as I can stuff spiritual energy inside of it, I can easily use it as a replacement for my peace stones. He was running out of patience. His inability to acquire more spiritually reactive materials such as peace stones, B stones, F stones and unending alloy was seriously hampering his work. Maybe I need to look at organic substances instead, Vase wondered. I have always gotten along better with biomatter. Too well, sometimes. He actually gained an opportunity to obtain a valuable piece of bone that might have what he needed, but he became so busy with other projects that he neglected this option. Though this particular offer was no longer available, there should still be ways for Vase to obtain similar bones through other channels. He just needed to approach the right parties. One of the more important people he visited during this time was Legion Commander Town Melon. The Eye of Ilvain would play an important role in this battle. Though the ace mechs were the main units responsible for felling the enemy warships, they could only focus on the biggest ones most of the time. The responsibility for bombarding the smaller but much more numerous pirate vessels rested on artillery mech units such as the Eye of Ilvain. Will your Transcendent Punishers perform up to expectation? They will, sir. The Ilvainin mech commander replied. The firepower of the Transcendent Punisher model isn't light and they can always switch to the right damage type depending on how the alien warships are built. It may be tricky to overcome their more exotic forms of protection, but we do not think that any of the pirate ships can move fast and agile enough to evade most of our attacks. They talked a bit more about the Eye of Ilvain's battle readiness. Though the Ilvainins had not changed anything significant since the conclusion of the Battle of Pima Prime, it was not necessary for them to do too much. The job of the Eye of Ilvain was quite simple. They merely had to pound the enemy warships that came out of the Palace of Shame. The tricky part was controlling the damage. I don't want those ships to blow up, Vase stated to Commander Town. Any of them could carry several kilograms of phase water. It's impossible for our retrieval teams to pick up every drop of phase water that has spilled into space. Don't hesitate to allow your men to borrow Ilvain's power to help them cripple the alien vessels without causing them to collapse any further. You can count on us, sir. Chapter 4424 Human Nature Operation Lighthouse put heavy emphasis on both the ace mechs and the ranged mechs of the participating pioneering groups. While the Larkinson clan fielded a lot of strong melee mechs, it was difficult for them to get involved in the earlier stages of the joint operation. As long as the alien defenders of the Palace of Shame retained all of their powerful warships, it was all too easy for them to lay down a withering barrage of fire towards every incoming mech formation. Even if the Palace of Shame was surrounded by asteroids that could provide plenty of cover, there should still be more than enough space for the defending warships to unleash the might of their secondary gun batteries. Vase did not want any of his mechs and mech pilots to get mowed down with ease. He would rather have his forces maintain their distance and pelt the enemy warships from a safer distance. The mech industry should really come up with a way to make melee mechs more relevant in space battles. He complained. He couldn't count the times he expressed this sentiment over the years. This was not a new problem by any means, but the mech industry had yet to present a practical solution that would allow melee mechs to close in on enemy warships without getting torn to pieces. The only solution that came close enough was to equip mechs with mini drives, but this was anything but a practical solution because the cost was way too prohibitive. If everything went well, the melee mechs should still be able to contribute in many ways during the later stages of the battle. We first need to inflict such a heavy blow on the alien pirate forces that they will fall apart and lose cohesion. We can't launch an all-out assault so long as our opponents are still organized. This was why it was important to take out their flagships and biggest hitters first. Just like humans, many alien races had the habit of placing their highest authority figures on the biggest and most powerful vessels. If the coalition could take out these alien flagships by storm, there was a large chance that the remaining pirate ships would fall into chaos. After all, pirates were all the same. It was extremely improbable that they were hardened and disciplined soldiers that operated under a solid chain of command. As long as the big chiefs perished in battle, the underbosses would definitely quarrel amongst themselves in order to take over the surviving forces. The infighting might get so bad that the coalition's melee mechs might be able to get close without encountering much opposition. Of course, if this did not take place, then the Larkinson clan and the other pioneering groups would just hold back their melee mechs a while longer. In the meantime, they can still make themselves useful by contributing additional firepower with spare rifles. Vase inspected the cargo bays where the Larkinson clan had stored large racks of spare Luminaire crystal rifles. None of the weapons were particularly large, powerful or expensive, but they would get the job done as long as enough of them fired at the same time. There were thousands of humanoid melee mechs in the Larkinson army, and Vase did not want them to remain idle all this time. Though it became a bit more troublesome to manage the energy levels of the melee mechs as they fired their Luminaire crystal weapons, they could still provide a lot of help by directing their firepower at static targets such as the Palace of Shame or particularly large alien warships. Don't worry, sir. Our sword maidens don't have much desire to play with guns, but we can use them if we have to. Commander Sendra reported to Vase when he paid a visit to the Wild Torch. Those rifles are easy to use, though their punch is a bit lacking to be honest. Vase didn't look surprised when he heard that. Power is something that you must earn, Commander. I trust in the professionalism of your sword maiden mech pilots, but many of them haven't utilized rifles in years. They are so invested in their swordsmanship training that they are psychologically repulsed by the thought of using a ranged weapon. I don't want to hand over weapons that are too powerful for their own good. Besides, the greater the power, the greater the burden to the mech. Ranged mechs are already designed to cope with this, but a pure melee mech such as a second sword is not as equipped to handle these difficulties. Though the sword maiden commander looked disappointed, she did not linger too much over this issue. She was already glad enough that her sword maiden mech pilots could still have room to intervene in the battle while the two sides remained apart from each other. How are your subordinates doing? Vase curiously asked. Are they happy and eager to confront the pirate of the Palace of Shame? Commander Sendra hesitated for a moment. They're not as excited as I wish. Don't get me wrong, my sisters definitely enjoy a fight, but it has to be on their terms. We are not comfortable with maintaining our distance. Too many aliens don't play by our rules. There are good reasons for that. Vase replied. Mechs would have never gotten off the ground if the Big Two did not enforce a warship ban. If the MTA never came to life, then we would have probably been utilizing warships instead of mechs at this time. The indigenous alien races of the Red Ocean have never encountered a powerful authority that prohibited the use of warships. Our human race is unique in that sense. The Sword Maiden commander let out a cynical chuckle. What a great honor. The human race is the only one that is so dangerous to its own kind that we had to take away our own weapons in order to protect us against ourselves. What does that say about the strength and future of our race? Vase raised his arm and patted the woman on the shoulder. I don't think it is a bad idea. At least this shows that humanity recognized the danger before it was too late and took action in advance. I can't say the same for many other alien races that have all gone extinct over the ages. I am sure that many of them have met their end due to their own mistakes. It is okay to make mistakes as long as you acknowledge them and make up for them. I don't think humanity is as bad as many people say for that reason. Humanity had an incredible capacity for creation and destruction. The growth of its civilization and the mastery of ever greater technologies meant that humans could rise far above every race or fall into a bottomless pit where there was no way back. After Vase shared a bit of his views towards humanity, Commander Sendra became a lot more contemplative. I would like to think that humans like you and me can build a fantastic society where our sword maidens are no longer needed to fight for survival, but you don't believe humanity can rise above our flaws, Sendra. The Legion commander let out a sigh. We have all witnessed too much darkness in the hearts of other humans. My sisters and I simply can't believe that we are heading towards a better future. Just look at the big two. The Mechers and Fleeters are responsible for starting the scramble for phase water and the many fights against the local alien forces. If the top of our society is already this bad, it will definitely be worse further down the ladder. We are all flawed and tainted, and there is nothing anyone can do to cleanse us from our inherent flaws. That was certainly a pessimist viewpoint. Is that the kind of future that you want to embrace? Vase asked. What of your two children? Do you want them to grow up in an environment where society is collapsing all around them and where they have to mature a lot faster in order to struggle to survive? Sendra scowled. I am not letting Wexel and Tarina fend for themselves. Brutus and I will do our best to protect them and train them to fight if possible. I don't think that human society will get any better in the future, but I still believe in our ability to carve a better place for ourselves. That is what I am fighting for. I have no ideas about saving human civilization as a whole. That is none of our business. I just want to save and protect our family. That is a sentiment that I can get behind. Vase smiled. They began to talk about family after Sendra drifted to this topic. I wish I could spend more time with them. The Legion commander confessed. It's hard for me to do my job while also making sure I can spend enough time with our kids. Marrying a glory seeker hasn't made things easier for me. My husband and I both work on separate ships and fleets. This had never been much of a problem when we were all staying in Davut, but now that we have started to travel again, it is difficult for me to remain in touch with my children. Sometimes, the only way I can talk to them is over a comm call. Vase understood how painful it must be for a mother like Commander Sendra to be unable to hug her young children in person. Have the two of you tried to reside on the same ship at the same time? If you want, I can talk to the Glory Seekers about setting up a rotation where you and the rest of your family can switch back and forth while staying on one ship at a time. We already thought about that, sir. It won't work out for us. I can't lead my sword maidens from afar. My sisters need a strong presence above their heads in order to stay in line. Brutus also can't separate himself from the Glory Seekers for too long. He is one of their few male expert pilots and a direct descendant of the Woden dynasty to boot. Commander Sendra and Venerable Brutus failed to come up with an adequate solution, so they just stuck to their ad hoc approach and tried to make the best of the situation. Do you regret your decision to pursue Venerable Brutus? Vase asked. Oh no, I am still happy despite all of the complications that I have to deal with. Sword maidens like myself have special taste in men. Brutus is the perfect prince for me. He is strong, but he is also respectful and sweet. I like that he is stronger than me but acts as if he doesn't have to prove his superiority to me. He is also a great father to our two children, though I wish he wouldn't stuff as much Hexer nonsense in Wexel and Tarina's heads. Vase could clearly sense the genuine love and respect in Commander Sendra's tone. He was glad to hear that this relationship was doing well. Brutus was his brother-in-law while Wexel and Tarina were his nephew and niece. That made them a part of his family. If you ever need more help from me or our clan, just say so. Vase offered to Sendra. I can afford to make some allowances for you and your children on account of our family relations. Are your kids doing well? They are, but I don't know what they will be doing once they grow up. I want them to become mech pilots if possible. Both their father and I can teach so much about fighting with mechs. What if their genetic aptitudes don't cooperate with your dreams? Then I will just send them to school and hope they can make something of themselves. Sendra shrugged. Would you teach them to become mech designers if they are interested? Sure, if they truly want to design mechs for a living, I won't refuse them. However, they better be passionate and sincere about it, though. Learning how to design mechs is demanding work. Hey, I will be sure to teach my children to behave. I can promise you that they won't waste your time, sir. We'll see about that. Let us wait until they are 10 years old before we discuss their trajectories. Chapter 4425 Informal Agreement. The Borean system became more and more hostile to the human starships as they ventured closer to the center. Fortunately, the coalition fleet did not have to travel that deep inside the star system in order to reach its target. As the fleet led by the Gemini family approached the coordinates of the Palace of Shame, the ships slowed down and tried their best to blend into the nearby asteroids. If they wanted to start off Operation Lighthouse on a strong footing, then the human attackers needed to remain as incognito as possible. The massive interference generated by the nearby neutron star helped a lot with that. Long-range observation was practically impossible due to all of the magnetic fields and other stellar activity scrambling everything in the star system. Of course, just as the human coalition fleet depended on the local conditions to hide itself from the local aliens, the forces rooted in the Palace of Shame also took advantage of the difficult environment to hide their own activities. The Larkinsons and the other groups constantly dispatched mechs to conduct patrols and engage in extensive reconnaissance, but they quickly encountered a major hindrance. This damn radiation and this damn magnetic field is putting so much noise into our signals that nothing coherent is getting through. My mech can't maintain communications with our fleet anymore. We need to make adjustments. The only ways we can pass on a message is if we form a daisy chain or if we contract our deployment range. As the Geminis and other pioneering groups resorted to these primitive measures to maintain effective communications over longer distances, a few of the Larkinson clan's scout-oriented mechs began to show their value at this stage. The Light Hunter fielded by the Flagrant Vandals and the Signal Bearer fielded by the Penitent Sisters and other Hexer forces proved to be a lot more reliable than other scout mechs. The reason for that was because they were able to maintain effective communications over longer distances. By using the Illustrious One and the Superior Mother respectively as spiritual communication networks, the Light Hunter and the Signal Bearer mechs were able to range much further while maintaining at least basic contact with their motherships. In fact, the Larkinson clan offered to lend a few Buzzy Bee mechs that could perform the same job to the other pioneering groups beforehand, but only one of them accepted the offer. These Buzzy Bees are doing a really great job, Larkinson. General Hermaine Forain of the Adelaide Mercenary Company told Vase over the comm. I could have really used these mechs in some of my past encounters. I'm jealous of your Light Hunter mechs, though. Their ECM systems don't appear to be as good, but their scouting abilities are much better. I am glad to hear that our products are serving a useful purpose in your hands, but I'm afraid I have to disappoint you, General. Vase replied, our Light Hunter model is not for sale. We have developed many mechs that are precisely tailored to the needs of our clan. If you wish to obtain a comparable mech model that is adapted to your mercenary company, then you can commission a mech design or two from us. Just take into account that it will cost you, though. The leader of the Adelaide Third Fleet looked discouraged. I am afraid I won't be able to take you on your offer. I've been arguing my case to the higher-ups, but they insisted on sticking to our regular schedule. We have invested so much money on replacing our older mechs with our current ones that we don't have much left to spare. Maybe that will change after we successfully raided the Palace of Shame, but for now our mercenary company needs to be frugal. It started to make more sense why the Adelaide Third Fleet was roaming the dangerous border region between the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Zelmer Upper Zone. The Adelaides were essentially scrounging for money. Not every pioneering organization was as rich as the Larkinson clan. Compared to running a mech company where a few best-selling mech models could easily churn out massive profits, it was a lot harder for mercenary organizations to earn windfall profits. Most mercenary missions paid very well, but their durations were inconsistent. A single accident during a single mission might trigger massive losses which would instantly wipe away all of the profits earned from the last 5 or so missions. Vase could guess without searching the galactic net that the Adelaide Mercenary Company must have suffered a major loss during one of its missions. Whatever happened to the company had worsened its financial position by a considerable degree. This was already bad news for a pioneering organization that entered the Red Ocean fairly recently. Vase knew firsthand how much money it cost to prepare for a migration to the new frontier and to quickly update everything to Red Ocean standards. As it was, General Forain had already done his best by squeezing out a small amount of MTA credits so that his Third Fleet could acquire a limited amount of useful LMC mechs. If the other pioneers ask you about your experiences with our products, I hope you can put in a good word for them. Vase politely requested, while I don't need their patronage, I truly think that my mechs can help them limit their casualties and defeat their opponents faster. I will be sure to do so as long as you promise to give us a discount or preferential treatment. Vase paused for a moment. We don't do discounts as we believe our mechs are always worth the price. It's not a big problem to give your mercenary company extra privileges, though. We should talk further once we have concluded this operation. I will hold you to that, Patriarch Larkinson. They shifted the discussion from their mechs to the current situation in the Borean system. The neutron star is damaging all of our more vulnerable parts and machines. General Forain complained. I don't know how all of those alien pirate ships can stay in one shape after getting exposed for so long. Can you help us limit the damage? Our repair bills are rising by the day. Vase nodded in understanding. Our fleet will also need extensive repairs after this is over. I think the aliens probably have access to special shielding technology that can negate much of the destructive effects. I think I have an idea on how we can build such a device, but it will take months if not years to develop an adequate magnetic shielding device that is powerful enough to cover a single starship. There was no convenient solution to stop the accelerated degradation of all of their hardware. Not even the Geminis prepared an effective solution despite knowing about the conditions of the Borean system a little earlier. They just had to get in, defeat the aliens and get out as fast as possible, preferably within a week. This was a tight timetable, but the Golden Skull Alliance was already accustomed to working in a hurry. Besides, it wasn't always a good idea to linger around a battlefield for too long. Word would spread eventually and lots of greedy vultures would come eventually in order to pick up a lot of salvage on the cheap. I don't know where the Palace of Shame is located, but according to our analysis of the behavior of the Geminis, it should not take long before we approach the site. Does your clan concur? I've received similar reports from my subordinates. Vase replied. Our chances of encountering a hidden alien patrol ship are much greater. We need to be ready to react quickly. If the aliens at the Palace of Shame receive too much advanced warning, we will be met with fully organized opposition. It may already be too late for that. We are trespassing on their territory at the moment. I am more concerned about the main battle. If our mechs ever experience difficulties that we cannot handle by ourselves, can you lend us your aid to bail us out? We can promise to do the same for you. We will not stand by and let your alliance get pummeled. Now this was interesting. On the surface, General Forain wanted nothing more than to establish a promise to watch each other's backs. Vase wasn't fooled, though. He spent too much time with Pernus to stop at the surface. When he tried to look deeper, he figured out that General Forain wanted to accomplish more than just a promise to scratch each other's back if any of them ever suffered an itch. The man wanted his Adelaide Third Fleet to form a united front with the Golden Skull Alliance if necessary. There were only a few cases where it was usual for the two pioneering fleets to join forces. Either the alien enemies were so overwhelmingly powerful that they could no longer follow the original battle plan, or the members of the coalition might turn against each other. Vase did not believe the Geminis had overestimated the strength of the aliens residing in the Palace of Shame, so he felt that the second case was much more likely to happen. Of course, it was still rather unlikely that the Geminis and everyone else would ruin their reputation, credibility and trustworthiness in order to backstab their allies, but Vase already experienced betrayal in the past. Though everyone in the temporary coalition may have signed a contract, Vase had never taken much stock in the binding power of an electronic document. Vase slowly nodded. I will have to discuss this further with my alliance partners, but I don't think they will object to standing by your side. The premise of this is that you and your fellow Adelaides show that you are worthy of our trust. The other man grinned. I believe our successful mercenary record will tell you enough about us. We will pay you for your protection if your alliance has served an instrumental role in covering for us. I expect your side to do the same if our roles have been reversed. No problem. It was a bit reckless to form a private relationship with a pioneering group that Vase wasn't really familiar with, but he felt it was best to try to make this work. Vase had developed a good impression of the Adelaides. They did not convey the rough and unreliable attitudes of the mercenaries that he had met in the past. Their mech force was also alright. Though the Adelaide mech models weren't that impressive in his eyes, they were still solid performers that could last for many years as long as they received sufficient maintenance. The Adelaide mech pilots were also highly experienced in battle. There was plenty of footage on the Galactic Net that showed how these mercenaries didn't only know how to present their mechs in parades. Vase would be a fool to reject the goodwill from a pioneering fleet with so much effective combat power. The two talked a bit more. Neither of them had any intentions of making a formal contract, so they could only rely on trust to make their agreement valid. It was not exactly the most reliable way to form a cooperation. But Vase had a good impression of General Forain and the Adelaides. The Black Cats were already digging up information about the Adelaide Mercenary Company in order to learn more about its integrity, but for now Vase was inclined to trust his own judgment. The two shook the hands of each other's projection to finalize their informal deal. Before they ended the call, General Forain passed on a warning to Vase. You should watch out for the Santana group. Their soldiers are all right, but none of them have any say in the holding company's decision-making. The executives who are in charge will do anything for profit. I don't think they will be stupid enough to pull off a stunt during the main battle, but once we get to the point where we need to gather and divide the spoils, we are no longer strictly allies anymore. I get what you mean. Chapter 4426 Lingering doubts. The fleet slowed down after a time. There were several reasons why the ships needed to move slower. First, navigating through an asteroid belt was quite perilous to say the least. The Gemini family and the rest of the coalition did not dare to send too many of their starships through the densest areas of the belt. Perhaps the scouting vessels and the smaller combat carriers possessed the agility to maneuver around the floating rocks, but the biggest and slowest capital ships were not as endowed. The journey presented an especially serious danger to the fleets with a significant number of civilian vessels. The Larkinson clan and the Bouget family were especially reluctant to dive into the middle of the belt for this reason. Fortunately, the periphery of the belt was not as difficult to navigate through. Combined with the fact that the asteroids mostly followed static trajectories that could easily be mapped out in advance, none of the starships came close to colliding against anything dangerous. Mechs were still needed to break apart or push away smaller floating rocks, but these were trivial issues. The bigger reason why it was best for the coalition fleet to slow down was to minimize the risk of discovery as much as possible. Though none of the coalition troops expected to be able to maintain the element of surprise, the less time they gave for their opponents to respond, the better. We have already detected and tampered with hundreds of listening devices in advance. Calabast reported to Vase. The good news is that they are all rather old and simple. Machines get worn down all the time due to constant exposure to the heavy and turbulent magnetic fields and other activity generated by that big neutron star. The Gemini family already prepared countermeasures against these devices, so our Black Cats as well as the covert operations units of the other groups have dealt with them in the best way possible. If nothing has gone wrong, these devices will continue to think that there is nothing wrong despite the fact that over 1,000 human starships are flying right past their sensors. That sounded nice, but Vase did not believe the aliens that had occupied the Palace of Shame for centuries if not longer could be fooled that easily. They wouldn't have been able to survive for so long if their detection network could be subverted with so much ease. This star system is too unfriendly towards technology, Calabast stated. The aliens do not have the wealth to invest in expensive, shielded listening devices that are much harder to deal with. It is much more economic in the long term to rely on inherently disposable detection machines. No matter whether they are based on alien programming or circuitry, their simplistic nature means that it is easy for our scientists and engineers to crack, especially if the MTA has already deciphered the relevant alien race's tech base. What if we're dealing with biotechnology instead? Calabast smirked. We have already dealt with a number of bioconstructs. The exobiologists at the Larkinson Biotech Institute along with the biotech experts working for the other pioneering groups have already taken care of the biomachines that we have detected so far. The Santana Group owns numerous biotech companies that employ far more senior researchers than anyone else, and the Gemini family also happens to be competent in this field due to its interest in genetics. This was the advantage of banding together with different pioneering organizations. Their diverse competences and activities granted them advantages that provided a lot of value in the right situations. Vase had little doubt that the Larkinson Biotech Institute would play an especially crucial role in every interaction with alien races or native exo-beasts. The Palace of Shame probably contained a lot of weirdness. It would be handy to have the relevant experts on hand to judge the value of strange alien goods. Do you really think the aliens haven't noticed our approach as of yet? Vase remained skeptical. According to the briefing given by the Geminis, the Orvan race has maintained a foothold in the Palace of Shame for a long time. The Orvans have definitely become a part of its core power structure due to their strength and technological might. Have our scouts detected any devices that are derived from Orvan technology? Calabast's smile dropped a bit. No, we haven't. We admit that there is a chance that the Orvans have already detected our approach through the use of extremely well-hidden sensor systems, but there is nothing we can do about it. This is also why the Gemini family doesn't want to delay too much. We need to strike before the alien pirates can prepare a more organized welcoming party for our troops. Then why are we slowing down? Isn't the answer obvious? We should already be close to our destination. The Geminis have probably dispatched covert scouting units in advance in order to determine the current state of the Palace of Shame. Once they have received the most up-to-date information about the disposition of the alien pirate forces, we can tweak our attack plan one last time before we begin to take action. Everything was happening a bit too fast for his liking. Vase did not feel entirely comfortable with how the initiative was being grasped by someone other than himself. Still, that didn't entirely explain his unease. During Operation Saturday Market, he had little to no problem with letting the Hex army take charge. Though he didn't particularly like General Aliski Victrix, he trusted the Hexers not to screw him over. He did not possess the same confidence in the Gemini family. The other pioneering groups were all strangers who only cared about their own interests. They had very little reason to show any extra regard to their allies. This was also one of the reasons why the 6 pioneering groups did not choose to integrate their forces tighter. They still retained their autonomy, their own chains of command and even their own areas of responsibility. This made it difficult for them to maximize their collective strengths, but it also prevented the pioneering groups from getting into each other's way. The Golden Skull Alliance cooperated a lot better with Task Force Fury during Operation Saturday Market. Vase missed those times, but there was nothing he could do. It was impossible for him to forge a closer bond of trust with a bunch of strangers that only decided to cooperate on a single joint operation. A part of him even wished that he had never met the Gemini family in the first place. Vase and Calabast continued to talk about whether the Orvans or the other aliens occupying the Palace of Shame were preparing to bolster their defenses or get ready to run away. We do not believe the latter case is likely. Calabast mentioned, the alien groups have been rooted in the Palace of Shame for so long that they will not want to abandon their only strongholds so easily. Besides, where would they go? Almost every surrounding region has turned into human territory. They already missed the best window of opportunity to escape. The story given to us by the Geminis may not be accurate, but the theory that there is something about the Palace of Shame that encourages all of these pirate groups to stay behind is plausible. Vase furrowed his brows. He was getting more and more frustrated by the looming uncertainty of this secret. Did it exist? Was it as big as the Gemini family thought? Would the Larkinsons be able to take advantage of it? Could the aliens take it away before it fell into human hands? All of these uncertainties made him question whether it was worthwhile for the Larkinsons to even take part in this operation. He continually kept these doubts in his mind as the discussion slowly turned to what might happen if the temporary coalition managed to neutralize all of the enemy starships and gained control over the immediate space surrounding the Palace of Shame. Calabast projected a 3-dimensional map that resembled a highly elaborate ant nest. We have recently received a more detailed map of the interior of the asteroid base. As you can see, there are so many tunnels, halls and defensive strongholds that taking it over is anything but simple. While our smaller and more compact mechs can still fit into some of the more open spaces, it will take a lot of infantry to sweep the rest of the asteroid base. That sounded both dangerous and time-consuming to Vase. He could already imagine the hard fighting that might ensue as the aliens were driven into corners. Can't we just blast the place open with our mechs? His spymaster shook her head. You are not the first person to make this suggestion, but the Geminis and a majority of other pioneering groups have adamantly rejected this option. Demolishing the Palace of Shame not only risks destroying the primary objective of this operation, but will also lead to the destruction of a great number of other valuable goods. It is more profitable for them to send masses of relatively cheap bots and infantry soldiers inside the palace and have them do their jobs. Great, I hope this won't turn out to be a bloodbath. Our clan is a lot more optimistic about this invasion than you. This is a good opportunity for our own infantry troops to showcase their own worth. The Sword Maidens and the Heavenswarders are especially eager to set foot inside a foreign space station and spill alien blood with their sharp and hungry blades. They have been training for combat for many years but rarely had the opportunity to make use of their skills in real scenarios outside of the occasional mercenary missions. The Larkinson clan's most prominent defenders were its many mechs and mech pilots, but they weren't the only ones that could fight. Now that the clan had exploded in numbers, it became a lot easier to arm and train a lot of infantry soldiers. Compared to mech pilots who needed to be paired with mechs that took up a huge amount of space and upkeep, it did not take much room or funding to raise a complete infantry regiment. Though Vase and many other Larkinsons clearly couldn't care less about infantry, it was still an essential requirement for any organization to have a sufficient number of foot soldiers on hand. As Vase tried to recall the details of the Larkinson clan's infantry troops, he found that he could hardly call up any information that was current. It had been a long time since he paid attention to the state of his infantry forces. The only exception was his honor guard. He regularly updated the powerful equipment of his closest and most important guards himself in order to ensure they were fully equipped to handle the latest threats to him and his immediate family. "Do you think they will do all right, Calabast?" "I cannot truly say, Vase." The woman shrugged. "My answer is irrelevant. No matter how many casualties they suffer, our infantry needs this invasion to prove that it has a reason to exist. Our foot soldiers are sick and tired of seeing our mech pilots do all of the fighting on behalf of our clan. We will most certainly attack more alien strongholds in the future, so it is best to put them to test as soon as possible. They will undoubtedly make mistakes during this operation, but they will learn from them and be better prepared next time." This was the typical development process of a military force. The infantry forces under the command of the Larkinson clan could only go so far by relying on training. Most of the foot soldiers were still rookies for the most part, and their growth must have plateaued due to their lack of experience. Though Vase still didn't care too much about his infantry troops, he hoped that they would not drag his clan down when he needed them the most. Chapter 4427. The Orvan race. Before the assault commenced, Vase and many others received a surprising piece of news. Calabast had only recently left the office after she was done with giving Vase an update, but she returned right afterwards after receiving an important update. The Santana Group's covert operations unit has managed to capture an alien scouting vessel that strayed closer to our fleet's position. She succinctly reported, even though Vase already received the same message through his comm. Vase already had a lot of new questions in his mind. Do you think this is a routine patrol, or do you think the groups in control of the Palace of Shame have figured out that there is an approaching threat? We can't say. The black-clad woman shrugged her shoulders. All I know is that we can gather a lot of useful information from the captured ship, though the vessel's capture may also give our opponents a greater understanding of our capabilities. This is why the Santanas are making sure to keep the captured alien hull away from our main fleets. It took a bit of time for the Larkinsons to receive more information about the captured ship. Calabast had already instructed the closest Black Cats in the field to suspend their current assignments and move to the alien scouting vessel as soon as possible so that they could provide more detailed information. Soon enough, the Larkinson clan received a transmission that finally granted Vase a good view of the alien ship in question. "That's an Orvan-style starship," Vase noted. The all-black coating along with the wide and relatively flat hull shape is a dead giveaway of that. No other indigenous alien race has a history of designing such an atypical scouting vessel. The materials used to construct her interior also matches what the Orvan race has historically made use of. I can see that the Orvan ship is still relatively new and fresh, but her tech isn't anything to be impressed about. The Orvan race was known to be strong, but that only applied to its best. There were many other Orvans who were not as wealthy and powerful. The large Orvan underclass had to make do with cheaper and more inferior tech. That sounded awfully familiar now that Vase thought about it, and he wasn't the only one to recognize this similarity. It turned out that many exobiologists viewed the Orvans as the aliens that most closely resembled humans. The Orvans were bipedal, furred mammals that closely resembled upright apes but without a nose. For some reason, the Orvans and many other native creatures on the same planet never developed the sense of smell. They all made up for it by strengthening their other senses. The Orvan race stood out for their 4 eyes. The powerful eyesight of the Orvans caused them to develop a preference of operating in low-light environments. As they originally evolved on a planet with 0.81 grams, the Orvans were also taller than humans on average. A typical Orvan adult could reach a height of 3 meters, though the tallest individuals of this race were known to surpass a natural height of 4 meters. The Orvans also lived significantly longer than humans. They aged slower to the point where a typical healthy Orvan individual was able to live up to 320 years without relying on any treatments. The downside was that the Orvans did not excel that much at learning. It took decades for them to raise qualified scientists, engineers, doctors and other professionals. It was due to this that the Orvan race maintained an extremely high respect towards elders. Over time, the Orvans built up a society where many of its people were born into castes. Though there was still a limited degree of upward and downward mobility, the vast majority of Orvans tended to learn from their parents and pursue the same careers. The Orvan caste system was quite stable for the most part. The Orvan society existed for a long time and had reached a high level of stability. If not for the fact that humanity upended the entire Red Ocean by launching a massive invasion, the Orvan Star Nation or whatever it was called would have been able to maintain its current form for many more years. Another important aspect about Orvan society was that those at the top were extremely smart and powerful. An important reason for that was because the Orvans at the top were functionally immortal. They had access to advanced biotech treatments that completely broke the physical and non-physical limitations that successfully allowed them to escape the fate of a natural death. No one knew how many years the oldest Orvans had experienced, but the intelligence that the MTA had gathered from many sources suggested that there were numerous ancient visionaries that had first come into prominence over 10,000 years ago and still remained active to this day. The Orvans looked up to these living fossils so much that they even revered their highest leaders as literal gods. All of this sounded extremely silly to Vase, but religion was hardly exclusive to the human race. The Orvans developed their own traditions of worship. A surprisingly high proportion of the Orvan population were devout believers in the members of the highest caste. Many humans who first learned about the Orvans couldn't decide whether these aliens were strong or weak. On the one hand, the Orvans built up a stable interstellar society and steadily advanced their technological mastery over time. They weren't particularly brilliant or spontaneous, but they excelled in long-term thinking and planning, enabling them to avoid many mistakes that more impulsive races tended to make from time to time. On the other hand, most Orvans were dull and incapable of exhibiting much independent thought. Many of them were no different from slaves who solely existed to serve their higher caste masters. The upper echelon of Orvan society were generally smarter and more talented, and heavy augmentation further made up for their genetic and physical shortcomings. The difference between a lower caste member and upper caste member of this race was so high that it was not that much of a surprise that the latter could moonlight as a god. Though the Big Two managed to collect a lot of information about the Orvan race and Orvan society, Vase only learned how these aliens worked on a general basis. He did not possess any specific information about the Orvans that chose to settle in a pirate base that was far removed from their own star nation. Vase continued to observe the Orvan scouting ship in the projection as the Santanas took control of both the exterior and the interior of the vessel. After a relatively short wait, the Santana group finally succumbed to the pressure exerted by the other pioneering groups and opened up the Orvan corvette to outside visitors. Both Vase and Calabast switched to a direct helmet feed of a Black Cat officer that had received permission to step aboard the alien vessel. High ceilings, dim lighting and triangular-shaped corridors immediately gave the interior a distinctly non-human vibe. The ubiquitous black color scheme along with the moist air made the place look even gloomier than normal. One of the more interesting quirks about the lower caste Orvans was that they did not engage in any form of entertainment at all. Recreation simply wasn't a part of their lives. What they did spend their time on while they weren't performing their duties was showing their piety to their gods. As the Black Cat officer slowly toured the relatively small alien ship, his helmet feed continued to showcase abstract statues and artwork that vaguely represented the gods revered by the crew of the scouting vessel. One of the challenges to interpreting this religious iconography was that they possessed so little features that it was difficult to figure out which Orvan god or leader they personified. The human captors needed to interrogate the Orvan crew members in order to gain the right answers, but the problem was that they never said anything. The Orvans were relatively xenophobic and hostile towards other races as a rule. Even the lowest and most marginalized member of their alien society refused to betray anything even when subjected to heavy torture. How troublesome, Vase muttered. If a group of humans captured another group of humans, there were many different solutions to make the latter spill their beans. However, since the Santana group and the other pioneering groups never came into contact with the Orvans before, they did not master any special interrogation methods that could make the stubborn aliens open their mouths. In time, humanity will develop an effective drug that can encourage an Orvan captive to tell the truth. Calabast said, our race may also develop a special neural interface that can forcibly extract all of the memories of an Orvan individual and convert it into usable digital files that we can interpret. It may take decades for all of this useful technology to become available. In other words, there was no way for any of the pioneering groups to gain anything useful out of interrogating the captives. Please instruct the officer to take a look at the captives. The source of the live feed moved to a small cargo bay where a number of heavily armed and armored guards watched over a group of Orvan crew members that had been fully restrained and locked within energy cages. Each of their black-furred, noseless faces clearly showed a lot of hatred as the Orvans loathed their human captives. From time to time, a group of Santana intelligence officers brought out an Orvan captive so that they could try their luck and see if the aliens spilled any useful intelligence about the Palace of Shame. None of their attempts succeeded, but that didn't stop the humans from trying. As Vase and Calabast observed how little the captors were gaining from the Orvan prisoners, the latter came up with an interesting proposal. "You have a talent for communicating with alien life forms." She spoke to him. "Do you have any useful tricks that you can use to make the prisoners talk?" Vase blinked. Maybe. It depends on how they think and how their brains work. I can't really guarantee anything unless I have direct access to an Orvan prisoner, but theoretically I should be able to squeeze information out of a captive as long as their mentalities aren't too weak." When he looked at the angry but rather pathetic-looking Orvan crew members, Vase wasn't sure whether these Orvans were strong or weak. On the one hand, they were lower caste Orvans who easily submitted to their higher caste leaders. On the other hand, the Orvan crew members possessed the same xenophobia and intense hatred towards humans that characterized every other member of their race. Calabast smirked. "It doesn't hurt to try. Let me issue a request to transfer a handful of the alien prisoners in our custody. Are you willing to interrogate them if we are able to bring them back to our flagship?" "I suppose I can try," Vase thoughtfully replied. "It might be best to bring along Venerable Joshua as well. He is even better at befriending aliens than me. I'm not sure we can get much useful information out of a captive, though." The lower caste crew members clearly look like grunts who only know how to obey orders. If we want to obtain more important details, then we should grab their higher caste officers. Let us see what we can get. The Larkinson clan issued a request to take a few of the Orvan prisoners into custody, but the Santana group adamantly refused to give up even a single living alien. "If you want to get your hands on live specimens, then go out and capture your own Orvan scouting ship." The Santana group remained obstinate until the Larkinson clan finally offered to exchange money for the alien prisoners. Even then, the Santanas refused to hand over any of the officers of the alien vessels. In the end, the Larkinson clan managed to gain custody over 3 random Orvan crew members after handing over 150 MTA credits. Chapter 4428 Interspecies Dialogue. Nobody really expected to gain any useful information out of interrogating the Orvan captives. The pioneering groups would have better luck obtaining relevant details by hacking the scouting vessel's electronic database, but that would take a significant amount of time. No matter what, the heritage and the technological development of the Orvan race was deep. Their encryption and security measures were quite mature and difficult to crack without special software and hardware. While the Santana group hackers were trying their best to crack open the scouting vessel's secrets before the Gemini family decided to commence the assault, the Larkinson clan quietly brought back a small batch of alien prisoners. Vase still felt sour for paying 150 MTA credits just to get his hands on just 3 low-ranking alien spacers. While it was not uncommon for people to pay a fair amount of money to obtain alien captives so that they could play with their new possessions, the value for most of them generally didn't exceed 1 MTA credit. The Santana group's negotiators were simply too good. They correctly identified the importance of this particular batch of prisoners when the temporary coalition was just about to assault the Palace of Shame. The Santanas also knew that the Larkinson clan was rich. They therefore set a price that was close to Ves's psychological limit for him to tolerate the deal. Of course, the Santana group probably never imagined that the Vase may have mastered unique capabilities that would allow him to extract real information out of the minds of the alien captives. As long as Vase succeeded, the Larkinsons still gained a lot of value out of this deal. Vase would gladly pay 10,000 MTA merits if he was able to find out the true secret behind the Palace of Shame. When Vase received word that the Black Cats had successfully transferred the prisoners to the holding cells, he rose from his chair and made his way to his latest purchase. Calabast walked by his side while continuing to give him updates on new developments. Now that the Santana group succeeded in capturing an intact and virtually undamaged alien vessel, the other pioneering groups have engaged in more aggressive reconnaissance. They want to capture their own valuable Orvan scouting ships. What if they bump into a more dangerous alien warship? Then that is even better. Calabast grinned. If we can find an isolated enemy war asset, we can leverage our superior numbers to capture or destroy the threatening vessel with ease. That will save us from fighting against an additional powerful enemy once the main battle begins. I see. Are we doing the same? That goes without saying, Vase. Tell our people to take it easy. We will gain access to plenty of alien ships and prisoners after we win the upcoming battle. There is no need to work too hard at this stage. The two eventually reached a security department where the prisoners had been stuffed into special holding cells. The Orvans were accustomed to living in a different environment that was inhospitable to humans. The Larkinsons had to change the gravity, the air pressure, the air composition and the light levels of the cells in order to keep the exotic guests alive. As Vase approached the cells in question, he slowed down and extended his spiritual senses. He could immediately sense the alien minds and spirits. They were considerably different from that of humans. Even if an Orvan individual somehow underwent an extreme biological makeover that made him resemble a human, Vase would still be able to infer the truth by looking at how they looked from within. Interesting. Vase stopped before a cell. An energy screen formed a semi-transparent barrier that isolated the captive but allowed those outside a clear view. He was glad to see that the alien prisoner was still in good physical condition. He was afraid that the Santanas would have given him damaged goods, but they were professional enough to deliver the right products. This guy sure is tall, Vase observed. The furred creature was sitting on a bench that was especially made for his height, but even then Vase could see how much the alien crew member could tower over every human. What was interesting was that the alien was completely naked. Though his fur amply preserved his modesty, the lower caste members of the Orvan race generally didn't wear much clothing. Real clothing and jewelry were seen as luxuries to the Orvans. Only the higher caste members dressed themselves up in order to distinguish themselves from the masses and each other. Though the Orvan crew members still carried more functional equipment on their bodies, the Santanas had stripped them all away, which was a shame. A team of exobiologists had departed from the Dragon's Den to the Spirit of Bentime in order to take charge of the alien captives. The scientists all exhibited a lot of excitement. Though the Dragon's Den contained tens of thousands of Pokladan prisoners as well as a varied collection of exo-beasts, this was the first time they came into contact with living members of one of the major alien races of the Red Ocean. In order for an indigenous alien race to gain this status, it had to be powerful enough to survive and thrive in many different regions of space. Though the Orvan race did not have a strong presence on this end of the dwarf galaxy, that did not detract from the fact that the Orvans still managed to hold their own against the other major alien races such as the phase whales and the Puelmers. This might give every member of the Orvan race an inherent sense of pride that was impossible to break. It was the same with humans. Even the poorest third-class space peasant possessed an unreasonable sense of pride and confidence in his own identity, especially when he was confronted by other aliens. I can already feel how intractable this guy is, Vase remarked as he continued to stare at the tall and furry alien being. I'm not as surprised anymore by how vehemently the Orvans resist interrogation. They truly believe their own race is superior. Calabast crossed her arms as she judged the three captives from her own perspective. The alien prisoners have already resigned themselves to their fate. They are ready to die for a greater cause. I think it is best if you think of them as the religious nuts that you are so fond of meeting. These Orvans behave closest to them than any other type of human. Ves's lips curled in displeasure. Great, that is just what I need to hear. It seemed that he couldn't escape the reach of religion even if he walked among aliens. Well, let's get to it, then. Please take one of these guys to an interrogation room so that I can have a chat with the fellow in person. How would you like to set up the interrogation room? Do you want to keep the prisoner isolated or do you want to talk to him in a more personal setting? Vase briefly thought about it. The latter, please. I want him to see me in the face and vice versa. It will be much easier for me to manipulate the capture when there is as little separation as possible. It took a few minutes to set everything up. Vase in the meantime opted to equip his unending regalia. The only change he made was that he opted to wear a thin, transparent helmet as opposed to a heavier helmet that would make him seem impersonal. He changed to his personal suit of combat armor not just because he needed to protect himself from the inhospitable Orvan environmental conditions, but also because it made him look more impressive. According to the MTA database, the Orvan race equated impressive-looking clothing and accessories to higher caste superiors. Though the unending regalia probably didn't fall in line with Orvan tastes, it was still an impressive and imposing piece of equipment. This was especially the case when it had been infused with so much of his spiritual energy. As a living product, the unending regalia gradually took on a life of its own, gaining spiritual weight that allowed the combat armor to function as an increasingly more effective ceremonial dress. Whatever the restrained Orvan captive expected to meet, the male alien definitely did not expect to see an impressive red-armored figure stride into the low-lit interrogation room. Percent hash dollar hash asterisk percent hash. The Orvan's strong voice echoed across the room. Vase did not bother to activate his translation program. The one provided by the MTA was adequate, more or less, but he did not completely trust it to convey the full and accurate meaning of every sentence. A man of his talents had no need to make use of a translation program. Hash dollar and hash dollar hash asterisk at. It appeared that the alien captive still remained talkative despite his doomed status. Vase could hear from the tone alone that the shackled Orvan remained defiant and did not intend to surrender any ground. The only favorable sign so far was that the Orvan displayed a bit more wariness and respect towards Vase. Compared to the other humans the Orvan had met, this one clearly looked like a high caste member. "Hello there." Vase smiled and greeted as he approached the table and sat down on the other side of the chair. "I would like to hold an interspecies dialogue with you. Is that all right? Hash at dollar hash and dollar asterisk n." Of course, the alien had no idea what the human was saying. Vase also didn't understand the gibberish that the Orvan captive was spewing. But that was because he deliberately closed his spiritual senses. He decided to change that by concentrating his mind and try to get a better grip on his prisoner's mental and spiritual state. Hash dollar n. The alien vaguely sensed that something had changed, but he lacked the ability to understand what just happened. His spirituality was even dimmer and weaker than that of an ordinary human. Vase leaned forward and spoke with a slightly different inflection in his tone. "You should be able to understand me now. Do not be afraid to respond." The Orvan exhibited a strong physical reaction to what just happened. The alien would have risen to his feet if not for the invisible bonds keeping his body in place. The creature's four eyes widened by a minute degree as the prisoner looked at Vase with incredulity. "Human? Not real. Cannot say. No, you are not Orvan. Why can I understand human words?" Vase grinned. His first goal was to throw the Orvan captive off balance. "My powers are beyond your comprehension. I am not like those other weak humans that you have met or learned about. The humans that have captured you are merely slaves in our society. I am different because I am their master. Do you understand the difference?" The mix of truth and lies along with the way that Vase delivered his meaning evoked another reaction from the Orvan spacer. As a living being who was firmly a part of the bottom of the totem pole, obeying and respecting his superiors was ingrained in his mind and spirit. Though the alien's intense hostility and rejection of other species prevented him from submitting to Vase on the spot, it was clear that he had lost his mental balance. "Let us get to know each other," Vase suggested. "What is your name, Orvan?" "My designation is Aruva QKRNRA81. "I see. I have many names and titles, but you can call me Patriarch. I am the leader of a clan that encompasses 500 trillion humans. Thousands of planets have fallen under my sway and I answer to no other human aside from the polymath, the smartest and most brilliant leader of the human race. By the way, I am over 1 million years old. Do you know how long that is? I have lived over 3,000 times longer than your maximum lifespan. I am ancient, wise and powerful beyond belief." Aruva QKRNRA81 or whatever he was called looked so shocked that he simply couldn't believe in Vase anymore. "Lies. You are speaking false, human. No member of your race can grow so old." "Oh really now? Are you certain about that, Mr. Aruva QKRNRA81? Vase leaned forward while concentrating a bit more. He consciously reached out to the Phase King and invited the design spirit to inhabit his mind for a time. A powerful spiritual presence descended in the dim and moist interrogation room. Vase suddenly gained an aura that conveyed an undeniable sense of age and power. The Phase King was by far the oldest design spirit in Vase's collection. Though it was easy to lie with words, it was a lot harder to fool the spirit. When Aruva QKRNRA81 looked at Vase as the latter embodied the Phase King, the Orvan captive felt as if he was sitting right in front one of the highest leaders of his race. In fact, Aruva QKRNRA81 couldn't imagine that there was any Orvan ancestor that could match Vase in his current form. Compared to the limited amount of Orvan leaders that the alien captive had the privilege to glimpse from afar, those high caste members of his race paled in comparison to the human patriarch. Chapter 4429 Aruva The Orvans were aliens that differed a lot from humanity. However, life tended to repeat a lot of templates that had been proven to be successful throughout history. Vase was glad that the alien captives he received this time were at least somewhat similar to humans. If he obtained even weirder and more inhuman life forms such as sandmen or vorabugs, then he wouldn't even be able to figure out how to approach an interrogation. Right now, it became clear that he was beginning to dominate Aruva QKRNRA-81 on a mental level. The tall, black-furred alien looked at Vase with fear and awe as the alien prisoner likely gained the mistaken impression that he was in the presence of a human god. Not just that, but Vase ostensibly was a god that was more powerful than the Orvan gods that the Orvan captive knew of. The human sitting in front of him was also the only god that had ever paid him so much personal attention. In the large but highly stratified Orvan caste society, it was unthinkable for the immortal Orvan deities to pay any attention to the lowest servants at the bottom. The differences in status were so extreme that a trivial starship crew member like Aruva QKRNRA-81 simply didn't have any idea on how he should handle such a situation. His acquired hostility towards aliens violently clashed against his strong compulsion to respect and obey his gods. Vase could see that while he managed to throw the Orvan captive into confusion, the alien spacer might not remain this way forever. He needed to take advantage of this temporary state as quickly as possible before the alien eventually woke up and remembered his true loyalties. "Tell me what you and your fellow Orvans are hiding in the Palace of Shame." Vase spoke in a commanding tone. What made his command different from that of other humans was that he not only spoke directly to Aruva's spirit, but also channeled as much of the Phase King presence as he could at this time. Though the strain on his mind and spirit was not light, Vase tried his best to endure the pressure. The grand display of might certainly had a great effect on Aruva. The poor alien chump normally would have kept his mouth shut or hurled insults against his human captors, but Vase radiated so much strength that the alien's ingrained habit of obeying his superiors kicked in at this time. Our bloodlines have guarded the heart of the Palace of Shame for many generations. Even I do not know what I and the rest of the Unspoken have been tasked with protecting for our entire lives, but it is a great honor for a humble servant such as myself to be a part of this holy quest. Compared to the shame and dishonor of engaging in piracy, nothing is more important than my cause. The alien captive blurted out a lot of interesting information all of a sudden. Vase rapidly processed the key words and meanings as he tried to ride the current momentum. Though Aruva's did not contain the answer that Vase truly sought, the prisoner at least confirmed that the Palace of Shame definitely hid a great secret. Not only that, but this secret greatly involved one of the pirate groups that the Gemini family had briefed everybody upon. The Palace of Shame hosted multiple powerful alien pirate organizations. The strongest of them was the so-called Unspoken, an old Orvan pirate group that had steadily declined over time but still maintained a strong degree of suppression due to owning an intact and relatively powerful battlecruiser. The primary armaments of this battlecruiser were so powerful that they possessed the capability to blast the Palace of Shame into pieces as long as they were allowed to go wild. Even though the Unspoken only had a single major warship left, the formidable strength of this mighty vessel still allowed this group to occupy the top of the Palace of Shame's power ranking. The Gemini family already shared conjectures about the true reasons why the Orvan race bothered to maintain a presence in a lowly pirate base. It turned out that the theories that the Geminis came up with were accurate. The Palace of Shame truly served a far greater purpose than to provide shelter to a bunch of degenerate pirates. Vase began to form his own understanding of the situation. The pirates outside of the Unspoken likely served as unwitting camouflage and cannon fodder to the hidden masters of the Palace of Shame. The presence of all the diverse alien pirate races and groups gave authenticity to the idea that the Palace of Shame only served as a pirate haunt. It was too ludicrous to think that it was actually a vault for any great treasure or secret. If the Palace of Shame held a secret of unsurpassed value, then the greedy pirates who resided in the asteroid base for so long would have tried their best to plunder it already. At least that was what others would think. Even the history of the Unspoken had been fudged. The Geminis only suspected that the Orvan race played a more important role in the Palace of Shame than what was obvious on the surface. If not for the fact that all of the pirate groups including the Unspoken chose to stay in a territory that was doomed to fall into human hands, it would have been a lot more difficult to recognize that there was a lot more going on in this place. Vase stared deeply into the alien captive's four inhuman eyes. "What is your cause? Tell me what you believe it has to do with. Your superiors may have told you nothing, but individuals such as yourself still have a habit of spreading rumors. Tell me the stories you have heard." The alien captive tried his best to resist the directive. He knew on an intellectual level that it was wrong for him to obey the instructions of a member of a different race, especially one that originated from a different galaxy. It was too bad that the lower caste Orvans tended to be rather slow in their heads, especially when they were still young. Vase deliberately chose to interrogate the captive that looked the youngest for this purpose. Since it was a great taboo for lower caste Orvans to ignore the instructions of their superiors, Aruva again felt compelled to respond. We are the protectors in the dark. We are the hidden soldiers of an order that is more ancient and noble than any of the orders that have ever existed in our galaxy. Our mission is beyond all of the fights within our nation or the wars between different races. What is your mission, soldier? Vase pressed the Orvan captive. I do not know. I really do not know. All I know is that it is the greatest responsibility that the children of our galaxy must undertake. We are the protectors in the dark. We are the descendants of an order that has always remained silent but never unmoving. We live a life of infamy so that the rest of our race can survive in the light. Vase grew a bit frustrated. The alien captive was repeating what little information he possessed. This was the downside of interrogating a low-ranking grunt. There was no need to share any sensitive information to a lowly spacer like Aruva QKRNRA-81. The Unspoken only needed him to perform his limited duties aboard one of its starships. As Aruva's tiny spirituality began to show increasing signs of instability and conflict, Vase knew that he was running out of time. Who among the Unspoken knows about the secret of the Palace of Shame? Who among your kind is aware of your true mission? I know not of any other aside from our leader and his heir. Aruva reluctantly replied, the rest do not have the right blood. They are all too foreign and impure. Who are they? The Shadow Lord, Kurguth Trexni Magent Prilzen Noxa Olerine 5, and his heir, the Shadow Child, Mastanch Erxna Magent Prilzen Noxa Olerine 6. Higher caste Orvans possessed longer and more impressive sounding names than the lower caste Orvans at the bottom. The Orvans felt it was completely unnecessary to bestow honors to those that could not achieve anything significant in their lives. If lower caste Orvans ever managed to make great contributions that earned them a promotion, then they would get to extend their names to signify their change in status. At the same time, those that made grievous mistakes and earned themselves a rare demotion would have to surrender a part of their names. Though the names of the so-called Shadow Lord and Shadow Child weren't the longest ones employed by the Orvans, they were definitely enough of a mouthful to signify their relatively high place in the hierarchy. Vase did not like what he heard. It was nearly impossible to capture the two highest-ranking Orvans of the Unspoken alive. He truly believed that he had stumbled upon a secret that might be greater than any supposed treasure locked inside the Palace of Shame. The alien captive's words suggested that there was a greater organization behind the Unspoken that exerted influence in many different locations aside from the Palace of Shame. When did this secret organization come into existence? Who were its leaders? What agenda did it pursue? It might be that Vase was vastly overestimating the scope and influence of the mastermind behind the scenes. The only comparable secret organization in his mind was the Five Scrolls Compact. This caused him to lean towards the assumption that the Red Ocean might have its own version of a secret cult that was trying to plot everyone's downfall. Though it was unlikely for this to be the case, Vase needed to know for certain. He did not want to reside in a galaxy where the Big Two, the indigenous alien empires and everyone else unwittingly danced to the tune of an alien cult. Vase tried to exert more pressure onto Aruva. So your Shadow Lord leads the Unspoken, is that right? He is not strong enough to be his own master. He must answer to a greater leader. Who does your Shadow Lord serve? I do not know. I do not serve alongside the great Shadow Lord. You may not be allowed to know the truth, but you must have heard stories about him. What do his servants and attendants know? What have they shared with other Orvans such as yourself? They would never dare to break their vows of secrecy. I know nothing. Do you truly know nothing? Vase scoffed. You are awfully adamant about repeating this phrase. You cannot fool one that has lived for over 1,000,000 years. You know something. I can feel it in your heart. Either you can tell me what is truly on your mind or I will force it out of your head by force. A memory flashed through the mind of Aruva. Though the alien tried harder than ever to suppress this memory and avoid saying anything about its contents, Vase abruptly banged the surface of the table with his armored fist. Bang! The loud noise generated a crack in Aruva's mental barrier. The move that Vase had made evidently triggered a conditional reflex. Godblood. The Shadow Lord once met with a descendant of an elder god in secret. As if realizing that he had just spilled information that he should have never shared to a human, Aruva's 4 green eyes widened as if they were about to pop. No, I do not know, I do not know, I do not know. Before Vase could ask any further questions, Aruva's mind and spirit abruptly snuffed out in an instant. At the same time, blue blood leaked out of all of his eyes and other orifices. Vase froze in puzzlement. Aruva, the alien captive, was dead. Through some means or another, the alien experienced so much distress that he chose to end his life rather than bear the guilt of leaking out critical information. Seeing that he could no longer squeeze any further information out of the Orvan prisoner, Vase relaxed his mind and allowed the Phase King to retract his presence. Vase thought about the crucial words that Aruva uttered from his mouth. The descendant of an elder god, there was only one indigenous alien race that was known to bear this title. Sure enough, it's the Phase whales again. Chapter 4430 Secret Order. The first interrogation was a massive success. Vase obtained more information out of Aruva QKRNRA-81 than any other human managed to squeeze out of the prisoners of the captured Orvan scouting vessel. Sure, the details were rather scarce, but the meaning of everything that came out of Aruva's mouth was significant. He took one last look at the captive that had ultimately chosen to cut his life short rather than live with the guilt of sharing a secret that was greater than everything else that he had exposed. Vase actually didn't know that the Orvans could commit suicide like this. If he wanted to extract additional information from the other two Orvan captives, then he needed to take care not to push them to the brink. I guess this death was worth it. At least Aruvan had the courtesy to depart from life after he shared his big secret. After thanking the expired alien one last time, Vase calmly stood up and left the interrogation room. He met up with Calabast, who had paid close attention to what took place inside the interrogation room. She replayed the recorded footage of the brief interspecies dialogue. A translation program helpfully interpreted Aruva's native words, though Vase noted that the software did not convey the exact same meaning. There were many nuances that the translation program either missed or interpreted in the wrong manner. This caused Calabast to base her thoughts on slightly faulty data. It was not that big of a deal, though. The basic meaning of Aruva's words were still clear. You did a good job, Vase. Calabast complimented him. I knew you had a few tricks up your sleeve, but outright trying to pose as an ancient and terrible human god was a great way to exploit the Orvan prisoner's psychological triggers. We have improved our understanding of the behavior and attitudes of the Orvans. We would like to guide your actions in the next interrogation session so that we can generate more results. That was a polite way of saying that Vase was still an amateur at this and that a professional could have done better in his shoes. Vase shrugged. Okay, but I don't think we can get that much more out of these prisoners. We can throw them off balance for a time, but once they process their unprecedented situation and realize that they are only putting the unspoken at greater risk by talking, they won't hesitate to sacrifice themselves to protect his cause. We are aware of that. Don't worry, we won't let the remaining two prisoners die too quickly. Maybe we should allow Venerable Joshua to approach one of them instead. Vase suggested. The friendly approach will not work. There is no way to hide the fact that Venerable Joshua is a human, which the Orvans see as a greater evil than any other enemy of their race. Much of Joshua's success in developing good relationships with different entities is because there are grounds for cooperation. This is not the case in this instance. Humans are the invaders of the Red Ocean and the destroyers of every native civilization. We are the greatest evil that the Red Ocean has ever seen. We are the one threat that can force all of the indigenous alien races to set aside their rivalries. That was true. It was impossible to brainwash the Orvan captives to the point where they were willing to shift their loyalties to a human power. It was just too absurd for them to work against their own race and heritage. Even if individuals such as Aruvan were being mistreated by their superiors, that did not diminish their racial pride and loyalty. Vase could even argue that these simple-minded underlings were even harder to shake than the higher caste members of their race. The lowly grunts were conditioned from birth to do their jobs and obey the instructions from their Orvan superiors without question. The higher caste members who actually had to do a lot more thinking ought to be a lot more flexible in comparison. Their capacity for deep thinking also allowed them to form more diverse opinions about everything. This was also a strong reason why Vase wanted to capture a high-ranking Orvan officer. He would have much more room for maneuver if he interrogated someone who wasn't accustomed to blindly following orders. So what do you make of this secret alien order? Vase asked. I wouldn't be surprised if such a large conspiracy theory turns out to be true. Calabast replied as she crossed her arms. The Red Ocean may not be as big as the Milky Way, but it is still an old dwarf galaxy that has existed for a long time. Life evolved in the stars around us a long time ago. Few ever managed to develop to the point where they gained intelligence and started developing technologies, but don't forget about phase water. Access to this powerful substance substantially lowers the barrier to interstellar travel. Warp drives are not that difficult to make for any decent intelligence race as long as there is enough phase water. Phase water possessed strong spatial manipulation properties that could easily reduce the difficulty of developing a means of superluminar travel by 3 or 4 times. Throughout history, there were many alien species that evolved in their home star systems but eventually became extinct without ever impacting the wider galaxy around them because they failed to develop a viable means to travel faster than the speed of light. The fact that phase water gave everyone an easy way out meant that the Red Ocean should have birthed dominant alien civilizations a lot sooner than in the Milky Way. However, that hadn't happened. Many members of the scientific community debated why this was so. Some posited that one or several dominant alien races of the Red Ocean may have emerged in the past. However, they found that the dwarf galaxy that they belonged to was ultimately too small and limited to help them attain their higher ambitions. Perhaps these once powerful alien species gathered their collective potential and utilized a huge amount of phase water to transport themselves to an entirely different galaxy or reality. There was no solid proof to this theory, though. The indigenous alien races that existed to this day did not know anything about this possibility, and human pioneers found no archaeological traces of powerful precursor races that had left the Red Ocean. A more probable theory that received the support of many scholars was that the Red Ocean's stagnant development was due to the complacency and lack of pressure of all of its native alien races. The phase whales, the nunsers, the Puelmers, the Orvans and even the Vorabugs never experienced the pressure of total war that could drive them to extinction. They had lived so long and spread their presence so extensively across the Red Ocean that if total war erupted between any of them, they would likely drive everyone to mutual extinction. This had led to a state where the major alien races still competed against each other in regional conflicts, but conscientiously avoided any possibility of escalating it to anything greater. Once the natives of the Red Ocean established this new status quo, the drive to improve and become overwhelmingly stronger than everyone else was no longer as significant as before. Too many aliens grew comfortable with the relatively peaceful and stable galactic society that they had formed. No one wanted to break the peace, so a lot of alien scientists and developers began to devote their efforts to more peaceful pursuits than inventing stronger weapons. At this time, the major alien races that previously lorded over the Red Ocean probably regretted the fact that they had been sleeping behind the wheel for so long. Now that disaster finally struck in the form of a massive extragalactic threat, the aliens led by the Puelmers abruptly woke up from their long dream and had to contend with the nightmare that had befallen their dwarf galaxy. Do you think that it is true that the phase whales have any relation to the Unspoken and the Palace of Shame? Vase asked. His spymaster frowned. The way that the alien captive responded makes me believe that he has witnessed a meeting between the so-called Shadow Lord and a phase whale in person. He was probably stationed on a ship that had attended this possible event. If this is the case, then that is an indication that the Palace of Shame is far more important than we imagined. The involvement of 2 different major alien races shows that this matter transcends the interests of a single group within a single race. Vase grinned when he heard that. Good. The greater the importance of the Palace of Shame, the more benefits we can gain out of looting it. Whatever multiracial organization is behind all of this must be incredibly rich and powerful. It wouldn't put anything cheap inside an asteroid base that is significant enough to merit the personal attention of a phase whale. His strategic partner did not like what she heard. She turned and pinned him with a reproachful stare. You are playing with fire again, Vase. I would have thought that this revelation would have made you second-guess the wisdom of proceeding with the attack. Though we have only received scant details about this unknown multiracial organization, we may very well be on our way to provoke a secret society that is as monstrous as a certain cult. Have you forgotten why you urgently wanted to leave the old galaxy as soon as possible? If you persist in this, then we may end up in a similar situation. The biggest difference is that you have nowhere left to run. Though Vase initially became alarmed by her ominous predictions, he soon relaxed and scoffed at her overly pessimistic words. You're blowing our current circumstances way out of proportion, Calabast. We are in a much different situation than before. He raised an armored finger. First, if this multiracial organization even exists, it cannot shake the might of the Big Two. There is no way that a phase whale or a hunter-killer fleet will cross into human-occupied territory just to eliminate a trivial group of second-class humans. He raised a second finger. Second, there are too many humans for us to merit any special attention. I would think that the members of this secret order are much more focused on beating back the MTA and CFA than to waste their time on the dregs of the human race. He raised a third finger. Third, the Palace of Shame probably isn't that important in the greater scheme of things. If the Hidden Order truly cared about it, then it would have found a way to evacuate whatever is locked inside the asteroid base before the humans arrived. Before Vase could bring up his fourth point, Calabast held up her palm. You can stop now, Vase. I get the story. I admit that your arguments are all plausible, but we are all basing this on scraps of information from a lower caste Orvan. The range of possibilities is too extensive, but if we want to be careful, then we should always take the worst-case scenarios into account. In my judgment, we are about to enter a dangerous collision if our clan proceeds to attack the Palace of Shame. We should at least spend more time on gathering intelligence. We can make much more informed decisions if we have a better understanding of the truth. Vase shook his head. We don't have the time to go through all of that trouble. The longer we wait, the more things can go wrong. Besides, we already formed an agreement with the Gemini family and the other pioneering groups. It is too late for us to back out at this point. We can still make this work in my opinion. We just need to be more careful and maybe encourage others to take the lead. More than anything else, Vase wanted to see for himself what the Unspoken were hiding inside the Palace of Shame. If there were any massive conspiracies brewing beneath the surface of the Red Ocean, then he wanted to find out about it sooner rather than later. Chapter 4431 Descendants of the Elder Gods. Vase began to interrogate the remaining two prisoners that the Larkinson clan had redeemed from the Santana group. He adopted different approaches for these interrogation sessions. Guided by Calabast behind the scenes, Vase employed different words and psychological techniques to apply the right amount of pressure at certain intervals. While the two prisoners proved to be just as susceptible to pressure as Aruva, Vase couldn't prevent them from committing suicide out of guilt. As soon as they spilled any information they deemed critical enough, these lower caste Orvans no longer possessed the will to live and completely ended their lives through an unknown biological process. Though the Larkinsons had taken measures to prevent these captives from pressing their metaphorical suicide button, humans simply didn't know enough about Orvan physiology to prevent this from happening. After causing two more Orvans to shatter their brains to mush and cause blue blood to lead from all of their orifices, Vase simply let out a deep sigh and started to gather his thoughts outside of the interrogation room. Did you get what you wanted out of these talks, Calabast? He asked. I would have liked the Orvan prisoners to be more forthcoming. It was rather unfortunate for us that the last two alien subjects were older and considerably more alert than the first one. Couldn't you have bought more prisoners? 3 simply aren't enough to obtain all of the puzzle pieces we need to build a more complete picture. Vase grimaced. No, the Santanas were already ripping us off. If we asked for more prisoners, we would not only affect their own plans for the captives, but also signal that we are willing to pay 10 times as much as the price that we ended up paying. No matter how valuable it is for us to obtain these scraps of information, I do not want to engage in a loss-making transaction. As far as I'm concerned, the information we got out of the 3 is definitely worth more than 150 MTA credits, but it's not as if our situation has changed all that much. They learned that the Palace of Shame was far more than just a pirate base. They learned that the Unspoken played a key role in preserving its greatest secrets. They learned that the Unspoken also answered to a possible multiracial coalition in order to fulfill an important mission. The additional answers provided by the 2 older Orvan prisoners did give Vase a few more concerns. That was because both of their answers related to the phase whales. What do you think about the repeated mentions of the so-called descendants of the Elder Gods? Do you think those Orvans treat the phase whales as a powerful alien race, or do they view them in a greater light? It is definitely the latter, though that may solely be attributed due to the great disparity in status. Calabast replied. However, it is rather significant that all 3 Orvan prisoners refer to the phase whales by this archaic term. Normal Orvans don't use this long and unwieldy phrase, mostly because the modern Orvan rulers do not want their underlings to worship gods of different species. This is why the Orvan race has taken to calling the phase whales by another set of alien terminology that matches closely to our own name for the aquatic race. That made sense. The phase whales were probably the singular most powerful aliens in the Red Ocean, but none of the other alien races wanted to surrender under the rule of these aloof and extremely arrogant whales. The Unspoken are different from other Orvan groups in that its members deify the phase whales. Vase stated, I don't know about you, but it is highly flattering to be called a descendant of an elder god. He. I suppose you of all people should know. Calabast chuckled. Do you think there is any truth to this title? No. Calabast immediately replied, The existence of these supposed elder gods is a myth in the Red Ocean. Legend has it that an extremely powerful alien race once reigned over the Red Ocean and maybe many other galaxies. This precursor race was so powerful that it could even crush the Big Two overnight. The elder gods eventually grew bored with the current universe, so they eventually decided to move or ascend to a higher one. Before they left, they created the phase whales to serve as the caretakers of whatever legacies they left behind. Ever since then, the phase whales have quietly served their purpose while letting other alien races bloom and populate the stars under its supervision. The story sounded rather fantastical, but there was still a possibility that it was true. Vase simply snorted, though. That's a nice story, but there are too many holes in it. A race as powerful as the elder gods would have left far more traces of civilization behind than now. In addition, if these mythical elder gods were powerful enough to conquer the Red Ocean, then they would have been able to take over the Milky Way galaxy as well, but no one in the old galaxy have ever heard of them. Finally, if the phase whales were meant to be the caretakers of their legacy, then they did a pretty bad job. Calabast partially agreed with his judgment. Personally, I think this tendency to elevate the phase whales above the other races of the Red Ocean is due to the fact that they have mastered the applications of phase water more extensively than others. Don't forget how the prisoners all referred to phase water as God blood in their native language. Many indigenous aliens believe that phase water is the divine lifeblood of a god. One that has mastered it to the point where this exotic flows through the veins of the body matches the definition of a god in the eyes of the indigenous aliens. This was a rather strange difference between the Red Ocean and the Milky Way. Back in the old galaxy, there was no phase water to be found, so all of the races that evolved from there developed myths and ideas about gods that were more abstract and maybe spiritual in nature. Here in the new frontier, the aliens that evolved and developed in an environment rich with phase water easily associated this strange but powerful liquid substance to the concept of godhood. Once any alien began to imagine that phase water was not just a naturally occurring resource but the lifeblood that old and powerful gods had shed from their bodies, then it was not much of a jump to equate any organic creature with phase water in their bodies as demigods at the very least. Vase recalled what he knew about all of the major alien races. The phase whales are by far the organisms that most prominently infuse their bodies with phase water, but they are not the only ones. I heard that the most powerful members of the other races such as the Orvans, the Puelmers and so on have all mastered technologies that can enable them to modify and augment their bodies to such an extreme degree that they have phase water running through their veins. That sounds as mad as trying to inject poison in your body, but a material as special as phase water all too easily evokes so many myths. In the end, both Vase and Calabast concluded that the Palace of Shame likely possessed a strong relation to either phase water or the phase whales. The risk that a phase whale might suddenly show up out of the blue after humans attack the Palace of Shame should be low. The hypothetical multiracial coalition had much greater problems on its plate than the raid of one of its small and distant outposts that was doomed to be discovered by humanity sooner or later. In the end, humans like us are an outside context problem to the natives of the Red Ocean. Vase summed up his thoughts. We are a problem and a threat that no one from this dwarf galaxy seriously anticipated and guarded against. When we arrived from afar to crash the party, it became abundantly clear that the major alien races that used to call all of the shots were woefully unprepared to form an effective response. Though they have started to shape up as of late, they have woken up far too late. The complete lack of readiness of the indigenous alien races showed how poorly they were positioned to resist the invasion from the beginning. Now that humanity already managed to conquer many different zones, it was far too late to kick the human race out of the Red Ocean. At best, the older residents of the dwarf galaxy might be able to fight humanity to a standstill, but that was only a temporary condition. The Big Two was far greater than the relatively limited amount of warfleets they transferred to the new frontier. If the MTA and CFA were willing to pay a greater price, then they could easily double the amount of active warfleets operating at the front lines and steamroll the opposition by relying on brute force. Vase felt more confident about the upcoming assault. The indigenous aliens had proven time and time again that they were worse than humanity in every way. Their technology, their numbers, their aggression, their contingency planning and even their gods all paled in comparison to their human equivalents. Time moved on. The preparations of the Larkinson clan did not fundamentally change in light of the intelligence obtained from the 3 Orvan prisoners. It took hours before the Gemini family finally decided that the time was right to launch the attack. Advance along this route. Take into account that every group will split up and surround the perimeter of the Palace of Shame from 6 sides. Put our civilian vessels in the rear and allow our more combat-capable ships to take the lead. Deploy at least a quarter of your mech force just in case. The alien pirate groups are known to bury hidden traps or warships inside unassuming asteroids. Once we pass this point, you are no longer allowed to back off. Any attempt to retreat from the field will be seen as a betrayal and a severe violation of our contract. We will only retreat when we have formed a consensus on the matter. Not before. Vase as well as many others observed all of the starships and mechs slowly threading through the periphery of the asteroid belt. At some point, they would have to go deeper in order to reach the Palace of Shame. The environment where they would commence the impending battle was significantly different from the battlefields where the Golden Skull Alliance fought in the past. Together with the strong magnetic interference produced by the local neutron star, it was clear that both sides had to do their best to adapt to the local circumstances. While the alien pirate groups were undoubtedly a lot more prepared to fight in this complex environment, the human pioneering groups possessed more firepower and flexibility. Every mech pilot prepared for a tough battle that was different from any of the others that they had fought before. The only comparable opponent that the Larkinsons had fought against in the past was the Gravada Narlax, the third-class heavy cruiser fielded by the Alidus Alliance. The fight against the warship was in no way comparable to the one that the temporary coalition was about to start. The difference in power, size, tech and numbers were simply too great. Luckily, we have our ace mechs. Vase smirked. The Mars was but one of several Apex machines that was warming up to confront the most powerful alien warships in open battle. Though Patriarch Reginald Cross would rather duel another powerful ace mech, he did not mind the opportunity to smash alien warships instead. I hope you can last long enough to give my Arceus system a good workout, Reginald said as the eyes of his towering incarnation flashed with anticipation. Chapter 4432 Many Guns Doctrine. A relatively small section of the asteroid belt of the Borean system was about to become the site of a clash between races and civilizations. On one side was the temporary coalition formed out of 6 different fleets from 6 different pioneering organizations. On the other side was the complex collection of alien pirate organizations of the hidden asteroid base called the Palace of Shame. Vase and the rest of the Larkinson clan possessed a clear understanding of the combat strength of their own side. Led by the main fleet of the Gemini family, the fleets of the Golden Skull Alliance, the Adelaide Mercenary Company, the Santana Group, the Lara Foundation and the Bouget family all followed their prearranged instructions and moved to encircle their primary target. The human coalition deployed over 1,000 individual starships and well over 60,000 mechs. Though the human pioneers did not intend to expose their precious starships to the powerful guns of their alien adversaries, the abundant quantity of mechs alone represented a potent amount of combat power. However, mechs were not the most effective weapons to deploy against warships. The pioneering groups had to make clever use of their small and vulnerable combat assets. A single careless decision could easily allow the powerful alien warships to shred thousands of exposed mechs into pieces. Though the human mech forces intended to make abundant use of the nearby asteroids as cover, it was impossible for the opposition to be ignorant of this possibility. When Vase thought about the strength, technology, tactics and preparations of the opposing force, he soon looked troubled. I don't know what we are about to deal with. I don't think anyone, including the aliens themselves, know what they have at their disposal. This was a reflection of the sheer variety and lack of unity of all of the alien individuals that had found their way to the Palace of Shame. There were far too many alien races and pirate groups to mention. However, the strongest among the pirates was undoubtedly the Unspoken, a rather mysterious group founded by the supposedly exiled members of the powerful Orvan race. Vase previously thought that his next encounter against a major alien race would set his troops against the Nunsers or the Puelmers. Both of these powerful races were rather prevalent in this corner of the Red Ocean. The Nunsers were herd animals with a strong collectivist mindset and a penchant for living on massive vertical structures that also doubled as their starships and warships. This gave the furred intelligent species a strong ability to form a massive warfleet, split off into many different detachments or rendezvous at a central location in order to form a massive doom armada. Vase feared the Nunsers the most after the phase whales due to the sheer quantity of warship homes they had at their disposal. The Puelmers preferred to concentrate their resources into swarms of smaller but more advanced sophisticated warship homes. Their vessels might not be as large as the warship homes of the Nunsers, but they were packed with different technologies, some of which could threaten entire planets. This approach meant that it was extremely difficult to gauge the effective combat power of a Puelmer warship. There were stories about pioneering fleets stumbling upon a single Puelmer warship home, only for the human mechs and fleets to get swallowed by artificial black holes. The huge disparities in tonnage and numbers were no longer effective indicators of strength when fighting against the Puelmers and many other alien races for that matter. One of the most important lessons that much of humanity had learned for the first time after arriving in the Red Ocean was that the aliens did not abide by the same taboos. Both sides only had a few rules in common. Aside from that, the alien forces did not uphold any taboos concerning the scale of warships, the limitations on the firepower at their disposal, or the use of weapons of mass destruction. Though the individual alien civilizations may enforce their own set rules upon their subjects, it was doubtful whether any alien law had effect on the lawless pirates of the mysterious palace. They shouldn't have too many weapons of mass destruction at their disposal. Vase guessed. The analyst surmised that the Palace of Shame shouldn't contain too many nuclear bombs and other destructive armaments. The reason for that was because these superweapons threatened the Palace of Shame and its many pirate gangs far more than any external enemy. There was no way the unspoken and the other vested interests of the pirate base would permit the existence of so many threatening weapons in the vicinity of their shared home. What if a pirate group decided to engage in blackmail and threatened to blow everything up from the inside? Aside from that, the production and maintenance of highly destructive weapons that were powerful enough to threaten modern forces were too great. A ramshackle asteroid base did not provide the necessary infrastructure to support the development of too many weapons of mass destruction. That was no excuse for the human attackers to grow complacent, though. Distance was the best form of protection against the vast majority of superweapons. This was why almost every mech was ready to fight their opponents from afar. Even the most quintessential melee mechs such as the First Sword, the Rigid Wall, the Rigid Spine and the Lucid Rage temporarily set aside their melee armaments for energy rifles. As every ship and mech slowly moved to their respective positions, many humans waited for the first shot to be fired. Vase sat in his usual chair on the bridge of the Spirit of Bentime. He was not sitting alone, as his wife and children also accompanied him this time. He wanted them to stay close to him so that he could always be reassured that no weird alien weapon affected them away from his presence. The children were remarkably more behaved than before. They all wore their cute little protective suits and had all been strapped to their own little chairs. Vase arranged a simple projected interface for each of them where they could easily browse between different feeds of the upcoming battle. Meow. The suited form of Clixie nervously rested on Aurelia's lap. She hated the thought of entering into battle against enemies that wielded weapons of enormous power. She could still claw out a bunch of hostile aliens on foot, but when it came to a warship that was the equivalent of a battlecruiser, there was no way her tiny claws could rend through hull plating that was several meters thick. Meow meow. Lucky on the other hand looked forward to the epic clash that would ensue. His tail swished with excitement as he rested on the armrest of Andraste's chair. He knew that when the human mechs defeated the alien warships and defensive installations, he would soon gain an opportunity to enter the Palace of Shame and have his pick of the spoils yet again. Even though his last feast left him with a tummy ache that went on for months, the cat had pretty much forgotten about that awful experience. Ever since his digestion system ejected a number of gems, his stomach turned into an empty void. No amount of food could make him feel full and sated. Perhaps this upcoming battle might give him the opportunity to fill up the void in his belly. So many mechs. So cool. Marvane spoke as his suited arms held a dinosaur plushie. The little boy forgot all about his toy as he became completely engrossed in the large variety of mechs, many of which he had never seen before. Though Marvane still thought that the mechs designed by his parents were the best, the machines deployed by the other pioneering forces were not weak by any means. Whereas their children were only able to appreciate the different mechs on a surface level, Vase and Gloriana could glean much more details from their designs. Vase found his attention drawn to the Santana group at first. He still hadn't forgotten how the Santanas drove a hard bargain and forced the Larkinson clan to cough up 150 MTA credits in exchange for 3 pathetic alien prisoners. His interactions with the Santana group taught him that much of its decisions were based on financial considerations. This did not sound too abnormal at first. Every pioneering group had to watch their finances in order to keep their mechs and starships afloat. A severe gap in money could easily spell the end of a pioneering force even if all of its mechs and starships were still in working condition. As a holding company, the Santana Group owned many subsidiary companies, of which there were numerous successful security companies. Compared to other mech forces, security companies generally did not invest too much money in elite mech pilots or extremely powerful mechs. The missions and assignments they tended to undertake were mostly boring and lengthy but provided a stable flow of income. For this reason, security companies tried to offer a good degree of protection in the most cost-efficient manner possible. The mechs deployed by the Santana Group's fleet reflected this frugal approach. "The Santana Group sure likes to employ a lot of guns," Vase remarked. "That is an understatement," his wife said. The thousands of mechs that launched from the carrier vessels of the Santana Group possessed one common trait. They were all hybrid mechs. Entire mech companies formed up that all consisted of machines that were armed with multiple guns. A combination of energy weapons, kinetic weapons and missile weapons adorned their frames in different configurations. Of course, the Santana Group vastly preferred to make use of energy weapons because they were the cheapest and most convenient ones to replenish. Backing up the hybrid mechs in the field was a small number of Space Knights and other melee mechs, but their numbers were so small that they could only delay an intercepting force for a short amount of time. Much more significant were the heavy artillery mechs that were rooted in the bunkers of the serviceable Santana carrier vessels. Vase did not spot anything special about the artillery mechs. Their mass, firepower, armor and other parameters were worse than the Transcendent Punisher Mark II, but that was hardly a surprise. The Larkinson clan's staple heavy artillery mechs were costly investments. Vase put a lot of trust in the eye of Ilvain pilots when he designed the powerful machines. The Santana Group evidently did not trust its mech pilots as much, because the heavy artillery mechs they handed out to its troops were equipped with a greater quantity of cannons but did not pack as much of a punch. The Santana Group's mech doctrine basically centers around bringing as many guns to bear on their opponent and rely on massed firepower to grind the opposition down from a distance. "You sound as if you disapprove, Vase." "It is a simple and cheap approach that is designed to be as foolproof and standard as possible. There is too little tactical depth to the mech composition of the Santana Group. Mech pilots also have very little room to overperform or turn the tide with a single feat of brilliance. As long as an enemy is able to outgun the Santana mechs or get close to them somehow, it is game over for hybrid mechs and heavy artillery mechs. Their ability to defend against opponents at close range is abysmal." Gloriana viewed the Santana mech forces in a more favorable light. "The Santanas are making the best use of the resources that they have available, which is not that much. The vast majority of conventional opponents won't even be able to close the distance in the face of so much firepower. The excessive number of guns makes it so that the difference in skill no longer matters. No matter how much the enemy mechs try to evade the Santana attacks, they will always get hit by at least some attacks. Besides, their expert mechs and ace mechs are much more special. Those businessmen are at least sensible enough to invest in their brightest talents." Chapter 4433 A greater struggle. The many guns doctrine adopted by the Santana Group also applied to its high-ranking mechs. Since the expert pilots working for the Santana Group advanced while they were piloting the ranged mechs of one of its security companies, all of these demigods all transitioned into piloting the expert mech versions of their former machines. Gloriana had glossed over the mediocre mechs of the Santana Group but paid close attention to their expert mechs. The mech designers who designed those expert hybrid mechs and expert heavy artillery mechs know what they are doing. She said after a time, "It is a pity that their corporate masters have restricted them from implementing too many of their own ideas into the designs." Vase understood what she meant. The Santana Group's expert mechs all looked similar to each other. It was as if they all started off from the same standard template before subsequently being modified to fit the unique circumstances of every individual expert pilot. While this was a relatively fast, reliable and cheap approach to designing expert mechs, there was far less room for innovation, personalization and creativity. Vase merely had to look at his own eclectic mix of expert mechs to see how much better they were. Each of his Larkinson expert mechs shared little to no resemblance to each other. They were all designed with their pilots in mind from the ground up and also incorporated unique design solutions that sometimes demanded drastic changes to an entire mech frame. The Larkinson clan's approach towards the development of expert mechs was much costlier and more time-consuming, but everything was worth it in the end when fantastic machines like the Amaranto and the Everchanger burst with incredible power as they fully complemented the talents and fighting style of their respective expert pilots. Fortunately, the Santana Group was not completely stupid. The stronger the expert pilots, the more investment they received. The high-tier expert mechs no longer showed any signs of standardization. They were truly unique machines that only resembled the lower-tier expert mechs because their pilots had already gotten used to the same style of machines. All in all, the Santana group is well positioned to defeat swarms of starfighters and whittle down the defenses of smaller warships. Vase analyzed. However, the relatively low calibers of all of their guns makes it a lot harder for them to deal effective damage to the larger warships of the alien pirate forces and the defensive installations of the Palace of Shame. In short, the Santana mechs excelled the most at bullying weaker opponents, but suffered a great disadvantage as soon as they encountered stronger individual opponents. This made Vase and many others worry because the force composition of the Santana Xenoarchaeology Division fleet did not excel at stopping breakthroughs. As long as the alien pirates were smart enough, they would gather as many ships as possible and throw them all in the direction of the Santana mech forces. Though the enormous massed firepower would mostly give the alien ships a lot of trouble, as long as the largest and most heavily armored vessels took the lead, many of the other ships would be able to escape destruction. Fortunately, the Santana group was aware of this as well and tried its best to split up its artillery mechs so that they would fire upon any approaching enemy vessels from multiple directions. By setting up crossfire positions, the hybrid mechs and heavy artillery mechs could not only target the more vulnerable vessels in the rear, but also attack their weaker side hulls as opposed to their stronger prows. Vase could vaguely feel the moods of the Santana mech pilots as he observed their mechs through the live feeds. Vague hints of dread and resignation ran throughout their ranks. The Santana mech pilots had voluntarily applied to join the Santana Xenoarchaeology Division fleet after getting lured by higher salaries, excellent hazard pay and fantastic pensions for their families if they perished in battle. The offer seemed like an incredibly good deal at a time as the salaries for regular service was not as nearly as generous. Now that the reality of what they were being paid for began to dawn upon the mech pilots, they became considerably less enthused about their current assignments. Their professionalism, their training and the encouragement of their mech officers kept them in line. Vase believed that they would hold, but he did not expect much brilliance from their performance. They were all cogs in a giant corporate machine, nothing more and nothing less. When Vase gained a radically different impression when he looked back to his own mech legions. Pride filled his heart when he observed how each mech legion possessed its own character and how every mech pilot fought for far greater purposes than money. A new projection came to life. Patriarch Vase, our troops and the troops of our partners are all in position. What is the response from the Palace of Shame? There are many signs of activity at the alien asteroid base. We do not have a clear picture of what is taking place inside, but there are many indications that a large amount of movement is happening inside its halls. The alien pirates are mustering their personnel and readying their combat assets for a hasty deployment. Have any of the alien pirate groups sent out their warships? No, sir. They have done the opposite. They have recalled all of their ships back to their respective berths at the Palace of Shame. The asteroid base was large enough to function as a small province. The abundant amount of volume and surface area enabled every major pirate group to claim their own slice of territory and build their space docks and fortifications. This caused the Palace of Shame to look like a miniature moon occupied by several rival powers. Right now, the pirate groups probably found out fairly recently that the humans had finally arrived and intended to launch an assault. When Vase studied the slightly grainy long-ranged sensor feeds showing the external activity of the Palace of Shame, he observed a clear difference in activity. The larger and more established alien forces had already organized most of their available forces. They had all found out about the impending human attack at an earlier date and began their preparations earlier. The smaller and more scattered alien pirate groups were much worse off by comparison. Starfighters and other craft chaotically launched into space while their eclectic mix of warships went online at rapidly different rates. Even now, the aliens still showed division, which said a lot about their ability to come together. Vase did not dare to underestimate them, though. Who knew what kind of powerful technologies they mastered? The temporary coalition still didn't have a good idea of what kind of weapons they needed to contend against. It's time to address our troops. General Verl said, we have just received word from the Gemini family. If the aliens are not making a move, then the Geminis intend to fire the first shot. The second phase of our battle plan will commence at that point. Vase nodded in understanding. I am ready. He had been waiting for this. The ensuing fight would definitely be a tough one, so he wanted to make sure that every soldier remained on the same page. He stood up and checked his appearance one last time. His unending regalia looked as impressive as ever. No one regarded him as a simple mech designer when he looked like he was ready to go into battle himself. A part of him found it regretful that it had been a long time since he was able to test his combat armor's defenses in a real scenario. He poured so much time and resources into its development that he felt like he had wasted much of it. He mainly used his unending regalia to craft a specific image of himself in front of others. He inwardly shook his head. He shouldn't be sad about this state of affairs. The lack of threat aimed at his person was a massive improvement compared to his past circumstances. He had so many protectors around him that it was far too difficult for assassins to threaten his life nowadays. As the countdown closed to 0, Vase inspected his appearance one last time before the broadcast became active. Almost every member of the Larkinson clan watched the broadcast. Projections of Vase appeared on almost every corner of every Larkinson ship. The mech pilots also couldn't escape the broadcast as the cockpits of their mechs all displayed the feed as well. With his wife and his children staring up at him, Vase began his latest address. "My fellow Larkinsons, we have arrived on another alien battlefield," he began in a calm and steady voice. "This should be nothing new to us. What is new is that our upcoming opponents are radically different from the ones that we have fought in the past. The scope and significance of this battle is different from all of the others that we have fought before. Unlike our last battle, we are not fighting against familiar opponents in the form of another human mech army. Unlike the Purgatory campaign, we are not fighting against a rudimentary society of isolated alien beasts. Unlike the battle against the Pokladan refugee fleet, we are not confronting alien warships that are infested by Vorabugs and have already reached their limits." Vase paused for an instant. "No, our upcoming enemies are none of that. For the first time since our arrival in the Red Ocean, we are about to confront opponents that are part of the true indigenous power structure of this dwarf galaxy. Make no mistake, the fact that the aliens are all pirates does not detract from the fact that they make use of the same warships, the same technologies and the same battle tactics as their regular counterparts. Some pirate groups will be relatively weak because the civilizations they are part of were also fairly weak. Others will be strong enough to give all of us a lot of pressure. No matter what, an alien is an alien. We have made enemies with each of them as soon as humanity stepped into the Red Ocean and declared it ours. By entering this battle, you will truly take part in a grander struggle. If we win, we will earn honors and recognition for contributing to the human race's eventual victory in the new frontier. If we lose, the aliens will show no mercy to us or our family. We cannot afford to lose today." Vase briefly glanced away so that he could look at his children. All of them looked odd as his father appeared greater than life at this time. He smiled and turned his head back so that he could address his audience directly again. "We have stepped up today. This marks the first time that we have left the petty infighting between human powers behind so that we can take part in a more important war. Today, we fight not just to advance the cause of our clan, but to advance the cause of the human race as a whole. For the clan, for the clan." Vase raised his fist. "For humanity, for humanity." Vase bumped his fist against his chestplate. "For victory, for victory." The broadcast ended after that. Vase returned to his seat and tried to evaluate his own speech. His wife was the first to give her opinion. "That was rather short. I was expecting more. You always like to put on a show. It's unnecessary," he replied while shaking his head. "Our soldiers are already in high spirits. They are far from the rabble that I have seen in the past. They only need a single push in the right direction in order for them to approach the upcoming battle with the right mindset." For this particular speech, I wanted to remind them that they are no longer fighting against familiar opponents anymore. Chapter 4434 The Battle of the Borean Belt. The asteroid belt that housed the Palace of Shame was about to get a lot more explosive. The initial human explorers that entered the Borean system for the first time plainly registered it as the Borean Belt. This meant that this battle would probably go down as the Battle of the Borean Belt. Before the first shot was fired, both sides began to generate a lot of interference. It became a lot harder to observe and communicate from a distance as both sides tried to make it as difficult as possible to target them at longer ranges. The measures were a lot more effective than usual. This was because the nearby neutron star already produced a lot of interference in the form of a strong and fluctuating magnetic field. Even if the Borean belt was already orbiting relatively far away from the binary stars at the center of the system, the interference was not light. Now that ships such as the Blinding Banshee and mechs such as the Buzzy Bee began to throw up a lot of jamming into space, it became a lot harder to obtain reliable sensor data. The projections that previously displayed a relatively clear asteroid base became a lot fuzzier all of a sudden. Though it was still possible for Vase to distinguish individual ships and other craft, he was no longer able to observe the smaller details. The alien jamming methods are more effective than I thought, Gloriana said from her position at his side. I'm curious to know how the aliens are making it more difficult for our optical sensors to observe the Palace of Shame. We cannot remedy this by observing the asteroid base with our naked eyes. Vase nodded in agreement. That is just one of the many interesting pieces of alien tech that can substantially increase the safety of our fleet. Is this jamming effect applied to the entire asteroid base, or is it only concentrated on a single side? It appears to be uniform. It may be old alien technology that the Unspoken or another alien group installed throughout the Palace of Shame. Whatever it is, we can partially power through their jamming by using high-powered scanners. That will also expose the coordinates of the source of the scanning. It was like turning on a flashlight in order to see in the dark. The flashlight allowed for its holder to clearly light up a certain place, but also allowed others to trace his position by following the trajectory of the light beam. The human forces knew that and deliberately baited the alien forces into opening fire first. The enemies refused to take the bait. They are showing a lot of restraint, Vase said. I wonder what they are waiting for. Are they hoping that we will call off our attack because we are too afraid to confront the unknown? Gloriana disagreed with him. I do not think that is the case. I think their commanders might not have a good idea of what they are up against. Depending on how well informed they are of the rapid changes that have taken place in the Red Ocean, they may have a general idea of mechs and the division of human powers, but I seriously doubt they have become familiar with the incredible diversity of our fighting methods. Don't forget that we are just as alien to them as they are to us. The side that makes the first move will expose their details first, giving the other side an advantage. That makes sense. It's like a turn-based game in a sense. The situation that we are in right now makes it difficult to gain an advantage by taking the initiative. The side that is able to react to a previous move enjoys a considerable advantage. The human mech forces that essentially boxed in the Palace of Shame from 6 different sides continued to provoke the alien pirates through different means, but to no avail. Even if a number of aggressive aliens wanted to make a move, their bosses firmly kept them under control. Not a single alien starfighter or other craft launched from the asteroid base. Since this was the case, the human forces had little choice but to make the first move. The Geminis are taking action. A couple of hundred riflemen mechs cautiously lifted their rifles from the asteroids they were hiding behind and simultaneously fired a loose volley of energy beams and kinetic rounds at their target. The Gemini ranged mechs did not concentrate their attacks on any particular section of the asteroid base. The attacks therefore landed across the surface of the Palace of Shame that was facing the Gemini family. There is energy shielding. Several shimmering energy shields came to life and blocked each and every incoming attack with lots of power to spare. Vase and many other people straightened up and tried to analyze the form of protection utilized by the alien base. It's strong. The Palace of Shame is not covered by a single large energy shield, but several smaller ones that cover their own sector. Each of them partially overlap each other, making them function similar to fish scales. Every energy shield also generates a strong spatial effect. The alien energy shield generators are transphasic. Energy shielding technology was fairly advanced, but their working principles were not that complicated compared to many forms of high technology. This meant that the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean independently invented the same sort of energy shielding technology employed by humanity and other races native to the Milky Way. While the data soon revealed that the alien version of an energy shield generator was rougher and much less sophisticated than a human equivalent, the Palace of Shame was still covered by a strong layer of defense. However, the Geminis and the other human forces were not deterred by a thick shell. They all possessed a lot of mechs armed with guns that could keep firing as long as there was enough energy and ammunition to sustain their usage. The Geminis want us to open fire with all of our available mechs. They don't want to give the enemy more time to adjust. The situation became tense when it became clear that it wouldn't be easy to crack open the Palace of Shame. The transphasic energy shield generators might be cruder than the ones employed by humanity, but the Palace of Shame accumulated a lot of them over its long existence. No matter whether their tech was old and outdated, the sheer quantity along with the abundant amount of phase water integrated into them meant that the energy shields were extremely difficult to break by relying on conventional attacks. The Larkinson clan had already learned in past battles that the most effective way to overcome transphasic defenses was to employ transphasic attack methods. This way, the phase water effects of both measures would cancel each other out and allow ordinary attacks to take effect. We don't have that many transphasic weapon systems at our disposal. Vase sighed. He didn't know the exact circumstances of the mech forces of the other pioneering forces, but he figured that their situation shouldn't be any better. The only mechs in the Larkinson clan that possessed powerful transphasic weapon capabilities were the expert mechs and the rifleman mechs of the Nullifier Battalion. The battle criers did not field that many Nullifier mechs, though. There were only 200 of them last he counted. Their formidable Godkiller heavy rifles also only integrated 5 grams of phase water each, which was far from sufficient to shake the spatial defenses of the Palace of Shame. It should not really matter. Gloriana reassured Vase. Transphasic weapons are helpful but not necessary. Conventional firepower can still wear down a transphasic defense system as long as the power or quantity is large enough. In the case of the Larkinson army and many other mech forces, they had plenty of quantity to spare, even if the firepower was a bit insufficient. After receiving a signal from the Gemini family, tens of thousands of mechs opened fire at once. The only mechs that did not do so were the ones that could not face the right direction, such as bunker mechs stuck in the wrong orientation, or mechs that were put in reserve, such as expert mechs and ace mechs. Aside from that, well over 50,000 mechs launched a torrent of energy beams and physical projectiles at the Palace of Shame. Due to the distance and the limitations of the skill and technical capabilities of many mechs, a lot of attacks slashed across the entire shielded surface of the alien pirate base. It would have been better if all of the mech forces could concentrate their attacks on a single side of the Palace of Shame, but that was not possible due to the need to form an encirclement. The Palace of Shame's transphasic energy shields are still holding. They are being less affected by our attacks than we hoped. We believe that the enemy's first line of defenses is primarily built to defend against warship attacks. Vase grimaced. Great. The attacks of our mechs are the equivalent of small arms fired to the aliens. The Unspoken and the other alien pirate groups initially built up the defenses of the Palace of Shame to defend against threats similar to themselves. Since the aliens mainly employed warships and only utilized small craft as a supplement, it was natural for the local pirate groups to invest in large, heavy-duty shield generators. As a solid minute passed by, the formidable strength of those energy shield generators became abundantly clear as they hardly experienced any strain. Ves's mood soured. How long will it take for us to take down a goddamn alien transphasic energy shield? We cannot give you a solid estimate yet, but it will not be less than 2 hours. 2 hours is way too much. Can't we concentrate our fire and overload one of the energy shields faster that way? We need to bring our mechs closer to make that happen, but that will increase their exposure to enemy counterattacks. We also cannot rule out the possibility that the aliens have another defensive measure in reserve. There were many good reasons why the Palace of Shame managed to exist for so long, and its incredible ability to withstand punishment was definitely a contributing factor. Seeing that quantity was far from sufficient to open up a gap in the first layer of defense, Vase quickly concluded that his side needed to bring out the big guns. He already started to think about ordering Venerable Stark to debut her instrument of doom on the battlefield, but he was reluctant to reveal its firepower so soon. What are the Geminis thinking about? What is our next move? They are still deliberating on this matter, sir. Ah, they have just passed on a message to all of the ace pilots. Their firepower may be needed soon. Vase raised his eyebrow but did not feel too surprised. The human attackers did not want to waste too much time on this siege. The mechs that were all opening fire at this moment were squandering a lot of energy and ammunition without necessarily getting much in return. If they kept firing their weapons at this rate, their weapons would get worn out and their mechs would build up a lot of heat and other stress. It was better for the mechs to save the brunt of their firepower on more worthy targets such as enemy warships and other offensive threats. Perhaps it was not the best to expose the ace mechs so soon, but their incredible firepower was the only convenient solution that could quickly overcome the powerful fortress-grade energy shields that exceeded the performance of human Titan shields. Soon enough, 7 powerful energy signatures emerged from 6 different fleets. Many humans already became hopeful as their strongest heroes finally made an appearance. The 7 Saints are about to take action. Chapter 4435 Thunder Mark II. The siege had barely begun. Over 50,000 mechs opened fire at the massive asteroid base that they enveloped from 6 different sides, but any hope of relying on quantity to wear down its defense was not realistic. Heavier firepower was needed to punch through the strong transphasic energy shielding that was rated to protect the Palace of Shame against powerful warship attacks. The first to appear among the 7 ace mechs of the temporary coalition was the Mars. Patriarch Reginald Cross had always been spoiling for a fight, and his impatience showed in how quickly he obeyed the command to make an appearance. Launching from the Hemington Cross with an abundance of fighting spirit, the impressive and indomitable Mars finally revealed itself to both the Golden Skull Alliance and all of the other pioneering groups. So that is the Mars. It looks even more impressive than in the battle footage recorded in the Pima Prime system. What an extravagant ace mech. Patriarch Reginald Cross was merely a high-tier expert pilot at the time the Mars was initially made, but already the machine featured a lot of top-end components that were mainly suitable for ace mechs. The Cross clan bet a huge amount of money, effort and resources that this mech would help him undergo his second apotheosis, and they happened to be lucky enough to hit the jackpot. That is not an indicator of luck. That is an indicator of foresight. The Cross clan along with those Larkinson brats knew exactly what they were doing. The fact that a team that consists entirely of underqualified mech designers managed to produce a masterwork of all things is a strong reflection of their talent and potential. Talent and potential alone cannot explain this unreasonable result. The quality and the performance of the Mars far exceeds what they should be able to design at their respective levels. There has to be an outside factor that provided them with secret help. No, the Mars is completely reflective of the work of Master Benedict Cortez and his Larkinson helpers. Don't underestimate their capabilities. Look at how many masterworks the Golden Skull Alliance is able to field and imagine how many more they will be able to harness in the future. The Cross clan and the Larkinson clan will exceed all of our mech design efforts in a century or two. Their starting points may be lower, but their upper limits are much higher. Many different people studied or admired the Mars. Not only was it one of the rare masterworks among ace mechs, it had already exposed much of its prodigious might during the Battle of Pima Prime. As such, the Mars was the one ace mech that everyone in the temporary coalition was familiar with. Its proven combat prowess and powerful range damage output provided everyone a lot of reassurance. They knew that the Mars had the range and the punch necessary to stop many powerful threats. Mars, so cool, that's Mama's work. Aurelia, Andraste and Marvane all became excited when they saw the mech that their parents had helped to make. Though they had witnessed much more powerful mechs in action dramas and recorded footage, the powerful first-class mechs weren't as tangible or as real as an ace mech that was right next door. Though none of the children knew exactly how much their parents contributed to the design of the Mars, that did not stop them from imagining that their mother and their father played a pivotal role in its creation. Both Vase and Gloriana smiled with pride as they heard their kids express their childish admiration. Gloriana was practically beaming with pride while the smile on Vase's face was a little more bittersweet. Is the Mars the strongest mech on our side, Mama? Andraste asked as she hugged Lucky against her suited body. Though Gloriana's first impulse was to boast shamelessly in front of her adoring offspring, her professionalism did not allow her to do so. She possessed enough professionalism and integrity to recognize that there were ace mechs that exceed the Mars in many aspects. All ace mechs are strong, honey. They all have their own strengths and weaknesses. It is not so simple to rank them from strongest to weakest. All I can say is that the Mars is definitely one of the strongest ace mechs among the 7 that will appear on the battlefield. It will not make our Golden Skull Alliance embarrassed. The Mars glowed with aggression while its Saint Kingdom already warped the space around it, making it so that many nearby crossers developed the urge to follow Patriarch Reginald into hell. However, the Mars did not steal the show for long as a second ace mech appeared soon afterwards. A larger and even more massive mech surged from the center of the Santana Group's fleet. At first, the new ace mech vaguely looked like a heavier and larger version of the Mars. However, it soon became clear that the blue and black coated machine was not a medium hybrid mech, but a heavy artillery mech. Ordinary mechs of this type did not possess flight capabilities because the addition of a heavy flight system would detract from its primary purpose. This was not the case at the ace mech level. The heavy and imposing Thunderer Mark II surrounded by a dark blue corona might not be as fast and nimble as the Mars, but it was still able to maneuver around in space with the help of its advanced transphasic flight system. Despite the prodigious power of this flight system, the reason why the Thunderer Mark II did not possess a lot of mobility was because of its large mech frame, its incredibly thick armor layout and its generous number of heavy cannons. Wow, it's so big, Marvane admired with wide eyes. That's right, my son. While the Mars is great at damaging enemies from a distance, the Thunderer Mark II is even better at this job. Vase explained. Why is that, Papa? It has to do with their designs. Look at the Mars. It is smaller but faster, which means it can easily run away when there is trouble. It is a humanoid design, which means it has arms that can be used to hold a shotgun, an axe or a heavy saber. This makes the Mars good at dueling other ace mechs up close. The Thunderer Mark II doesn't have any of that. It has given up all of its chances to become good at mech duels so that it can function as the ultimate ranged powerhouse of the Santana group. It is less of a mech and more of a warship cannon that just happens to move. Though that was a gross oversimplification of the Thunderer Mark II, the description was enough to give the children a quick idea of what it was about. Their parents knew a lot more about the Ace heavy artillery mech. The Thunderer Mark II was a kinetic monster that perfectly complemented the strength of its ace pilot. Jelmer Ossenring was far from an ordinary employee of the Santana group. When he was young, he already stood out as an absolute talent. As soon as it became known that his genetic aptitude reached as high as A-, countless groups tried to absorb the young boy into their ranks. Lured by the highest package of remuneration and benefits, their parents eventually settled with a subsidiary of the powerful Santana group. This completely changed young Jelmer's trajectory and put him into a small but privileged class of young elites whose talents were not any worse than his own. The entire Santana group poured a lot of effort into raising these high-potential mech pilots. Everyone received personalized training along with plenty of augmentations and other forms of support. Though most of the cohort ultimately failed to realize their potential for one reason or another, the heavy artillery specialist was one of the few who managed to meet all of the expectations set by his superiors. Not only did he advance to the rank of expert pilot with ease, he also managed to take a major step further and become an ace pilot, thereby exceeding his original role. Nowadays, Saint Jelmer Ossenring had not only attained great power, but also maintained his strong loyalty towards the Santana group. This was not a surprise as the Santanas did everything they could to indoctrinate all of the young and eager talents that entered their orbit. Of course, the Santana group did not dare to mistreat an ace pilot, so Saint Ossenring had also been promoted to an honorary executive and possessed the right to vote on major proposals. What is Saint Ossenring good at? Andraste asked. As the most mech-obsessed child among the three children, Andraste already understood that the strength of a mech was not solely dependent on its design and specifications. The mech pilot also affected the performance, especially for the more advanced and higher-ranking mechs. Saint Jelmer Ossenring is an artillery mech specialist that is good at stunning and shaking his targets through generating shockwaves or concussive blasts. Vase explained. The reason why his mech is called the Thunderer is because it is armed with a large amount of Gauss cannons. Each of them fire heavy slugs that not only have good penetration, but also transfer a lot of kinetic energy at once, thereby producing powerful waves that can damage the components around the immediate impact site. What Saint Ossenring does with his domain is to amplify and strengthen this secondary effect so that his ace mech can deal a huge amount of area damage. All three of his children looked confused, so he decided to give them a demonstration. He raised his armored fist and banged it gently against the chest plate of his unending regalia. Clang! Do you hear that noise? That is what happens when a weak projectile hits a starship. Since the power is weak, it doesn't transfer a lot of kinetic energy, which means that the shockwaves produced by the impact aren't that impressive. Since sound is produced by pressure waves, a softer noise equates to lower damage. Vase repeated his earlier movement, but this time he exerted a lot more force. Clang! The difference was loud and clear. The ringing impact was so much stronger that Marvane even let out a noise in surprise. Did you hear how much louder it sounds? Stronger physical attacks involve more kinetic energy, which means bigger booms and stronger shockwaves. Can you imagine what it would be like if an attack hits 1,000,000 times harder than my fist? You probably can't, but you will soon get to see what it is like when the Thunderer Mark II begins to open fire. Not only does it have a lot of cannons that all punch extremely hard, but when Saint Ossenring resonates with his ace mech, the projectiles fired by all of those Gauss cannons will produce vastly stronger shockwaves, which is perfect for inflicting a lot of internal area damage. Saint Ossenring could already inflict a huge amount of damage when paired with a suitable heavy artillery mech, but the introduction of phase water technology supercharged his combat power. Before, much of his damage output first had to shatter through lots of armor and other forms of protection. Now that all of the weapon systems of his impressive Thunderer Mark II gained transphasic functionality, it became a lot easier to bypass the layers of protection and inflict lots of damage directly to important components and personnel. In short, the combination between Saint Ossenring and the Thunderer Mark II produced the ultimate siege weapon. Much of the reason why the Gemini family was so eager to obtain the services of the Santana Xenoarchaeology Division fleet was to secure one of the best ace mechs equipped to break open the Palace of Shame. As Vase stared at the Thunderer Mark II, his mouth already started to salivate. He would love to have an ace artillery mech of his own, but his clan was too far away from realizing this dream. None of his existing expert pilots excelled at piloting this mech type. The greatest hopeful in the Larkinson army was only an expert candidate so far, and his chances of breaking through were low due to various reasons. Vase frowned for a moment. Should I give town a little boost during this battle? That was a good question. Chapter 4436 Jeddah Sandovar in Royal Jeem, the Adelaide 3rd Fleet has deployed its ace mech as well. If the Thunderer Mark II was designed to be the ultimate heavy-range weapon platform, then the Jeddah Sandovar was its opposite in almost every way. The Jeddah Sandovar possessed a slim humanoid mech frame that was covered by a dull black coating. Though it had access to a pair of laser pistols, the twin commas wielded by the ace mech betrayed its identity as a powerful light skirmisher. Wow, it's just like the Dark Zephyr, but much stronger. Andraste chirped. That's not entirely correct, Andraste. Vase corrected his daughter. Just because they are both light skirmishers doesn't mean that their configurations and design concepts are similar to each other. There are many differences between light skirmisher models, and you need to be more careful about distinguishing them from each other. If you leave out the differences originating from the tier of the mech and the properties of the mech pilots, how does the Jeddah Sandovar differ from the Dark Zephyr? The Jeddah fights with small pointed axes while the Dark Zephyr fights with daggers. Vase chuckled. Well, that is one obvious difference. The commas wielded by the Adelaide ace mech not only possesses a lot of different possibilities, but can also surprise an opponent that has never dueled against a mech armed with those weapons before. This is a relatively minor change, though. What else makes the Jeddah Sandovar different from the Dark Zephyr? The Dark Zephyr has grenades. That is also a clear difference. The reason why I equipped the Dark Zephyr with all of those grenades and grenade holsters is because its offensive power can't keep up with the opponents we fight nowadays. Imagine Venerable Tus's expert mech trying to attack a large warship. It won't be able to make any significant progress for a long time if it has to carve through the hull with daggers alone. That is why I gave it the option to bring along a lot of powerful explosives. The last battle amply demonstrated why that was a good idea. Why doesn't the Jeddah have any grenades? Vase directed an envious glance towards the live feed showing the Jeddah Sandovar in all of its glory. That's because ace mechs don't need to rely on those cheap tricks anymore. Saint Marissa Lewandowski has become so powerful that she can easily cope with ace mechs and other enemies without the use of explosives. How? The Jeddah Sandovar is primarily designed to complement Saint Lewandowski's Saint Kingdom. You see, when the ace light skirmisher gets close to a target, its domain field will generate a lot of special smoke that acts as a blinding element. A lot of sensor systems won't be able to see anything anymore when it is caught in this smoke cloud. It is said that even ace mechs aren't exempt from this effect. This allows the Jeddah Sandovar to fight anything while getting exposed to fewer attacks in return. It was an interesting dynamic and one that turned the Jeddah Sandovar into a nightmare to fight against. As long as it was able to get close, it could employ its disruptive Saint Kingdom to pull any powerful combatant into an isolating smoke field. This not only prevented the enemy from observing the rest of the battlefield, but also cut it off from outside help. Vase found its design concept to be a rather refreshing and surprisingly effective interpretation of a high-end light skirmisher. No matter what rank or tier they reached, it was undeniable that a mech that was smaller and lighter was inherently more fragile than its peers. Such mechs needed to rely on other solutions in order to reduce the chances of getting hit by strong attacks. Vase addressed this problem by amplifying the Dark Zephyr's evasion capabilities. By relying on several resonance-based solutions, the expert light skirmisher could still fly in the open but evade many ranged attacks that were supposed to strike its resonance shield or mech frame. Though many of these solutions weren't as effective at close range, the Dark Zephyr's inherently high acceleration and evasive capabilities made up for that. Its ability to maneuver around an opponent was fantastic and allowed it to keep the initiative in almost every mech duel. The Jeddah Sandovar on the other hand followed a completely different track. Saint Lewandowski's ability to envelop it into a powerful, reality-defying smoke cloud meant that most opponents had to guess where they needed to aim in order to hit the ace light skirmisher hiding inside. Suffice to say, most attacks were destined to miss the mark. The Jeddah Sandovar became even scarier when it got close. Isolation was the name of the game, as the ace mech could cut off other mechs or even entire starships from help as soon as they became engulfed in Saint Lewandowski's murky influence. In fact, Vase even learned that her Saint Kingdom could spread its effects past the hulls and bulkheads of enemy starships. This meant that every crew member that had fallen within the range of the domain field effectively became cut off from their workstations and each other. The Jeddah Sandovar is an excellent disruptor. Gloriana praised. The Adelaide Mercenary Company is lucky to have an ace pilot that has developed such a useful Saint Kingdom. When paired with a high-mobility machine that can quickly close the distance and engulf a powerful opponent, the rest of the Adelaide mech force no longer have to worry about suffering enormous damage. Vase would have loved to have a mech like this under his thumb as well, but Vase did not think the concept of the Dark Zephyr was any worse. If Venerable Tusa became as strong as Saint Marissa Lewandowski one day, the Dark Zephyr would turn into an incredibly fast and elusive duelist that was practically untouchable despite dancing in the open. Sadly, Vase and the rest of the Larkinson clan needed to wait decades before it was possible to realize this vision. Tusa Billingsley Larkinson was already working hard to become stronger, but no one knew for certain whether he had what it took to take the next major step in his profession. As the Jeddah Sandovar hovered above the Adelaide Third Fleet like a standard bearer, the next ace mech also emerged at another location. The ace mech of the Bujay family was armed with a spear and a shield. It immediately evoked a classy vibe through its purple and red coating along with golden flourishes. The Royal Jeem was a rather unusual ace spearman mech. On the surface, it fought just like a spearman mech with balanced specs, though it also carried a shield for additional defense. It also carried a plasma pistol in case it needed to strike a target at a distance. However, the Royal Jeem was primarily designed to duel against other ace mechs. Not only did it possess good penetration capabilities, but it was also capable of weakening the armor and other protective measures of its opponents. The Royal Jeem is similar to the Jeddah Sandovar in that it is not that special of an ace mech. Vase explained for his children. It only becomes special once its ace pilot comes into the picture. Saint Calisandra Bujay possesses an unusual Saint Kingdom where she is able to directly weaken the armor and other protective measures of her opponent by issuing decrees. At least, that is what I found out. We will see soon enough how extensively Saint Calisandra's decrees can weaken her opponents at close range. Saint Calisandra Bujay was a member of the main branch of the Bujay family and had always enjoyed the best resources during her lifetime. Having lived for over 2 centuries, she was the oldest ace pilot among the 7 that would make an appearance today. She had also spent the most time developing as an ace pilot, so her resonance strength should also be a lot more formidable than the resonance strength of a younger ace pilot such as Patriarch Reginald Cross. Vase and many others had high expectations for Saint Calisandra Bujay for that reason. If a truly powerful and intractable alien weapon showed up, the Royal Jeem probably had the best chance to demolish it as quickly as possible. Saint Calisandra's ability intrigued Aurelia a lot. The oldest child began to imagine what it would be like to wield the Bujay Saint's power. Can she really change anything just by saying so? She asked her parents. Not completely, Gloriana responded. She cannot erase the existence of her enemies with her willpower alone. That said, don't underestimate what she can do. If she can issue and enforce a decree that makes it so that an opponent is 30% more susceptible to damage than normal, then that is already an excellent result. Vase nodded in agreement. Her domain is an excellent complement to her ace mech. Spears are weapons that are inherently good at punching through armor. If Saint Calisandra can weaken an opponent inside her Saint Kingdom first, any spear attack launched by her Royal Jeem will find it much easier to break through the defenses of her opponent. This combination works especially well against weaker opponents, though even ace mechs should be affected to a limited degree. Saint Calandra could have developed her domain in a broad direction. If she focused on becoming good at issuing various different reality-defying decrees, then she could have become the ultimate jack of all trades. For example, she could exert her willpower in ways that could speed up her ace mech, boost the performance of other friendly mechs or make her machine less detectable. While she had the potential to develop in this direction, she opted to discard all of these possibilities and focus solely on shaping her willpower in a direction that allowed her to become a lot better at weakening the defenses of her opponent. There were numerous advantages to this approach. Her Saint Kingdom not only helped her Royal Jeem overcome a strong opponent with greater ease, but also made the same enemy more vulnerable to attacks launched by other friendly combatants. Saint Calandra Bujay is like a queen who has the power to lead the Bujay family's forces in battle. Vase explained. She used to serve as a mech officer before she devoted her attention to martial excellence, so I think this background has played a role in the development of her abilities. In any case, Saint Calandra is an excellent partner to work with. Any strong opponent that she is able to weaken with her Saint Kingdom becomes a lot more vulnerable to the attacks of other powerful ace mechs such as the Thunderer Mark II or the Mars. Once the Unspoken's fearsome battlecruiser finally showed up, the temporary coalition was counting on the Royal Gem to play an instrumental role in taking down the alien flagship. Saint Calandra Bujay's domain is not that different from the domain of Patriarch Reginald Cross. Vase explained. They both share a common root, but the difference is that Saint Calandra is much further ahead and strengthened only a single aspect of her power. Patriarch Reginald is still at the point where he needs to figure out how he must develop his Saint Kingdom further. Gloriana nodded in agreement. Patriarch Reginald is a warlord who craves control. He also enjoys difficult challenges. I think he will shape his Saint Kingdom in a direction that will further those desires. From what I have seen so far, I think it is highly likely that he will focus his efforts on boosting the performance of his own expert mech rather than debilitating the performance of his opponents. That was a good analysis. Vase could see why this would be the case. Patriarch Reginald Cross did not enjoy bullying weaker opponents, so it made little sense for him to develop in the same direction as Saint Calandra Bujay. Patriarch Reginald did not mind fighting against strong opponents. This was because he believed that he would always be stronger and come out on top in the end. Chapter 4437 Infinite Gear. Soon after the Bujay family presented their greatest champion, the Lara Foundation finally deployed its own peak combat asset. The Infinite Gear has entered the field. Gloriana immediately perked up. Finally, I've been waiting to see an ace mech that dares to go beyond the confines of traditional mechs. Out of all of the ace mechs that the temporary coalition had at its disposal, Gloriana held the greatest interests towards the machine developed by the Lara Foundation. As a large scientific research and development company, the Lara Foundation had the capacity to develop a huge number of advanced mech components and systems. When it came to the design of its ace mech, the Lara Foundation had a hard time choosing what kind of powerful goodies it wanted to add to the configuration. Should the ace mech be armed with a powerful energy rifle that could flood an enemy with an endless rain of energy beams? Should the ace mech be equipped with a sophisticated tower shield that could deploy a mighty transphasic spatial shield that could cover an entire area? Should the ace mech have access to an extremely powerful ECM system that was powerful enough to disrupt the functionality of the electrical components of mechs and starships? All of these options sounded attractive, and that made it difficult for the decision makers to discard these powerful possibilities. That was until a mech designer working for the Lara Foundation made a bright idea to take maximum advantage of their ace pilot's versatility. The result was the Infinite Gear, an innovative and extremely complicated ace modular mech. The central premise to the Infinite Gear was its ability to change its parts and configuration in the field. It was an ace mech that did not possess a single main form. Its flight system, its armor system, its limbs and its weapon arsenal could all be swapped no matter whether it was resting inside a hangar bay or flying in open space. According to what Vase knew about the Infinite Gear, its designers treated it as a multi-purpose mech in the same vein as a true first-class multi-purpose mech. However, the biggest limitation was that the Lara Foundation did not have access to the tech or materials that could realize all of the possibilities of a multi-purpose mech. The Infinite Gear therefore turned into a playground that closely matched the traits of a multi-purpose mech but in a more limited fashion. Instead of having access to a dozen miniaturized weapon systems at once, the Infinite Gear could swap out a rifle for a sword when it transitioned from fighting from a distance to fighting up close. The special component swapping mechanisms were crucial to enabling the Infinite Gear to change its loadout and configuration in the field. While people like Vase or Gloriana could develop a comparable solution, they would never be able to make it as fast, robust and reliable as the ones who worked on the Infinite Gear. The Lara Foundation's developers worked so hard to overcome all of the technological challenges that they managed to earn industry recognition for their accomplishment. When Vase looked at the Infinite Gear, he saw a lot of parallels with the Everchanger. Both of them pursued similar goals. They tried to be as adaptable and versatile as possible in order to remain useful at any time. The biggest difference between the two was how they expressed their mutability. The Everchanger primarily functioned as a hero mech that could rely on one weapon or the other in the right situation. In order to increase its versatility, Vase made it so that it could swap out its design spirit and channel any glow, even the ones that were ordinarily restricted, such as the life-changing Transcendence glow. The infinite gear did not put any emphasis on changing its intangible properties. Instead, it focused on the opposite approach and excelled at transforming its physical form by swapping out its parts. It was not only able to swap out its weapons, but also many other external components. This was extremely helpful in many different situations. For example, if the infinite gear ever got struck by a powerful attack that broke a lot of modular armor plating, then the Ace Mech could simply shed the damaged parts. In the meantime, the Lehrer Foundation's flagship could launch a batch of replacement armor plates straight towards the infinite gear. Once it got close, the fresh and undamaged armor plating would automatically slot into the gaps of the Ace Mech, thereby making the powerful modular mech as good as new. As their parents quickly explained what made the infinite gear so special, their children all looked impressed. "It's like playing a mech building game in the middle of a battle," Marvane said. Gloriana smiled. "That's right, my son. That is a good way to look at it. The infinite gear can theoretically last forever as long as the fleet that it is attached to has a sufficiently large reserve of high-end parts. Doesn't that mean the infinite gear can outlast everything else?" Both Vase and Gloriana chuckled. "That's not possible," Vase replied. "Ace mechs are extremely expensive. Their parts alone are worth at least several complete expert mechs. The Lehrer Foundation may be rich and successful, but I doubt it has the budget to build up a humongous reserve of variable parts such as 100 pairs of arms or 50 different mech swords. How much money does that cost? Tens of millions of MTA credits," Vase loosely guessed. "Anyway, the infinite gear may be highly modular, but it still possesses a single core that cannot be swapped in the field. Once its core internals incur damage, it becomes a lot less viable for the Ace modular mech to keep fighting. Modular mechs are also inherently less stable and solid than more conventional mechs, so it is easier to damage its internals. That is why modular mechs aren't as popular, right?" Vase nodded. "That's correct. There are many more parts, which means that there are a lot more points of failure. The last point that I want to make is that an Ace Mech is only as strong as its Ace pilot. What I mean by that is even if the infinite gear can last long enough to keep fighting, Saint Robert Montagne may not be able to keep up. The more he fights, the more he depletes his willpower and wears out his mind. Unless he can keep fighting at a low intensity, he will eventually reach a point where he can no longer empower his Ace Mech. That is bad because the infinite gear will become a lot more vulnerable at that point." Despite all of these limitations, Vase and Gloriana still considered the infinite gear to be a brilliant feat of design and engineering. It was a mech that they could never design themselves unless they had an enormous development company under their belt. This was because a modular mech like this had an extremely high demand for custom-developed parts that all abided by a common set of standards. In any case, the Lehrer Foundation may have invested a lot more in the development and the expansion of the infinite gear, but what they got in return was better than a more traditional Ace Mech with a fixed configuration. "It is interesting to compare the infinite gear to the Everchanger," Gloriana said. "They have so many similarities. Both of them are inherently adaptable machines that try to morph themselves in ways that allow them to exploit enemy weaknesses while making sure that their enemies cannot effectively employ their own strengths. The infinite gear is far better at executing this strategy on a physical level because it doesn't have as many compromises." Vase did not entirely agree with her description. "That is only the case if we leave out the Everchanger's mounted wargear options. I already recognized that the Everchanger's inability to change its configuration would be a potential weak point, so I decided early on that it should be able to augment itself by equipping itself with modular external gear. As a result, the Everchanger can swap its gear on the fly as well. The only difference is that it can only do so with external equipment. The swapping process is also a lot slower and clunkier." His wife snorted. "What the Lehrers have done with the infinite gear is expensive and time-consuming, but what you have done with the Everchanger is even more wasteful. At least the Everchanger still has a solid base form that is already a complete mech in itself. When paired with an expert pilot that has a rare life domain like Venerable Joshua, I think my own work will eventually be able to defeat the infinite gear if it is able to catch up to the latter's level." Vase truly believed that this was the case. The infinite gear's technical capabilities would probably be stronger, but the Everchanger had access to a lot of useful spiritual options. There were many other reasons why he believed the Everchanger would be able to come out on top, but it was not necessary for Vase to elaborate any further. Right now, he was more interested in studying its current configuration. One of the defining advantages of a modular mech was that it could change into any mech type it wanted as long as the right parts were available. The Bright Warrior line and the Quint also possessed the same capability, but the reason why they were classified as semi-modular was because they could only swap their configurations in the workshop. This gave Saint Robert Montagne the freedom to deploy his infinite gear in a powerful artillery mech loadout. Right now, the infinite gear possessed many similarities with the Thunderer Mark II. While the former was not as large and did not come with as many guns, it could still function as well as any other ace heavy artillery mech. The Thunderer Mark II would still be better, though. It was a specialized artillery machine that did not contain any compromises or additional support systems related to modularity. What was even more important was that St. Gelmer Ausenring was highly specialized in piloting heavy artillery mechs. His skills, his combat experience and more importantly his domain were all dedicated to maximizing the effectiveness of such machines. Saint Robert Montagne did not possess these advantages. His domain was more geared towards increasing the adaptability and versatility of the infinite gear and its many complicated systems. He did not possess the magical ability to impart his ace mech's attacks with a damage-enhancing effect that would allow him to do better at this specific job. This was fine. While St. Ausenring and the Thunderer Mark II excelled at fulfilling a single role, they became a lot less useful if they were compelled to fight in another way. For example, if an ace light skirmisher mech managed to ambush the Thunderer Mark II, it would be extremely difficult for St. Ausenring to defeat such a powerful threat. The best he could do was to repel the adversary. In contrast, St. Montagne merely had to issue a request to the Larer fleet and wait until another set of modular mech parts reached his infinite gear. Once the package arrived, the infinite gear could swap out its set of artillery mech parts for a set of striker mech parts and proceed to fight its enemies at closer range without any problems. The same, enemy ace light skirmisher mech would not only lose its prior advantage, but end up becoming extremely vulnerable to the infinite gear's wide area attacks. This was why Vase and many others assumed that the infinite gear would be the ace mech that would retain the most relevance as the battle progressed to its later stages. Sir, the Gemini family has finally launched its ace mechs. Both of them have revealed their presence. The strongest pioneering group finally unveiled its trump cards. Unlike the others, the Geminis had two ace mechs at their disposal, and they weren't shy about deploying them together. Since both of their ace mechs were piloted by a pair of twins who also happened to be husband and wife, the synergy and cooperation of the two was bound to be extremely high. The Gemini Saints are piloting an ace Space Knight and an ace Rifleman mech. That's a classic combination. The power and capabilities of just one of them was already strong enough, but once they teamed up with each other, they could overcome much more potent challenges. Chapter 4438 The embodiments of love and sacrifice. Every ace mech that took part in Operation Lighthouse possessed at least one unique advantage over their peers. This was a given. Generic ace mechs didn't exist, as such average machines would be an affront to the incredible strength and determination of ace pilots. As such, the people who employed them usually invested as much as they could to weaponize them. By equipping them with the best possible ace mechs that they could obtain within their means, the various powers gained powerful trump cards that could single-handedly turn defeats into victories. Not only did ace mechs provide mech armies with a crushing advantage against forces that lacked such a potent asset, they also provided critical protection against opposing ace mechs. It did not surprise Vase at all that almost all of the ace mechs so far had primarily been designed with equal mech duels in mind. If an ace mech did not even have the chance to defeat another ace mech, then a mech force that included such a deficient machine would not even be able to protect itself against rival human forces. Powerful mechs such as the Mars, Jeddah Sandavar, the Royal Gem and the Infinite Gear might perform well in other areas due to their specific configurations and capabilities, but each of them were primarily designed to fight against other ace mechs first. The only possible exception was the Thunderer Mark II, but that was only because it was relatively poorly equipped to fight against ace mechs at close range. As long as it maintained a range advantage, its prodigious firepower was probably enough to pound any opposing ace mech. In fact, that was probably the premise of the original design of the ace heavy artillery mech years ago. The heavy commitment towards ranged firepower not only matched St. Gelmer Ausenring's specialization, but also fit with the Santana Group's so-called many guns doctrine. It was only after the opening of the Red Ocean and the introduction of phase water technology that the paradigms had changed. The adoption of transphasic Gauss cannons may have made the Thunderer Mark II a lot more effective at punching through the formidable defenses of enemy ace mechs, but also allowed the latter to rapidly close the distance with the help of mini-drive technology. Regardless of the ability for all of these ace mechs to contend against their own kind, Vase was glad that each of them were more than competent enough to fight against alien warships. The Mars and the Thunder Mark II could probably bombard and overwhelm moderate warships from a distance. The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Geem needed to get closer in order to leverage their capabilities the most, but they possessed unique debilitating powers that could directly reduce the performance of their opponents. The Infinite Gear might not possess any strong advantages in battle, but its unparalleled adaptability allowed it to take on any role at any time. Each of the ace mechs that showed up before are all strong and special machines. Vase commented, they all have their good points which they depend upon to dominate the opposition. However, now that the ace mechs of the Gemini Saints have shown up, I am no longer sure they're all that impressive anymore. His wife grew irked at his remark. Surely you are exaggerating, Vase. The ace mechs deployed by the Gemini family are excellent technical accomplishments, but they are not noticeably superior to the other ace mechs. They are not masterworks like our Mars. They are not as fast as the Jeddah Sandovar. They do not have the incredible modularity and adaptability of the Infinite Gear. Their only advantages are that their ace pilots have developed an excellent degree of cooperation and that the defensive half of the duo should be incredibly good at withstanding enemy attacks. Vase shook his head and gestured at the large projection that displayed the two Gemini ace mechs in their full splendor. Don't you see? It's so obvious. It's not the tech or the design of the machines that is the most impressive part about them. It is the unprecedented union between the Gemini Saints that is the real star of the show. This is the kind of engineering that no mech designer has worked on. This is social engineering. When Gloriana directed her attention away from the technical aspects of the two Gemini ace mechs and tried to study their more intangible properties, her eyes slowly widened. Now that you mention it, I think I can see it. Their saint kingdoms are not conflicting against each other. They have merged with each other. Despite their underlying differences, the Gemini Saints trust and love each other to such an incredible degree that their egos and wills no longer reject each other in any way. I never knew this was possible. This goes against one of your own theories, Vase. Vase laughed in astonishment even as he tried to process the implications of this momentous discovery. My theories weren't wrong, Gloriana. They were incomplete. Now that I have observed a radically different phenomenon, I can supplement my theoretical framework. If Vase only paid attention to the Gemini ace mechs, then his wife was still correct. The design of the ace mechs were anything but revolutionary. He even believed that the designers of the two machines had attempted to play it safe. The embodiment of sacrifice was the defensive side out of the pair. The Ace Space Knight was designed with a balanced configuration in mind and did not possess any clear and obvious weaknesses aside from its meager ability to attack at range. Other than that, the embodiment of sacrifice was serviceable ace mech all considered. It possessed excellent defenses but not to the point of giving up too much mobility or offensive power. In the hands of Saint Sandro Gemini, the embodiment of sacrifice gained a noble and friendly character that excelled at comforting and inspiring other nearby friendly mech pilots. Aside from that, Vase was sure that the embodiment of sacrifice possessed other capabilities that he had yet to determine. The ace mech did not reveal a hint of any resonating abilities, but they were likely defensive in nature. When Vase compared the embodiment of sacrifice's configuration to that of his upcoming Dullahan project, he felt that the two shared a considerable amount of similarities, at least on a technical level. Just like the designers of the Gemini family's Ace Space Knight, Vase also wanted to design a more balanced defensive mech that nonetheless possessed enough mobility to keep up with most hostile mechs and enough attack power to pose a real threat against opponents at the same level. Interesting. The embodiment of love was the offensive half of the pair. As an ace rifleman mech, the machine piloted by Saint Kaya Gemini was also rather conservative in its design. It was designed as a top-end version of a classic spaceborne rifleman mech. Its energy rifle was quite impressive in terms of firepower, but it was not as large, heavy and unwieldy as an energy cannon. Saint Kaya's ace rifleman mech was also rather slim and was equipped with a good transphasic flight system, so it possessed ample enough mobility to engage in dogfights against other ace mechs. The only obvious shortcoming of the embodiment of love was that its armor system did not look like it could withstand a lot of attacks, but that was a common weakness for every mech of this archetype. Just as with the other embodiment of sacrifice, Vase had the feeling that the pink ace rifleman mech might be hiding a surprise or two. There was no way an ace mech could be this simple and standard. In any case, these ace mechs were clearly designed by the same design team. Vase could tell that not only were they designed to complement each other from the start, they were also set up to enable their ace pilots to cooperate with each other to the maximum possible extent. The reason why he was certain of the latter was because the saint kingdoms of the embodiment of sacrifice and the embodiment of love seamlessly merged with each other. While Vase assumed that the mech designers responsible for the development of the twin machines implemented many solutions that facilitated this phenomenon, the key to making this possible was the incredible trust and love of their ace pilots. During his visit to the Gemini family's fleet, Vase had seen firsthand how the Gemini twins and lovers adored and understood each other to a degree that could never be matched by an ordinary married couple. For example, Vase and Gloriana were quite intimate with each other despite their many differences because their design networks regularly brought their minds together. Yet even then, Vase could never claim to attain perfect harmony and acceptance with his wife. He still had too many secrets and fears that held him back from sharing everything he knew to Gloriana, let alone putting his life in her hands. She had proven herself to be rather careless with his secrets in the past, so he simply decided to never give her the chance to leak anything too devastating. Gloriana also kept a small distance from Vase. While he knew that Gloriana was a little bit more forthcoming about herself, she too clung tight to the core values and principles that Vase always had a problem with. She refused to turn her back to her identity as a hexer, and so long as this was the case, it would always act as a barrier. This was a relatively normal state among many married couples, but it didn't seem to apply to the Geminis. Sandro and Kaya were one of the many twins that grew up alongside each other. For a long time, they loved their other halves as brother and sister and shared many happy moments together. Once they came of age, the Gemini family indoctrinated them into changing the way they looked at each other from siblings to their fated lovers. While they already loved each other to a strong degree, they began to develop a different kind of love on top of that, one that made them regard their other halves as husband or wife rather than brother or sister. The dynamics behind these changes were disturbing and complicated. Vase was sure that the psychologists of the Gemini family could write entire books about their perverted practices, but he was only concerned about the results. The uninterrupted chain of love maintained by the Gemini saints had become so strong and deep over the years that it had essentially caused them to form a partial fusion with each other. Sandro was Kaya and Kaya was Sandro. The lines between the two had become blurred because they knew and trusted each other to a level that went far beyond the norm. Normally, their advancements through the ranks should have caused them to develop a greater sense of self and make it a lot harder for them to meld with each other. This was because a high-ranking mech pilot's extraordinary willpower possessed a strong exclusionary property that protected them from all other external influences. This was the reason why these high-ranking mech pilots were able to repel so many powerful attacks when they resonated with their expert mechs or ace mechs. While Saint Sandro and Saint Kaya still maintained this essential property that served as their most powerful method of protection, the difference was that they did not treat each other as an external influence. It was as if the Gemini family had discovered a loophole and purposefully exploited it through their unorthodox family planning practices. This is a brilliant approach, Vase uttered with utmost admiration. If the Gemini family purposely pursued this strategy with the aim of producing a magnificent pairing like the Gemini Saints, then Vase fully applauded the masterminds behind this initiative. It was the kind of radical and unorthodox solution that could only be spawned from the mind of a true innovator. Only the most brilliant and daring minds were willing to question assumptions, break established conventions and bull through all opposition. I wish I came up with such a crazy idea, Vase enviously said. Chapter 4439 Shaking matter. From the moment the first ace mech deployed into space and rapidly took up position above the mech forces they were associated with, many people became distracted. The mech pilots that were tasked with firing their guns at the well-shielded Palace of Shame still kept up their rate of fire for the most part, but it was obvious that they were merely pulling the trigger on autopilot. Most of their attention shifted away from the enemy so that they could study and admire all of the excellent ace mechs and the saints who piloted them. It was as if nothing else was in their vision aside from the powerful stars that outshone everything else on the battlefield. It took a while for the mech officers to knock some sense into their subordinates. Our ace mechs aren't here to put on a show for you. You are soldiers, not gawkers. Watch your aim and don't miss your shots. Focus on your aim, not on our friendlies. The ace mechs have their own responsibilities. You won't be able to help them and they will not come to your aid if you are in trouble. The enemy aliens will be ready to launch an attack on us at any moment. Be prepared to dodge and reposition at any time. As the soldiers largely went back to dedicating themselves to their original duties, the ace mechs that made a dramatic appearance waited to see how the aliens would respond to their appearance. So far, the Palace of Shame did not exhibit any changes. The heavy jamming and interference generated by both sides made it a lot harder to observe any noticeable differences, but so far nothing threatening had appeared. Do these aliens know how much of a threat our ace mechs represent? Vase questioned. They should. Gloriana guessed. The energy readings from all of the ace mechs are much higher than any other individual machine. Even if you leave out the resonance meter which the aliens might not possess, the energy emissions generated by mechs such as the Mars far exceed the level of small craft and have already entered into warship territory. If the aliens are clever enough, they should treat our ace mechs as miniaturized warships and form their response accordingly. Vase didn't think that the major pirate groups like the Unspoken were ignorant of the power of human ace mechs. He began to feel more and more unsettled. The longer the aliens were hiding their assets behind their transphasic energy shields and their interference fields, the more he dreaded the moment where they would finally unveil their combat assets. Have the Geminis transmitted any new instructions as of yet? Our ace mechs shouldn't be staying idle all of this time. Please wait, sir. It took a minute before the Geminis along with the other leaders came to a consensus about their next step forward. Ah, we have just received another command transmission. The Geminis don't want to rush too much, sir. They intend to probe the Palace of Shame's defenses and possible responses first. All ace mechs aside from the Thunderer Mark II have been instructed to remain on standby. What about the Thunderer Mark II? The ace heavy artillery mech of the Santana group had the honor of being the first of its kind to go into action. While most of the ace mechs bravely moved into open space and held their positions as if they were stars providing navigation assistance to lost travelers, the Thunderer Mark II did not follow the crowd. No matter its ability to withstand far more punishment than any other heavy artillery mech, St. Jelmer Ossenring still showed utmost respect towards his current enemies and made sure to plant his expert mech on the surface of a large and stable asteroid. Similar to many other heavy artillery mechs, the Thunderer Mark II possessed far more than a single pair of legs. It boasted 8 thick and heavily armored legs that provided the Thunderer Mark II with excellent balance, anchoring, heat transmission and more. They also enabled the Thunderer Mark II to crawl across surfaces at surprising speeds for a mech of its size and mass. The Thunderer Mark II's legs partially drilled through the surface of the asteroid. Once St. Ossenring was happy with the stability his ace mech obtained, he began to aim the weapons at his disposal towards the Palace of Shame. 10 powerful and highly advanced heavy Gauss cannons shifted their angles in order to converge on a specific segmented transphasic energy shield. The selection of this specific target was not random. It just happened to be positioned at an angle where other ranged ace mechs such as the Mars could attack from their respective positions as well. The ace pilot resonated with his ace mech and more specifically the 10 Gauss cannons at his disposal. While the Thunderer Mark II also possessed other weapon systems such as a pair of medium positron cannons and a pair of potent plasma cannons, they excelled in different situations. For now, the 10 heavy Gauss cannons were enough. None of them were average weapon systems. They were specifically designed to match the Thunderer Mark II as well as the unique advantages of St. Ossenring's domain. The most important element to the weapon system was its special ammunition. The Santana group developed special transphasic rounds that not only penetrated deeper but also propagated the shockwaves generated by St. Ossenring's true resonance at different angles. The Thunderer Mark II was equipped with dimensional magazines that contained an abundance of rounds with different damage effects. There were wider, flatter rounds that were designed to break surface armor. They did so by penetrating less but maximizing the spread of shockwaves. There were also other rounds that were designed for extreme penetration. These rounds were sharper and narrower than anything else and could pierce through many meters of solid alloy before they unloaded most of their incredible kinetic energies. Right now, St. Ossenring opted to load his physical cannons with shield bypassing rounds. These were relatively moderate projectiles that featured soft round cones and a surprising amount of clever engineering. The purpose of all of these additional complications was to ensure that the rounds bypassed energy shields as best as possible before subsequently unloading as much of their power onto physical matter. The ultimate purpose of these rounds was to destroy energy shields by attacking their source as directly as possible as opposed to wearing them down the traditional way. Let's see whether the power of an ace mech can defeat the power of advanced alien technology. Vase whispered. Both he and his wife paid close attention to what would happen next. The effectiveness of the upcoming attacks directly influenced the human coalition's subsequent battle plans. After all, it was a lot harder to conduct a siege if their best artillery solution proved to be less than effective against the enemy's strongest defensive measure. The Thunderer Mark II is about to open fire. Saint Aesonring truly wanted his first salvo to succeed as the Thunderer Mark II glowed with power. Soon enough, a faint but extremely far-reaching shockwave seemed to spread from the anchored ace mech and spread through everything on the battlefield. At the same time, 10 powerful dark blue jets soared from the muzzles of the Gauss cannons and rapidly crossed through space until they converged on the same segmented energy shield. Despite the latter's powerful transphasic properties, the Gauss cannons and the special shield bypassing rounds were laced with phase water as well, allowing them to mitigate the defensive boost. Though a considerable portion of the matter and energy of the special Gauss rounds still impacted the surface of the powerful transphasic energy shield, causing it to ripple and destabilize to an extent, around 20 to 30% of the power of the shield bypassing rounds still managed to get through. Even if the proportions were rather low, just 20% of the original power of an attack launched by an ace mech and an artillery mech no less was still potent. Nothing obvious happened after the rounds managed to get through, though. What are the results of the Thunderer Mark II's attack salvo? Has the Palace of Shame incurred any damage? We cannot tell, sir. Our sensors and scanners cannot pick up any clear details beyond the enemy energy shields. The destabilized energy shield soon returned to normal, which indicated that the underlying alien shield generator was still in working condition. It was probably buried deep enough to keep projecting a protective barrier without issue. Saint Aesonring did not exhibit any disappointment, though. He had already prepared his Thunderer Mark II to fire another salvo of shield bypassing rounds after the first time. This was the modus operandi of a ranged mech of the Santana group. If one attack wasn't enough, then attack another time. If 2 attacks weren't enough, then attack 2 more times. As long as there was a sufficient amount of time and resources, the mechs and the mech pilots of the Santana group could fire their weapons all day. This time, Saint Aesonring changed a few settings and resonated with his ace mech in a slightly different fashion. The Thunderer Mark II is opening fire again. The 10 powerful rounds that soared through space with incredible speed and power impacted the same segmented energy shield yet again. The difference was that the energy shield became less affected than before. It rippled a little less and did not destabilize as much anymore. This was a good sign. If the Gauss rounds expended less of their power on damaging the energy shield, they would most certainly inflict more damage to anything that sheltered underneath. Around 40% of the energy of the attack managed to pass through the energy shield this time. This is an impressive adaptation from Saint Aesonring. This was a solution that only a true high-end heavy artillery mech and specialized mech pilot could produce. Vase doubted that Patriarch Reginald Cross and the Mars could bypass energy shields at the same rate with their own attacks. The Arceus system was powerful in many ways, but it did not excel in this area. He knew that quite well considering that he was largely responsible for integrating its energy weapon modules into the design of the Mars in the first place. Gloriana threw a knowing look in his direction. You have been obsessing so much over ranged energy weapons lately that you have forgotten that ranged physical weapons have their own advantages. It is much harder to reproduce the same effect with an energy beam. You're right, the Thunderer Mark II's second salvo still didn't produce any obvious changes, but that was okay. Saint Aesonring had already entered into a familiar routine and commanded his huge ace mech to unleash a third salvo as soon as its weapons were fully charged again. 3, 4, 5, 6, the segmented energy shield has lost over half of its remaining integrity and power all of a sudden. Vase perked up as the Thunderer Mark II only took a few seconds to fire its next salvo. After all of its 10 Gauss cannons boomed for the 7th time, the Palace of Shame exhibited an obvious change this time as Saint Aesonring finally produced a concrete result. The targeted energy shield has disappeared. A gap in energy shield coverage of roughly 0.7 square kilometers has appeared over the Palace of Shame. Many people zoomed in on the gap and tried their best to observe the surface of the asteroid. Though the jamming still remained at least partially effective, it was clear that the 70 powerful Gauss rounds launched by the Thunderer Mark II inflicted utter devastation on a part of the surface of the asteroid base. It was as if a massive earthquake had completely upended both the surface of this small section of the Palace of the Shame. Whatever was underneath did not escape the tribulations either. The shockwaves generated by all of the rounds shook and tore apart hundreds of meters worth of rock, tunnels, halls and alien machines. Evidently, these shockwaves also happened to tear apart one of the alien shield generators. Success. Don't celebrate too soon. Now that the aliens have learned that they can't stall us anymore, they will most certainly respond more proactively against our aggression. They can't allow the Thunderer Mark II to strip the Palace of Shame of its defenses. Chapter 4440 xianxia. The Palace of Shame was the foundation of the alien pirate groups that had chosen to remain behind. Now that their only safe harbor came under serious threat, the aliens could no longer afford to procrastinate any further. No matter how divided they were, each of them should still have enough sense to realize that all of them would undoubtedly become unmoored if the human aggressors managed to destroy all of the powerful transphasic energy shield generators. How long can the Thunderer Mark II go on like this? Vase asked. It will not take as long to take down the subsequent segmented energy shields, sir. As long as there are enough gaps, the Thunderer Mark II can employ clever positioning to fire its transphasic Gauss rounds at different angles to damage surfaces that should normally be covered. The Santana Group's powerful Ace heavy artillery mech continued to exert a lot of pressure towards the Palace of Shame. Though a machine like this could mount even larger and more powerful guns if it wanted to, the advantage of its current set of heavy Gauss cannons was that they offered a high rate of fire. Once Saint Asenring managed to get into his groove, the machine under his control ran so smoothly that it was difficult to imagine that it was a large and clunky heavy mech. Its heavy Gauss cannons periodically boomed at the same time as Saint Asenring aimed to overwhelm his targets by triggering powerful earthquakes every few seconds. Vase couldn't imagine what it was like to be an alien who was stationed in an underground area in the vicinity of the affected areas. The shockwaves rippling through the rocky soil and reinforced spaces already inflicted catastrophic damage to a large chunk of the outer portion of the asteroid base, but also made themselves felt at much further distance. The Thunderer Mark II must be terrorizing a lot of alien pirates at this time. While this was great for inducing fear in the hearts of so many enemies, the downside was that the Thunderer Mark II also attracted a lot of heat in return. If the aliens wanted to launch a counterattack, then they would most definitely focus their aggression on the Ace heavy artillery mech first. Sir, we are detecting many fluctuations from the Palace of Shame. A massive amount of movements are taking place all across the surface of the asteroid base. What is going on? What is your best guess? The alien pirate fleets are no longer staying still. All of the alien vessels that can launch into space are about to ascend from the surface. I see. Vase half expected the alien warships to continue to shelter in place while opening fire at the human mechs that threatened the Palace of Shame. I think the alien warships can't fire through the Palace of Shame's transphasic energy shields. Gloriana said. It would explain why the aliens have yet to launch a serious counterattack at this time. It could be that the energy shield technology used to protect the asteroid base offers greater protection while foregoing the option to allow attacks to pass through from the other side. That was a plausible guess. Maybe you're right. I have the feeling that the aliens were doing their best to stall for time. There ought to be good reasons why they have invested in so many powerful shield generators of this type. In that sense, it may have been for the best for the Thunderer Mark II to pressure our opponents into action. Vase did not think that the aliens were stalling for time for irrational reasons like completing an elaborate religious ritual. Pirates never tended to last if they engaged in stupid or self-destructive behavior. If he assumed that there was a rational reason to stall for time, then the most likely possibility was that the aliens were waiting for reinforcements. We need to destroy the alien warships as quickly as possible before any outside help can arrive and join forces with our current opponents. Just as Vase made this realization, the alien pirates finally exposed their main mobile combat assets. The first fleet to emerge was the most familiar-looking one to Vase. It was the unspoken pirate fleet that possessed the highest degree of threat towards the human coalition. Surrounded by 14 destroyer-like vessels, the battlecruiser at the center of the neat formation attracted a lot of attention. The size and presence of this capital ship were beyond anything that Vase had ever seen from an alien vessel. Though the MTA and CFA's capital ships were even more fearsome, the Orvan-built battlecruiser was intimidating in her own way. What do we know about the opposing battlecruiser? Vase asked. According to the latest intelligence provided by the Gemini family, the battlecruiser goes by the name of xianxia, though that is likely a shortened version of her full name. She is 3.2 kilometers wide, 0.6 kilometers long and 0.8 kilometers deep. While her armor is fairly good, it is in no way comparable to that of a CFA battleship. The xianxia primarily relies on her segmented energy shields for defense. She boasts an unusually large amount of thrusters due to her design and can accelerate forward at a surprising rate, though her ability to change trajectory is not as great. While the Orvans designed their warships according to radically different principles than most of humanity, the properties of the xianxia made her comparable to a human battlecruiser. A battlecruiser was basically a budget version of a battleship. The former featured stripped-down hull plating that was not as thick or resilient, but made the massive vessel a lot more affordable to build. The thinner and lighter hull significantly increased the thrust-to-weight ratio of a battlecruiser, enabling the armed capital ship to get up to speed a lot faster and also change directions a lot faster. Of course, this was only relative to the performance of a battleship. The xianxia was still an awfully sluggish vessel that took a long time to accelerate forward. The 14 Orvan escort destroyers that accompanied the massive xianxia could have easily outpaced the massive slowpoke, but they did not do so because protecting the flagship was their main priority. Tell me about her weapons. We have double-checked the information we have with our long-range observations. The xianxia has an unusual weapon arrangement where all of her main guns are placed on top or on the sides of her large and wide forward-facing surface. This allows the battlecruiser to open fire with all of her primary weapon systems at a target that is in front of her orientation. Her primary armament consists of 14 evenly placed plasma cannons, 132 secondary kinetic cannons and 317 tertiary laser cannons. She is presumably capable of launching missiles as well. The entire bridge of the Spirit of Bentheim seemed to have fallen silent. Leaving everything else aside, the potent array of weapon systems alone was enough to allow the xianxia to annihilate entire mech divisions and their accompanying ships. The xianxia even had the power to compete against a smaller MTA or CFA warship. While the overall tech and material quality of the battlecruiser might not be the best, the immense scale of this warship alone was enough to ensure it was capable of inflicting a crushing amount of damage. The 317 tertiary laser cannons were comparable to the energy cannons of a ranged mech, but better. The calibers were similar, but the battlecruiser possessed a vast reserve of energy and could absorb a humongous amount of heat. This made it so that all of the laser cannons that were placed throughout the hull could keep firing at their maximum possible rate for a long period of time. The xianxia mainly relied on her tertiary guns to intercept incoming ordnance, starfighters or other smaller annoyances. Their power was lacking, but their accuracy and rate of fire made up for this shortcoming. The 132 secondary kinetic cannons were much more concerning. Even if not all of them faced the front, the sheer quantity of frigate-grade cannons was enough to pound and shred any starship, especially one that was lacking in shielding and hull plating. Their main purpose was to demolish as many small to medium-sized warships as possible. Any force that tried to rely on quantity to overwhelm the Orvan battlecruiser would likely regret it after facing so many powerful guns at once. However, the true reason why none of the mechs and ships of the human coalition dared to move too close to the Palace of Shame was the biggest guns of the battlecruiser. Though the xianxia was much like the Thunderer Mark II in that she could have mounted heavier guns, the original designers of this battlecruiser opted to equip her with a larger quantity of slightly smaller main cannons. The 14 plasma cannons gave the xianxia an enormous degree of deterrence against both alien and human adversaries. Just a single salvo from all of these huge guns was probably enough to overwhelm the shielding of the Spirit of Bentheim and melt a quarter of her hull into molten slag. Given enough time, the xianxia could destroy every ship of every human fleet present in this star system. We can't give the Orvans the time to intercept our starships. Right now, the human pioneering groups had parked most of their starships far away from the battlefield. There were trade-offs to this decision. The Larkinsons and many other groups did not have to worry about their precious assets getting demolished by the xianxia or any other alien warship. The downside was that mechs had to travel a long way back to reach their motherships and replenish their supplies. We can't let this battle drag out. The longer it goes on, the more we are at a disadvantage. Even as the other alien fleets rose from the protective envelope of the Palace of Shame, the long-range sensors detected a massive buildup of heat and energy from the Orvan battlecruiser. The xianxia is on the verge of opening fire with her primary armaments. What are the plasma cannons aiming at? Vase requested. They are aiming squarely at the current coordinates of the Thunderer Mark II. Just as predicted, the Ace heavy artillery mech of the Santana group most certainly attracted the ire of all of the pirates. Though Vase grew concerned at the fate of one of the crucial Ace mechs of this operation, the Santanas and the Geminis already accounted for this possibility. Though the Thunderer Mark II had quickly shifted its priority from attacking the Palace of Shame to attacking the Orvan battlecruiser, the plasma cannons finally unleashed their destructive energies. 14 miniature stars escaped the sizable muzzles of the plasma cannons and zipped across the battlefield at a relatively astounding speed. A brief instant later, Many of the immense plasma bolts collided against the asteroid where the Thunderer Mark II had anchored upon, while the remainder soared past at slightly different angles to cover any escape routes. The sensors observing the asteroid in question temporarily became blinded as the plasma bolts released energies at levels comparable to the detonations of a dozen tactical nuclear missiles. This is an insane level of firepower. No wonder the Big Two stripped the right of owning warships from the rest of humanity. The destructive potential of a battlecruiser is enough to wipe out entire cities or continents within a single day. Yet as the blinding effects of the plasma bolt impacts finally faded, Vase and many other observers sighed in relief when they saw that the Thunderer Mark II was still in one piece. Much of the asteroid had been wiped out in its entirety, but the chunk that was well within the influence of the Ace heavy artillery mech's Saint Kingdom remained partially intact. The Thunderer Mark II's domain field also experienced a lot of stress, but it had bled away so much of the destructive energies of the plasma bolts that whatever was left couldn't inflict any significant damage onto the Ace mech's extremely thick and dense armor plating. Though it was clear to Vase that Saint Osenring and his Ace mech could not withstand repeated attacks of this caliber, the current demonstration amply proved that. The human Ace mech possessed the capital to contend against the alien warships. The real battle begins now. Chapter 4441 Plan E. The more data the human coalition gathered about the Orvan battlecruiser known as the xianxia, the more horrified everyone became. Even a person who did not understand anything about science and numbers could easily understand the prowess of a battlecruiser by looking at the sheer destruction wrought by just a single salvo of her 14 gigantic plasma cannons. For a tiny instant, Vase began to feel immediate regret about pushing the Golden Skull Alliance into hopping on board the Gemini family's risky joint operation. What was he thinking by putting himself along with everyone else in the Larkinson clan at risk of getting blasted by this formidable pirate warship? The Gemini family has instructed us to switch to Plan E. Understood. Vase had already been briefed on all of the plans, so he knew exactly what the Geminis had in mind. Plan E is the right decision. Please explain it to me, Vase. Gloriana requested. Plan E involves a lot of stuff, but the key component is how we approach the Orvan battlecruiser. The firepower of the xianxia is too oppressive. Even if it looks like it will take a while for her primary armaments to recharge, a single spread of gigantic plasma bolts can easily melt hundreds if not thousands of our mechs at once, and I haven't even talked about her secondary and tertiary gun batteries yet. We can't allow the xianxia to fire a single salvo towards our fleet or main mech forces, so we need to take it out of the fight as soon as possible. Gloriana agreed with that assessment. Even she became terrified beyond belief as she saw the power of a hostile alien battleship that was close enough to threaten her life. Does that mean all 7 Ace mechs will converge on the alien battlecruiser and take it down as soon as possible? Vase shook his head. No, look at all of the other alien warships that showed up. There are way too many of them. A handful are also pretty big and powerful as well. Our expert mechs and our regular mech forces aren't equipped to tackle so many warships, so most of our Ace mechs will move to destroy the most threatening ones. What about the Orvan battlecruiser? The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem will take care of her. Look, the 2 Ace mechs have already accelerated forward while entering into warp travel. They're rapidly closing in on the xianxia. The massive armed capital ship detected the approach of the 2 powerful mechs. It was hard to ignore the Ace Light Skirmisher and the Ace Spearman mech, seeing as they both dragged their ostentatious domain fields with them as they moved. The xianxia's plasma cannons were still in the process of recharging, and they couldn't turn fast enough to track the dizzying evasion patterns of the 2 offensive Ace mechs. However, the xianxia still had plenty of other guns at her disposal. Her formidable secondary kinetic cannon batteries began to fire in quick succession, causing the massive battlecruiser to launch a continuous string of heavy kinetic projectiles, each of which was capable of smashing over a dozen mechs in a row. Yet whenever these powerful frigate-grade projectiles came close to their targets, they rapidly lost speed and power, allowing the respective Ace mechs to dodge them with ease. Saint Kingdoms are too powerful. If Saint Gelmer Osenring was strong enough to mitigate the damage of numerous enormous plasma bolts, then Saint Marissa Lewandowski and Saint Calisandra Bouget were more than capable enough of doing the same to a bunch of weaker kinetic rounds. The problem was that the xianxia had 132 secondary guns at her disposal, and their firing rate was much more impressive. Not only that, they were also transphasic, so the Ace pilots needed to exert a lot more effort into weakening the incoming shots. The continuous streams of transphasic kinetic projectiles were exerting a lot of pressure onto the 2 approaching Ace mechs, but they were so small that the ace pilots did not have to evade too many projectiles. Though the xianxia activated a spatial inhibitor device that attempted to throw the two ace mechs out of warp travel, St. Lewandowski and St. Bujay exerted their willpower to block the new effect, thereby allowing their ace mechs to keep traversing forward at many times their usual speeds. Soon enough, the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem arrived right next to the xianxia, which sparked a lot of alarm throughout the Unspoken fleet. The two ace mechs attempted to reach the hull of their target, but the xianxia was covered by an array of rotating segmented energy shields. Her secondary cannons were no longer able to track and fire at the ace mechs at such close range, but much of the 317 tertiary laser cannons did not have that problem. They flooded the two ace mechs with a continuous rain of accurate laser beams. Not only that, the Orvan destroyers and starfighters that were tasked with protecting the Unspoken flagships also jumped into action. A flood of firepower quickly assailed the two ace mechs, making it increasingly less tenable for them to expose themselves to so much withering fire. That was until St. Marissa Lewandowski unveiled her full domain field. Soon enough, a dense and completely opaque ethereal smoke cloud surrounded the Jeddah Sandovar. The Royal Jeem also fell within its influence, but it deliberately preserved St. Cassandra Bujay's ability to see through the smoke cloud. Now that the two ace mechs became a lot more difficult to target and pin down, the ace light skirmisher and the ace spearman mech proceeded to circle around the large but lumbering xianxia while constantly using their powerful melee strikes to weaken the Orvan battlecruiser's energy shield coverage. None of the Orvan combat assets could get a grip on the two tyrannical ace melee mechs. The warships were all firing blind into the rapidly moving smoke cloud. The hidden ace mechs also used the massive hull of the xianxia as cover, preventing the Orvan destroyers from opening fire lest they hurt their own flagship. Though the Orvans attempted to send in hundreds of starfighters at once, the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem quickly cut and stabbed them all to pieces before they could do anything useful. Just two ace mechs have rendered the most powerful alien pirate fleet impotent. Vase uttered with shock. Though he knew that this was the aim of Plan E, he never imagined that the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem would be so effective. The Orvan battlecruiser can no longer afford to launch unscrupulous attacks at our other forces. Due to the division of pirate forces, the Unspoken did not receive any help. The Orvan pirates also weren't in a mood to assist their rivals. The Orvan pirates only cared about their own people and fleet, so as long as their flagship remained under threat, they could do nothing else but fight in their own little corner. That is one battlecruiser taken care of. Vase smiled as he saw how poorly the Unspoken coped with a pair of ace mechs. Don't celebrate too soon, Vase. Gloriana woke him up. There are many other warships that have already begun to open fire on our mechs. The xianxia was hardly the only powerful warship at the disposal of the alien pirates. Though the battlecruiser towered above all of the other ships in terms of tonnage and high-end firepower, the immediate rivals of the Unspoken were not too far behind. The other pirate groups had their own sources of dependence that allowed them to gain at least some right to speak please like and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel within the Palace of Shame. The information panels projected in front of his seat updated every other second as many different sources constantly plugged fresh information into the combined command net. Though not every source of information was accurate or reliable, there were thousands of analysts and specialists on duty whose job was to verify and corroborate every data entry. All of this work enabled Vase to trust the information supplied by the command net and assume it was all reliable. The picture it painted was not great. The rattling egg pirate fleet had two heavy cruisers at their disposal. Though there was an enormous difference in size and power between a battlecruiser and a heavy cruiser, the rattling eggs obtained a lot more tactical flexibility by being able to field two vessels at the same time. The 1,854,210 feet pirate fleet had 7 light cruisers at its disposal. The 1,854,210s or whatever they were called made the relatively frugal decision to forego larger hulls so that they could concentrate on building up a larger collection of smaller ones. While light cruisers were much less expensive than heavy cruisers, they were not that much smaller. The differences were not that great aside from a substantial reduction in mass and armor. The reduction in firepower was not that big of a deal and their mobility gained a substantial jump. The opalescent star pirate fleet was much worse off as it only had 4 light cruisers at their disposal. That did not mean the opalescent stars could be ignored. Each of their vessels contained better tech and parts, allowing them to outperform any of their counterparts over at the 1,854,210s. Finally, the 4 Fingers, pirate fleet deployed just 2 light cruisers. The caveat was that the 4 Fingers also deployed a ship class that was a lot more familiar to the humans. Is that a fleet carrier among the so-called 4 Fingers? Vase asked for confirmation. That appears to be the case, sir. The first Finger is the flagship of the 4 Fingers pirate group, and is primarily armed with a large amount of light gun batteries. She lacks any greater armaments because most of her hull capacity is dedicated to fulfilling her purpose as a carrier for approximately 3,000 starfighters. What? 3,000 starfighters? Yes, sir. The alien small craft are smaller and more compact than our mechs for the most part. According to a single source of intelligence, the different starfighters fielded by the 4 Fingers can roughly be divided into 3 categories. The light interceptors are the smallest and most numerous models. They are primarily good at fighting other small craft. Next up are the medium gunships, which possess heavier firepower and are mainly used to provide support. The heavy bombers are packed with powerful ordnance and are solely employed to destroy large starships or fortifications. Are our mechs better than their starfighters? We cannot make that determination as the indigenous aliens make use of an endless variety of starfighters. We can only make a rough estimate. Since the 4 Fingers raided the alien space lanes of the Zelmer upper zones in the past, we believe that the starfighters should at least be on par with our own mechs. Vase relaxed a bit. That is more manageable. How many starfighters have the alien pirates deployed up to this point? We have detected approximately 88,000 small craft so far. Many of them appear to be autonomous combat drones, but a third of them are manned or semi-manned craft. Vase widened his eyes. Those are way more small craft than what we were led to believe from the estimates. It took a moment for the tactical officer to supply an answer. We mainly based our estimates on the number of alien carrier vessels that we know of. We accounted for the possibility that the Palace of Shame would have hangar bays that also contain small craft, but we vastly underestimated how much the pirates have been willing to invest into defending their hidden base as opposed to their mobile fleet assets. The vast majority of craft that we did not expect to appear on the battlefield are largely unmanned or semi-manned. What the hell does semi-manned craft even mean? Those are small craft that are piloted by an organic consciousness but without all of the redundant parts. Gloriana explained to him. Do you recall the plasma saber of the Neo Amadeus that we recently salvaged in Pima Prime and repurposed for our own use? Yeah, we call it the Scarlet Ember now. The Everchanger holds it now as the new weapon substantially increases its offensive threat. Wait, Chapter 4442 Alien Small Craft. The original plasma sword is not the same as a semi-manned craft as the human head integrated into the body of the weapon did not gain any control over it. The semi-manned craft are different in that they are completely controlled by an alien head or other organic monstrosity. I believe that they should be specially cultivated for the job. I see. Regardless of how the different alien species pulled it off, Vase still found the entire notion to be unnatural. It was a practice that stood against everything the mech industry and human society stood for. These semi-manned craft needed to be destroyed. While Vase experienced an intense emotional rejection towards this type of craft, Gloriana expressed interest towards them. She realized for the first time how useful it could be to encounter radically different forms of alien technology. I wonder how the aliens have managed to implement manned, semi-manned and unmanned craft. Manned craft should be the most reliable but also the most difficult and expensive option. Unmanned craft are most likely regarded as disposable units as it is difficult for them to perform well under heavy jamming. Semi-manned craft are probably seen as an improved version of the latter. Vase manipulated his interface and called up additional feeds that showed a handful of the alien combat drones and starfighters from different pirate fleets. They came in many different shapes and configurations. For example, there was a small craft model that came in the form of a large black brick. The strange craft employed a strange method of propulsion that did not rely on thrusters to push it forward. This allowed it to maintain full armor coverage in every direction. The only instant where it exposed its weak points was when it needed to open up the smallest holes possible so that its integrated energy weapons could open fire at its targets. The flying brick craft were completely unmanned and could easily be stacked on top and alongside each other by the hundreds if not thousands. Their completely geometric shapes meant that they took up a lot less hull space than any other small craft. When Vase took into account that they were all unmanned, their owners did not even have to reserve additional space, funding and other resources to support a large number of starfighter pilots. Vase let out a dismissive snort. These brick craft may be an easy and efficient way to field a lot of combat drones, but they aren't fighting against the usual kind of small craft they are accustomed to. Our mechs are an entirely different beast. Humanity's prohibition against the use of warships did not weaken its desire for greater strength and combat effectiveness. As soon as the age of mechs came to be, the human race took away much of the resources that previously went into improving warships and allocated all of it into supercharging research and development of mechs. Human civilization was still incredibly huge even after it had managed to limp out of the dark days of the Age of Conquest. 4 centuries of uninterrupted development had allowed humanity to elevate a special variation of small craft at an astounding pace. Each subsequent mech generation introduced a constant slew of industry-wide improvements. All of these efforts enabled humanity to turn mechs into a much more mature weapon platform that came a lot closer to rivaling warships. Tens of thousands of strange brick drones were flooding in numerous directions, but most of them were flying straight towards the mechs of the Santana group. Vase couldn't help but laugh when he saw that. Good luck with that. The Santana Third Fleet primarily fielded hybrid mechs and heavy artillery mechs. Each of them opened fire at the incoming swarm of black brick craft with the many different guns at their disposal. Immediately, the alien brick craft began to showcase their greatest merit, which was their strong all-round defense. Their relatively thick armor plating in combination with their special propulsion method allowed the bricks to absorb incoming fire from one side. Once the armor on this side had reached the end of its rope, the bricks simply flipped around an exposed and undamaged side towards the enemy. Doing this several times in a row allowed the bricks to resist up to 6 times as much damage than normal. While Vase found the design concept to be interesting, the combat drone had a lot of flaws. The propulsion method is too slow. Vase criticized. Who cares whether it can fly forwards, backwards, downwards, upwards or sideways at the exact same rate of acceleration when it is always lagging behind? This was great for the ranged mechs of the Santana group as they all felt free to fire their weapon systems as many times as possible. This is a dream scenario to the many guns doctrine. Vase remarked as he saw the approaching bricks falling apart by the dozens with each passing seconds. The Santanas have the greatest firepower out of all of the mech forces. The brick craft are way over their heads if they think that spinning around can stop them from getting shredded into pieces. His wife also directed her attention to this large swarm of unmanned craft. The unusual-looking drones aren't completely useless, Vase. They have successfully attracted much of the firepower of the Santana mechs. Look at the alien warships that are behind the drone swarm. The larger threats have yet to be engulfed by too many attacks. The Santanas already have a solution for them. Warships are best left to more powerful mechs. The Santana group's decent collection of expert ranged mechs had already begun to open fire at the smaller warships heading in its direction. Most of the alien warships, no matter whether they looked similar to human warships or radically different, seemed to rely more on transphasic energy shields than solid armor for protection. It made sense as it was much cheaper and more economical to rely on energy-based defenses. This appeared to be a universal technological application to the indigenous alien races as even the weirdest and most inhuman-looking warships boasted powerful energy shields. The strangest warship heading in the direction of the Santana mechs was a biomechanical starfish-like ship that was shaped like a flexible starfish. Vase even had the illusion that the half-organic, half-metallic vessel was actually a living being that the aliens had transformed into a living warship. Yet despite the unique advantages conveyed by this biomechanical monstrosity, the Thunderer Mark II only needed to launch a couple of powerful volleys to strip away half of the alien vessel's powerful energy shields. The Santana group's powerful heavy artillery mech couldn't afford to finish the job, though. The Palace of Shame had unveiled numerous powerful heavy gun batteries that were almost just as powerful as the primary armaments of the Vigant Zizine. Each time they fired, they either stressed out the defenses of an ace mech or wiped out dozens of mechs that were unlucky enough to be in the way of a gigantic energy beam. Fortunately, the Thunderer Mark II was well suited to destroy these powerful base modules. No matter how much shielding and armor the aliens had employed to protect their critical base guns, St. Osenring's unreasonable ability to make his Gauss projectiles produce exaggeratingly powerful shockwaves upon impact easily ruptured many of the components necessary to make these powerful gun batteries work. While the Thunderer Mark II already shifted its attention to other high-priority threats, the Santana group's expert mechs proceeded to finish the jobs by firing many of their shots at the partially unshielded biomechanical warship. Though the giant starfish vessel seemed to suffer a lot of pain to the point of firing powerful retaliatory gamma laser beams from some of the pointy limbs, the Santana Group's expert mechs easily withstood the incoming attacks by evading them or resisting them with the help of their resonance shields. Vase could see that the Santana Group would be fine even if it took a while to whittle down all of the alien brick craft and warships. He turned his attention back to the situation of the Larkinson clan and its allies. Every major pirate fleet banded together with their own cliques or factions who they trusted a little more than their other rivals. There was still plenty of animosity between the pirate factions, and it did not look as if they trusted each other to cover their backs. As such, every major pirate alliance went their own way and attacked a different human mech force. The ones arrayed against the Golden Skull Alliance was an armada led by the 1,854,210 pirate fleet. Great, Vase grimaced. We get to confront the major pirate fleet that just happens to field the most light cruisers. Light cruisers might not sound like an impressive classification, but they were still considerably larger and more threatening than frigates and destroyers. The smaller warships were actually more suited to fight against mech forces as their hulls were covered with a lot of anti-fighter gun batteries. However, the 7 light cruisers of the 1,854,210 pirate fleet still posed a huge threat to the Golden Scullers. Their larger and more powerful armaments easily shattered asteroids that human mechs used for cover, and they could even damage and cripple any nearby combat carriers that had been brought forward to offer resupply and rescue services. Then there was the chaotic swarm of starfighters and combat drones. None of them appeared to come from a single predominant source, so their models and their formations widely diverged from each other. There were thousands of what he considered to be traditional starfighters. Their aerodynamic shapes and wings made it clear that they were designed to fight under atmospheric conditions if necessary. The fully armored cockpits did not expose any alien pilots, but Vase knew they were definitely present and in control. Some of the starfighters apparently belonged to an elite squadron or force, as they were not only as fast as light mechs, but were also controlled by highly skilled alien pilots who utilized their craft quite well. Then there were the more disposable drones that were a lot easier to shoot down. It was pretty clear that most of them were thrown in to serve as cannon fodder and attract a lot of firepower, but the Golden Scullers had little choice but to eliminate them first. Every mech pilot aside from the ones who were piloting the Transcendent Punishers would down a lot fewer craft if they targeted the more elite units first. This was especially the case for the melee mechs that had temporarily set aside their usual weapons in order to wield spare rifles. Their performance against the elite alien starfighters was exceptionally poor. Since it was much easier for them to take down a large amount of drones at longer ranges, General Verl and the other military leaders tasked most of their ranged units to mow down the cannon fodder first. Thousands of drones and occasionally starfighters either exploded or became crippled in space. The mechs that were responsible for doing this also began to suffer damage. They coped much better with the situation as they were used to enduring much more severe attacks from enemy mech forces. The 1,854,210s and the other alien pirate forces didn't really put much emphasis on their small craft, though. Their true reliance was their warships. Hey, we have our own answer for their armed starships. The Mars had already opened fire on one of the 7 light cruisers. The Ace hybrid mech's Arceus system unleashed a fully charged salvo that not only struck the energy shields of the alien warship, but partially managed to phase through and strike at the thick hull plating underneath. In the meantime, multiple light cruisers attempted to strike a return blow by bombarding the Mars and the space around it with a mixture of physical projectiles and energy beams, only for the relatively small, fast and nimble Ace mech to evade most of the attacks and block the remainder with its Saint Kingdom. Ha 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 ha, is that the best you can do, aliens? The power of technology is nothing compared to the power of a human saint. Let me show you why humanity will reign supreme over the Red Ocean one day. Chapter 4443 Mech vs. Warship. The Mars played a critical role in defeating the heavy hitters of the incoming alien armada. The Ace hybrid mech had at least partially been designed with this purpose in mind. Any expert mech and Ace mech designed in the new frontier had to offer a solution against alien opponents in order to keep up with the times. So far, the Mars relied on nothing but its Arceus system to continually pound an unlucky alien light cruiser with resonance-enhanced positron beams. The 1,854,210 pirates probably couldn't believe that such a tiny machine could hit as hard as a warship that was many times larger and heavier. It was already bad enough that the powerful humans managed to miniaturize their most powerful combat assets to such an insane degree. For this miniaturized combat machine to also retain all of the size and mobility advantage of small craft was the truly ridiculous part. Only the most technologically alien races such as the Puelmers were capable of producing such a miracle craft, and even then none of them bothered with such inventions due to the excessive costs associated with extreme miniaturization. The Puelmers might as well upgrade their warship homes with a powerful new weapon system or build a completely new starfaring vessel. It seemed the mysterious humans didn't get the memo because the Mars continued to give the aliens a crash course on why ace mechs were so renowned and feared in human society. It only took a minute for the targeted light cruiser to look miserable. The penetrating positron beams launched by the Arceus system eventually punched through the exterior hull and ruined dozens of compartments. The 1,854,210 pirate fleet tried its best to adapt, of course. The alien commanders may be a bit ignorant about the power of human mechs, but they were not stupid. They wouldn't have been able to command one of the most powerful pirate fleets of the Palace of Shame if they were stupid. The light cruisers are getting serious. The warships no longer directed their firepower towards other targets. The aliens fully recognized the acute threat posed by the Mars and employed every measure at their disposal to eliminate this superfly. First, they tried to saturate the Mars with firepower. The primary and secondary gun batteries of all 7 warships practically flooded the space surrounding the ace mech. Patriarch Reginald's Saint Kingdom experienced a much higher drain as the excessive attacks quickly drained a lot of energy. Second, the alien light cruisers also began to employ other solutions. 2 of the warships launched a flurry of missiles that rapidly soared towards the Mars and exploded in a wide area around the ace mech. The missiles turned out to produce a powerful EMP effect upon detonation, and would have been able to disable or fry the circuitry of many starfighters. It was a pity that the Mars was so well designed that an EMP attack of this magnitude hardly stressed out its protection against these kinds of attacks. Another warship launched a series of torpedoes that eventually unfolded into powerful alloy nets that could envelop any elusive starfighter. Hey, are you serious? Patriarch Reginald Cross did not take the incoming nets seriously at all. His Mars easily evaded most of the nets and overcame the remaining ones by blasting holes in them that were wide enough for his mech to easily get through. It would have been fine even if his ace mech got caught. It had plenty of ways to shred the nets. The aliens didn't give up, though. Their light cruisers were large enough to accommodate a lot of different attack and debilitation methods. Since pirates primarily wanted to capture their prey intact, many of their warships were loaded with features that helped them fulfill this goal. From launching electrifying darts that would subject a target of all of the electrical power that the warships could channel through them to launching nuclear missiles that were ordinarily reserved for larger threats such as the Vegant Zizine, nothing was working. The Mars made excellent use of its mobility and easily dodged the majority of the tricks that the aliens sent in its direction. The electrifying darts along with many other weird solutions had no chance of hitting anything in the first place. As for measures that had the potential to hit the Mars or inflict so much area damage that the ace mech would get affected, Patriarch Reginald proactively shot them down before they could get close. Despite their terrible might and reputation, none of the nuclear missiles managed to inflict any damage onto the Mars. At this time, the Mars had finally managed to land so many attacks on the increasingly damaged light cruiser that the alien vessel was already losing power. The crew of the pirate ship did their best to control the damage, but the positron beams launched by the Arceus system continually exhibited the damage. The first light cruiser of the 1,854,210 pirate fleet has gone down. Over a third of her hull is destroyed or heavily damaged while the remainder has lost power. The Mars could have continued to attack the crippled ship further, but there were other threats that needed to be taken care of. Patriarch Reginald already directed the Arceus system to switch to a second light cruiser. The pirate warships were all the same in his eyes. As long as his ace mech bombarded them with energy attacks long enough, they would eventually succumb to his might. Too slow. Reginald did not have the patience to grind down so many warships from a comfortable distance. The longer this battle dragged on, the more his Saint Kingdom wore out. This would eventually force him to fall back on the Abassi's armor to mitigate subsequent attacks. This was why Reginald directed his powerful ace mech to advance forward and close the distance to his enemies as soon as possible. The Mars had more weapons at its disposal aside from the Arceus system. Reginald had chosen to equip it with shoulder-mounted missile launchers this time. Though he usually preferred to equip his ace mech with shoulder-mounted Gauss cannons, their calibers weren't sufficient against his current opponents. He opted to go for a missile launcher because there was a much wider range of missile payloads. So far, Reginald had yet to fire any missiles. The alien warships possessed so much interception capabilities that his missiles would go down just as easily as the nuclear ones launched by his opponents. This was why he waited until his Mars rapidly closed the gap with the help of its Pulsar V1 transphasic flight system. The shorter the distance between the Mars and the alien warships, the harder it became for the latter to open fire without concerns. Warships were generally comfortable with exchanging fire across larger voids. The majority of them were never designed to excel in knife-fighting range. The reason why the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean still made use of starfighters was because the small craft were highly effective once they managed to get extremely close to their targets. Now, the Mars had also managed to get close. The Ace hybrid mech cheekily flew into the formation of the large but not very maneuverable alien vessels and prevented most of them from firing their guns for fear of causing friendly fire. The elite starfighters are coming to the rescue. The aliens already anticipated the arrival of the Mars and had made sure to gather up several hundred elite starfighters to chase after the Mars. The formidable-looking starfighters were much stronger and of much higher quality than the cannon fodder that comprised the majority of the alien small craft. However, as soon as they came close to their target, the Mars merely lifted the arm that held its shotgun and opened fire. Thousands of resonance-empowered pellets blasted into space and engulfed a large chunk of the incoming alien starfighters in a rain of unstoppable projectiles. Many alien pilots screamed or simply shattered into bloody mists as their powerful and resilient starfighters instantly crumbled against the might of an ace mech. Fools! Vase contemptuously snorted as he saw this result. An ace mech can easily defeat entire mech divisions worth of mechs. It is beyond stupid for the aliens to think that a few hundred starfighters can do the job. Gloriana was a little more generous towards the enemy. You cannot blame the aliens for their ignorance. Ace mechs are well outside the realm of possibility for most alien civilizations. They are oddities even to humans like ourselves. You were just like them when you were younger. It took a confrontation between your forces and the Olympus Mons to truly sink in how much ace mechs defied the standard conventions of reality. She was right. Ace mechs were so counterintuitively powerful that descriptions and archival footage were not enough to establish their power. Only direct demonstrations sufficed, and the aliens of the 1,854,210 pirate group were just beginning to find out what a masterwork ace mech could do when it was in its midst. One of the greatest advantages of a hybrid mech was that it possessed so many weapon systems that it could multitask. Its Arceus system had not stopped firing at the second alien light cruiser. The defenses of the next warship on Reginald's list was faring just as poorly as the first one that had already fallen out of formation. At the same time, the Mars regularly aimed its shotgun in different directions to blast away another swarm of incoming starfighters. When the aliens finally adjusted their tactics and spread out their reinforcements, Reginald mostly ignored the small craft as their damage was far too low to threaten the Mars. In the meantime, Reginald finally put the shoulder-mounted missile launchers to good use. At a certain point, the Mars fired a full spread of resonance-empowered transphasic missiles at 3 other light cruisers. Though the warships in question automatically tried to intercept the powerful missiles, the distance was far too short for this measure to take effect. The first wave of missiles impacted against the segmented transphasic energy shields of the 3 vessels, causing them to overload to the point where they no longer provided any protection. The second wave of missiles that followed almost immediately afterwards slipped through the gaps before the alien light cruisers could close it up and proceeded to strike the exteriors of those vessels. Powerful explosions rent through the hull plating and damaged a decent amount of ship systems and compartments. The missile attacks managed to knock out several major gun batteries, which provided the Mars and the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance with a lot of relief. "Let me get up close and personal this time," Reginald exclaimed. The Mars had damaged the second light cruiser to such an extent that the alien vessel was open and vulnerable. However, the ship was still large enough that it would take a while for the Arceus system to completely cripple her like last time. Patriarch Reginald decided to cut that short and boldly sent his Mars closer. The Ace Mech lifted its transphasic axe and leveraged its entire Saint Kingdom so that it began to mimic the weapon. With a single swing, the physical axe as well as the giant reddish axe that Reginald had formed with his Saint Kingdom inflicted a catastrophic strike to the hapless light cruiser's damaged hull. It was as if a giant cleaver had chopped into the poor alien pirate vessel. The damage was so exaggerated that the aliens simply couldn't process how a single physical strike could have such far-reaching effects. None of them understood the nature and the properties of a saint kingdom. It was the ultimate offensive, defensive and supportive tool. Only other ace mechs could resist the oppressive effects of a domain field. Warships are screwed if they can't come up with an effective answer against ace mechs. Were the alien pirates capable of handling this threat, or would the Mars and every other ace mech ruin all of their warships? Chapter 4444 Horrible Warship. While the Mars was making considerable progress in assaulting the light cruisers of the 1,854,210 pirate group, the other ace mechs were also pulling their own weight. The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem took on the greatest burden during this battle. Both of them were no weaker than the Mars, and they were more than powerful enough to demolish any typical warship. The problem was that the xianxia was not an ordinary warship. Piracy was profitable, but it was also a risky activity to say the least. Those who engaged in this business turned into outlaws and could no longer engage in regular commerce without the use of middlemen. Before the arrival of humanity, the production and procurement of high-end warships had always been a tightly controlled affair. The most advanced warships not only utilized proprietary technology that were not available on the open markets, but they could only be built by specialized shipyards that were often tightly controlled by government institutions. Typical outlaws only had two ways of obtaining a ship. They either hijacked one and converted the vessel for their own use, or they exchanged one from an unscrupulous seller. Outlaws could forget about constructing advanced warships themselves. The amount of personnel, infrastructure, resources, research and industry required to set up such a massive operation could only be accomplished at the level of a state or star nation. The Palace of Shame was far too small and isolated to function as a complete industrial hub. So far, every warship employed by every pirate group largely conformed to what the pirates of this region could reasonably obtain through their limited means. By the standards of the indigenous galactic community, most of their warships were common products that were widely available to civilian buyers. The alien governments that used to exist in the surrounding regions never cared for them too much, as they were simply far too weak to pose any threat against their rule. This was what made the Unspoken so much different from every other pirate group based in the Palace of Shame. The Orvan pirate group might not field the greatest amount of warships, but all of the vessels were by far the most advanced among the vessels taking part in the battle today. From their many destroyers to their singular battlecruiser, each of them were originally military-grade vessels that had only grown weaker due to their age, inadequate maintenance and their technological obsolescence. However, even if the indigenous alien militaries had already phased out warships built to these standards a long time ago, that did not mean they were weak. Whereas many of the other warships found themselves unable to keep themselves going after getting targeted by a powerful human ace mech, the fearsome xianxia still managed to stay in one piece even after 5 minutes of tangling against the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Jeem. Saint Marissa Lewandowski of the Adelaide Mercenary Company and Saint Calasandra Bouget had been working as hard as they could to overcome the defenses of the Orvan battlecruiser. They initially assumed that even if the Orvan battlecruiser was able to project a stronger array of segmented energy shields, they could just concentrate their attacks and break through them in order to reach the hull of the warship. An ace mech obtained an incredible advantage once they came close enough to a warship. Many of the powerful armaments of a vessel could no longer target the mech directly, especially when the small but highly dangerous war machine reached one of the blind spots where many gun batteries simply couldn't target due to their physical limitations. However, when the ace light skirmisher and the ace spearman mech cooperated with each other to overwhelm one of the segmented energy shields, they dove forward only for them to collide against another layer of segmented energy shields. This is ridiculous, Saint Lewandowski burst out as the withering fire from the battlecruiser's secondary and tertiary gun batteries forced her relatively fragile light skirmisher to vacate the hole. How can a warship maintain 2 layers of energy shields? I have never seen anything like this from a human starship. Her fellow female ace pilot was also taken aback at this unwelcome discovery. We are fighting against aliens. The common sense that we have long applied against humans is no longer valid anymore. This is merely one of several deviations that we have encountered. What do we do, then? It has already taken us a great amount of effort to break through one layer of energy shields. We don't have the time or energy to break through another one before the first layer covers the gap again. The window of opportunity to produce a sequential breakthrough is too small. Be patient, Saint Calasandra. Bouget spoke as her Royal Jeem kept testing the defenses of the xianxia while making sure to remain in Saint Lewandowski's obscuring domain field. It will take more effort than we thought to eliminate this battlecruiser, but it is not a problem for us to occupy the alien vessel's attention for the time being. We are still fulfilling our main objective. Saint Lewandowski growled as her Jetta Sandovar struck one of the segmented energy shields with both of its commas. That's not enough. I don't have a problem if one of us can't do anything to this big warship, but it is a travesty that the two of us still can't make any progress. As a light skirmisher specialist, Saint Lewandowski highly preferred taking action and making progress. Getting stalled and failing to produce any noticeable results was one of her worst pet peeves. This was also one of the reasons why Saint Calasandra Bouget had been paired with her. As 230-year-old mainstay of the Bouget family, Saint Calasandra possessed the age, wisdom, strength and prestige to restrain her younger and more impatient colleague. I have transmitted a request to Jelmer Ossenring, Saint Calasandra said after a while. His Thunderer Mark II should have the firepower to break one of the segmented energy shields. Great, let us combine our forces and break through the alien battlecruiser's turtle shell. Get ready, we need to plan and time our movements. The segmented energy shields rotate so quickly that we only have 2 or so seconds to launch all of our attacks. The timing was so tight that ordinary mech pilots would never be able to pull off the required sequence of moves. Ace pilots were much different. Each of them had already evolved beyond the limitations of their mortal coils. A problem like this was no big deal to the likes of these powerful saints. The only problem was that they could not fully predict the enemy's responses. Though St. Lewandowski's smoky domain field managed to cover a substantial portion of the Vigant Zesna's interior, it could not envelop the entire hull. Only the closest gun batteries and crews were blinded by the Jetta Sandovar's Saint Kingdom. The other gun batteries that were situated further away could still fire into the smoke cloud. Though the 2 ace mechs could still rely on their Saint Kingdoms to mitigate the incoming attacks, they could not do so repeatedly when struck by too many powerful attacks. The enormous plasma bolts fired by the primary gun batteries were especially exhausting to block. Each time one of the 14 plasma cannon batteries discharged its energies, a hot and searing bolt passed through at least a fifth of the volume of the obscuring smoke cloud. Over time, the crew of the Vigant Zizine began to wake up and began to wait until at least half of the plasma cannon batteries were ready to fire. Whenever 7 or more city-destroying plasma bolts launched into the smoke cloud at once, the Jetta Sandovar and the Royal Jean were forced to abort their current actions and do their best to evade or block the attacks. This was why the 2 ace mechs patiently waited for the battlecruiser to launch this attack sequence. The power of her primary armaments was incredible, but the downside was that it seemingly ages for them to get ready to fire again. Soon enough, the sensitive ace pilots instinctively sensed an acute threat heading in their directions. Now, the 2 ace mechs darted away an instant before a torrent of plasma bolts engulfed their previous coordinates and many of the areas around them. The spread of searing hot plasma was so massive that neither ace mechs got away unscathed. The Jetta Sandovar was much faster and managed to avoid most of the attacks. Saint Marissa Lewandowski only had to exert a bit of effort to weaken the edge of the remaining plasma bolt. The Royal Jean was not as quick to escape the danger zone, but its defenses were much more considerable. Saint Calasandra Bouget's domain field was much stronger and could neutralize a lot more incoming attacks than any other individual ace pilot on the battlefield. The rest of the plasma energies that managed to get through could only splash uselessly against the powerful transphasic armor of the ace spearman mech. It's our turn now. Saint Jelmer Ossenring had already been paying attention to the fight that was taking place around the Vigant Zizine. His Thunderer Mark II quickly shifted its cannons away from his previous target and locked onto one of the segmented energy shields of the alien battlecruiser. The ace heavy artillery mech opened fire as soon as it could. 10 resonance-empowered Gauss rounds streaked across the battlefield struck the segmented energy shield with full force. This time, the Thundered Mark II did not discharge any shield bypassing rounds. They may be enough to get through one layer of energy shields, but 2 of them was a bit too much, especially when they were on the stronger side as was the case with the Vigant Zizine. No, the salvo this time consisted of more mundane shield-breaking rounds that were especially designed for just these kinds of occasions. St. Lewandowski and St. Bouget both lit up as they saw one of the segmented energy shields of the outer layer explode in a dramatic fashion. There's a hole. The Jetta Sandovar and the Royal Jean both dove in while preparing their strongest attacks. The former's Saint Kingdom still maintained a smoky field, but a portion of the smoke solidified and magnified the range of the ace mech's commas. Break. When the Jetta Sandovar finally attacked, its empowered commas struck with enough force to break through any other barrier, but only managed to deplete only a part of the power of the segmented energy shield of the second layer. This was not that big of a surprise, as the attack power of a single strike from an ace light mech was not that much. This was where the royal gem came in. As the ace spearman mech charged forth as if it was a lancer mech, Saint Cassandra Bouget gathered her power and shaped her Saint Kingdom into a giant spear in front of her machine. Before her charge attack could hit the mark, Saint Bouget opened her mouth and issued a royal proclamation. I decree that you shall break in front of my spear. The damaged segmented energy shield seemed to destabilize all of a sudden. The vulnerability only lasted for a short amount of time, as it was far too difficult for an ace mech to interfere with the operation of such a strong defensive measure, but this was more than enough for the royal gem to exploit this golden opportunity. The massively empowered spear struck the energy shield in question and pierced through as if the ace mech was poking its spear through a fragile piece of glass. Yet just as Saint Cassandra Bouget wanted to extend the charge and push her royal gem inside the protective envelope of the Orvan battlecruiser, her expert mech's spear suddenly collided against a third layer of segmented energy shields. What? The royal gem barely had time to pull back before a furious salvo of plasma bolts, kinetic rounds and laser beams flooded its former position with an ocean of attacks. Chapter 4445 Defensive Strength. How can this be? The intelligence collected by the Gemini family is too far off. Saint Cassandra Bouget scowled as she finally lost her composure. We're not dealing with a battlecruiser here. The Vigant Zizine is closer to a battleship. A battleship. It was not that much of a surprise for Saint Bouget to make this conclusion after witnessing the defensive capabilities of the successive layers of segmented energy shields up close. It was as if the Vigant Zizine was an aquatic creature that was covered by 3 layers of fish scales. That wasn't all. The monstrous fish could not only regenerate every destroyed scale after a short period of time, but it could also rotate its fish scales so that it became impossible to break through the defenses by attacking the Vigant Zizine from a single angle. Though there were major differences between a human battleship and the Vigant Zizine, as long as the effort required to break their defenses were at the same level, then the unspoken flagship should actually be classified as a battleship. There was a fundamental difference between a battlecruiser and a battleship. If it turned out that the temporary coalition had initiated a fight against the latter, then the cost of attaining a victory may be far greater than anyone initially expected. When Saint Cassandra Bouget shared her latest findings about the Vigant Zizine to the other ace pilots and leaders of the temporary coalition, the explosive news sparked a small commotion. It was not every day that a bunch of pioneers could stumble upon a battleship. Calm down, everyone. Patriarch Kobal Gemini of the Gemini family spoke over the command channel. The unspoken flagship may be more resilient than we thought, but she does not have the full spectrum of weapons and auxiliary modules of a battleship that we are used to seeing. The fact that the Vigant Zizine doesn't have any effective means to repel the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem is enough to show that the Vigant Zizine is far from being able to defeat all of us single-handedly. Matriarch Senna Gemini affirmed her brother and husband's words. The effort needed to defeat the Vigant Zizine is greater than we have anticipated, but eliminating her is not a necessity for the time being. The Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem are still able to occupy the attention of not just the Orvan battleship, but also the rest of the unspoken fleet. The fact that 2 ace mechs could tie up the strongest individual pirate fleet was a huge contribution to the battle. The Orvans had little choice but to continue in their efforts to fight back against the Jeddah Sandovar and the Royal Gem. This was because if the unspoken dared to shift their attacks to other targets, the ace light skirmisher and the ace spearman mech could fully concentrate on chipping away at the defenses of the Vigant Zizine. No matter whether she was protected by 3 successive layers of segmented energy shields, the 2 ace mechs would definitely be able to find a way to get through eventually, so the Orvans had little choice but to employ all of their might to keep the 2 threats at bay. As a result, both sides entered into a stalemate. Most of the alien pirates were probably happy that their side managed to tie up 2 threatening ace mechs. The human coalition was also glad that a fairly powerful alien battleship and accompanying ships were taken off the board. Look at the progress we are making elsewhere. We have gained the upper hand in all of our other confrontations against the alien pirate fleets. Matriarch Senna Gemini said. She was right. The Santana group with the Thunderer Mark II was making short work of all of the starfighters and warships that attempted to get closer. The overwhelming ranged firepower of the Santana mechs was simply too much for the aliens to contend against. While the damage of a single attack might not be the greatest, the sheer quantity of guns that the Santana group could bring to bear against its immediate enemies was so great that many aliens began to lose heart. Already, Dozens of starfighters had begun to turn around and flee towards safety. Though the other aliens quickly made short work of the cowards, the fact that some of them wanted to give up on this attack run was already a sign that all was not well with the enemies. The Golden Skull Alliance was also doing great. Though there were 7 light cruisers among the pirate armada that was bearing down on the Larkinsons, Glory Seekers and Crossers, the Mars alone completely dominated the 1,854,210 pirate fleet's warships. 2 of the 7 light cruisers had already been downed. The Mars was merrily in the process of dismantling a third one while evading the attacks from the remaining alien warships in the vicinity. The Gemini family and the Lara Foundation were also doing fantastic. The former enjoyed the protection of the embodiment of love and the embodiment of sacrifice. The teamwork that both ace mechs exhibited in combat was far greater than the ad hoc cooperation between the Jedha Sandovar and the Royal Gem. During the ongoing battle, the Gemini Saints fully demonstrated the amazing potential that love could bring forth. The ability for both of them to not only merge their saint kingdoms together, but borrow from each other's power was massive. Whenever the embodiment of love's powerful energy rifle launched an attack, the energy beam never failed to punch through the energy shield of a fully operational alien cruiser and inflict serious material damage to the hull. Not a single ace mech could achieve this result aside from maybe the Thunderer Mark II. The reason why the embodiment of love could inflict so much damage was because Saint Kaya Gemini was never alone in her efforts. Saint Sandro Gemini was of the same mind as her. Whenever his sister was about to launch an attack, he lent his true resonance to the embodiment of love. The co-mingling of 2 different but highly compatible sources of true resonance produced mysterious effects. The most important effect was that Saint Kaya and Saint Sandro were able to resonate with each other and combine their forces in a way that amplified their output. The pirate warships that attempted to run down the Gemini family's mech forces steadily crumbled apart as the embodiment of love continually crippled them one after another. In the meantime, any effort by the aliens to concentrate their firepower and retaliate against the Gemini family's ace rifleman mech failed to achieve any substantial results. The embodiment of love was fast enough to evade the brunt of the attacks while the embodiment of sacrifice dutifully blocked the rest from getting through. The reason why the Gemini Saints hadn't managed to clean up all of the pirate forces that had foolishly attempted to attack in this direction was because their help was needed to assist the other pioneering groups. Since the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Bujay family had both sent out their ace pilot to contain the unspoken pirate fleet, their mech forces lacked the immediate protection of their greatest trump cards. Though their expert mechs and regular mechs tried their best to take down the aliens bearing down on them, it took too long to break open the defenses of the larger and more powerful cruisers. "We need more help," General Herman Fontaine pleaded to his allies. "If you cannot spare the firepower to get rid of at least 2 of the light cruisers that are threatening my forces, we can't promise you that the Jedha Sandovar will keep harassing the Orvan battleship." "The same goes for us," a leader of the Bujay family said. "Maybe the Jedha Sandovar is enough to keep the Vigant Zizine. Let us recall our Royal Gem so we can teach these filthy aliens that sending their warships in our direction is a grave mistake. There is no need for the 2 of you to threaten a break from our plan." Matriarch Senna, Gemini admonished the leader of the Adelaides. "We cannot afford to let either of your ace mechs suspend their current tasks. A single ace mech cannot threaten a battleship of this caliber. It takes 2 of our great machines to fully lock down the unspoken fleet. Then why aren't you sending out your embodiment of love and embodiment of sacrifice? The teamwork of your Gemini Saints is far better than our 2 ace pilots. Because even the power of love cannot punch through 3 layers of energy shields at once." Patriarch Kobal Gemini told them all. "Our science officers have analyzed the new data and revised their estimates of the Vigant Zesna's defensive capabilities. Unless we have the patience to wear out the Orvan battleship's shield generators and power supply, it may take up to 4 ace mechs to breach her defenses." 4 ace mechs? That's crazy. We should be lucky that defense is the only area the Vigant Zizine excels at. Her ability to fight against other warships is great, but her ability to take down ace mechs that are flying closely around her hull is much worse. Seeing how vital it was to contain the Orvan battleship, the Gemini family, the Santana Group and the Golden Skull Alliance all gave the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Bujay family a hand. The embodiment of love, the Thunderer Mark II and the Mars utilized their potent ranged firepower to launch periodic strikes at the warships that threatened the last 2 pioneering groups. The situation across the battlefield soon became a lot stabler and more even. The pirates were suffering horrendous losses while the human mech forces were suffering relatively little damage in return. The only instances where the human mech forces began to experience more difficulties was when the alien combat drones and starfighters finally came close enough. Though the human mechs quickly proved their superiority over their counterparts, they were outnumbered by the alien small craft. Still, the difference in performance was too great. It was only a matter of time before the aliens lost their fighter screen. Everything went well. None of the pioneering forces experienced any major crises. It appeared that the Gemini family's extensive planning and preparation work largely paid off, as there were no signs that the aliens could overturn the current trend. That was until the Gemini family somehow gathered a crucial piece of intelligence that completely changed the way the human coalition approached the Battle of the Borean Belt. Enemy reinforcements are on the way, Patriarch Kobal Gemini announced. They will be arriving much sooner than we anticipated. They may reach the Palace of Shame in as little as 17 minutes. What? Can you tell us more about these reinforcements? Vase urgently asked. Certainly, Patriarch Larkinson. We already took into account that the pirate groups would call for help, but our estimates of the nature of the reinforcements were off. We thought that the Unspoken and the other pirate groups would be in a hurry to recall their hidden patrol ships on patrol throughout the Borean Belt. Now that we have received further information, we have found out that our opponents have requested aid from another alien power. Who? Please take into account that we cannot confirm this piece of news, but if our intelligence is accurate, then the alien group that created the Palace of Shame in the first place may have dispatched a small but powerful relieving force to our location. We do not know what the force comprises, only that it is powerful enough to motivate all of the pirates that are risking their lives to defend their stronghold. The enemies we are fighting against at this moment have all come to believe that they will all be saved as long as they can. Hold out for a period of time, Matriarch Senna Gemini explained. If we cannot eliminate all of these pirate warships in time, then our ace mechs and other mechs will need to split their attention, and that will substantially increase our casualties as well as lower our chances of winning this battle. We must be ready to fight against whoever is coming to help the Palace of Shame with all of our ace mechs. This means that we must not only take out all of the alien warships, but also find a way to destroy the Vigant Zizine in the time we have left. Chapter 4446 Efficient Charges. The decisions made by the alien pirate groups made a lot more sense after the human coalition discovered that enemy reinforcements were on the way. No one knew who originally created the Palace of Shame, but it had to be a powerful group or faction among the alien community. Vase was thinking back on what the Orvan prisoners had told him when he interrogated them all. Each of them shared numerous pieces of hearsay that suggested that the Palace of Shame had always been supported by hidden backers. He even recalled an instance where one of the alien crew members claimed to have witnessed a clandestine meeting between the Unspoken and an actual phase whale. Though Vase had no idea if the reinforcements comprised of one or more phase whales, he had to admit that it made the most sense out of all of the possibilities. Most of the aliens that previously occupied the territories that encompassed the Krakatoa Middle Zone and the Zelmer Upper Zone had long packed up their bags and left before the scourge of humanity could arrive. The aliens that couldn't leave had mostly been wiped out or reduced to the point where they no longer posed a significant threat to human pioneers. It was far too improbable that the Orvans, the Nunsers or the Pwelmers had left any powerful warships behind. Only the phase whales remained too elusive for most humans to catch. Their mastery of phase water and spatial technology meant that they could easily hide in pocket spaces for long periods of time. Vase wasn't sure whether he should share this possibility to everyone. They might lose a lot of confidence if they learned that a phase whale may be inbound to their location. Then again, he may be wrong. The phase whales weren't too numerous to begin with, and it was rare to encounter any of them throughout the Red Ocean. It may be that the reinforcements might comprise a different alien race that none of the human pioneering groups had ever encountered before. The aliens had buried a lot of secrets in the Red Ocean over the eons. It would be a mistake for Vase to only take the known alien races and what he knew about the region into account. This was the danger of making assumptions. They could occasionally lead people astray. In any case, as soon as everyone learned that they were pressed for time, they increased their efforts and worked harder to defeat their opposition. The fight had become incredibly hot now that the distances had narrowed. Though the 7 ace mechs of the human coalition were doing a great job at occupying and reducing the number of alien warships, the other mechs were all doing their best to defeat the remaining alien forces. Many different mechs and mech units distinguished themselves today. Commander Town Melon and his fellow soldiers of the Eye of Ilvain played a key role in suppressing the opposing starfighters and wearing down the defenses of the enemy warships. Don't waste your attacks on the cannon fodder. The expert candidate and legion commander instructed his subordinates. The other mech legions that handle the weaker small craft, do your best to limit the movements of the elite starfighters and prevent them from going any further forward. Also make sure to weaken the energy shields of the opposing warships. We do not need to attack them any further once their hulls are exposed. The other mech legions can take care of the rest. The humans involved in this battle gradually figured out that the aliens they were fighting against all liked to depend on transphasic energy shields as their main form of defense. The transphasic segmented energy shields were highly effective at withstanding attacks that weren't transphasic in nature, especially if they were able to spin and rotate like a mono-colored disco ball. The amount of phase water needed to make an energy shield generator transphasic was much less than cladding an entire warship with transphasic hull plating. The only upside to the defensive habits of the indigenous aliens was that their warships were much easier to damage once they lost their main form of protection. The Transcendent Punishers therefore played a key role in wearing down the energy shields of the alien warships. Their volume of fire was far greater than any other standard mech in the Larkinson army. Although the Eye of Ilvain was mostly known for its heavy artillery mechs, the Mech Legion was no longer solely confined to shooting matches. As soon as the alien starfighters started to get close enough, the Transcendent Chargers finally had the chance to fight on their own terms. The Lancer mechs readily discarded their spare Luminaire crystal rifles and began to pick up their lances while building up their momentum. Just as with their artillery counterparts, it wasn't worth it for them to target the weaker small craft. Aim for the heavier and slower gunships. They are stronger but much less maneuverable than the other starfighters. The gunships employed by the alien pirate groups varied considerably in design, but the ones that were fighting against the Golden Skull Alliance tended to be two-seaters. Two different alien pilots were needed to control the various systems of the gunship. Since one of them could fully concentrate on maneuvering and defenses while the other could concentrate on attacking and auxiliary measures, the performance of the gunships was always good. What was more concerning was that every gunship carried its own energy shield generator, allowing them to withstand a lot of attacks before they finally became vulnerable. It took far too many attacks from ordinary mechs to break open their energy shells. Not even the Transcendent Punishers wanted to target them because of how few gunships they could destroy in the same amount of time they could wipe out a swath of smaller starfighters. Come on, we're almost there. Ilvain has shown us the way, so ready your lances and pierce their energy shields. For Ilvain, for the clan, the Transcendent Chargers built up a lot of momentum after a time, but not too much. There was an art and a science to guessing how speed and momentum was required to take down an enemy in a single charge. Many Lancer mech pilots tended to build up more momentum than was necessary to fulfill their goals. This was because they wanted to have a safety margin and still be able to destroy their targets if their estimates were slightly off. This also caused them to waste a considerable amount of time and energy. One of the less obvious ways the Transcendent Chargers was superior to other Lancer mechs was that its mech pilots always seemed to know exactly how much momentum they needed to build up over their attack run. They knew that spending any further time on speeding up their Lancer mechs would only give the gunships more time to deal more damage and attract the attention of other mechs that were less equipped to take them down. This was why the Lancer mech pilots did not bother to build up any safety margin at all and directed their Transcendent Chargers to close in on the alien gunships right away. The alien pirates quickly noticed the threat. It was hard not to miss the intimidating formation of Lancer mechs that was bearing down on the gunships at greater speeds than any other human mech. The gunships along with other friendly alien starfighters tried their best to shoot down the charging human machines, but the thick, triangular-shaped armor layout of the Transcendent Chargers easily withstood most of the incoming attacks. Occasionally, the alien starfighters managed to damage a Transcendent Charger to the point of destroying it, but just before the attacks could finish the job, the Lancer mechs in question always dropped out of formation and circled around so that they could return to their motherships while remaining intact. It might be a coincidence if this happened once, but after more than 20 Lancer mechs turned away at just the right time to preserve their remaining integrity, many of the more hot-headed alien species became absolutely frustrated at their inability to kill their targets. While the Eye of Ilvain had been forced to recall a bunch of Transcendent Chargers this way, the remaining ones were more than enough to finish the job. The crews of the alien gunships had tried their best to stop the charging mechs from getting close. When they saw that their efforts failed to produce the desired result, they tried their best to block or evade the incoming strikes. None of the targeted gunships succeeded in getting away. The mech pilots of every Transcendent Charger knew exactly in which direction they should charge. On top of that, the power of foresight also told the religious mech pilots where they should point their lances. It turned out that alien energy shield technology could not produce protection that was equally strong in every direction. There were variations that could reinforce the protection in a single direction. There were also other variations where the degree of protection fluctuated on a random basis. The energy shield generators equipped by the gunships were not too high in quality, and their maintenance over the years had been less than ideal. This caused their performance to be rather spotty and less consistent than normal, though the typical alien pirate didn't notice any difference. It was only in this specific situation that their neglect had come to haunt them. As soon as the lances of the transcendent chargers struck their marks, they easily popped the energy barriers. Not only that, the Lancer mechs still had plenty of forward momentum left to continue their charge and impale their weapons deep into the much more vulnerable chassis of the gunships. Every lance that sunk into the gunships just happened to inflict the right kind of internal damage to completely disable the alien small craft. Brilliant, Vase remarked as a part of him had paid attention to one of the few Lancer mech models of the Larkinson army. The efficiency of my transcendent chargers is far superior to any other Lancer mech model. It was a pity that the Eye of Ilvain didn't have enough Lancer mechs to wipe out all of the enemy gunships at once, but the Larkinsons were already happy with this result. The enemy gunship force had lost such a large proportion of its small craft that its weight and significance had crumbled. The remaining gunships could no longer oppress the mechs of the Larkinson clan as much as before, but that didn't stop the Transcendent Punishers from making a wide circle so that they could pull off another attack run. Many other Larkinson mechs were also doing their part in reducing the number of enemy starfighters. One of the curious facts about these alien craft was that almost all of them were equipped with ranged weapons. Laser weapons and kinetic weapons were their prevalent means of attack, though there were also starfighter models that employed positron weapons, plasma weapons, gamma laser weapons and even more exotic attack solutions. The larger and heavier starfighters also carried bombs and missiles that possessed enough punch to destroy a mech upon direct impact. The explosive ordnance was the biggest threat to the various human mech forces, but that did not stop the enthusiastic melee mechs from closing in on their alien adversaries. An enormous interspecies exchange took place. Humans began to teach their alien conversation partners about the wonders of mechs. The aliens for their part taught the humans that starfighters also possessed a lot of depth. Aside from the Transcendent Punishers, many other Larkinson melee mechs experienced a lot of trouble in their attempts to defeat their respective opponents. Stop running, you cowards. This was because the starfighters didn't stupidly allow the melee mechs to get within hitting distance. Instead, the fast and maneuverable alien small craft teasingly flew around the melee mechs and made sure to keep their distance from any mech. Gah, we need to box them in. We can't go on like this. Chapter 4447 Loss of Life. The battle between the human coalition and the alien pirate forces of the Palace of Shame had reached its hottest stage. Tens of thousands of mechs collided against an even greater number of alien small craft. 6 different pioneering groups adopted significantly different styles of mechs, but no matter what, none of their mech forces were weak. On the opposite side, strange and exotic-looking combat drones and starfighters danced around mechs as they fought against their opponents with a combination of directed energy weapons, kinetic guns and explosive ordnance. Since the human coalition deployed their forces to surround the Palace of Shame from 6 directions, the pirate fleet spread out to confront the humans all at once. 6 different fights broke out that were largely isolated from each other. The division among the alien races and their respective factions dissuaded them from lending a hand to each other, but the humans weren't as limited. Though it was a bit too difficult for ordinary mechs to exert any influence at longer ranges, the ranged ace mechs such as the Mars and the Thunderer Mark II increasingly directed their firepower in the distance to suppress the alien warships that threatened the mech forces of the Adelaide Mercenary Company and the Bouget family. Slowly, an alarming piece of news filtered through. Reinforcements are coming. What reinforcements? I don't know, but whatever is coming is definitely bad news for us. We can't adopt the slow and steady approach anymore. We need to pick up the pace and wipe out as many alien craft as possible if we don't want to get outnumbered and outgunned by an even greater margin. While the human pioneering groups still retained a lot of selfishness, they no longer kept as much of the good stuff to themselves. Their leaders were all sober enough to know that they needed everyone's help to survive and make it through this battle without getting ruined. As Vase and his family continued to observe the ongoing battle, the children started to become more and more afraid at what they were seeing. When Marvane saw that an alien frigate managed to pulverize several night warriors hailing from the avatars of myth, it increasingly dawned upon him that he was not just witnessing the destruction of machines that could be rebuilt. He was also witnessing the loss of human life. Though he was still just a couple of years old, now that his companion spirit Denny activated his latent talent towards life, Marvane was able to perceive the reality around him from a different perspective than before. Everything around the young boy had a touch of life. This was especially the case within the confines of the Larkinson clan, where his father's influence was the strongest. Whenever the protections in front of him showed one of the familiar mechs of the Larkinson clan getting destroyed without giving their mech pilots a chance to eject, Marvane experienced a much greater sense of loss. Tears began to well in his eyes as he vaguely sensed the brave Larkinson soldiers that were passing away with each passing second. Though the Larkinson mech legions all managed to gain the upper hand against their direct adversaries, that did not mean that losses were minimal. In fact, after General Verl instructed his troops to fight harder in order to wipe out their enemies faster, the Larkinson mechs started to take more risks. Though the faster pace took a greater toll on the mech legions, the Larkinson mech pilots did not flinch in the slightest. They performed their duty without hesitation and fought as bravely as possible. Each of them were aware that many other lives were at stake. With the main fleet of the Larkinson clan not too far behind, the soldiers all bore an inescapable responsibility to fight at their best and defeat as many enemies as possible. Marvane's newly developed sensitivity picked up on these sentiments as well, but always felt a sense of loss whenever any of these brave and noble mech pilots lost their lives in an instant. At one point, the loss of life and the increasing amount of deaths became too much to the child. He burst into tears as his innocent mind couldn't take it any longer. Wah, mama, meow, meow, Marvane. Gloriana immediately became alarmed. She unstrapped herself from her seat in an instant and moved over to pick up her suited child so that she could lift him in her arms. There, honey. Mama is here. What is wrong, Marvane? Has the battle become too much for you? I can bring you back to your room if you like. It took a minute for Marvane to regain a semblance of his composure again. Tears still leaked from his eyes as a strong sense of sadness and loss emanated from his spirit. His suited arm pointed at one of the projections showing a particularly violent clash between human and alien forces. Those uncles and aunts, they are no longer alive, right? That is a bit complicated, my dear. I can feel it, Mama. They are gone. They are all gone. Vase frowned when he heard that. He focused on his son and peered a little deeper. His eyes widened a bit when he finally noticed why his son exhibited such a strong reaction. Gloriana, bring him over to me. I know what's wrong with him. He has just inherited my talent, but the knowledge that his new abilities have given him is too much for a boy of his age. His wife snarled at him. I am not letting go of my son. He needs a mother's touch. You are not equipped to handle this problem. I'm a mother. It is my job to care for my children. I'm his father. My rights and responsibilities are the same as yours. Marvane began to grow confused, though he still clung to his mother for comfort. Gloriana eventually sat down on her seat and continued to rock her youngest child as if he was a baby. That did not stop Vase from speaking to his son, however. Marvane, can you bring out Denny for a moment? I would like to confirm my guess. The boy had calmed down enough to respond to his request. A blonde Maine Coon kitten emerged from his head. Though fluffy and adorable companion spirit's mood was just as glum as Marvane himself, that did not affect the pure and warm concentrations of life that had welled up in his spiritual feline body. Mo. When Vase focused closer, he noticed that Denny's heart and front paws had turned into two different fonts of life. According to what he recalled about the companion spirit seed that he had implanted into Marvane's spirituality several years ago, the heart encompassed the creation side of life while the paws embodied the youthful and innocent side of life. Activating one of these spiritual attributes was already a fantastic development, but for two of them to awaken at the same time was an interesting surprise. Since Denny was technically another side of Marvane, this early development meant that the boy effectively obtained a powerful talent and predisposition towards life. Murrow. Blinky appeared from Vess's head and flew straight to his spiritual son. Once the purple star cat came close, he gently lifted Denny up and dragged him back to where Vase was seated. Murrow. Mo tilde, it's okay, Denny. Vase softly whispered as Blinky continued to cuddle and provide warmth to Denny. Every clansman was obliged to wear protective equipment. Since Vase was wearing his unending regalia for the duration of this battle, his entire form aside from his head was encased in metal. One of the reasons why Gloriana insisted on keeping Marvane was because she wore a more flexible and form-fitting hazard suit. Perhaps she was truly right to do so, as her adorable son was already feeling warm and safe in his mother's embrace. Though Vase was happy that Marvane was no longer in tears, he did not want to keep his son and possible heir in ignorance. Designer babies with activated spiritualities were far smarter than other children at their ages, so Vase did not think it was too early to give Marvane a lesson. It was better for Vase to shape his boy's views and ideology early than let Marvane develop any crooked ideas on his own. "Denny, Mo, can you sense this?" Vase asked as he lifted up a hand while channeling his own spiritual energy. "Mo, that's right, this is life energy. It is an amazing power that only a few people possess. Your grandmother and I both have it, and now you have inherited this energy from us both. Doesn't that sound great? You have inherited our family business." Mo. Denny's tail swished as he became excited at this news. "Now that you have gained this power, you will need to learn how to harness it. Not everything is great about your newfound sensitivity towards life. Can you sense all of the fighting that is taking place out in space?" The spiritual kitten nodded. "What you are sensing is not a fantasy. It is reality. Life can be beautiful, but it is also fragile. Can you sense the aliens that our soldiers are fighting against? Can you sense their hatred towards humans such as ourselves?" Mo. The aliens are alive as well, but that does not mean they are worth keeping around. They are dangerous. They pose a threat to us and every human in the Red Ocean. In order to prevent them from doing too much damage, our forces are stepping up to eliminate them. The aliens are like weeds in a garden. If they keep growing in an uncontrolled manner, they will slowly choke out the pretty flowers and plants that should have been growing in the garden. While our mech pilots are all performing an essential purpose, not all of them will make it back alive. There is nothing we can do about it. Death is common in every battle. Mo. Vase gave Denny a meaningful smile. "I am doing something about it. Mech designers like myself have already done what they could to help our mech pilots win the battle while staying alive. Don't you see all of those warm and fuzzy mechs out there? I've designed each of them to give our fellow family greater advantages in battle. This is what your father and mother have always done. Mo, what I can do, you can do as well, Marvane," Vase affectionately said to Denny as he deliberately aroused his life energy. "You've inherited my talent, my son. As long as you have grown older and made up your mind to inherit my craft, I will teach you how to design mechs like me. At first, I hope you can learn all of my most important techniques and quickly get up to speed on how to design living mechs." Mo, no, I don't want you to become exactly like me when you grow up. Vase shook his head. Mech designers can never become good if they keep copying other people's works. They need to go out of their way and create their own inventions, and you are no exception. Once you have developed a solid foundation, I hope that you can go your own way and realize your own vision of mechs. If you don't want our clansmen to lose their lives like what is happening on the battlefield, then you must put in the work and come up with brilliant new ideas that can help the people you care about. That is what mech designers do. We work to equip our soldiers with the best possible mechs so that they can win a battle before it has even started." Mo, Denny looked incredibly thoughtful as he and by extension Marvane gained a lot of food for thought. It didn't matter to Vase if his son couldn't completely follow his arguments. There was plenty of time in the future for Vase to reinforce the points he made. Chapter 4448 Golden Counterattack. Though Vase became distracted by Marvane's distress, the battle outside continued to rage without any interruption. Mech pilots continued to die at a steady rate. Although there were still plenty of mech pilots who were fast enough to eject their cockpits before their mechs got completely destroyed, there were instances where they couldn't react fast enough. Many mech pilots initially became shocked when the missiles carried by some of the starfighters homed right in on their machines and struck with great might. The missiles that most humans were accustomed to dealing with were generally powerful but not to the point of being able to fell a well-armored mech in a single strike. The explosive ordnance utilized by the aliens were different. Careful, most of the missiles and bombs carried by the alien small craft contain warheads that are laced with a small amount of phase water. At least a part of the damage is able to pass through the armor plating of your mechs and damage their internals. What is worse is that the transphasic explosions can also pass into your cockpits and affect your bodies. Where do these aliens get all of their phase water? Have you forgotten that the indigenous aliens ruled over the Red Ocean for ages? It is no surprise that they managed to hoard enough phase water to spend some of them on producing stronger consumables. Most of these missiles don't have the power to inflict significant damage on a starship, but they are more than potent enough to destroy our mechs. They were originally designed to take down shielded starfighters, but their effectiveness against mechs is even better because none of them have transphasic defenses. This caused everyone to revise the threat level of the enemy starfighters. Though the aliens thankfully couldn't carry too many powerful transphasic missiles at once, the human mech pilots constantly had to remain on guard in case death was homing in on their machines. That caused a lot more mech pilots to take the missiles seriously. They worked harder to intercept them before they could reach their targets. Aside from missiles, there was an even greater threat that mech pilots had to take into account. As the alien warships moved closer, their formidable array of gun batteries were beginning to down more and more human mechs. In most cases, even the smallest frigates and destroyers had the potential to wipe out entire mech companies at once. Their armaments were larger to the point where the primary guns could instantly vaporize or blow apart one or several mechs upon a direct hit. This was a threat that few mechs could defend against. Aside from trying to track the orientation of every gun battery on every warship within engagement range, it was too difficult for the mech pilots to predict whether they would lose their lives without any chance of evading the attack or ejecting their cockpits ahead of time. We can't allow their warships to keep mowing down our mechs like this. Their firepower is too irresistible and their gun batteries never seem to tire out. Forget about the alien starfighters. They're not that big of a threat once they have exhausted their missiles. It is their warships that we should truly be worrying about. Many mech forces slowly made the same conclusion and directed more mech forces to attack the warships. While their high-ranking mechs were already busy with taking down the larger and more formidable cruisers, there were many frigates and destroyers left that also needed to be taken care of before they could deal any further damage. Though the mech forces all moved to adjust their strategies and movements, the aliens responded by making their combat drones and starfighters stick even harder to the human mechs. The first priority of the alien small craft had always been to screen and protect their warships against threats, especially other small craft. Though the mechs employed by the human invaders were much different from the starfighters the aliens were accustomed to fighting against, many of them quickly learned how they should best fight against these large humanoid machines. After several exchanges, the aliens quickly found out that their starfighters generally possessed an advantage in mobility. The nature of their designs meant that their thrusters and other mobility systems were proportionately larger and stronger. This design trait allowed them to accelerate considerably more than a mech of equivalent size or mass. The aliens therefore moved away from starting dogfights to running more coordinated attack runs. Similar to Lancer mechs, the starfighters circled around and charged towards a specific mech unit while firing all of their forward-facing guns for a time. Before the alien craft got too close and put them at risk of getting intercepted by melee mechs, the starfighters quickly changed course and flew away before they could get caught. At least the mechs that were specialized in ranged combat could still shoot them down from time to time, though it was a bit harder for them to hit their targets due to the superior mobility of alien starfighters. The melee mechs had it worse because they rarely had the opportunity to catch up to any of the elusive starfighters. Some of the faster ones still managed to catch up to the alien craft. If they coordinated with many other mechs to circle around and box in the starfighters with great effort, they could easily gain an opportunity to chop the enemy small craft while suffering minimal losses in return. It took too much time and effort to set up these ambushes, and the aliens piloting the starfighters possessed strong survival instincts. Many melee mechs only spent a fraction of their deployment time swinging their weapons. The vast majority of their time was spent on flying from one coordinate to another coordinate in space. Forget about the starfighters. Commander Sendra of the Sword Maidens growled to her fellow sisters. I've just consulted with General Verl. He has given us permission to storm their smaller warships. Isn't that dangerous, ma'am? We'll be flying right into their gun batteries. Those frigates and destroyers are already taking out enough of our mechs as it is. Our expert mechs can easily take care of them, but they don't have the time to complete their jobs as quickly as we want. It falls up to us and our other comrades to extinguish them from the battle. It will take too long to break through their energy shields, ma'am. The longer we are stalled outside their protective envelopes, the longer their gun batteries can tear our machines to shreds. We know. That is why General Verl has given us all permission to employ our battle formations. The Sword Maiden mech pilots all grew thrilled when they heard this news. Truly, Commander, weren't we supposed to save it until the end or if a powerful new enemy emerged? Commander Sendra's expression grew tense. Plans can change. Besides, We don't need to do our best to save our best for last anymore. Even if we get exhausted at the end, there are still many other mechs and mech pilots that can finish the job while we make a temporary retreat. The 7 Saints should be strong enough to handle the enemy reinforcements provided that they are not bogged down by too many existing opponents. Our job is to unburden the Saints and enable them to fight as freely as possible. Her words infused a strong sense of purpose and mission into her subordinates. The Sword Maiden mech pilots could play a key role in shifting this large and messy battle into their favor. The Sword Maidens hadn't been the only mech legion that had been tasked with assaulting the alien warships. The Penitent Sisters along with the Glory Seekers also sent forth as many Valkyrie mechs as they could spare. Let's hope these aliens haven't heard about our party trick. The effectiveness of battle formations largely depended on whether their opponents were familiar with the Larkinson clan. So far, this didn't appear to be the case. Larkinsons had already observed that many aliens had been taken aback by glows. If this was the case, then there was a high likelihood that the 1,854,210 pirate group along with other pirate outfits had no idea what was coming. Many mech pilots started to grin once they thought about this possibility. Don't fly in such an obvious formation. Spread out and make it seem as if we are trying to launch a regular attack. As thousands of predominantly melee mechs pulled away and proceeded to approach the alien warships from several different angles, the rest of the Golden Skull Alliance tried their best to facilitate this stratagem. The Transcendent Punisher Mark IIs of the Eye of Ilvain had been pounding and softening up the alien pirate fleet for a while now. Their constant bombardment not only wore down the energy shields of the enemy vessels, but also produced an even more useful effect. Whenever an alien warship lost or was on the verge of losing their energy shield coverage, they quickly flew behind another nearby friendly ship to give them the opportunity to recover their defenses. This was why the Transcendent Punishers had largely been unable to down too many warships as of yet. The aliens were using the same tactics that the Larkinsons often liked to use when their own carriers were under threat. While the alien pirates were doing a good job at preserving all of their warships, their maneuvering gradually caused the enemy fleet to compact over time. The distance between the pirate vessels steadily reduced as they all tried their best to support each other. To the approaching mech pilots, the alien armada turned into an incredibly attractive target. Get ready to join up with our expert pilots. As the mechs gradually formed up into several cohesive formations, Venerable Joshua, Venerable Dice and the Handmaidens of Death ceased their attempts to attack the warships. The Everchanger, the First Sword, the Valkyrie Krista and the Valkyrie Ursa all led their respective battle formations. The power of death increasingly loomed over this section of the battlefield. The more sensitive aliens may have already sensed that something was wrong, but without knowing anything about the Golden Skull Alliance, they could not imagine that the specter of death that was staring at their souls was much more real than they could have ever imagined. Though the formidable guns of the warships began to tear into the 4 approaching mech formations, this wasn't enough to stop the charge from taking place. Even as hundreds of mechs began to fall out of formation, the remainder steadily maintained their places until the aliens encountered a series of phenomena that caused them to question reality. First, a giant sword manifestation appeared over the Sword Maiden battle formation. With Venerable Dice and her companion Spirit doing her best to concentrate and leverage all of the added power granted by her fellow sisters, she unleashed all of the might at her disposal into the center of the enemy pirate flotilla. Sword of Lydia, the giant greatsword thrust straight into several destroyers in a row. Venerable Dice had deliberately angled the giant sword so that it could strike as many warships as possible, and her efforts partially paid off as the gigantic sword impaled 5 destroyers in an instant while inflicting heavy damage on a 6th vessel. Though the pirates still retained a lot of warships, they had become so shocked that they were ill-equipped to defend against what happened next. As the Valkyrie mechs of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers unleashed Helena's might, 3 different death energy waves flew into the pirate formation from different angles. Many aliens screamed as they instinctively felt they were about to meet their doom, only for their bodies to collapse at their stations as their spirits had disappeared. The alien warships had no means to defend against an attack that could not be blocked by either energy shields or material obstacles. The death energy waves launched by the battle formations led by the Handmaidens of Death raked through the middle of the alien warship formation, reaping an untold amount of lives before losing cohesion. The death energy wave launched by the Penitent Sisters followed a more complicated trajectory as Venerable Joshua was able to exert greater control over it with the help of his special domain. Instead of following a straight line, the latter death energy wave circled around the periphery of the alien warship formation. This allowed it to sweep through many alien warships that had managed to escape the earlier attacks launched by the Glory Seekers. In the end, the 4 battle formations managed to neutralize over 30 frigates and destroyers in an instant. Not only that, but the remaining alien pirates that had managed to escape this powerful blow were all intimidated by what just happened. The attacks launched by the Larkinson clan and the Glory Seekers went far beyond what should be possible. The sight of Helena alone still haunted many alien crew members, causing them to perform noticeably worse than before. The aliens have been taken aback. We must press our advantage and strike while the iron is hot. Don't let the remaining ones find their footing again. Chapter 4449 Frustrating Enemies. The unleashing of the battle formations instantly changed the game. The impact on the aliens was enormous. They had never experienced anything comparable to what just happened. The brief appearance of Helena along with all of the other strangeness even caused the more superstitious ones to believe that the Golden Skull Alliance had gods on its side. The reaction from the other pioneering groups was also noteworthy. Unlike the alien pirates of the Palace of Shame who only appeared to collect general information about the human invaders, the Gemini family and the other pioneers already knew what would happen in advance. They did not react too strongly in the past when they saw the battle formations do their work in a prior battle that none of them cared about. It was different now that they were not only close enough to sense a hint of Helena's majesty, but also saw the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers make short work of over half of the warships in their way. Among the temporary battle comrades of the Golden Skull Alliance, none of them understood the truth of what just happened better than their ace pilots. Even if none of them possessed Vess's deep understanding and perception of spirituality, they had all evolved into partial energy life forms at their current stage. Combined with their incredibly strong force of will and their unreasonably strong combat intuition, they could easily notice details and make inferences that were beyond the reach of ordinary people. Saint Gelmer Ossenring, who piloted the Thunderer Mark II, possessed the clearest overview of the battlefield. His expression grew grave as he understood the trump cards of the Golden Skull Alliance to a greater extent. They are borrowing power from another source. What they have managed to develop for themselves is far beyond the power that they should ordinarily possess. The first question on his mind was not how the Santana Group should take precautions to defend against this kind of attack, but how the major financial group could buy this extraordinary method to empower its own mech forces. Everything can be bought as long as the price is right. If the Santana Xenoarchaeology Division fleet was able to master this method, then few other pioneering fleets of the same size would be able to compete anymore. Similar thoughts also swirled in the minds of the other ace pilots. They did not see the Larkinsons and the Glory Seekers resorting to an inexplicable ritual to wield magical power. They instead saw how the mech pilots in questions employed a systematic method to evoke or boost the strength of a powerful entity. The battle formations of the Penitent Sisters and the Glory Seekers did not interest them all that much. It was a bit more convoluted because it largely depended on borrowing Helena's vast spiritual energies to power the death energy waves. What the ace mechs were truly interested in was the first battle formation to strike the alien warships. The Sword Maidens employed a more down-to-earth method of channeling power where many mech pilots amplified the power of an expert pilot. This was much more to the tastes of the various pioneering groups. After all, none of them wanted to rely on a foreign power to lend them help in their time of need. It was much better to rely on known quantities that were right in their midst. "We need to have a good talk with the Larkinson clan," Saint Sandro Gemini said to his sister and wife. "Think of how much less we have to fear from rivals who would love nothing more than to eliminate our way of life." Saint Kaya Gemini pressed her lips. "Let us address our immediate priorities first. There are still too many enemy warships left in the fray." The battle did not instantly turn into a victory just because the Golden Skull Alliance pulled off a big move. It only affected a sixth of the battlefield at best. The 5 other pioneering fleets still had to work their way through their own share of alien warships. What was worse was that the mech pilots who had all contributed to the battle formation attacks had lost a large amount of mental energy. They had become so exhausted that it was not safe or prudent for them to participate any further. They all received orders to turn their mechs around and return to their motherships so that they could enjoy a well-deserved rest. In the meantime, the Larkinson clan and the Glory Seekers had already tapped their reserve pools and mustered up enough replacement mech pilots to put the intact machines to good use again. It still took a lot of time for the rotation to take place. Until then, the Golden Skull Alliance had to make do with several thousands less mechs on the battlefield than usual. Fortunately, their alien opponents were no longer fighting as exuberantly than before. They had no way of knowing whether the humans could repeat this trick. The fear of the unknown along with the trauma of witnessing so many of their alien comrades dying without any resistance caused the survivors to fight up to half as effectively as before. Although the more seasoned and determined leaders of the 1,854,210 pirate fleet tried their best to rally their troops, the speed in which the alien pirates recovered heavily depended on their racial traits as well as their training and other factors. Since many of the aliens fighting against the Golden Skull Alliance were outlaws and deviants by nature, their ability to recover and strengthen their resolve was not that great. However, they discovered something crucial about the warships that had all lost their crews. Most of them were still running at reduced capacity. A few of the more automated ones were still firing their guns at any enemies that their systems could identify. It turned out that the death energy attacks only killed off the crews, but left everything else intact. Soon enough, the 1,854,210 pirate fleet along with the other pirate outfits quickly organized crew transfers where their spare officers and spacers quickly relocated to the emptied warships so that they could quickly man the most essential stations again. The Larkinsons did not fail to miss what was happening. Stop them from transferring their personnel. Once the crewless warships are crewed again, they will become just as threatening as before. The Golden Skull Alliance quickly moved additional melee mechs forth to interfere with the crew transfers. As long as they destroyed every shuttle that entered into open space, they could keep the 25 partially inert frigates and destroyers from regaining much of their combat power. Lainey Larkinson was among the many avatars of myth that received this new assignment. Her lucid rage was a strong combatant against other melee mechs, but the aliens that she fought against didn't play by the same rules. Just like many other melee mech pilots, she had long grown frustrated at chasing after the fast and elusive starfighters. "These aliens are no fun," the young mech pilot muttered. It was hardly a challenge for her lucid rage to intercept the alien shuttles and crush them and their vulnerable passengers into much by striking them with a giant tonfa. Whenever there weren't any shuttles in her zone, the mech champion directed her lucid rage to a nearby alien warship so that it could hit the segmented energy shields as if it was a drummer. Though Lainey did feel a greater purpose in fighting against the alien races that were fundamentally opposed to the advancement of the human race, she truly didn't enjoy what she was doing at the moment. Aside from having to dodge the occasional warship gun battery strikes, there was no significant challenge to fighting against her current opponents. At least she was able to exercise her combat skills and learn from her mistakes when she fought against the mechs of the Sundered Phalanx. A part of her felt guilty for preferring to fight against other human forces. She knew she should take more satisfaction in participating in the noble war against the indigenous alien races that were giving the pioneers a hard time, but all she felt was frustration. Maybe I should start piloting a ranged mech instead, she contemplated. She could foresee that the Larkinson clan would be fighting against plenty of alien forces in the future. If she started to pilot a ranged mech, then she would be able to stay useful regardless whether the Larkinson clan was fighting against humans or aliens. It would be a waste for me to give up on polishing my melee skills after investing so much into them. Besides, I can make much more use out of them if I manage to break through. Examples such as Venerable Dice and Saint Jeremiah Gage showed that even pure melee mech specialists gained a lot of versatility once they became strong enough. Though Lainey dreamed of reaching their level of strength one day, she did not think she would be able to get there soon enough if she fought more battles like this. Were the aliens truly unable to give her a serious challenge? Watch out, hundreds of elite starfighters have returned to reinforce their fleet. Some of them are better than others, so be careful not to underestimate them. Good luck, Lainey observed as several formations of larger and more powerful starfighters closed in. Their pilots had all been tasked with stopping the humans from destroying the shuttles in transit. Distant attack from the Eye of Ilvain and other friendly mech units struck many of the elite starfighters, only for most of the alien craft to come out unscathed. Every elite starfighter enjoyed the protection of a transphasic shield generator that was remarkably effective at blocking attacks from conventional weapons. Not even the firepower of a Transcendent Punisher Mark II was enough to deplete the shields of such a powerful craft. Lainey narrowed her eyes as she recognized that she and her fellow compatriots were about to face the best of what the aliens had brought. Soon enough, the elite starfighters came close enough to strafe dozens of mechs with accurate shots. Several concentrations of laser beams and kinetic projectiles hammered at the frames of the human mechs in quick succession. Though there were night warriors and other defensive mechs that attempted to block the attacks, their measures were only partially effective as many elite starfighters could still bring their weapons to bear against lighter and more vulnerable mechs. Many mech pilots that could not find any shelter had no choice but to eject. Lainey grimaced as she saw so many living mechs die while their pilots hoped that their cockpits would not get shot down by a starfighter or a warship gun battery. Block their path. The avatars weren't standing still, though. They had already spread out their mechs in an attempt to catch or corner the elite starfighters, but the alien craft had already pulled upwards and turned away before they could get any closer. Arg, we can't catch up to these buggers. Then don't. Return to your current duties and do your best to prevent the aliens from recrewing their emptied warships. What about the elite starfighters? We won't last if they keep launching repeated attack runs at our mechs. The clan already has that covered. Don't worry, those elite starfighters won't be able to remain cocky for much longer. Those words quickly came true before the elite starfighters turned around to strafe the avatar mechs yet again. Before they could eliminate another batch of mechs, several squads of mechs moved to intercept the starfighters from several directions. Though the elite alien pilots quickly aborted their attack run and attempted to escape the closing mechs, they found to their horror that their powerful craft no longer possessed a speed advantage anymore. It turned out that the light mechs of the flagrant vandals were on their tail. Ha ha ha, not so fast anymore, right? Not all of our mechs are slowpokes. Chapter 4450 Superior Tech and Methods. The starfighters utilized by the different alien pirate forces had a long history of development. Even though the Red Ocean was home to countless alien races, many of which had risen and fallen over many eras, many of the more technology-oriented ones often came to adopt at least some variation of starfighters and warships. Just like how humanity stole much of the technological accumulation of the alien races it came into contact with, many of the indigenous civilizations of the Red Ocean had done the same with their own neighbors. This caused the level of starfighters in the Red Ocean to always grow and advance over time. There were periods of time where the development of starfighters bloomed due to their affordability and cost-effective performance against warships. Though the progression of technology in the Red Ocean had eventually swung the pendulum back on the side of warships and other large craft, that did not mean that all of the research and development poured into starfighters had become obsolete. Humanity managed to turn mechs from a relatively weak, clumsy and impractical machine into a strong, fluid and endlessly versatile combat platform. In the same way, the evolving galactic society of the Red Ocean had lifted the level of their starfighters to a height that surpassed humanity's own development of small craft before the age of mechs. Vase began to respect starfighters more and more as the battle raged on. The different varieties of starfighters, some of which did not perform that much worse than mechs at the same cost. However, there was a reason why most of humanity completely switched over to using mechs after the arrival of the age of mechs. Despite all of the complications associated with mechs such as the need for a pilot that possessed the right genetic aptitude to interface with them, the results were more than worth the additional burdens. As the flagrant Vandal mechs easily matched the pace of the faster enemy starfighters, the latter could no longer take unscrupulous advantage of their greater mobility. Even if the ferocious Piranha Mark IIIs and Stingripper Mark IIs were not as heavily armed and armored as their larger counterparts, they still possessed enough power to contend against most elite starfighters. As soon as a squad of ferocious Piranha Mark IIIs cleverly flanked a wing of elite starfighters from two directions, many of the alien pilots who ordinarily exhibited great skill and consciousness in battle abruptly screamed and lost control over their craft. The alien pilots who had the right to pilot the most expensive and powerful shielded starfighters were truly strong in their own field. They understood their craft well and they had polished their combat skills over many years. Years of engaging in piracy and participating in scuffles against other pirate forces had increased their ability to cope with pressure. However, none of their prior experiences could ever have prepared them to fight against the living mechs of the Larkinson clan. The infamous ferocious Piranha line that had already turned into a bestseller of the LMC possessed a feature that confounded many enemies, especially when they had no idea what they were facing in advance. The dual alternating suppressive glows of both Lufa and Zygra graced the minds of the different alien pirates for the first time. Several varieties of alien screams and other signals of distress filled the cockpits of the affected starfighters. Their proud transphasic energy shields, which could block nearly any kind of physical or energy attack, had no means to repel the glows of living mechs in the slightest. The twin glows of the ferocious piranhas encountered no blockades and subjected the unshielded minds of sentient alien pilots with the abnormal calm of Lufa before switching to the searing hot rage of Zygra and back again. The various wings of starfighters fell apart as the uncontrolled craft wandered off in different directions. The lack of coordination and control made them easy pickings for the same light mechs that caused their pilots to become incapacitated in the first place. Though the transphasic energy shields were difficult to break for the dagger-wielding ferocious piranhas, as long as the alien starfighter pilots remained affected by the same blows, their craft turned into sitting ducks that could hardly fight back. Soon enough, the ferocious piranhas managed to strike the energy shields enough times to exhaust them. Nothing could stop the light mechs from closing in and tearing into the exposed starfighters with ease. No matter what alloys the starfighters were made out of, their resilience was significantly worse than the energy shields they used to possess. Over 100 elite starfighters and their pilots perished in quick succession. The other elite starfighters did not have it easy either. Those that had managed to avoid getting targeted by the ferocious piranhas began to tussle with the other signature combat mech of the flagrant vandals. The Stingripper Mark IIs were even faster and lighter than the ferocious piranhas and were armed with Luminaire crystal submachine guns. Normally, these small and light energy weapons shouldn't have been strong enough to pose a major threat against the elite starfighters. After all, their energy shields were all transphasic in nature, which meant their ability to resist attacks that weren't empowered by phase water was several times greater. However, the pilots of the Stingrippers had a lot of confidence in their weapons. Switch to disruptor beams and focus on wearing down their energy shields. Let us teach these aliens that their much vaunted defenses are nothing in the face of our tech. The submachine guns wielded by the Stingrippers could only accommodate 3 attack phase crystals as opposed to the 6 that were customary to more full-sized rifles. Still, 3 crystals offered the light harasser mechs with plenty of choice. The disruptor beam attack phase crystal always worked well against energy-based defenses. Though the elite starfighters held out a lot longer due to their incorporation of indigenous phase water technology, the constant rain of disruptor beams steadily took their toll on the transphasic energy shields. "They've grown angry at us. Don't get hit." The alien pilots had grown extremely angry towards the flagrant vandals. The ones that still maintained their wits had turned their starfighters around and tried to run down the fragile-looking light mechs that had constantly been pelting them with strange but effective disruptor beams. However, much of their shots that should have struck the Stingrippers instead went wide. The Stingrippers were highly mobile and their mech pilots were highly trained and experienced. It was relatively easy for them to evade the relatively straightforward and predictable attacks of the enemy starfighters. That wasn't all. Another nefarious influence quietly caused the alien starfighter pilots to misjudge their aim. What they didn't realize was that the Stingrippers were unconsciously messing with their perception with the help of a glow derived from Kalo. The chameleonic spiritual product was probably one of the least well-known design spirits of the Larkinson clan, but that did not mean he was weak. Through his subtle and invisible interference, alien pilot after alien pilot began to question their own skills as their hit rate plummeted to an enormous degree. There were even pilots who never managed to hit any mech with the guns of their starfighters. No matter whether the fast and resilient starfighters were ambushed by the ferocious piranhas or whittled down over time by the Stingrippers, the flagrant vandals undoubtedly stood out in the fight against alien starfighters. Their ability to catch up to enemy starfighters and affect their pilots with their glows was nearly unsolvable to many of the alien pilots who previously relied on their combination of advantages to torment the human mech forces. Though there were certain alien races and individuals who were able to resist the suppressive glows of the flagrant vandals, they were way too few in number and soon fell in battle after getting surrounded by light mechs. The mech pilots of the flagrant vandals had no scruples about ganging up on their opponents. Now that the most troublesome starfighters are out of the way, we can fight against their cannon fodder without as much interference as before. Only a small proportion of the alien starfighters were equipped with expensive transphasic energy shields. The vast majority of small craft were slower, cheaper and clearly not as well controlled. The barrier to entry to become a starfighter pilot was relatively low. There were no annoying prerequisites like genetic aptitude. Starfighters were also much simpler craft than mechs due to the lack of operations. Since it was relatively cheap and easy to raise a starfighter regiment, many alien pirate forces had done so but never put too much emphasis on them. Starfighters were just too fragile and many of them always ended up destroyed after a serious battle. Though the Palace of Shame turned out to host a much greater number of starfighter hangars than the humans expected, quantity alone was not enough for the aliens to overwhelm the opposing mechs. Numerous mech legions presented their own ways of resisting the attacks from the swarms of alien small craft. For example, the living sentinels under the leadership of Commander Casella Ingvar performed exceptionally well during this heated phase. The rigid walls served their purpose as space knights and resolutely blocked many of the incoming strikes with their tower shields. The rigid spines sheltering behind the defensive mechs were ordinarily supposed to use their spears to poke any enemies that were attempting to break through, but their usual mode of combat was invalid against their current opponent. That did not mean they were useless, though. The living sentinels had already practiced an alternate tactic where the spearmen mechs set aside their characteristic polearms in favor of wielding the spare luminaire crystal rifles that the Larkinson army had on hand. During an earlier phase of the battle, many melee mechs had temporarily switched to luminaire crystal rifles in order to put pressure on the Palace of Shame. Now that the alien forces had finally come close, those melee mechs put away the rifles and took up their trusty melee weapons again. This was not quite possible with the living sentinels because the Mech Legion's biggest shortcoming was mobility. As a more static and defense-oriented Mech Legion, the living sentinels did not have the mobility to restrain the enemy starfighters in any way. This was why the rigid spines were instead using their borrowed rifles to fire at the enemy small craft. The rigid walls had also followed suit. It was pointless for them to hold swords at this time, so they held a rifle with one of their arms and fired at the small craft with abandon. Normally, the accuracy of the rigid spines and the rigid walls should have been terrible. Neither of their models had been optimized for ranged combat. What was worse was that their pilots were all melee specialists who had never put a lot of time in improving their marksmanship. However, as the living sentinel mechs continued to fire their luminaire crystal rifles at all of the alien starfighters, they not only attained ludicrously high hit rates, but also inflicted considerably more damage to the enemy's small craft per shot. This was because Commander Casella Ingvar had commandeered all of her living sentinel mechs within her range. As her true resonance spread across all of the mechs and mech pilots freely opened themselves up to her influence, she split her focus and guided each and every commandeered unit as best she could. After several years of training and exploration, her signature resonance ability was considerably more effective than before. Over 1,000 melee mechs that should have ordinarily performed the worst in ranged combat suddenly outperformed almost every other ranged mech aside from the transcendent punishers of the Eye of Ilvain. Tens of thousands of alien small craft had already fallen before the abnormally effective rifles of the living sentinels. Their unceasing efforts ensured that no starfighter was able to sneak past the defensive lines that they had set. None of the alien starfighters were allowed to threaten the expeditionary fleet. Attack the enemy fleet, Commander Casella Ingvar urged the other Legion commanders as she endured the strain of commandeering so many mech units. We can't get bogged down here. We need to look beyond our own fight and link up with the other pioneering forces. Commander Casella is right, General Verl said over the command channel. Over half of the enemy's small craft have already fallen, so we are no longer under as much pressure as before. It is time to finish off the remaining warships. Chapter 4451 Expert Mech vs. Warship. The Golden Skull Alliance increasingly managed to get a grip on the alien small craft. Though the enemy combat drones and starfighters doggedly threw themselves at the mechs in front of them with hardly any regard for self-preservation, the powerful mechs easily held the line. Even if it was a bit difficult for many mechs to take down the faster and more mobile starfighters, there were always other mechs that would complete the job sooner or later. Between all of the differences between human mechs and alien starfighters, the former possessed too many advantages over the latter. However, the real clash between the human coalition and the alien pirate groups had never truly centered around their smallest and weaker combat units. The regular mech forces of the Golden Skull Alliance lacked the firepower to effectively breach the defenses of the alien warships. As for the aliens, their starfighters might have a decent chance of shooting down ordinary mechs, but as soon as they fought against anything stronger, they instantly faced defeat. From the beginning of the battle, the expert mechs and ace mechs showed why they both deserved to be treated as threats that were just as powerful if not more so than warships. The Dark Zephyr was like a shark that had just entered a pool occupied by little fishes. The expert light skirmisher might not be any bigger than a typical mech, but its fantastic speed along with its potent melee attacks left no recourse for any small craft in its sights. Venerable Tusa Billingsley Larkinson grinned as he precisely controlled his fast and powerful expert mech to chop up one starfighter after another. The elite starfighters with their transphasic energy shields were almost just as vulnerable. At most, the protective barriers forced the Dark Zephyr to waste a little more time and launch an extra attack to finish the job. Tusa, General Verl barked, over a communication channel. Stop wasting your time on the enemy small craft and proceed to attack their fleet. Our mech legions can already handle the starfighters by themselves. The light mech specialist grimaced inside his cockpit. I'm not wasting time here. Can't you see what my presence is doing here? All of the surrounding starfighter wings have fallen into disarray. They can't do anything to me and they know it. None of the terrified alien pilots can concentrate on attacking our other units anymore. That may be true, but it is redundant. Our mechs can defeat the starfighters with or without your help. The same does not necessarily apply to the enemy warships. Venerable Tusa grimaced. Have you seen what kind of mech I am piloting? A light skirmisher is one of the worst kinds of mech to pit against a warship. The only way I can deliver a powerful blow is if I make use of my transphasic grenades, but I don't have nearly enough of them in my possession. You can still be useful even if it takes a while for you to breach the enemy energy shields. Just look at how much disruption you are causing by fighting in the midst of enemy starfighters. You can prevent many more casualties if you do the same to enemy warships. Their firepower is much greater, so the more you can redirect their gun batteries in your expert mech's direction, the better. Fine. Tusa did not enjoy the prospect of hammering away at the powerful segmented energy shields of the alien warships, but he acknowledged that it would be better for the other comrades if he was able to draw the attention of the larger gun batteries to his expert mech. The Dark Zephyr ignored the starfighters around it and zipped through the enemy formations and accelerated straight towards the warships in the distance. The expert light skirmisher even engaged warp travel in order to reach its destination faster. Though the distant enemy warships immediately tried to intercept the human mech that was much more powerful than other machines of its size, none of the powerful gun batteries came close to landing a hit. Venerable Tusa smirked. The Dark Zephyr's evasion ability was one of its strongest traits. Its characteristic untouchable resonance ability seemingly produced an optical illusion that successfully diverted a lot of enemy attacks. No matter whether they were gamma laser beams, super heavy kinetic slugs or plasma bolts, Tusa laughed as all of the enemy attack salvos failed to get close enough to touch his expert mech's resonance shield. These aliens are so easy to fool. Wait, I get it now. Their gun batteries are highly automated. There is no manual aim. Although there were many advantages to automating the aiming systems and fire control of large and complicated warship armaments, humans were generally reluctant to pass on too many responsibilities to ICE and software algorithms. Even the CFA recognized the power of human ingenuity and human intuition. There may be factions within the Common Fleet Alliance that pushed for all-out automation, but there were still a lot of old-school fleeters who resolutely opposed this transition. If the Dark Zephyr was charging towards a CFA warship, then the expert mech would never be able to approach so leisurely. Unfortunately for the indigenous aliens of the Red Ocean, they rarely encountered any urgent situations where their automated gun batteries failed to this extent, so the crews of the warships didn't know how to deal with this situation. Once the Dark Zephyr reached the enemy fleet, the expert mech quickly went to work. It approached several nearby warships and struck their segmented energy shields with a flurry of attacks. TCH. They're too tough. The fast but relatively weak attacks of the Dark Zephyr could not breach the energy shields in a short amount of time. Though Tusa originally wanted to overwhelm an energy shield and pass through the resulting gap, the alien warship in question quickly shifted the orientations of all of its energy shields, thereby preventing the Dark Zephyr from finishing the job. Whenever the Dark Zephyr tried to stick around a single warship for too long in an attempt to tire out the vessel's defenses, it would come under siege by the surrounding enemy vessels. Its untouchable ability was no longer effective now that it was on the attack. Damn these guns. There are so many of them and they all pack a punch. Tusa had little choice but to abandon his current target and attack another warship in order to prevent his expert mech's resonance shield from getting exhausted. He was tempted to pull out a transphasic grenade so that he could break the energy shields of an enemy vessel in an instant, but he slowly thought better of it. The frigates and destroyers that he was fighting against weren't worthwhile enough for him to waste a powerful explosive. Just as General Verl had said, the alien pirates were highly uncomfortable with leaving an enemy expert mech in the middle of their fleet. The Dark Zephyr's close proximity to the enemy warships and flagships spooked a lot of alien leaders. Hundreds of primary guns and secondary guns tried to shoot down the expert light skirmisher. However, because Tusa purposefully flew his expert mech in the midst of the enemy formation, many warships fell silent as their guns could not open fire without hitting their own side. With the Dark Zephyr unnerving the crews of dozens of warships, the mechs and expert mechs that were tasked with whittling down the defenses of the alien vessels from a distance had a much easier time. Significantly less enemy gun batteries bombarded the positions of the mechs that could not withstand so much focused firepower. One of the beneficiaries of Venerable Tusa's actions was the Promethea. "Thanks, Tusa," Venerable Isabel Coden softly said as her expert rifleman mech brought its Ignitron Luminaire crystal rifle to bear against an enemy frigate. The Promethea charged its weapon and fired a powerful resonance-empowered disruptor beam at its target. While neither Isabel nor her expert mech excelled at breaking energy shields, the enemy frigate's defenses were the least powerful among all of the alien warships. The power of a single resonance-empowered disruptor beam was enough to overwhelm one of the segmented energy shields. The techniques she learned from the mysterious Alfari core detonation code helped a lot in achieving this result. The true resonance that she had attached to the beam attack exploded upon impact, thereby inflicting a lot of damage in an instant. Before the frigate could adjust its defensive coverage and move the gap out of the Promethea's line of sight, Isabel forced her expert mech to quickly squeeze out a quick resonance-empowered positron beam. Since Isabel was in a hurry, she wasn't able to charge the Ignitron's next attack as much as she wished. The positron beam that ended up striking the frigate's hull was at least several times less powerful than the previous attack. The positron beam only ended up splashing against the frigate's fairly heat-resistant hull. Energy weapons were quite common in the Red Ocean. Warships needed to defend against a large variety of attacks. Many of them were even designed to resist the destructive energies of plasma weapons. Yet when this weak positron beam struck the hull of the frigate, it did not just fizzle out after vaporizing and melting a small hull section. It left a lingering purple flame behind that slowly began to feed from the metal alloys it was attached to. Slowly but surely, the flames continued to burn in space despite lacking any obvious sources of propellants and oxidizing materials. A fire like this should have long gone out, but the small amount of true resonance that Venerable Isabel had attached to the earlier attack artificially kept it alive. The flame not only grew bigger, but began to burn more and more metal. Even though the true resonance wasn't strong enough to expand the reach and potency of the purple flame by too much, its inextinguishable property caused it to become a persistent problem to the alien frigate. Eventually, the crew noticed the danger and tried various measures to extinguish the flames. Almost nothing worked. The alien frigate only managed to get rid of this danger by ejecting the affected hull plating as well as any part of the ship that had been engulfed by the purple flames. This unfortunately left the vessel with a gap in her experience. Venerable Isabel Coden had already moved on to repeating the same tactic onto other targets, but when she noticed that her initial target exposed a vulnerability, she quickly repeated the same sequence of attacks onto the ship that had just gotten rid of a disaster. "Hey, try and see if you can get rid of this little flame." Her Promethea successfully landed a flaming shot in the gap of the frigate. Now that the purple flame had spread deeper into the hull of the warship, it was not so easy to get rid of it anymore. Although it would take a long time for the purple flames to burn through the interior and destroy vital ship components such as power generators or propulsion systems, the vessel was already starting to weaken over time. The frigate began to lose several segmented energy shields as the Promethea's flames slowly burned up a nearby energy shield generator while reducing the energy transmission to several more. Seeing that an enemy warship was no longer as well protected as before, Venerable Tusa's eyes lit up. His dark zephyr quickly turned around and quickly approached the side of the alien frigate before a pair of daggers began to tear through the metal hull. "Ha ha ha, thanks for cracking this ship open, Isabel. You have done great work. Thanks." This was just a solitary moment of cooperation between the Larkinson clan's expert mechs. Many more powerful machines were showing what they could do against the formidable alien vessels. Chief among them was the Seaman, whose expert pilot was determined to prove his manliness by defeating the warships by himself. "Peef." Vincent scoffed at Tusa's opportunistic behavior. "A true man doesn't need the help of a woman. I will use my fists to punch a hole into these ships."